Chapter 241. An old driver who only takes remuneration. Hearing the word price, the player felt a chill on his back. He was in a black car. Right? In this situation, he didn't dare to jump out of the car at all. He was speeding on the top of the mountain at a speed of 80 or 90. Moreover, this guy chose some rugged terrain to play fast. There was always an illusion that the car would be destroyed and he would die as soon as he landed. At the same time, he didn't give him any chance to jump out of the car to escape. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. This was the most real psychological state of the player now. After crossing the top of the mountain, there was a fierce downhill slope. At the bottom of the slope was a canal that crossed the Jedi Island. Chu Sheng didn't dodge or avoid and just rushed down. The player's scream reappeared. He might have plunged into the water head first. Big-breasted brother. Stop it! Brother. I'm calling you brother. Please spare my life. The player was trembling as he spoke, and the viewers in the live broadcast room grimaced. This guy might have lost his soul after taking Chu Sheng's car. This is a one-way ticket to heaven. This is exactly the same as Crazy Taxi. Although it's a game. If you die, you die. But the reason why people play games is to play with a sense of immersion. This sense of immersion in the game naturally makes you afraid of death. The speed of the motorcycle has soared to 120 kilometers per hour. And Chu Sheng is still rushing towards a protruding sharp rock. This wave will definitely destroy the car and kill people. Ah! It's also my own fault that I was bewildered and believed your plan and got on this hearse. The player's mentality has completely exploded. He is no longer crying and making noises. Instead, he is calm, as if he has accepted his fate. Because of the high speed, the front of the motorcycle directly lifted up and flew onto the rock. Jumping up, the motorcycle jumped and flew directly. The mountains and canals on the ground became smaller and smaller in the naked eye, even giving people the illusion of being on an airplane. The motorcycle crossed the delta at the bridgehead and rushed directly towards the ruins. Chu Sheng's complaints were rising little by little, and he had no intention of stopping, which made Chu Sheng laugh. He didn't know how many times he had rotated in the air, and the speed of the motorcycle's fall was getting faster and faster. This was the time when his driving skills were most tested. Chu Sheng's motorcycle kept adjusting its posture in the air, and finally landed directly on a slope in the ruins and slid down. There were a lot of supplies in the ruins, and they were almost untouched. It should be that no one had been here. Okay, we're at the ruins, and we can search for supplies here. Chu Sheng thought it was normal. When the player jumped off the back of the motorcycle, his legs went limp. He felt like he was in the clouds and was reborn. What he never expected was that Chu Sheng actually managed to bring the situation he thought was doomed to death to a safe zone. Looking at the surrounding ruins and stones, there were rifles, health packs, bullets, and everything else. He was brought to a blessed place. Thank you, brother. I never thought I could survive. This was also what he said in his heart. He had already made up his mind to die. But he didn't expect that after all the difficulties, he would find a way out. Seeing the player getting off the car to pick up equipment, Chu Sheng hurriedly stopped him. Brother, you forgot to pay the fare. Chu Sheng's words shocked the players and the viewers in the live broadcast room. There are so many weapons here. Just quickly grab one and kill this guy. Don't you have everything? However, Chu Sheng was indifferent to the supplies in the ruins and regarded money as dirt. Chu Sheng is a fool. Can't you just take a gun and kill this guy here? Isn't Chu Sheng afraid that this guy will kill the donkey after he has done his job? Even the player himself was completely confused. There are so many guns here. Can't you just arm yourself casually? Brother, there are a lot of supplies in this ruins. I can't eat it alone. Can't we search together? Then I will give you all the good guns. However, Chu Sheng still refused. We are doing business honestly. We will never take more from customers. It was a deluxe package just now, so you should give me a first aid kit, a fragmentation grenade, and a smoke bomb. Chu Sheng was not moved at all. In the eyes of fans and players, this man must be a fool. Although it felt very strange, the player who survived did not have the urge to kill Chu Sheng. After all, this guy saved a life. Not all bad players would kill their benefactors in a blink of an eye. Secondly, Chu Sheng didn't even have a gun. What good things could he have on him? After placing the first aid kit, hand grenades and smoke bombs on the ground is required. The man stepped back and said, "Here are the things for you." Chu Sheng quickly took the items and got back on his motorcycle and said, "Well, I'm going to do other business. See you in the finals if we're lucky. Chu Sheng drove away. The poison circle has shrunk now, and the battle in S City has entered a white-hot stage. It will be exciting for me to show up at that time. The way back is more difficult than the way here. But with Chu Sheng's driving skills, he can escape by flying and spinning, until Chu Sheng disappeared from the ruins. The player still didn't wake up. After a while, he was still exclaiming, "There are many strange people in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, and they are unfathomable. This kind of driving skill and level is simply a show." And he was indifferent to so many supplies. It is just like the saying that you never know what your opponent is doing. Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle all the way back, and he didn't stop to search when he arrived at the Wild Point House area on the way. The fans have not recovered from the situation just now. Does Chu Sheng mean that he is not going to win the game and will be a full-time driver? But it is also quite interesting, looking at the confused faces of these players, especially when they paid at the terminal. They were completely shown off by Chu Sheng. And the fear of death, when riding in the car, is no different from making a pirate ship by yourself in the amusement park. As he climbed over the hillside, S City reappeared in front of Chu Sheng. When there was still some distance, Chu Sheng had already heard the gunshots inside. Although it was not as dense as before, it seemed that there were still many people stuck here. The blue electric grid poison circle had come up from the sea and entered the location of S City. But everyone was stuck with each other, and there was no vehicle. Running away was a complete suicide. Chu Sheng's motorcycle accelerated all the way into S City. And then the familiar slogan sounded again. Pick up passengers, one at a time. First come first served. Accompanied by this voice, Chu Sheng's complaints began to swipe the screen bit by bit. Is this guy crazy? He just drove away, and now he's back. Fuck. I finally heard footsteps just now. But now they are covered by the motorcycle and shouting. Piloting people. Is it true or false? Everyone has their own ulterior motives. But at this moment, the guy in the blue apartment building next to the highway also has only a small pistol. But he can't help it first, because the poison circle has come. Chapter 242. The driver who caused the accident fled for fear of crime. Brother, come closer and talk. The person on the blue apartment building squatted under the window and shouted. The voice immediately attracted Chu Sheng's attention. For his own safety, Chu Sheng turned around and stopped outside the blue apartment building. At this position, there was no way to hit Chu Sheng in the first time except jumping off the balcony or opening the door to go around. Brother, I only have one car in the whole S City. Take a car. Chu Sheng blocked the field of vision. But the player also saw Chu Sheng's motorcycle parked on the side through the balcony, and noticed that Chu Sheng didn't have a gun. He dared to shout and pull people here without a gun. This guy must be crazy. Suddenly, a desire to kill people and seize the car surged from his heart. Although he only had a small pistol in his hand, it did not prevent him from killing a weak chicken without a gun. Chu Sheng was very alert and stuck close to the wall. If he wanted to hit him, he had to turn sideways and show his head. And then he could just speed up. If the opponent jumped down from the balcony and shot a blind 98k headshot, he would accept it. The player tried to stick his head out, but found that he could not hit Chu Sheng at all from this position. The position chosen by this guy was really tricky, and it felt like he had no way to start. Are you really so kind to take me to the safe zone? The player was also full of doubts. He didn't believe that there was such a saint in a game based on the rules of the Dark Forest. Chu Sheng was immediately amused. Hey, can't you see me on the balcony? I don't even have a gun. What else can I do? The player was even more unconvinced. How can I not have a gun if I have a car? The map is so big. Just search anywhere, and the gun will come. The poison circle has shrunk and passed through the two people. Chu Sheng saw the poison coming and showed his professional qualities as a driver. Do you want to take it or not? If not, let's go. S City is so big. I don't believe that we can't take someone. Chu Sheng started the motorcycle and pretended to leave. The man got anxious when he saw it. He only had a first aid kit and 5 bandages on him. And he didn't even have a drink. He was at the northernmost end of S City, and he had almost no hope of entering the circle. But he was searched with a rifle silencer and a sniper rifle silencer, and he didn't want to die here in vain. Go. I'll jump down right now. The player just appeared on the balcony and was stopped by Chu Sheng. Wait. My motorcycle is a gun-free line. You can get on the car, but you are not allowed to take guns. You can throw the gun on the balcony before getting off. Otherwise I'm leaving. Chu Sheng's words blocked the man's last thought. He was still thinking about pretending to get off the car, and then jumping down from the balcony to kill people and take the car. There was only a small pistol on him, so it was better to throw it away. Anyway, this guy didn't have a gun, and no one could do anything to anyone. Okay. I threw it away and jumped down now. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped down from the balcony. Chu Sheng saw that there was indeed no gun, so he stepped back a little closer. But the jacket on this guy looked familiar. The player sat on the back seat of the motorcycle without saying a word, urging Chu Sheng to get into the circle quickly. Chu Sheng was a little skeptical, and he stepped on the accelerator and flew into the safe zone. The speed was so fast that it could be described as lightning. He ran wildly on the main road in the center of S City. At this time, the awakened people could no longer care about many things. This bus was the only hope to escape from S Village. The hope of all the villagers. Bullets from all over the place intertwined into a firepower net, like a roaring angry dragon hitting Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, who had been ignored before, became the undisputed protagonist of S City at this moment. Bullets whizzed past my ears, and the whistling sound was thrilling. The bullets landed on the motorcycle, splashing fire, and landed on the player in the back seat, and the blood volume dropped sharply. At this time, the driver's advantage was reflected. Chu Sheng was sitting in the front, and there was a human level 4 armor behind him to block the bullets. He was hit by a stray bullet from the side when he just started to rush into the city, and then rushed out of S City directly. After passing S City, the player in the back seat breathed a sigh of relief, with a sense of pleasure of escaping death, leaving the poison circle far behind. Chu Sheng started chatting intermittently, and the speed of the car was controlled at 90 kilometers per hour, a line that would kill anyone who jumped out of the car. Did you hide in that blue apartment from the beginning? Chu Sheng took the lead in bringing up the topic and obtained the information he needed. Yes, the guy on the plane had to make trouble, and as a result, more than 30 people were left in S City. What the hell? He hid in the apartment as soon as he landed, trembling with a small pistol. This player also felt that his luck was bad. There were gunshots all around, and he didn't dare to go out, so he could only fight. If it weren't for the 2 silencers, he would have wanted to commit suicide. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Now that his identity was confirmed, it would be easy. You have a first aid kit and grenades on you, right? Chu Sheng suddenly mentioned the supplies, which alerted the guy sitting in the back seat. Brother, what are you doing? Are you going to pull me out to rob? I don't even have a gun. You have to pay for riding my motorcycle. A first aid kit and a grenade. If you don't have a grenade, you can use a smoke bomb. He was relieved after hearing Chu Sheng's words. But another question came to his mind. You have a motorcycle. Why don't you go into the circle and find a place to search for resources instead of pulling people back and forth here? This behavior is extremely suspicious. If the situation is not bad, he might be killed directly. I just come to the game to spread positive energy. The media said that this game has a strong killing atmosphere and is full of dark forest laws, which does not conform to the core socialist values. So I set an example to promote some positive energy in the game, and hope that you can pass on this spirit in the future, and the purpose will be achieved. Chu Sheng's words made even himself believe them. The water friends in the live broadcast room were even more dumbfounded. Chu Sheng was really a guy who could fool people online with one trick after another. The player was stunned and suddenly said, "You are the anchor, right? You must be the anchor." Chu Sheng was almost exposed, and deliberately coughed twice, and continued to pretend, "I am just an ordinary passerby. But I want to convey more love in the game, and hope that everyone will be less violent, so that the game environment will get better and better." As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he directly crashed into a boulder. When he was less than 1 meter away from the boulder, he suddenly lifted the rear brake and jumped out of the car. The player was still immersed in Chu Sheng's words of extraordinary momentum and significance. But suddenly the motorcycle overturned and flew out, slid down the slope with thick smoke, and when he reacted, he had been thrown off the car directly, and fell on the grass and turned into a box. "Ah, brother, I accidentally killed you because of my driving mistake. It's my fault." Chu Sheng threw a smoke bomb directly on the box to mourn, and rushed up with smoke to lick the box crazily. The man hadn't reacted yet. He only heard Chu Sheng's apologies. When the smoke cleared, Chu Sheng and the motorcycle were gone. Chapter 243 Chu Sheng's Revenge. 10 years is not too late. This person was completely confused. Did this guy run away after the accident? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all laughing like crazy. They never expected this move, and had no reaction at all. They really thought Chu Sheng had accidentally made a mistake. Then Chu Sheng's series of dazzling and blinding operations also shocked the viewers. There was a sense of uncertainty. Did Chu Sheng do it on purpose? Chu Sheng had a dry smile on his face. The viewers dared to slap their thighs to confirm that this guy was really a beast and was really making trouble. He is really a beast. That person trusted you so much. But Chu Sheng, you actually deliberately threw him to death. What about the most basic trust between people? Just now, he was so righteous and said he wanted to spread positive energy. But he turned around and ran away. Chu Sheng's face turned upside down quickly. And he deserved to master the core technology. Chu Sheng looked at the complaints of the fans in the live broadcast room. This wave really hit his own face. Or it could be said that the routine was too deep. The key is that the image Chu Sheng created was too great at the beginning. And even the fans almost believed it. As a result, this guy licked the other party's box in the smoke and drove away the motorcycle with thick smoke. This wave of operations is simply the show of Tihua. You guessed right. I deliberately jumped out of the car to kill this guy. But what I said before about purifying the game environment is also true. Chu Sheng admitted it openly, which made the fans even more confused. On the one hand, he admitted that he had to start with himself to purify the gaming environment. But on the other hand, he deliberately drove a hearse to kill the hard-earned trust. This statement was obviously a slap in the face. Chu Sheng looked at the fans and analyzed it. And then said, when I first landed, didn't I land directly on the S-City highway? And then I was shot several times with a pistol. So I hid in the toilet of the house. Don't you remember this? When Chu Sheng mentioned it, the fans seemed to have some influence. Chu Sheng was shot at the beginning and lost some blood. So he went into the house and hid in the toilet. And then switched to the big thief Che Guevara form to steal cars, and do the business of renting cars without capital. Chu Sheng has already hinted at this point. And thinking about the conversation between the two people on the motorcycle just now, many people suddenly realized something. Chu Sheng's chat while driving just now was all premeditated. Oh, I remember. When the anchor landed, it seemed that he was beaten by the people in the blue apartment on the right. The guy just now was also picked up from the blue apartment. The case is solved. So Chu Sheng has planned this for a long time. Fuck. Is this line buried so deep? When did the anchor find out that this guy is his mortal enemy? With this wave, the wind direction completely turned around. And the fans all turned to Chu Sheng. What the hell are the core values? You said that the person who died in the accident was a gunman who killed people. Is this wrong? I felt something was wrong when the person in this room spoke just now. If he came from other places and hid in this house, then I would send him to the safe zone smoothly. As a result, I got in the car and asked a few questions and found that this guy had been in the house from the beginning. So Chu Sheng didn't finish his words. But he was still full of thoughts, which made people think about it. Then this wave of intentional jumping out of the car was a bit interesting. When this player watched his death replay, he found that this person deliberately drove towards the stone, and even threw a smoke bomb after death, quickly looted the box and drove away, which made him so angry. Moreover, there was no explanation after death, and he just mixed in the smoke to loot the box and drove away. What hatred and resentment! It can be said that his death was inexplicable. The huge resentment turned into a complaint value, which recharged Chu Sheng's faith by 20 points. Now only 6 points of complaint value are needed to directly turn on the gun god mode. This guy searched a room and found a lot of stuff. Although he didn't have a gun, he had both a silenced rifle and a silenced sniper rifle. Shouldn't he look forward to the M24 this time? As the best sounding silenced sniper rifle in the game, the M24 with a silencer is worth an AWM. Has the anchor who doesn't even have a small pistol become so arrogant? Why not think about sending a beautiful express delivery? Don't anchors who do airdrops have any sense? If you want an airdrop, no problem. Set a flag and confess to Chensiki. Wow. Chu Sheng's scalp numbed when he saw the barrage of comments. These guys are really stupid. Can't people have ideals? It's just an airdrop. If Chu Sheng, can have this, forget it. I won't set a flag. A newbie has already given him a headache. If there is another Chensiki, I'm afraid his live broadcast room will be trampled. Stop dreaming. Now Chusheng only lacks 2 weapons. Driving the smoking motorcycle and rushing towards S City. Is Chusheng going to repeat the same trick? The fans are a little puzzled. The first poison circle is about to shrink. Wouldn't it be better to find a wild spot in the safe zone to search? The durability of this motorcycle is only about 1/3. If it is swept by someone, I'm afraid it will really destroy the world. The sniper rifle silencer is not common. If there is a high-powered sniper rifle, it can be said that it can do whatever it wants. Hey, I seem to hear the sound of 98K in the battle in S City just now. I think Chusheng came back for the sniper rifle. He doesn't have any weapons, but he still thinks about the sniper rifle. I think Chusheng is the only anchor who has the courage to do this. Courage? It doesn't exist. Chusheng, don't kill people with guns. I rely on my wits. To be honest, Chusheng did go for the weapons this time. At this time, the people in S City were either poisoned to death, or the last Goo King was produced by the goo, and they were trying to get into the circle. Chusheng only needs to find a way to kill the final winner, and he will have everything he wants. It's just a motorcycle with 1/3 durability. It's impossible to kill a fully armed player. Chusheng didn't think about this problem at all. Anyway, the 2 groups of rental cars have collected a lot of rent, as well as personal belongings left by passengers on the car. Even if he goes to the shooting range to search under the 2nd level poison, it's no problem. Rushing up the hillside, S City and everything below the hill came into view. There was no cover on this road, and Chusheng saw the player running on the road at a glance without a car. The final winner of S City rushed towards Chusheng with the winner's spoils. This man first got a 98K and a 4x scope in the 3-story villa. And then he did whatever he wanted in the villa on the top of the city. He killed the last few people who had no patience, looted some equipment, and then ran out happily. However, because the battle was too brutal, everyone's medical supplies were basically gone. All of them were gathered on one person, and there was only 1 first aid kit and 30 bandages. As for luxury goods such as energy drinks and painkillers, they were all drunk as soon as blood was lost. So there was no situation of helping the enemy. Chapter 244 Precision Guidance. Chusheng saw the head on the screen, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He drove his motorcycle to the mountain on the left, ready to take the enemy by surprise. The last survivor heard the sound of a motorcycle and hurriedly ran towards the reverse slope below the road. This reverse slope was one of the few shelters along the way. But after a while, the sound of the motorcycle gradually went away, which made this person feel relieved. Fortunately, the safe zone is not far from here. Following the road across the bridge and entering our city, it is basically within the scope of the safe zone. The new safe zone has been refreshed, shrinking in P City and the nearby P City South Mountain. For Chusheng, it was like a circle of punishment. But Chusheng was not worried. After all, the second poison circle would stay for 200 seconds before it began to shrink, leaving Chusheng with a lot of time and opportunities. Go around the mountain and park the motorcycle behind a tree, so that people at the bottom of the reverse slope could not see any trace of Chusheng. This was very uncomfortable. There were not many medical supplies to begin with, and now they were stuck at the reverse slope. Whether this person went to a city or stopped at the mountain, there was no accurate answer, especially if you want to enter the safe zone. There is only one way to our city. If you go around from Y City, it will be quite difficult. If there is no car, the next poison circle will start to shrink, and there is basically no hope of entering the circle. Chusheng kept bandaging to maintain his health. With energy drinks or painkillers, he could still resist the second level poison, but now both of them only had bandages and first aid kits, so they needed to frequently apply medicine to maintain their health. Chusheng still didn't move. He was not in a hurry to take the initiative, because his only chance was to hit him with a motorcycle. If he was hit back by the opponent, he would be completely finished. The closer the motorcycle is, the easier it is to be hit. Chusheng is not panicking at all now. The opponent is in a worse situation than him. After all, he still has a motorcycle, and the opponent dare not act rashly without knowing that he has no gun. Chusheng kept using bandages to raise his health. At this time, the players below found that if he continued to consume, he would never be able to enter the safe zone alive. It's better to take a detour from Y City than to wait for death here. Even if there is no car, you may find a boat along the canal and drive directly to our city or Water City to enter the circle in a curve. There is a reverse slope blocking the other party, so they can't detect it before running to the road. Chu Sheng kept patrolling behind the tree, but he didn't see the figure of this person. The barrage kept saying that this person might have walked away from the reverse slope. But Chu Sheng was indifferent. What's the problem even if he leaves? He still has to get out when he reaches the bridgehead ahead. It only takes a few seconds for the motorcycle to dive downhill. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chu Sheng is very patient. Anyway, he has no weapon now, so he is not in a hurry. He kept wrapping the bandage. And finally, after about 30 seconds, a smoke bomb was thrown up from the bottom of the slope, blocking the middle of the road. Then the second and third smoke bombs were continuously thrown towards the distance of the road. The 3 smoke bombs spread out and covered the entire road. The man went directly into the smoke and started running towards the bridgehead. He was throwing smoke bombs in front of him while running. He had 5 smoke bombs on his body, which were directly thrown on the bridge. Chu Sheng had locked the position since this guy started to pave the way. But he was not in a hurry to chase him. The motorcycle only had one chance. If he rushed into the smoke bomb rashly, he might miss the only chance. Moreover, after the bridgehead, the nearest house was also 100 meters away from the bridge, which was not something that could be reached in 1 or 2 steps. Chu Sheng slowly drove the motorcycle down the slope. The effect of the smoke bomb was mutual. Although Chu Sheng could not see his opponent was hiding in the smoke bomb and could not see Chu Sheng's direction. The sound of the motorcycle engine was very low, all relying on its own gravity to go downhill, especially when driving on the road. Chu Sheng did not accelerate, so the noise was very small. The player ran forward directly, and did not hear much sound of the motorcycle. He thought that this guy ran to a city again, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. When the smoke bomb effect gradually dissipated, the player had already run to the bridgehead. When the target figure appeared, Chu Sheng's motorcycle rushed straight up with a roar. The sound of the motorcycle reappeared, which directly scared the man. Looking at Chu Sheng's position, he was only 200 or 300 meters away from him, and the speed of the motorcycle was just a blink of an eye. A motorcycle with thick smoke appeared in front of him. He suppressed his panic, and his first reaction was to shoot and blow up the motorcycle. There was no cover on the left and right sides. It was a pipe dream to find a cover to fight. He squatted on the ground, opened the holographic SCAR-L, and started firing from a distance. As Chu Sheng approached, the bursts turned into bursts. The bullets flew out, whizzing past his ears or hitting the motorcycle with a tremor. The motorcycle rushed all the way to the bridgehead, and the distance was only 50 meters. At this time, the rifle spit out fire dragons, and all the anger was poured on the motorcycle. Bang! With a crisp explosion, the front tire of the motorcycle exploded directly, and the wheel rim rubbed against the cement road, emitting a ball of fire. The speed was also rapidly decreasing, from 130 kilometers per hour to 90 kilometers per hour. At this time, the player squatting on the ground had already stood up, trying to move a position to avoid the impact of the motorcycle. The speed dropped sharply, and the motorcycle was on the verge of losing control. The fans saw this scene and sentenced Chu Sheng to death. Without the front wheel of the motorcycle, the speed will only get lower and lower. Once the motorcycle slows down, the car and the driver will become live targets of the other party. At this time, the durability is not much. So whether the bullet falls on the car or the person, the ending is the same. Just when everyone had given up hope on Chu Sheng and thought that he would deliver a perfect express, Chu Sheng pulled the front of the motorcycle to the left, and the motorcycle began to sway violently because it could not keep its balance. Chu Sheng jumped off the motorcycle directly, and his health bar suddenly dropped to the bottom, with only about 5 points left. On the bridge, without any cover, Chu Sheng chose to lie on the ground and kept wrapping bandages. As for the motorcycle rolling and rushing directly towards the player, who was changing bullets, the player found that the motorcycle was hitting him, and it was too late to dodge left and right. Seeing Chu Sheng's action, he chose to lie on the ground without saying a word. The motorcycle happened to fly past his head, and he was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Seeing that the motorcycle didn't hit, the live broadcast room was full of sighs. If this wave hit, it would be a masterpiece. But now it didn't kill anyone. It would be Chu Sheng's last work. Just as the player was about to blow up Chu Sheng's dog head with a holographic scope, the motorcycle that passed by fell to the ground, consumed the last bit of durability, and exploded. The air wave caused by the motorcycle explosion directly detonated the player, who had just squatted, and successfully turned into a box. Chapter 245, the so-called Dejuguan. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. Is this even possible? They just saw the opponent's player raise his rifle and shoot with the scope. Chu Sheng would be dead if he took one bullet with this amount of health. They had even typed out the words to taunt Chu Sheng, and they almost sent them out. After all, Chu Sheng was eliminated by a show in the early stage, so he was still worth taunting. Unexpectedly, the motorcycle did not kill anyone for the first time, but it had a backup plan. After falling to the ground, the durability was directly consumed and a wave of explosions occurred. The flames and air waves of the explosion directly blew the player, who was not even full of health, into ashes. Everyone was impressed by this motorcycle. The savior motorcycle appears again. In ancient times, Lu saved the master, and now there are motorcycles protecting livestock. Chu Sheng was able to escape from the enemy this time, and he really had to thank this motorcycle for its wonderful assist. The best player of the game is here. As the netizens spoke one by one, the barrage of comments suddenly became lively. It was another deadly situation, and Chu Sheng pulled it back again. Is this a great show? After Chu Sheng pulled 2 bandages, he started to use the first aid kit directly. To be honest, he himself did not expect this. He originally wanted to let the motorcycle roll sideways and directly smash this guy to death. But he did not expect this guy to react so quickly and actually learn from him to lie on the ground and escape. However, the last move of the motorcycle exploding to save the master was really a show for him. But seeing the fans' disbelief and sighs at the moment, how can such a credit be given to a motorcycle? Calm down. Everything is within my expectations. Chu Sheng suppressed his surprise and forced a smile, as if he had it all planned out. Sit down. Sit down. These are all basic operations. Don't you know that all the motorcycles I have ridden are naturally spiritual? Listening to Chu Sheng's boasting, the fans' faces were tangled. Although they said so, why did it sound weird? They ran to the box and licked it happily. Holographic full-equipped Scarl, plus a 4-fold mirror 98K, and installed all the double silencers by the way. The box was licked clean, except for leaving some clothes to cover the body of this big-breasted brother. Chu Sheng took away almost all the relics. This wave is very nice. A wave of fat. 1 first aid kit. 35 bandages. Death? Impossible? Chu Sheng is very proud now. When this guy died, he brought 8 points of Tuso value, which directly helped him. 82 points of Tuso value opened the gun god possession. Pai, a name that Chu Sheng had never heard of. He quietly memorized this string of letters. Chu Sheng decided to finish this game and use his mobile phone to check the origin of this gun god. Chu Sheng felt the changes brought by the possession. His shooting skills seemed to be no less than the previous ones, especially when the 98K opened the scope. Chu Sheng realized that this Pai must also be a sniper god. But in addition to this, Chu Sheng found that his thinking was much clearer. This much refers to the comparison with other possession effects. Opening the big map, Chu Sheng felt that his analysis had a certain degree of hint. This feeling was not experienced by other gun god possessions before. Novel changes are also gratifying new changes. Chu Sheng took a look at the map. The new safe zone is in P City, but there are no vehicles now, and the refresh time of the poison circle is only a few 120 seconds. The bridgehead is still outside the safe zone. Only when you walk to the smaller bridgehead 400 meters away can it be considered inside the safe zone. Chu Sheng glanced at the road and saw no trace of vehicles. He simply started running along the canal, hoping to see a speedboat or motorboat on the road. After running along the canal for 2 steps, Chu Sheng controlled his view to see if there was anyone behind him. Suddenly, he found that there was a speedboat parked quietly under the bridge where he had just stood. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up and he smiled. What you lack is what you get. So, people should always do good deeds. After all, you never know when the blessing will come. As he said this, he ran happily towards the speedboat under the bridge. It must be said that this speedboat was hidden under the bridge. If he hadn't looked back, he would have missed the vehicle. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Is it necessary to be so appropriate? Chu Sheng had just finished talking about the core values of socialism today, and a speedboat appeared under the bridge. Are you kidding me? Seeing Chu Sheng's proud and complacent look, why are the viewers so unhappy? Everything was done according to Chu Sheng's calculations. Just like a director making a movie. Everything was done according to the script. Now that he has a gun and a boat, it is not a problem to enter the circle. Chu Xing's face is full of the words a villain succeeds. I'm so angry. I hate the anchor's arrogant and omnipotent look. It's time to punish him with a fire from the sky to let him know how many bad things he has done. After entering the safe zone, give Chu Sheng a brand new motorcycle, and you will know what it means to do whatever you want. Chu Sheng looked at the comments of the netizens and snorted. I am a good person and do good things. I walk upright and stand upright. What is there to be afraid of? As soon as the voice fell, the position centered on Chu Sheng became the center of the new bombing zone, and a layer of red covered the map. Chu Sheng was speechless at this moment. Isn't this a bit too metaphysical? Less than 5 seconds after the flag was set, the bombing zone arrived on time and delivered the goods to the door. The viewers in the live broadcast room almost peed with laughter. They were so clueless in the early morning, thinking that the bombing zone had not bombed them just now. So they were free now? They smelled the smell of Chu Sheng making waves and immediately rushed over. I say, this is unacceptable. I have made contributions to socialist construction, and am also an outstanding cadre representative. Why are there bombs here? Chu Sheng came to the speedboat with a crying voice. This wave of skyfire slapping was very timely. And Tree A and Tree C reappeared in the barrage. The only thing that made Chu Sheng feel fortunate was that he would not be taken care of by the bombing zone on the water, and it was safe to ride in this canal. The speedboat was half full, which was good for Chu Sheng. After a wave of acceleration, Chu Sheng drove on the narrow canal. His destination was the Water City, not far behind our city. The terrain here was complex and easy to ambush. Moreover, after coming out of the Water City, there was a strange terrain with uneven terrain. There were bumps here as cover. It could be said that it was the safest way to get to the vicinity of P City. If you choose other routes, you need to pass through our city, the school and Longmen Inn. The terrain was flat all the way, and there was a lack of cover. If you want to successfully enter P City from here, it would be as difficult as going to the west to obtain scriptures. Chapter 246 Learn about water ghosts. The bombing area followed Chu Sheng all the way, and washed the entire canal. Chu Sheng was cautious because the canal was not like the sea. The bombing area fell on the embankments on both sides, and could easily reach the speedboat on the narrow canal. It was as if the two sides lined up to welcome him, and the salutes were fired. There was also a feeling that the monkeys on both sides could not stop crying, and the boat had passed through thousands of mountains. This wave of speedboats did not need to control the oil. Chu Sheng directly stepped on the accelerator to keep the speedboat at the maximum speed. When passing our city, there was indeed the sound of 98K in the distance, and the bullets fell on the bow of the speedboat, splashing a shining spark. A standard 98K warning. Chu Sheng sailed past our city and arrived at the small delta in the middle of the canal, then stopped the boat at the edge of the Water City. There were still 80 seconds before the circle was refreshed, and Chu Sheng was sure that there were still people in the Water City. Quietly got off the boat, passed the knee-deep pond, and walked up the stairs to a 3-story rooftop. The door was opened, and it was obvious that it had been searched before, and it was clean and empty. Chu Sheng squatted and turned sideways, using the rooftop wall as a cover, paying attention to the surrounding situation. If we talk about the most complex terrain on Jedi Island, the upper city area and containers of G-Town can be shortlisted. P-City can also be shortlisted because of its dense housing area. And the last one is the Water City where Chu Sheng is now. The layout of the houses in the Water City is complicated, and most of them are flooded. There are many wooden ladders connecting the houses, and the houses are of different heights. It is easy to be targeted by others when ambushing. Chu Sheng is still waiting patiently. It won't take much time to enter the circle from the Water City. At most, he will be poisoned for a while. The distance of 800 meters is not a problem at all. But now it is so scary to cross the Water City rashly. Chu Sheng stayed on the roof for about 30 seconds, and did not find any traces of people. He jumped down from the rooftop along the edge, and slowly approached the edge. In single-player mode, nothing is more useful than a silencer, because it is a battle alone. The silencer can better conceal the position. In the 4-player mode, it is impossible for a team to be equipped with silencers, so the muzzle flash and sound of teammates are enough for the enemy to accurately find the position, and the silencer loses its due effect. Switching to the Scarl rifle, Chu Sheng continued to explore along the edge of the house bunker. On the right-hand side was a continuous hill, and behind the hill was the ruins. This continuous hill just served as a screen for Chu Sheng. The fans watched Chu Sheng frantically explore, and no gunshots or footsteps were heard until now. Maybe there is no one? Now in this wave. It is better to enter the circle quickly. Otherwise, if someone is stuck on the edge of poison, there will be only a bandage and a first aid kit. I am afraid that I am frantically exploring on the edge of death. Chu Sheng glanced at the suggestions of his friends, but he still believed that there must be people in this strategic area of Shuicheng. He continued to move forward cautiously. Soon, he would reach the apartment buildings on the land in front of Shuicheng. Chu Sheng thought for a moment, and did not choose to rush over. Instead, he buried his head in the water, and walked towards the wooden board connecting the houses on the water little by little. The water in Shuicheng was not too deep, probably up to the knees and waist. Chu Sheng squatted down, and the camouflage level 2 helmet was exposed on the water. It looked like a piece of debris floating on the water. Not conspicuous at all. Chu Sheng squatted quietly under the wooden board connecting the two houses, without any awareness of running away from the poison. Are you going to continue the fight in Shuicheng? I bet there is absolutely no one in Shuicheng. You are deceiving yourself. I don't care if there is anyone there. I just want to know why Chu Sheng can always find some extremely wretched places. This location is really wretched. Through the gaps between the wooden boards and the perspective, you can see the situation of the apartment buildings on the land in the distance. And this location is not afraid of being concentrated by the enemy. Even if there is an M249, a volley of bullets can sweep down without any damage. The advantage is that the location is wretched and hidden, and you don't need to hold your breath when you show your head. So you can be a water ghost for a long time. The disadvantage is also obvious. That is, in the water, you can't take out your gun and fight back immediately. Chu Sheng seemed to enjoy being a water ghost. There was still half a minute before the poison was refreshed. But this guy still didn't come out, as if he was determined to fight here. The water friends were also helpless. Chu Sheng was not only a reckless guy, but also stubborn. Even Chu Sheng himself was a little skeptical about whether there were people here. However, after a careful analysis, Chu Sheng still felt that the people from Shuicheng would definitely not enter the circle so early to block the poison. You must know that the highway next to Shuicheng is within the control range of our city. The people from Shuicheng dare not go to this highway with no cover to find a car. Moreover, the time in the safe zone gave the people here time to search thoroughly. In addition, the possible gunfight in Shuicheng would make the players nervous and see enemies everywhere, especially since Chu Sheng just came here by boat. The sound of the speedboat approaching can still be clearly heard in the water city. As long as you are not without headphones or too obsessed with searching, you can detect it. How can people in the water city get into the circle? The only way is the one planned by Chu Sheng. Through the endless hills with their own shelters, and then wait for the opportunity on the reverse slope outside P-City to sneak into P-City. This is a far point, and you must move synchronously with the poison circle, or take a period of poison to ensure that there is no one behind you. Otherwise, if you reach the reverse slope of P-City early, you don't have to worry about the people in P-City in front. But all the people behind you are exposed, leaving them to the people behind the hills and the outdoor housing area, which is not worth the loss. Chu Sheng firmly believed that his analysis was correct. If there were people here, they would definitely take action before the poison was finally reduced. Dong dong dong. Suddenly Chu Sheng heard a faint sound of footsteps, which sounded a little far away. Footsteps. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. It really pays off to work hard. The corners of his mouth raised, revealing his shining front teeth. What did I say? What are the 4 words below? Calculate without any omissions. Tell me loudly. Chu Sheng finally shouted this wave arrogantly, and the live broadcast room also followed Chu Sheng's style. A series of Feng Chu Pang Tong floated over, and no one said Juga. Chu Sheng was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. These fans were really shameless. Likely Shurjin. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and even walked directly up from the wooden board above Chu Sheng's head. The poison circle also began to shrink. This person thought Chu Sheng had quietly slipped away and wanted to steal his ass. Chu Sheng squatted underwater and watched this person walk through the apartment building, and then quietly slipped out of the water. The fans were still convinced in their hearts. Chu Sheng's analysis of the battle situation was very accurate, and almost every move of the enemy was within his expectations. Seeing this person walk away, the poison circle behind him also followed. After Chu Sheng came out of the water, he quietly followed behind his ass and touched him. After installing the quadruple scope on the Scarl, Chu Sheng walked along the apartment building to the tree in front, and saw the player running all the way. Ta ta ta. The Scarl's unique muffled sound only spread about 100 meters. The rifle fired quickly and single point, and all the bullets fell on the guy's level 2 helmet, killing him cleanly and neatly. Chapter 247, No Chicken Eating Land. There is nothing to brag about this kill. Chu Xing's fully automatic single-point attack was very stable. It took only a moment for this man to notice that he was losing blood and die. He didn't even have time to react. The poison circle was shrinking very quickly. Chu Xing didn't have any energy drinks or painkillers. If he could run at full speed, he might be able to keep up with the poison circle. But now, he could only choose to eat a wave of poison. He ran all the way to the box in front of him. This man was very fat. With first aid kits, drinks, and bullets, Chu Xing used his own way of picking up items to lick the bag crazily, dragging all the things he needed onto his body. Just when Chu Xing transformed into Tam and used the skill feast, the box suddenly became a spirit and started talking. Hack, you old bastard. I waited for you in Shuicheng for a minute and didn't find you. You are too cowardly. Chu Xing was also startled, and he fired 2 shots at the ground in fear. This guy is really scary. Usually he only pretends to be invisible to scare others. But when the guy who died didn't quit, he just waited for him to come over to plunder the bag and startled him. This person's quality is really too low. The fans had never seen Chu Xing so panicked, and they all laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm usually scary, but today I was finally tricked. Let Chu Xing experience the feeling of being scared. Isn't it exciting? Chu Xing's face turned red, and he was so scared that he fired half a magazine of bullets from his fully automatic rifle. If he forced himself to say that he was not panicking and was practicing gun control, it would be an insult to the IQ of the fans. What's wrong with hiding? Only by hiding can you survive to the end. Chu Xing was so angry that he shot all the bullets into the box after picking up things to vent his anger, and then ran away in shame. He hid blood and energy, and then ran directly over mountains and ridges towards the safe zone. The damage of the third poison circle was still within the tolerable limit when the energy was fully pulled. As he continued to approach the safe zone, Chu Xing also heard gunshots from the house area on his left. This wild housing area is not within the safe zone, but the terrain is very high, especially when standing on the second-floor platform of the apartment building and the garage. Chu Xing's every move is in the other party's sight. As soon as Chu Xing showed his head, a bullet landed on the hill in front of him, splashing a cloud of flying dust. Wow! This guy's shot is quite accurate. Chu Xing lay behind the hill and began to bandage and drink energy drinks. A new safe zone has also been created in the crop circle in the west of P City, the farthest from Chu Xing. A complete crop circle. If he doesn't go in quickly here, Chu Xing won't be able to enter the safe zone later. 3 smoke bombs were thrown directly to pave the way, and Chu Xing hid in the smoke bombs and went straight into the safe zone. After the guy in the housing area touched the lottery twice, he found that he could not snipe and turned into the circle. Chu Xing went up the mountain along the reverse slope. P City was full of fierce gunfire, hiding behind the trees on the top of the mountain. Chu Xing slowly sprayed medicine to recover blood. Chu Xing's full attention was on the guy who came out of the housing area on the left. This person ran out of the housing area and had to go through Chu Xing's side. Otherwise, he had to cross the vast P City East crop circle without cover. This choice was only made when he was forced to take this road of no return. Even if Chu Xing saw people on the streets and crop circles in P City in the distance, he resisted the urge to shoot. Only by dealing with the guy on the left can we stop worrying about being robbed from behind. Chu Xing continued to maintain his patience, like a calm and experienced hunter, which was very different from his previous style. Looking at the anchor who is not reckless, I suddenly feel a little different. The small kayak was replaced by a large tanker, which is very stable. If Chu Xing is so steady, I feel that he will have a chance in the Douyu PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds anchor selection next week. But I still hope that Chu Xing can do something crazy in front of other anchors. Chu Xing was not idle either. While his eyes were fixed on the left, he kept moving back and approaching the crop circle to prepare for entering the circle later. Chu Xing didn't have any smoke bombs on him this time, so it was quite difficult for him to cross the road downhill. The poison circle stayed for 2 minutes, and then it began to shrink. It would definitely be a bloodbath, because nearly 1/3 of the people jumped to a city at the beginning. Now there are only 23 people left in the 4 circle. The battle density is not high, and basically everyone has a high-powered scope. This will definitely win the game in P City. Chu Xing saw that the atmosphere was a bit dull, and he couldn't help but start a conversation. The water friends in the live broadcast room were not happy when he said this. Aren't you Chusheng the overlord of S-City? When P-City makes trouble, it is you Chusheng who has the final say? You know, P-City is called Pochinki. It doesn't eat chicken, but it's a paradise for me. Have you forgotten that Xiaobai and I dominated the P-City duo? It would be fine if I didn't mention Xiaobai. Chusheng started talking about Xiaobai, and the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. The fans remembered the flag Chusheng set yesterday. Tell me, when will you confess to Xiaobai? I'll record the whole process. A man's promise? Chusheng. You know, is Chusheng asking for death? It's fine if he didn't say it, but now everyone remembers it. It's really a waste. Chusheng looked at the dense barrage at this moment, and his scalp was numb. He mentioned Xiaobai for no reason with his stinky mouth. The anchor said that he would confess today. There are less than 14 hours left until the end of today. Please seize the time as soon as possible to avoid receiving a lot of negative reviews and complaints. Chusheng could only choose to ignore these messages, but his head still had a headache. Confession. Can't the fans treat this promise as a fart? When Chusheng thought of Xiaobai's cold face, he shuddered unconsciously. Just looking at it made him feel pressured. If he said this confession, I'm afraid he would be beaten into a solid meat pie. Just when Chusheng was stunned, a gunshot suddenly came from a distance, and Chusheng's blood volume was immediately reduced by half. No one reacted yet, and no one knew where the gun was fired. But Chusheng was suddenly awakened by the gunshot, and he aimed directly at the big tree next to the place where he had just come from, opened the scope and fired without hesitation. The sound of the silenced 98K was still very shocking, and the effect could be spread for 400 or 500 meters without any problem. A headshot directly jumped out as a kill. After the kill, Chusheng really reflected that he had just killed someone. His hands were lifted up in the air without the keyboard, and he looked puzzled. Killed him just now. The subconscious action of the gun god possessed him, and he shot the head directly without even giving the other party time to fire a second shot. This guy was wearing a rainforest camouflage level 2 helmet, which almost blended in with the surroundings. But he was still shot in the head by Chusheng. Otherwise, the cameraman was still shooting the screen. And I'm afraid the rhythm of the cheating in the live broadcast room would have been rampant. Chapter 248 in this field of hope. To be honest, I fired this shot entirely out of my body's conditioned reflexes, and I can't clear myself up. Chusheng had shown off his skills before, but he always looked confident, and never had such an expression as today. Because when he showed these operations in the past, Chusheng was focused on the current battle. But Chusheng was dazed and only reacted to fight back after the opponent shot him first. All of this was the instinct of his body after being possessed by the gun god. Chusheng's horrified face also explained everything. He really didn't mean to fire the shot. Chusheng also knew that it would be difficult for fans to accept this. However, what he didn't expect was, Okay, I know you're awesome and have a counterattack aura. So can't you just go and rob a loot? I can't stand it with my obsessive-compulsive disorder. Stop acting. Anchor. Your acting is so awkward. I know you're awesome, but it's impossible to get us to praise you in this way. Wouldn't it be better to rob a loot to get into the circle? Do you really think our fans are all fools? After reading the comments, Chusheng was speechless. It seemed that a black crow flew over his head. What? Now there is no one who even calls him a cheater? Hee hee. Let me, Detective Cozy, analyze the strength of this wave. Chusheng's wave seems to be an unintentional counterattack headshot, wanting to make a good show of counterattack in a daze. But what is the real purpose? Dang is to forcibly divert everyone's attention and topic. Here I would like to give you a friendly reminder. What was the topic before the headshot? Everyone must keep it in mind. Don't be diverted by any seemingly unexpected incident. Remember, stick to your heart, so you can persevere. These words of Detective Cozy can be said to have brought a big rhythm. Chusheng was gritting his teeth. This guy was clearly insulting. Oh, why is it so hard to tell the truth now? Chusheng was exhausted. The famous Detective Cozy led the live broadcast room. Everyone was shouting that they wanted to see Chusheng confess his love and Xiaobai. He went over and licked it briefly, then blocked the road with 2 smoke bombs and hid in the wheat field. The wheat field to the west of P-City did not have haystacks like those in farmland or G-Town. The road was extremely flat, and the bushes and golden rice and wheat waves were clearly separated. After Chusheng entered the circle with the smoke bomb, he chose to lie down in the bushes. Now the people in the housing area were stuck with each other and couldn't take care of themselves. How could they have the energy to use a high-powered scope to keep an eye on every move in the wheat field? Chu Sheng glanced at the map. If he had to say that the only threat now was probably the people on the south mountain of P City and the two green roof barns in the crop circle. P City's south mountain was high above, and it was too easy to find Voldemort in the crop circle. But the people on the south mountain of P City would also be clamped by the city. If they didn't want to enter the circle, they could just shoot and expose themselves. Chu Sheng moved towards the safe zone little by little, but his speed was not good enough. He would definitely not be able to enter the circle according to his current posture. The damage of this poisonous circle was unbearable, and he would definitely die if he was beaten by the people in the safe zone. There is no one behind Chu Sheng. Just pay attention to the left and the front. The battle in the safe zone is extremely fierce, and the sound of gunfire and explosions in P City is endless. Only after passing two barns can you enter the safe zone. Chu Sheng is at least 150 meters away from the barns. If he wants to crawl into the circle by leaning on the ground, he may still be living in the Jurassic period. Chu Sheng simply did not continue to crawl, but filled up his energy on the spot to look at the current situation. The number of survivors has dropped sharply to 18 people. I am afraid that when this poison circle is over, it will be a direct 10-person final circle. There are people in both barns. One is dealing with the people on the south mountain of P City, and the other is stuck in P City. One M24 and 198K. There was no gunman in the wheat field for the time being, which did not mean that there was no one, but that they were well hidden, or that the people on both sides did not have time to deal with them. Chu Sheng simply stood up and ran wildly along the wheat field path. Standing up in the wheat field is a very dangerous thing. It is like a fly landing on a piece of white paper, telling others all the time, "Come and hit me." An important reason for running along the path is that there are always bushes beside this dirt road. Once Chu Sheng is attacked, he can hide through the bushes and make the opponent lose the target in the first time. The time difference formed in the middle is Chu Sheng's best counterattack. There are ways to play solo. If Chu Sheng is killed in a 4-person team, he would not dare to enter the circle in such an arrogant way. If he is killed by a headshot while moving, Chu Sheng will accept it. Sure enough, after getting up, no one shot at Chu Sheng, and this wave was very good. The sound of gunfire reverberated back and forth in the empty wheat field, never stopping, and the number of survivors was getting smaller and smaller. The countdown of the poison circle ended and began to shrink towards the safe zone. Chu Sheng ran for about 5 or 6 seconds, and suddenly a guy jumped out of the bushes in the distance in front of him, with a silenced M4 as if it had been prepared long ago, and the flames were like a dragon. When Chu Sheng saw this guy standing up, his first reaction was to lie down in the bushes, but he was still shot twice because he was lying down, slowly moving to the right. This guy did not dare to act rashly after losing his target, and squatted in the bushes to act as a phantom tank. Because the bullet was fired just now, his first reaction was to squat down and change bullets. Chu Sheng had already figured out this guy's psychology. Although the time to change the magazine was only a short second, it was enough for Chu Sheng. He stood up and shot the mirror, and the dull sound of the silenced 98K sounded, and a ball of blood plasma burst out from the bushes, and he was killed by a headshot directly. Chu Sheng has killed 5 people, which is the least in the past few days of playing games. The gunshots have been much quieter, and the poison circle is less than 30 meters behind Chu Sheng. There are only 12 people left alive. Looking at the whole crop circle, only Chu Sheng stood up and ran wildly, and the others could not be seen at all. The water friends in the live broadcast room have long been convinced by Chu Sheng's super sniper rifle skills, and even worshipped him. Chu Sheng put away his sniper rifle while running wildly, and this move stunned everyone. It is obviously the final round. In this situation where you don't know where the enemy will come out from at any time, Chu Sheng put away his 98K. What is the difference between this and courting death? Chu Sheng took out a fragmentation grenade while putting away the gun. 6 grenades were thrown out in succession. This explosion really blew out many Voldemorts. But at this time, they were busy dodging grenades, and no one paid attention to Chu Sheng, the instigator. As Chu Sheng ran into the safe zone and lay down directly, the poison circle also shrank into place. There were several loud grenades, and no one was killed. But at this moment in the small crop circle, a familiar song sounded strangely. In this field of hope. Chapter 249 New Year's Greetings Gun Skills. Who the hell is this? The finals are playing music. This move is too cheap. The sound is completely inaudible. The rest of the people were all stunned. The finals were carefully lying on the grass as Voldemort. But when this magical music sounded, not even a sound could be heard. And it also disturbed everyone's rhythm extremely disgustingly. Chu Sheng's Tuso value soared. And in a blink of an eye it reached 100 points. Automatically opening the 5-minute misfortune and fortune effect. People in the distance had the least obstruction, and could only vaguely hear some sounds. But some people close to Chu Sheng were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. In the finals, we are not afraid of enemies with strong shooting skills. But we are afraid of this kind of troublemaker, who makes no one feel at ease. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned, when they saw Chu Sheng lying down, and cutting outside. This is the finals. You are making trouble by cutting outside the screen. Then came this song of striving and generosity, praising the people of the whole country for a well-off life, and the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland. Which is very positive. What's even funnier is that this song is surprisingly in line with the current situation in the finals. The crop circle. The new safe zone was surprisingly brushed on Chu Sheng's face. And the edge of the poison circle, where he was located, entered the new safe zone in the form of a cut corner. Fuck. The final circle is the fate circle? Where's the bad luck? This wave is too good for Chu Sheng. Shit luck. You don't have to run a step in this circle. Just lie on the ground and be Voldemort. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more indignant. This guy's luck in the final circle is rejuvenated. Isn't it inappropriate? What we want to see is Chu Sheng stumbling into the safe zone with a dirty face. What kind of man is he hiding in the safe zone? Chu Sheng's black question mark face. Excuse me? What does this have to do with being a man? The viewers are so presumptuous that they dare to openly discuss the anchor. They are really arrogant. But Chu Sheng dare not be complacent. Because this good and bad luck only lasts for 5 minutes. And as the name suggests, good and bad luck come together. It is true that he is in the safe zone this time. But as the safe zone gets smaller and smaller, Chu Sheng is in more danger. Because the remaining players will try every means to enter the circle. And the players farther away will definitely try to attack. Good luck has arrived. And whether he can avoid this disaster next is the top priority. There is no shelter in the safe zone. Only knee-high wheat fields and scattered bushes. If there is an aerial perspective now, you can see that the Voldemorts are crawling towards the safe zone like earthworms. Although Chu Sheng was lying on the ground, he could still see some movements in the wheat field. Voldemort was not completely exposed. Chu Sheng saw that the guy closest to him was carrying an AKM on his back. In fact, it was not the AKM that exposed the target, but because the AKM was equipped with a quick-expanding magazine, which was slightly longer than the quick-expanding magazine. And this part happened to be exposed outside the wheat waves. There was also a guy a little further away. Chu Sheng couldn't help laughing when he saw this guy squirming. Airdrops are good, but you can't put everything on your body. In the golden wheat field, this guy squirmed and exuded a green breath. It was not that something happened at home, but that this guy had licked the airdrop and was wearing a green ghillie suit. And he was reluctant to throw it away. Or it could be said that he was trying to cover his ears and steal the bell. There was also a player on the right. This guy should have a rifle in his hand. But his 98K had a silencer. It was not obvious when he was motionless in the grass. When he got up and twisted his butt, the long muzzle of the silencer was completely exposed outside. And it kept swinging as if it was drawing a rice shape. The water friends in the live broadcast room all laughed as Chu Sheng's camera turned. Playing in the finals like this is totally disrespectful to the opponent. I feel that Chu Sheng has a high chance of winning this time. Don't these guys know how to restrain themselves in the finals? No. It's so funny. I've played in crop circles before. From my perspective, it seems nothing. But from my brother-in-law's perspective, these people are so stupid. Chu Sheng still didn't act rashly. He was at the edge of the safe zone. He just had to watch them fight each other quietly and reap the benefits. Just as Chu Sheng was thinking this, there was a sound of pulling out a plug in the bush. But because Chu Sheng was playing music, he only saw an arm sticking out from the wheat field. And then a fragmentation grenade was thrown directly. And the position was exactly where Chu Sheng was. Oh my god! Chu Sheng was stunned. He had just thrown all 6 grenades. And now, he saw the grenade flying towards his head. And his scalp suddenly tingled. It was completely impossible to lie on the ground and slowly move his body. But if he stood up, Chu Sheng would become the first person exposed in the safe zone. And naturally, he would be the target of public criticism. What's more terrifying is that this will definitely not be the last grenade Chu Sheng will receive. Survive first. Chu Sheng got up without saying anything and pulled to the left to avoid the grenade. The sound of the grenade hitting the ground was heard, and a cloud of charged smoke exploded a moment later. After Chu Sheng showed his body, he saw that all the people hiding in the wheat field stretched out their arms, as if they were suddenly erected. Chu Sheng saw 3 grenades thrown at him, and the guy who was trying to get into the circle outside the safe zone in the distance actually turned over and took out his SKS to shoot at Chu Sheng. The artillery fire was intertwined, and all of them were crazy output towards Chu Sheng. If it were another anchor, he would have rolled his eyes at the crazy output. But who is Chu Sheng? He dodged grenades and bullets in a coquettish manner, and while dancing with a positive and energetic song, he took out his Scar-L and shot the guy with the AKM closest to him. Hip shot in the air, and then a headshot. No need to think. Watching the death replay, it must be another steady headlock report. After Chu Sheng landed, bullets continued to spray, and this time the target was the guy with the silencer 98K, because Chu Sheng saw the silencer disappear in the wheat waves, and it was obvious that the guy's next move was to get up and shoot. But Chu Sheng was obviously faster. 10 bullets landed steadily on this guy. Before he could get up, Chu Sheng pressed him into a box again. At this time, the guy in the ghillie suit seemed to see the light. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. He felt that he was wearing a ghillie suit and hiding in the wheat waves without being discovered. If he suddenly jumped out at this time, it would definitely give this guy a surprise. What's more, he had killed 2 people in a row and had no time to change the magazine. He took advantage of this gap to kill people without injury. The idea was good, and there was nothing wrong with it. But Chu Sheng had already seen through the guy's position. After killing him, he squatted down and poured all the remaining bullets on the ghillie suit. As another kill jumped out, Chu Sheng fell to the ground and disappeared again in the wheat waves. Chapter 250 Man-Made Bombing Zone. Chu Sheng eliminated all the enemies at the nearest point, and his excellent shooting skills made the fans dazzled. Big Brother Pai is not only steady with the sniper rifle, but also has his own experience in the use of assault rifles. You should know that in a CS competition many years ago, these guys were devils who didn't even shoot the body, but all shot at the head, lying on the ground. The first thing Chu Sheng did was to change the magazine, and then started to use the first aid kit. Seeing Chu Sheng lying down again and disappearing, the remaining players outside the safe zone also ran into the circle with all their strength. The guy who got up and sniped Chu Sheng with SKS just now exposed his position because of greed, and was directly solved by Voldemort in other places. Only 7 people survived, and the rest showed their skills. Some continued to lie on the ground and hide in the safe zone, while others used smoke bombs to block the road and ran into the safe zone. Chu Sheng threw the 98K on the ground. Lying on the grass with a silent sniper rifle on his back was really an eyesore. It was just like saying, "I'm here. Come and shoot me," to the other party. However, the fans were not happy to see this scene. What they wanted to see was Chu Sheng killing people with a sniper rifle without reason. As a result, this guy threw the best 98K on the ground without mercy in the final round. What kind of a stupid operation is this? A series of question marks floated across the barrage. Fuck. What is the operation of throwing away the 98K? Shouldn't it be throwing away the Scar-L? We want to watch the 98K massacre in the finals. What's the point of throwing it away? Host, do you see this pile of fish balls? Pick up the 98K and everything will be discussed. Almost all the fans called for it. Chu Sheng controlled the character to crawl in the wheat field with one hand, while reaching out his hand to his ear. The singing is too loud. I can't hear what you are saying. This sleazy look made everyone grit their teeth. But the fans naturally had other ways. Chu Sheng DSB. Chu Sheng DSB. A bunch of bullet comments like this floated through the barrage. It was obvious that the fans were already familiar with Chu Sheng's routines, and various counter routines followed one after another. You said you couldn't hear it? Well, you definitely can't hear these either. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage and immediately turned his head to focus on the screen. These guys were really naughty. The previous routines seemed to be useless. Instead, they were led by the fans and showed off. Telling himself to concentrate on the finals, Chu Sheng stopped looking at the barrage. Now there are 7 people alive, which means there are 6 enemies. Chu Sheng only took an assault rifle and hid in the bushes. To be honest, it is better to use a rifle than a sniper rifle at this time. If you encounter an enemy with a level 3 helmet, and the 98K can't kill him with one bullet, then whether it is the time to shoot again or switch guns, it is equivalent to handing the opportunity to the enemy. The advantage of assault rifles is that they have a fast firing rate and can be fired continuously. In the time of a 98K shot, Chu Sheng's assault rifle can fire 3 bullets to directly headshot the enemy instead of leaving a ray of life. Chu Sheng now has nothing on his body except bullets and medical supplies. The smoke bombs and fragmentation grenades have been used up long ago. Fortunately, the safe zone is still in front of him, and he only needs to defend. Because of the effect of good and bad luck go hand in hand, it is uncertain what unexpected situation will occur later. The guy with the smoke bomb has entered the safe zone. Because of the smoke as a cover, he found a good position to lie down, and the smoke dissipated. As if nothing happened. It was calm, and all the remaining people had entered the safe zone, all waiting motionlessly for the poison circle to shrink. Now is the time to fight for luck. Whoever falls in the next safe zone has a greater chance of winning the game. The poison circle shrinks rapidly, and it will be the most exciting moment in a short while. Seeing Chu Sheng motionless, the fans couldn't help but mock him. I have already given you a circle of destiny just now. This time it must be a circle of punishment. Anchor, why don't you crawl forward and stay where you are waiting for pie in the sky? It must be the punishment circle. The second consecutive punishment circle in the finals is almost the same as Chu Sheng's airdrop hitting his face. The fans don't believe that it will be the punishment circle again this time. After all, Chu Sheng's overall bad luck is here. This can happen once or twice, but not again. Landing has given him a chance to perform a motorcycle show. The final circle also gave him a punishment circle. What else do we want? The poison circle was collected, and a new safe zone was randomly generated. As expected, the location fell on Chu Sheng again, and it was still the safe zone for cutting circles. The place where Chu Sheng was lying was at the edge of the safe zone. The fans in the live broadcast room were so angry that they almost cursed. Where was the bad luck? 2 lucky rounds in the finals. Did Chu Sheng have a change of luck? Or did he transfer all the bad luck to Juefeng last night when he played in a 4-person team with Juefeng, Quang and Xiaowen? The fans were so angry. They wanted to see Chu Sheng running away from the poison in a mess. But they didn't want to see a lucky guy lying on the ground and winning without firing a shot. Chu Sheng grinned, his white teeth exposed, and his smile was beyond words. This obviously needs to be boasted. Who said I was full of bad luck? Isn't this full of luck? 2 lucky rounds in the finals. I just want to ask who else? Chu Sheng was also extremely arrogant this time. Although he knew in his heart that this was definitely the effect of good and bad are interdependent. This kind of opportunity was rare. If he didn't brag about it, he would have to wait until the next time to get the fate circle. The fans looked at Chu Sheng's smug look and gnashed their teeth in anger. They wanted to crowdfund a set of final circle Skyfire business for the developer right now, and then bomb Chu Sheng's head in the safe zone, so that he could pretend again. Chu Sheng's expression matched the music, and he was immediately filled with positive energy. But before Chu Sheng could speak again, several arms suddenly stretched out from the bushes, all holding a fragmentation grenade in their hands, just like sunflowers facing the sun, and all threw them towards the safe zone on Chu Sheng's face. Fuck! Chu Sheng's eyelids twitched wildly, and 6 fragmentation grenades were thrown directly at him. You should know that the current safe zone is not wide, and the atmosphere created by the 6 grenades is no different from the density of the bombing zone, or even greater. Artificial bombing zone. The remaining few people seem to have discussed it in tacit understanding. First, they would deal with the most threatening guy in the final circle. As for who can enter the circle and win the chicken, it depends on fate. After Chu Sheng got up, he was in a mess, like a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouted to beat him. He ran around and dodged everywhere. At this time, it was completely difficult to survive in the safe zone. Chu Sheng made a quick decision at this moment, and simply chose to survive in the opposite direction, running directly out of the safe zone. Chapter 251 Director. You got the wrong script. Why did Chu Sheng run out of the poison circle by himself? Chu Sheng, the young poisoner from the west. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Could it be that Chu Sheng was so stubborn that he would rather be poisoned to death outside the poison circle than be blown up in the safe zone? He ran out of the safe zone directly. The effect of this poison circle was already very strong, and he would lose 5 points of blood every second. The people lying outside the safe zone were all stunned. This guy actually ran out of the safe zone to avoid the mines. What a joke. No one dared to get up to shoot, because if they didn't have the patience to get up and chase the gun at this time, they would definitely be focused on by others. In addition, the only guy in the safe zone at the moment was already busy with his own affairs. Shirliji ran directly into the poison circle, and was no longer a threat. As the grenades exploded in the safe zone one after another, Chu Sheng hid outside the circle to carry the poison and pack up. This set of operations directly stunned the viewers in the live broadcast room. They never thought that Chu Sheng would take the initiative to eat poison to avoid the damage of the grenade. This wave of eating poison and taking medicine is quite something. Sorry. It's the safe zone that limits my imagination. Sure enough, when it comes to his cool operation, Chu Sheng admits that no one dares to rank first. A large wave of 666 brushed over from the barrage, and a first aid kit pulled up the bloodline. Chu Sheng did not get up and run back to the safe zone, but directly crawled on the ground and squirmed, slowly rubbing most of his body into the safe zone. The poison damage consumed another wave of Chu Sheng's blood, leaving only half of his blood. But at this time, he dared not use the medicine pack again. You need to turn sideways to use medicine, and the weak waves can't cover it up, so you will directly expose your position. The poison circle stays for a very long time, and it starts to shrink in the blink of an eye. There are still 7 people alive in the upper right corner, which means that the guy who hid outside the poison circle to avoid mines just now is not dead. But at this time, there is no time to care about many things. The 6 people threw grenades together just now, basically exposing each other's positions. If anyone can't help but stand up and attack first, he will basically be suppressed by a group of people. But the 6 people were always in a certain order, and now the poison circle was shrinking very fast. It only took 30 seconds from the beginning of the shrinkage to the formation of the next safe zone. It was nothing for some people who were slightly ahead to rush into the safe zone during this time. But for some players who were behind, it was basically equivalent to despair. If not now, when? Took out the last fragmentation grenade that was treasured by the ancestors, and the sound of pulling it out was well covered by the singing in this field of hope. But the action of raising his hand was still captured by the crawling person in front, and he immediately looked terrified. The grenade was thrown about 10 meters ahead, shocking the remaining few people to stand up. And then a chaotic fight began. Chu Sheng lay in the bushes, because his energy was full before. His health line returned to the safety line of 3/4. No one cared about Chu Sheng. The guy behind him, who was almost sentenced to death, dared to throw a grenade in defiance of the world. Wouldn't he be attacked by everyone? He turned around and hid from the position first. And then, there was a fierce concentrated fire. As the grenade exploded, the player was also shot into a sieve. But before he died, he shouted in what in his mouth, which no one could understand. Chu Sheng almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that someone could really hold back an attack. This person was like the force that pushed down the dominoes. Then the gunshots continued in the final circle, as if someone was setting off firecrackers for a happy event. Chu Sheng lay in the grass and watched the guys who stood up fighting each other. Basically, the first one fell down, and then he was killed by others before he could react. There were also sneaky people who took advantage of this opportunity to jump into the safe zone while fighting. But they were killed as soon as they entered, and the box was buried in this rich harvest of wheat fields. The poison circle was also shrinking rapidly, as if to put a perfect end to this fight, and also to make things worse for the remaining players. From Chu Sheng's perspective, only 2 guys were left in the confrontation. After a round of bloody battle, the number of people dropped sharply, and only the last 3 survived. The 2 men stopped their guns tacitly. One of them laid down in the safe zone to take medicine, and the other hid at the edge of the safe zone, with half of his body recovering in the circle. Okay, now the positions of the 2 are clear. The 5-minute good and bad has not ended yet, and the safe zone has been refreshed on Chu Sheng's face for the 3rd time, without moving at all. The water friends in the live broadcast room are too lazy to complain now. This bad luck is too irresponsible. Does it mean that there is also absenteeism? Brother, let's discuss it. The remaining 2 people started a round of friendly negotiations in unison with Chu Sheng's public singing. We are not in the safe zone, and the guy in the circle keeps playing songs to stir up trouble. If he ends up taking advantage, I will be very unhappy anyway. This is the truth, since it is all public voice. Chu Sheng can naturally hear it if the safe zone is not large. I say, big-breasted brother. Your malicious teaming is not good. The two heard Chu Xing turn off the song and start talking. And malicious teaming, and so on came out. The water friends in the live broadcast room were all laughing. Chu Xing wanted to take advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam. But the remaining two guys simply joined forces to mess with him. This wave was very exciting. Anyway, the developer's playback function doesn't record voice. How can we know that we are maliciously teaming up by watching the playback? Both of them had the same idea. Chu Xing was a troublemaker throughout the whole process. If he really won the game in the end, I'm afraid everyone else would be pissed off. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. And we'll fight it out with bare hands later. As soon as these words came out, it was equivalent to the two of them agreeing to form an alliance. And the three-way confrontation suddenly became a one-on-two situation. Ha ha ha. Let you be naughty. Let you brag. Now it's interesting to fight 2 against 1. Chu Xing said that the script was not written like this. Shouldn't these two people fight each other? And Chu Xing got up at the last minute to pick up a loophole and win the game perfectly. The two men reached an agreement, and then quietly began to approach the safe zone. There was no need to lie down and move forward stealthily. They just stood up, bent over and held the gun, and approached carefully step by step, according to the two men's ideas. As long as they dared to show their heads, no matter which one they locked on, the remaining one would have time to fight back. According to the two men, if 2 against 1 couldn't kill this person, what was the point of playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? If Chu Xing knew what the two men were thinking, he would definitely laugh. It was common to be wiped out when 4 against 1. So what about 2? Now all the pressure was focused on Chu Xing. The poison circle was like a cage, and the two men were like hunters, forcing Chu Xing, a single dog, into a corner. Trembling. Chapter 252. The red scarf on his chest is brighter. At this time, Chu Xing had already turned off the dynamic music that made his blood boil. After all, he has the passion of a socialist successor flowing in his body. When he hears such an exciting and hopeful song, he naturally wants to devote himself to socialist construction. Now that the BGM has been turned off, Chu Xing has gained some peace and can think about countermeasures more calmly. If Chu Xing had a smoke bomb or a grenade at this time, the ending would be very different. The two were still approaching, and Chu Xing's range of activities was shrinking rapidly. The fans were also worried about Chu Xing at this moment. What they wanted to see was Chu Xing's defeat. If he suffered so much and was forced to win the game, wouldn't it be a waste of suffering? However, there was no cover in the final circle, and Chu Xing had no tactical supplies. He could only rely on his body skills to kill 2 people. However, the final circle was so narrow that the space left for Chu Xing to use his body skills was shrinking little by little. It feels a bit shaky to win this game. If Chu Xing didn't pretend to be cool and quietly turned on his invisibility, would he be so madly targeted in the final circle? Look at Chu Xing curled up in the corner, like a dog. But it's okay. This wave made Chu Xing fall hard. He won't dare to mess around in the finals anymore. The fans didn't have much expectation on whether Chu Xing could win the game. After all, this guy had a terrible chance of winning the game. So it didn't matter if he didn't win the game, because the frequency of winning the game was too high. The fans wanted to see how Chu Xing looked when he was killed in the finals. Chu Xing didn't have time to read the comments at the moment. To be honest, this wave of the finals was harder than the previous ones. In the past, no matter what desperate situation he was in, at least he had smoke bombs or fragmentation grenades on him, and he could create advantages for himself through tactical supplies. But this time, there were no tactical supplies. Chu Xing could only rely on his steady body and skills. Maybe he could also expect a wave of mistakes from the opponent? There was not much time for Chu Xing to think, because every second of thinking brought him closer to danger. As long as their shooting skills are not so accurate and there is a chance of missing, then Chu Xing will have a chance of survival. But at this distance of more than 10 meters, basically as long as you don't use AMK or M16 3-shot burst, you will generally hit it, and it won't fly directly into the sky. Then there is only one way. Chu Xing's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the water friends in the live broadcast room also saw Chu Xing's face change. Then he climbed up directly from the cover of the wheat waves. Seeing Chu Xing appear, the two of them opened the scope and shot directly. Chu Xing's body and limbs were hit by 2 or 3 shots in a row. After getting up, he jumped straight up. Relying on Pai's excellent assault rifle skills, Chu Xing jumped up and completed a hip shot in the air without opening the scope. You know, in the ancient CS, the rifle sights were all very small crosshairs, and there was no such thing as shoulder shooting and aiming in player-unknown's battlegrounds. Therefore, for these top gun masters, maintaining an extremely sensitive sense of position for the muzzle and sight is the top priority in various 1v1 endgames. Chu Sheng shot directly from the hip in the air and shot the head. Another player tried to suppress the gun and follow the gun, but all the bullets fell into the air. The player who was killed by Chu Sheng was shocked. He was actually killed by this guy with a jump hip shot. After falling to the ground, Chu Sheng squatted down without saying a word, and the remaining bullets poured out. The last remaining player was obviously also good at playing, and paused for a moment before aiming again. This method can eliminate the recoil of the horse to the greatest extent, and at the same time give him the opportunity to aim again. In a flash, Chu Sheng had already fallen to the ground, once again avoiding the enemy's camera. When this person lowered the camera, he had become a dead person, and the picture froze, and the picture of good luck, chicken tonight appeared again. Alas, a boring chicken. Chu Sheng looked out the window, his eyes full of desolation and loneliness, and the image of a master who had no rivals in the world appeared. Actually, I don't want to win the game. Chu Sheng looked so mean that he made people gnashing their teeth in hatred. If you don't want to win the game, why don't you just jump to the airport? Why are you so cowardly to jump to a city? After the game is over, you are still pretending to be wronged and saying that you don't want to win the game. Pretentious? Hypocritical. Opening? Wait. What the hell is this opening? Chu Sheng opened a betting. And the content of the betting is also very simple. I believe that any literate elementary school student can understand the meaning. Can I win the game this time? This betting is a bit arrogant. Everyone knows Chu Sheng's terrifying winning rate. This betting is definitely a safer bet to win the game. But with Chu Sheng's personality of being a troublemaker, what he likes to do most is to reverse the situation. If he bets all his wealth on the can. Think about how Zhu Yifeng lost everything the day before yesterday. For a moment, everyone was particularly embarrassed. This guessing game is not easy to start. What are you afraid of? It's just a guessing game. I bet on can't. At this time, the barrage area suddenly appeared with Dalao. The fans took a closer look and found that this was not the emperor of the live broadcast room. Zhu Yu's move directly pulled more than 1 million fish balls to can't. And the option of can win the chicken was also pulled up by the fans in an instant. Every time I come to the live broadcast room, I can see Chu Sheng winning the chicken. I don't believe he can win the chicken every time. Seeing the emperor in the live broadcast room coming, Chu Sheng was also very happy and said with a smile, Zhu Yu's bets are really big this time. Zhu Yu said calmly, I don't believe my luck is as bad as Zhu Yifeng. The countdown for the guessing is only 5 minutes. And it will be automatically closed after 5 minutes. Chu Sheng waited for a while, and then directly clicked on the matching option. Soon the screen began to match the new game. Chu Sheng hadn't figured out how to make trouble this time, so he simply didn't think about it, and prepared to land a wave with his real strength later. After a 1-minute countdown, Chu Sheng directly boarded the flight to Shanghai for a face-to-face match. The route of this flight seemed familiar. From the airport island Port N in the lower right corner of the map to the town Z in the upper left corner. Haha. Chu Sheng. Didn't you just say that eating chicken is boring? Why don't you jump to the airport this time? Jump to the airport. Or P City or school. Let's feel the aura of the master of Duguqiubai. Chu Sheng looked at the jokes of the netizens, and his thick skin made him indifferent to praise or criticism. Haha. This is so boring. What I hate most is to ruin other people's gaming experience. You said that everyone is spending time playing games to find fun. Why should we let him repeat the process of parachuting over and over again? Remember, forgive others when you can. I will let them go first, and then let them have a full gaming experience before taking action. After all, it is beneficial to the country and the people to take action after searching. After Chu Sheng said this, he felt that the red scarf on his chest was more colorful. Chapter 253 Killer Motorcycle. Faced with Chu Sheng's words, the fans naturally sneered. Chu Sheng is so shameless that he didn't even blush when he said this. Let's spare them first, and give the enemy a full game experience before taking action. Why don't you say to search for equipment, and go to the enemy to deliver a wave of extremely fat express? Oh, sorry. I forgot that Chu Sheng can't be extremely fat if he searches. Sorry to bother you. After Chu Sheng said this, He directly marked a point at the location of the upper city of G-Port. What a good location this is. Much better than the poor places like the airport. The rooms in a puzzle building are enough to replace 2 or 3 sea view rooms. As long as you are not too unlucky. You can always find some grenades or something. Well, Chu Sheng also knows his own attributes, and no longer expects to find weapons. He is already satisfied if he can find some fragmentation grenades, stun grenades and the like. The fans saw Chu Sheng bragging loudly, and then marked a point in the poor and wretched place of G-Port Upper City, and directly chose to look down on Chu Sheng with their noses. There is only one word for cowardly. Well, cowardly as a dog at the beginning. But with a gun. He is a big shot. This is probably Chu Sheng's truest state. The reason why Chu Sheng favored this place was that the chance of spawning sea vehicles in G-Port was very high. It would be easier to enter the circle later if he chose this place. There were fewer and fewer people on the plane. A large number of players landed at the airport, Peace City and the school and started fighting. Before Chu Sheng jumped out of the plane, the number of survivors had dropped sharply to 85. When they arrived at the G-Port container, the lower city district, and the sea view room, there was another crazy fight among more than a dozen players. As soon as the plane flew over the upper city, Chu Sheng jumped out of the sky and landed vertically. After speeding up to the maximum speed of 234 kilometers per hour, Chu Sheng adjusted the camera and found that there were at least 5 people jumping around him. Fuck. It was said that the upper city of G-Port was poor as a dog, and it was difficult to search without vehicles. Why did so many people suddenly appear? Chu Sheng was a little panicked. He didn't have enough time to search the puzzle building and the 6+2 white building in the first circle. But so many people came to grab resources, and plundered and divided the resources invisibly. What's more terrifying is that Chu Sheng couldn't find a gun in the early stage. How can he fight with these guys? Why not run away? Once this idea came into being, it grew wildly in Chu Sheng's mind uncontrollably. He couldn't rob them, and they still had guns in their hands. Wouldn't it be a waste of their data if he went down? It's better to run away first. Find a wild spot to develop quietly, and we can talk about the plot later, Chu Sheng said as he began to scan the highway in the upper city of G-Port. And he actually saw a killer motorcycle on the highway in front of the 3 buildings. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw that Chu Sheng originally wanted to land on the top of the puzzle building, but he saw 4 or 5 people behind him. So he simply gave up and didn't even dare to land on the top of the puzzle building, and instead swung towards the highway on the other side of the 3 buildings. I didn't expect Chu Sheng to be so timid at the beginning. He doesn't look like a big guy who makes trouble in the finals. He took the initiative to roll away when he saw someone, and he didn't even have the courage to fight. Chu Sheng, the big anchor, is also impressive. The first tactical retreat anchor on Douyu. Check it out. Just when everyone was mocking Chu Sheng for being a coward at the beginning, a motorcycle suddenly appeared in the field of vision, which made all the netizens who were typing and preparing to criticize Chu Sheng stun for a moment. After a while, the netizens who wanted to criticize Chu Sheng decisively deleted the words that had not been typed just now with the backspace key, and typed a new paragraph instead. Awesome. The killer motorcycle is in hand. Chu Sheng is going to kill everyone. These people are already dead. Chu Sheng, just want to ask one question. Who else? The netizens immediately changed their tone, and the 5-cent black became brainless praise. Chu Sheng looked at these ignorant fans and smiled. These guys are really naughty. They are so quick to change their attitudes. But this time, there was a good sign at the beginning. He was given a motorcycle as soon as he landed, which was more comfortable than anything else. The first real person DD in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is online. Sexy Chu Sheng is online to recruit people. Chu Sheng, give me a motorcycle, and I will give you a steal. No, I will give you the whole world. Anyway, the wind direction in the live broadcast room reversed 90 degrees in an instant, and everyone turned into Chu Chui, which made Chu Sheng's eyes smile and his face blush, because Chu Sheng changed his landing point temporarily. He landed directly before he reached the motorcycle, about 50 meters away. Chu Sheng was not panicked at all. After all, most people who chose to jump into the upper city of G-Port chose to land on the roof of the puzzle building or the 6+2 white building, and then search down layer by layer. In this way, there is no need to go back and forth and make more trips, and there is no need to worry about being stolen at the first time. However, just as Chu Sheng was running towards the motorcycle, a black shadow suddenly enveloped Chu Sheng's head. This was just the beginning. So this shadow was naturally not an airdrop. Pulling up the camera, Chu Sheng saw a guy with a parachute swinging forward faster than him. And his target was the motorcycle he had set his sights on. Big-chested brother. Stop it. Go search for supplies in the building. Why are you trying to steal my motorcycle? Chu Sheng opened the public voice and shouted. This motorcycle is his ultimate hope for a comeback. According to this guy's speed, I'm afraid that the great thief Guevara will have his motorcycle stolen in front of him. What's the difference between this and the fake killing the real one? Shame. Brother. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise the god of cars in Akina Mountain, will step over your corpse. The player who was swinging an umbrella in the air also opened the voice and launched a wave of verbal attacks. Anyway, he was floating faster in the air, and the barefoot guy behind him could only follow him and eat farts. When he landed on the motorcycle, the first thing he did was to kill this guy and happily collect a guaranteed kill. Chu Sheng watched this guy surpass him, but he didn't give up and continued to run forward. Anyway, if he couldn't grab it, he would just hide in the 3 buildings next to him, and this guy would definitely not dare to chase him. Chu Sheng ran more than 10 steps, and this guy landed in front of the motorcycle. He didn't give Chu Sheng any chance and directly straddled the motorcycle. He stepped on the accelerator and turned the front of the car towards Chu Sheng. The sound of the accelerator also attracted the people on the roof of the 6+2 white building across the street. I don't know if he was lucky. He picked up an M4 with a 4-fold scope as soon as he landed. Seeing the player whose motorcycle started to accelerate, he shot at him twice, hitting the man's body and limbs, and 2 blood flowers burst out. The HP line was very low, but at this moment the motorcycle had already accelerated, and all the bullets fell on the asphalt road behind him. Although the HP was not much, it was still possible to kill the unarmed Chu Sheng. By the way, he accelerated and quickly slipped away, finding a place to grow. Chu Sheng looked at the motorcycle coming towards him. The fans in the live broadcast room had already sentenced Chu Sheng to death. At the moment when the motorcycle rushed up, Chu Sheng took a step back slightly, then jumped up suddenly on the spot, shouting, "Take my Sea Tiger Explosion Fist." Chapter 254 Telekinesis? Chu Sheng's punch was just a gesture. At least, he couldn't lose his momentum in front of the enemy. Right? Anyway, he staggered a position, so even if he was accidentally knocked down, he could be said to have died in the process of resisting oppression, rather than being crushed to death on the way to escape. This explanation would at least make him look better. But things are sometimes so strange. The guy on the roof of the white building was attacked by other high-rise buildings, and gave up on taking Chu Sheng, an unarmed dead chicken, and slipped into the building to search. The player on the motorcycle passed by Chu Sheng, and at this moment, Chu Sheng's Sea Tiger Explosion Fist hit the man's head with a friendly face-breaking kill. The guy had been shot twice, and his health was at risk. He was hit by a heavy punch from Chu Sheng, and fell off the bike and turned into a box. The motorcycle lost control and went forward, twisting and turning, and then it rolled over on the road for a long distance before stopping with smoke. Chu Sheng took a look at the distance between the motorcycle and him, which was about 200 meters. He was about to catch up and ride the motorcycle to escape, but he was shot and several bullets hit the wall behind him. Chu Sheng was unarmed now, and he had seen the fire coming out of the window of the white building opposite and the sound of glass breaking. He flipped over the wall, and then pushed open the doors of the 3 buildings at lightning speed, and ran into the house. After hiding in the house, Chu Sheng only had half of his health left, and immediately began to sweep the house. The viewers in the live broadcast room have not yet recovered from Chu Sheng's Sea Tiger Explosion Fist. Just now, Chu Sheng used his fist to knock a guy off a motorcycle? This punch is too good, right? And the phrase Sea Tiger Explosion Fist that Chu Sheng shouted when he jumped up. The viewers just wanted to mock you for thinking you were playing a turn-based RPG, and you had to shout out the name of the move before each attack. But before they had time to complain, Chu Sheng killed one directly with a headshot. Lock? Padlock hook? Hey, I suddenly have a new idea. Didn't we have Luffy hook before? If this Luffy hook is combined with the padlock hook, it would be exciting to take someone's head with a pair of fists from 1,000 miles away. Fuck. Please don't say it. I'm afraid that the plugin maker will see my new idea, and I will be tortured to death in the future. Chu Sheng entered the house, and opened the toilet door on the left side of the first floor. He picked up the bandage, and returned to the 75 safety line, before continuing to search. As a result, After searching the 2 rooms on the first floor, only the first-level head armor and bag were found. And nothing else. The gunshots outside continued, but they were also very restrained. Perhaps because there was not much ammunition. The gunshots Chu Sheng heard were single-shot bursts, and he did not hear anything like full automatic shooting. After searching the house on the second floor, he still could not find anything. Not even a blasting grenade. Chu Sheng was a little annoyed. He did not have a gun. Not even a grenade. How could he go out to kill people this time? The motorcycle was located in the middle of the road, and there were alternating areas of houses on the left and right. There was almost no cover. Chu Sheng would dare to rush up and steal the car and leave if he was given a smoke bomb. But in this situation, he had to continue searching obediently. After searching the third floor, there was nothing. Not even a bandage. The rooms on the third floor were as clean as a boys' dormitory that had been swept by the dormitory ant, leaving nothing behind. Chu Sheng was confused. He had bad luck before, but at least he had medicine bags and bandages even though he didn't have a gun. But what kind of situation is this? Not even bandages? No supplies were refreshed in several rooms. The developer is really great. Chu Sheng is so miserable this time. This 3-story building doesn't even have a small toilet on the roadside. It's okay. I feel sorry for Chu Sheng. It's okay if he doesn't have a gun, but at least give him a bomb. It's okay if he doesn't have a bomb, but at least give him medicine. But now, he doesn't even have medicine. There are still people in the white building opposite. I'm afraid Chu Sheng will die in G-Port this time. The safe zone has also been refreshed. It is a safe zone centered on M City on the right side of the map. The edge of P City. School district housing, nursing homes, and port and other places are all within the first safe zone. Chu Sheng's G-Port Upper City is not too far from the safe zone, but it is definitely not close. Especially when entering the circle from the upper half. The places you pass through are all popular areas with many people on the map. Even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Chu Sheng slipped out of the door at the back of the building and then went directly into a building next to it. After searching the 3 floors and 6 rooms, Chu Sheng's face was completely black. This game is really poisonous. It's okay to be unlucky at ordinary times, but you won't find anything. But today, it's like a rattlesnake, a king cobra, and a poisonous jellyfish. The viewers in the live broadcast room laughed so hard that they couldn't stop laughing. Chu Sheng is really unlucky this time. The ultimate invincible mantis shrimp flipping over in pepper, and Salt Armstrong's 360-degree turn. Fuck. Is this place haunted? No matter how bad Chu Sheng's luck is at ordinary times, he won't be able to pick up even a bandage crowbar. I told you a long time ago that this area of G-Port Upper City is poisonous. But you still don't believe it. I bet you can't find anything in these 3 rows of buildings. I feel really bad for Chu Sheng. His bad luck is bad enough. These 3 buildings look like they were cleaned by the cleaning lady. Nothing is left. Horrible. Is this a haunted house? Some netizens even proposed the haunted house theory. Otherwise, how could nothing be found in these 3 buildings except the first-level war god's suit? Chu Sheng's face was extremely dark. He didn't believe that he could be so unlucky. My goodness. Could it be that someone used telekinesis to steal everything in my house? Since there is a plug-in like Flying Thunder God. Is it strange to have telekinesis? Chu Sheng's analysis was recognized by many netizens. It must be true. Chu Sheng must have encountered the latest cheat. Telephoto. Chu Sheng came out of the house discouraged. What can he do when he encounters such a thing? Most of the houses nearby have been looted, and nothing is left. Coming out of the 3rd building, Chu Sheng heard the sound of M4 single point, which was in the 6+2 white building in front. Anyway, it's all death. Chu Sheng simply touched over to see which Dalyu immortal is taking action. At least he should die clearly. Chu Sheng went directly to the searched white building, and the sound of M4 became clearer and clearer. Chu Sheng bent over to the stairs on the roof and saw the guy in the building in front through the glass. He had no head and no armor, holding an M4 and attacking. Chapter 255. Have you ever seen a boxing technique that falls from the sky? Chu Sheng took a look and knew that it was definitely not a cheat from this guy. If he had used telekinesis, how could he not have a head and armor? It's not a cheat from this guy. As soon as Chu Sheng said this, the fans thought that Chu Sheng would definitely spare this guy's life. But then, they thought about it, and it seemed wrong. Chu Sheng was unarmed, facing a guy with a 4x M4. Why did everyone have the illusion that Chu Sheng would spare the other person's life? Come on. Sort out your thoughts, and then express your opinion again. Ahem. Chu Sheng. Run away first. You have nothing, and it's dangerous to stay here. The safe zone is so far away. This round is definitely going to be a failure. Ha ha ha. I think I'll win this round. Zuyu also laughed until his face turned red. Chu Sheng was extremely unlucky this time. He couldn't even pick up a bandage. In this situation, he wanted to win the game. I can tell you directly that it's impossible. The other fans were also gritting their teeth in anger. Although they were unlucky in the previous few rounds, it was not to this extent. Why did Chu Sheng's bad luck start to get worse as soon as Zuyu became the banker and placed a bet? This kind of start is completely unplayable. Chu Sheng did not slip away immediately, but squatted at the stairs leading to the rooftop for a while, and found a very interesting pattern. The guardrail of the rooftop of my white building is on the side, and there is a thin wall in front. The rooftop of the white building opposite, less than 5 meters away, has a thin wall on the side and a guardrail in front. At this moment, the guy in the white building opposite was squatting behind the wall, occasionally poking his head out to shoot at the puzzle building. A not very clear idea was circling in Chu Sheng's mind, constantly enriching it. But the uncertainty made Chu Sheng still dare not act rashly. What is Chu Sheng waiting for? Waiting for the guy in front of him to die in the fight between the two sides and pick up the equipment? Hey, this idea is not bad. There is a 50% chance of success. It seems to make sense. This chance is better than searching a few more houses. As the netizens complained, the guy behind the thin wall once again leaned out and started long-range shooting. Chu Sheng took advantage of the fact that the opponent was aiming at the enemy with his shoulder, and sneaked up to the rooftop, lying on the ground and moving forward little by little. The opponent was unaware, and the sound of crawling and rubbing was almost negligible under the sound of the exchange of fire. Chu Sheng successfully crawled under the thin wall, climbed up, squatted, and tilted his head. Now the distance between the two is only 4 or 5 meters. If Chu Sheng is given a fragmentation grenade at this time, he can easily kill this guy. But Chu Sheng now has nothing but a pair of iron fists. Should he rush over and cross the distance between the buildings and fly over to punch him? Chu Sheng squatted behind the wall with a calm face, and no one knew what he was thinking. The fans were scratching their heads anxiously. Those who bet on the chicken dinner had to bet their lives. Although Chu Sheng was poor at the beginning, he could survive. This time, he was really unlucky. He didn't even have any supplies to survive. What the hell was this game? Chu Sheng kept turning his view, because there was only a fence on the right side, and no thin wall to block it. So he was likely to be hit by someone higher on the side. But there were only 5 people left in the upper city of G-Port. At the beginning, they were beaten by Chu Sheng's Sea Tiger Explosion fist so badly that even their mothers didn't recognize them. The remaining 2 were fighting with guns, and Chu Sheng was hiding here alone, which meant that there was only 1 person left, and he didn't know where he was happily searching for supplies. What Chu Sheng wants to see most now is that the person in the distance will directly blow up the head of the person opposite him, and then he can happily go over to lick a wave of supplies, and forget the current embarrassing situation. Strong onlookers. The person on the opposite side has not yet discovered Chu Sheng's existence, and is obsessed with the gun. Just as Chu Sheng was waiting for the opportunity, suddenly a stray bullet hit the head of the person opposite, and a ball of green paste exploded from the head, accurately adding a little green to the opponent's eyebrows. A headshot, but not dead. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be because the distance is too far and the bullet power is weakened, or it is a 5.56 firearm. The man was also startled, and he squatted down and began to bandage his blood. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. The naked head was not fatally exploded, but there would definitely not be much blood left if there was a sudden attack at this time. Maybe. Bending down and quietly retreating, the fans thought that Chu Sheng was going to retreat downstairs and then touch the opposite side to find an opportunity to punish this guy. However, the sound of going upstairs on the floor stairs was particularly loud. Even if you walk quietly, you can hear the sound of footsteps. The opponent will definitely be alert, and by the time Chu Sheng goes downstairs and touches up again, the opponent must have recovered his blood long ago. Can he still wait for you to sneak attack with empty fists? It's over. Let alone eating chicken in this wave. I'm afraid I can't even get out of the upper city. The fans sighed for the fish balls, but Zuyu was grinning from ear to ear. Millions of fish balls. This wave can be considered a big profit. Look at Juefeng and Quang. A few fools. Who were swept away by Chusheng's guessing game. Look at him. He is a complete winner in life. Okay. Next time when Juefeng comes online, he will ridicule this guy. And he will definitely be angry. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Chusheng stopped halfway when he retreated and didn't go back downstairs. Instead, he asked the fans in the live broadcast room, "Have you seen the boxing technique that falls from the sky?" The fans didn't understand what Chusheng meant. They had heard of the palm technique that fell from the sky. And they also knew about the sky fire that fell from the sky. But what kind of boxing technique was the boxing technique that fell from the sky? The flying turtle fist? Sorry. I've only heard of people walking on the ground. And pots coming from the sky. Running into the sea, and never coming back. Chusheng stood up and rushed towards the thin wall. All the netizens were stunned. Is Chusheng going to jump directly from this building? Impossible. It's impossible to jump over this distance. I've seen this part. A running start accelerates. Then runs to the wall. Automatically turns into a wall climb. Falls directly from the 4th floor. Loses half of his blood. And is found and killed by the enemy. Is Chusheng joking? Even if he flies over. The opponent is a big man with a gun. Is he rushing over to give up? Damn it. I knew Zuyu and the anchor had some secret PY deal. And the traitor was so blatant without even a show. Amid the complaints of the fans, Chusheng ran all the way towards the low wall and jumped up when he was close to it. Oh! I jumped too early. I'm going to fall to death. The fans all sighed. This jump was funny and elegant. It is estimated that there will not be any blood splashing when it falls to the ground. Full marks. Chapter 256. Please wear this green hat. Almost everyone saw that Chusheng jumped too early. Not to mention the opponent. He might not even jump halfway before he landed and was crushed. Zuyu's 2 big front teeth could no longer be concealed. And he opened his mouth to laugh. This wave of fish balls was really easy to collect. It took less than 5 minutes to start the game. And he made millions of fish balls. There was nothing else to express his excitement except to say that he was happy. Maybe he could show off at the right time when the settlement was made later. Just when everyone thought that Chusheng was sure to fall. Chusheng's position happened to fall on a very narrow thin wall. He stepped on it again with his feet as a foothold and jumped towards the roof of the opposite building. Like a rock spreading its wings. At this time, the players on the rooftop of the white building opposite also noticed Chusheng. But he was bandaging himself. Seeing an unarmed guy jumping out, he was also stunned. Because of the help of the jump, Chusheng flew over the obstacles between the 2 white buildings and flew directly to the railing of the white building. With another help of the force, Chusheng raised his fist. This was a punch from the sky. Aimed directly at the guy's forehead. Crack! With a crisp sound. The skull shattered. Blood and brain matter flew everywhere. And even the whole white building trembled. The shaking similar to an earthquake could be felt in the upper and lower urban areas of G-Port. And even the sea water stirred up a wave. Of course, all of this is from Chusheng's imagination. After all, today he has mastered his boxing skills and has killed 2 people with his bare hands. One blew up the head of a motorcycle with his bare hands. And the other slayed a dragon and a tiger with 1 punch. This player was completely stunned when he died. He was actually punched in the head by someone jumping off a building and turned into a shrimp. He died with hatred. After Chusheng killed this person, he heard the sound of bullets hitting the wall and immediately lay down to loot. Gun? Isn't this a 4xM4 with a scope? There is also a P1911 pistol. There are also a lot of bandages and drinks here. 1 grenade and 1 smoke bomb. The only regret is that this person didn't pick up a health pack. But now this set of equipment is already luxurious enough for Chusheng. After all, for a guy who only found a level 1 set and 5 bandages after searching 3 buildings, having a gun is already a special pity. Is this wave of pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth okay? All the fans breathed a sigh of relief. This wave of God's fist from heaven can be said to be invincible. This, the anchor's double jump is something. Vaguely like the style of Super Mario. Okay. Finally don't have to jump off the rooftop. Now you can rest assured. With an assault rifle, a high-powered scope, and even a motorcycle on the road. All the necessary conditions for eating chicken are there. The only thing that can stop Chusheng from eating chicken is the skyfire. But fortunately this skyfire didn't come. Zuyu's scalp was numbed by Chusheng's operation show. What happened to the agreed operation to drop by 40 to 60 points? At this time, he finally felt the feeling of being slapped in the face before Zhuifeng. This situation let Chusheng get a gun in his hand. And the next killing would be a senseless massacre. If there is a god here, I wonder if the guessing still counts. Zuyu asked in the live broadcast room. And Chusheng happened to see this message. The matter of gods. Chusheng was a little hesitant. You know, some gods use pure violent plugins. Wall penetration, automatic aiming, bullet tracking, and no grass grows within 1,000 meters. If you encounter such a Dalyo Jinxian, how would you play? If you encounter a small fairy who uses a simple automatic aiming lock without recoil, Chusheng still has the strength to fight. Let's put it this way. If we meet a golden immortal, we will lose the game. But if we meet a golden immortal with a locked aim and perspective, we will fight to the end. Is that okay? Chusheng thought for a long time and gave a fair answer. After all, the golden immortal is beyond human power. Only physical methods such as beating, power off, network disconnection, restart and other extreme methods can stop it. Zuyu thought about it and agreed with Chusheng's statement. He responded quickly, okay. Host, you play well. I will arrange a small ferry from the reinforcement company to go online. Quite like a big boss. Chusheng was horrified when he heard this. Oh my god. There is already a fairy who can take things from the bag and take things from the air. If we arrange a few more, wouldn't this become a battle of gods? Of course. Everyone knows that Zuyu is joking. After all, the game has already started. Where can he arrange the gods? Chusheng gathered all the supplies, then squatted behind the low wall and observed with his head tilted. After a while, he saw the guy flashing in the third-floor window of the puzzle building 300 meters away. Chusheng is not like the guy who was killed just now. He suddenly raised his head and then shrank back again. Whoosh! The sound of 2 bullets piercing the air passed by his head. Then Chusheng stuck his head out again and retracted it as soon as it appeared. Then another bullet passed over his head. Chusheng had heard from the sound that the guy in the puzzle building had a SCAR-L in his hand. And he must have at least a 4x scope to fight against this side. At this distance, the bullet decays. Even if a bullet hits the head, it will not kill him in one shot. And there is still a chance. Chusheng simply threw the first-level helmet on the ground. The guy just now was not killed by a bullet in the head. So he will definitely not die. Seeing Chusheng take off his helmet, the fans' hearts were once again hanging in the air. Fuck. Chusheng. Don't mess around this time. A certain anchor is really trying to kill himself. No. I need to go to the rooftop to get some fresh air. The anchor's stupid operation is too depressing. Zuyu saw the scene. His eyes lit up. Chusheng is really smart. As soon as he heard the hint that he was going to find Xiaoxian, he took the initiative to start making trouble. Seeing the bloodletter of thousands of people asking Chusheng to wear the green hat again, Chusheng frowned slightly and felt that things were not that simple. Wearing a helmet and being shot, and wasting durability. Anyway, at this distance, even if he shoots a SCAR-L in the head, he can't kill him directly with one shot. So what's there to be afraid of? Chusheng's explanation. Well, makes sense. But that's not the reason why you don't wear a green hat. Chusheng was still playing tricks, bending down and moving slightly to the left, then suddenly sticking his head out, and quickly retracting it. The bullet was a beat late and passed over Chusheng's head. And Chusheng's teasing was still not over. After finding another place, Chusheng suddenly stuck his head back, and the Tuso value increased by 2 points. The guy in the puzzle building in the distance was so angry that his teeth itched. This guy was mocking him nakedly, and he actually played a whack-a-mole game with him. It was really hateful. Every time Chusheng poked his head out, it was an invisible mockery. As if to say, I'm not leaving anyway. Hit me if you have the ability. Chapter 257. Let go of that motorcycle. There were still 2.5 minutes before the first poison circle began to shrink, and Chusheng had enough time to tease this already furious guy. And by looking around every time, Chusheng could observe the surroundings and look for the other guy's trace at the same time. Chusheng tricked this guy with more than a dozen shots back and forth, plus the 2 people he killed with his fists before. The complaint value has reached 45 points. I think this guy's mentality is about to collapse. If it were me, I would have ignored it directly. But this guy is still stubborn. He is so arrogant with the SCAR-L. But he doesn't know that he has already become a meal. Almost all the fans were sure that when Chusheng had enough fun, He would shoot this guy with 2 shots. He squatted on the ground with his head tilted to one side. Through the third-person vision, Chu Sheng could see the guy was still aiming at the window, shrinking in and shaking from time to time, for fear of being hit by Chu Sheng's backhand. Chu Sheng did not look up this time, and he just shrunk his neck and quietly slipped down the rooftop. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, and you need to get on the motorcycle and leave as soon as possible. After quickly sneaking down the stairs, Chu Sheng ran back to the 3 buildings on the other side of the road and sneaked up from the back. The guy in the room on the 3rd floor of the puzzle building was still guarding the window, but he didn't see the provocative guy show up after waiting for a long time. He knew that he must have been tricked. He cursed and hurried downstairs to continue collecting supplies. Chu Sheng went around the low wall in front of the 3 buildings, and the motorcycle lay quietly in the middle of the road. But there was no cover on the left or right, so he needed to use a smoke bomb if he wanted to drive. Chu Sheng had just cut the only smoke bomb in his hand and was about to throw it, but he saw a person breaking out of the window on the 2nd floor of the opposite maze building. Not the guy in the puzzle building. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. An OJAK jumped into the upper city, and all 5 people gathered, quietly sneaking behind the left wall. Chu Sheng stuck the motorcycle behind the wall, wanting to use the motorcycle for fishing enforcement. This motorcycle is the only vehicle near the upper city. If you want to leave here, you either have to find a boat or drive. There is no second choice. Chu Sheng was stuck behind the wall, ready to get out and finish him off as soon as he ran onto the road. The footsteps became clearer, and the man didn't know he had fallen into Chu Sheng's trap yet. The fans almost guessed what was going to happen next, and he was definitely going to die. The ignorant young man fell into the conspiracy trap and was shot to death in panic. The scene was horrible. Brother, come to my QQ browser shock department tomorrow. We really need employees like you. Hey, why not the shock department of a certain C? Because a certain C is a competitor of Tencent, and we will be 404 if we advertise so recklessly. This analysis is flawless, because Chu Sheng also thought so. This man had already run to the road, holding an M4 and a Thompson submachine gun in his hands. As a result, this man ran a few steps and suddenly stopped, took out a Thompson submachine gun and fired at the motorcycle. Because Chu Sheng had punched a man to death before, the motorcycle was rubbing wildly on the ground, and it had lost a lot of durability. Now it was madly damaged. Sparks appeared on the body of the car, and the black smoke became more and more dense. With a faint fire, Chu Sheng was stunned. Is this person crazy? Why waste bullets shooting cars? Are you not going to enter the safe zone? The viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Could this be the legendary player who takes pleasure in ruining other people's gaming experience? Hey, you beast! Let go of that motorcycle. Chu Sheng immediately dodged. Chu Sheng didn't even open the scope at a distance of more than 10 meters. He just shot from the shoulder without opening the scope. Bullets shot out and stabbed the player all over. Looking at the motorcycle that had sporadic flames, Chu Sheng was heartbroken. He ran up and started to lick the box next to the motorcycle without saying a word. Instead of dual-wielding M4, Chu Sheng took away all the bullets. As the second attached gun, Chu Sheng chose the close-fitting and powerful Thompson submachine gun. When he picked it up, he saw that it was a Thompson with an extended magazine. A submachine gun with a magazine capacity second only to the M249 Pineapple. This guy also had nearly 200.45 bullets, which was enough for this gun to show its talent. After a search, Chu Sheng lifted up the burning motorcycle and couldn't help complaining. Are all players so crazy now? They actually took a taxi right away. Isn't this antisocial? Chu Sheng lifted up the car and looked back carefully. The gunshot just now must have attracted the last guy in the upper city. The puzzle building was not far from here. Chu Sheng was afraid that the last guy would take advantage of the quarrel to make a profit. He was even more afraid that when he got on the motorcycle later, this guy would shoot a magazine of bullets and send Chu Sheng directly to the heavenly train. When the motorcycle was lifted up, as expected, the durability had already reached red, and only a very thin last bit of durability was left. If it was hit by another bullet, it would explode on the spot. Not only Chu Sheng, but even the fans in the live broadcast room could not help but gasp. Chu Sheng's reaction was just right. If it was a little later, the motorcycle would be completely reduced to ruins. I think this motorcycle is walking on a tightrope now. It will explode if it bumps a little bit. Learn about the air wall. I feel that this motorcycle might as well explode. It will explode if it is hit casually, as if it has a time bomb tied to it. This time Zuyu saw hope again. It was impossible to expect Chu Sheng to be killed, considering this guy's shooting skills. If he got an assault rifle and a high-power scope, the game would be over. But Chu Sheng's move to get on the motorcycle surprised him. When normal people play games, they would abandon a car with half of its durability without hesitation. But Chu Sheng, a guy, often does these things that make people's blood boil. Buzz! The motorcycle engine ran at full speed, and Chu Sheng ran straight along the road. As soon as the motorcycle started, suddenly a few dusts were stirred up on both sides of his feet, and bullets came in response. What you fear will come true. Chu Sheng's scalp was numb, and he always felt that there was a string of 10,000 earth-red firecrackers tied behind his buttocks, crackling and burning his buttocks. The snake-like running method was activated, and Chu Sheng's palms were full of sweat at this moment. Bullets whizzed past his ears, and every sound made people nervous. The barrage in the live broadcast room was also surprisingly thin at this moment. No one had time to post barrages. At this moment, everyone was concentrating on the screen, watching whether Chu Sheng would be blown to death. The motorcycle was very fast, and it got out of the enemy's attack range in a few seconds. Chu Sheng, who escaped from the upper city of G-Port, felt a sense of pleasure that the sea was wide for fish to leap, and the sky was high for birds to fly. Chapter 258: The Longest Road in the World. According to Chu Sheng's current direction, if he wants to enter the circle, he can either cross the bridge from our city, past the most dangerous school on the map, our city, and run into M City, the center of the safe zone, or he can make a big circle from the north half of the map, insert from the direction of Y City, and enter the center of the safe zone all the way south. However, both of these roads are extremely dangerous, and the probability of encountering people on the road is as high as 95%. Some people will definitely say that it has nothing to do with Gundam. Chu Sheng just wanted to avoid the enemy's bullets first, but he didn't think too much. He went around to the garage room at the head of G-Port City and took a look. He didn't see any cars in the garage room, so this wave was very uncomfortable. Chu Sheng thought about it for a while and made a surprisingly bold plan. He turned around with a drift at the garage in the city and drove back to the upper city of G-Port. To be honest, I don't understand this wave. Can any big-breasted brother explain it? Sorry. This time, even my famous Detective Cozy is confused. This sudden move can't be explained by logic at all. It's over. Even Cozy can't explain it. Could it be that Zuyu and Chu Sheng really have a private PY transaction? Faced with the doubts of the live broadcast room, Chu Sheng glanced at it but ignored it. If it were usual, he would have explained it with a smile. But today the durability of the motorcycle has reached the bottom, and any unexpected action or bullet may lead to Chu Sheng's annihilation. What's more, there is no gun god in this formation, and Chu Sheng's reaction speed is not that fast, so he needs to be more cautious. Chu Sheng ran all the way along the coastal avenue in the upper city, and from time to time, he looked for water vehicles on the beach. As a result, he could not see any vehicles from the bridgehead. The sound of the motorcycle came and went, and the other person, who was looking for the vehicle, naturally heard the sound approaching. Huh? Didn't this guy leave? Why is he back again? Is he looking for revenge? After all, a player who has a vehicle and still comes back. There is no other reason except revenge. Just when he was about to get out, the sound of the car gradually went away. But because Chu Sheng's motorcycle was about to explode, it dragged a long smoke tail behind it when it ran, so people could notice the direction at a glance. Fuck. What is this guy doing driving a motorcycle that is about to explode across the bridge to the lower city? Even this player was completely stunned. Could this guy be Shirliji? You know, there are about a dozen people who just jumped down from the lower city, and the density is 2 or 3 times that of the upper city. Running to the lower city at this time is really looking for death. The water friends in the live broadcast room can't understand it at all. You know, the danger level of the lower city is even more terrifying than our city. Choosing to come here, Chu Sheng is really messing around. If you want people to kill him, just settle it quickly. Fuck. The operator. This is a live broadcast room without a minimum living allowance. Every game has a stock level ending, which is unexpected. It can make people go bankrupt or get rich in an instant. There is really a problem with the route selection this time. Chu Sheng probably wants to enter the circle from here, but the motorcycle is not durable enough, and the oil is running low. This choice is not right. Detective Cozy frowned. He thought he knew a lot about Chu Sheng's thinking and actions. But he didn't catch any handles on Chu Sheng's motives and reasons for this wave. Nor did he see the next foreshadowing. After crossing the steel bridge connecting the upper and lower urban areas, Chu Sheng drove directly along the coastal highway to the beach. There were still gunshots in the upper city. Most of the battles were in a stalemate. No one paid attention to Chu Sheng, who was driving by. Most of the fighting was in the direction of the Sea View House and the container. Seeing Chu Sheng driving towards the beach, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all knew the answer. Chu Sheng wanted to find a boat, but everyone's brows frowned immediately. To be honest, they were not expecting this wave of looking for a boat. They didn't expect Chu Sheng to leave the dry road and walk on this wet waterway, and he could enter the circle smoothly. He would definitely see other vehicles along the road. But Chu Sheng chose to go far away and came here to find a boat and drive it along the canal. This set of operations was really incomprehensible. There were indeed several speedboats on the shore. Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle into the sea to cool down, then found a full-fuel speedboat, drove all other boats to the shore and stranded them, leaving only one to drive directly to the south of the map. Huh? What does it mean to drive south? Chu Sheng's behavior once again confused everyone. Even Zuiyu, who bet on chicken, opened his mouth in disbelief. What is Chu Sheng going to do? He didn't go in through the narrow path of the canal, but chose to cross the Sea of Stars and run in the opposite direction. Chu Sheng, who got on the boat, finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He was not afraid of attacks on the sea. Now that the poison circle has shrunk, there is definitely no one on this road. The motorcycle is running out of life. Whether it is from our city or Y City, it is a popular area. If someone sweeps it, it will become a perfect express delivery. Although we should pay attention to other people's game experience, we must not forget our own game experience at the same time. Look, I am now driving the boat while chatting with you. It's easy, and you don't have to worry. How great. Everyone thought that it seemed to be the same. Didn't they all bet on Chu Sheng to win the game? This wave of driving the boat is as stable as a turtle in the 9 oceans. It rushed directly into the center of the safe zone, M City, and there are plenty of medical supplies on him. It's great. Hey, I originally thought that the longest road in the world was Chu Sheng's routine. It was not until this moment that I really understood that the longest road in the world is not Chu Sheng's routine, but his way into the safe zone. Detective Cozy also surrendered. From Port G, he went around half the map and entered the safe zone. Well, Chu Sheng was the only one who could do that. Cozy's words were widely recognized by netizens. No one would think of taking this route to enter the circle. Right? What on earth is wrong with Chu Sheng's brain? This is too cool. Chu Sheng's unsolvable routine allowed him to avoid 99% of the battles and enter the safe zone in one go. The poison circle shrank, and Chu Sheng had already sailed to the middle and lower half of the area. There were many speedboats along the coast. The vehicles in these areas were no longer affected by Chu Sheng's bad luck. Most of them were full of oil or half of oil. Changing them back and forth along the way was enough for Chu Sheng to enter the safe zone. The first poison circle shrank, and Chu Sheng had passed Port P. He changed to a speedboat and set off again. He was so happy. Chapter 259. Wait. There's something in this circle. Although the poison circle damage has become a second-level poison, Chu Sheng is not panicked at all. After all, he still has a lot of medical supplies on him. So this damage is not a big deal. But it is worth noting that this newly generated safe zone really worries Chu Sheng. The center of the new safe zone is right on the sea. The land within the safe zone has been compressed to a very small area, leaving only a part of the beach under M City, a quarter of the east peninsula of M City, and the east bridge of the airport island. The rest of the large safe zone is filled with the azure blue ocean. This safe zone was unexpected for the 48 survivors. All the land locations added together may only be slightly larger than the birth island in the upper right corner of the map when entering the game. 48 people have to enter the circle to seize the remaining extremely precious land resources. It can only be said that after the next safe zone is refreshed, the competition will enter a bloody and fierce battle. Whoever can occupy the most advantageous terrain will be able to take the initiative in the next battle. Chu Sheng saw the safe zone and frowned slightly, thinking that this matter is not simple. This kind of safe zone, except for the possibility of swiping on land when cutting the edge of the circle. As long as any concentric circle is refreshed, the safe zone will be full of sea water. And this proportion is still large. The final circle is full of seawater. How to fight this? And Chu Sheng soon found the key point of the problem. If it is the entire ocean circle, what resources are the most important? You must know that you cannot use medical kits or shoot in the sea. So the result is self-evident. Ships. And now Chu Sheng is on the sea surface, in the poisonous circle. And the most common vehicles on both sides of the shore are ships. Imagine if Chu Sheng is the only ship in the ultimate safe zone. And he has mastered the core technology. Then this chicken is not a foregone conclusion? As soon as he said it, Chu Sheng saw a vehicle on the shore and drove his ship directly to the beach at full speed, giving no chance for others to blow the vehicle into the sea. Then he drove the vehicle on the shore and drove all the ships near the west bridge of the airport island to the shore. Then, under the poison, he went to the fishing village pier and the seaside farm area and drove all the boats ashore. Although these boats are outside the safe zone. Seeing this circle, who can guarantee that someone will run back to the poison circle to control a vehicle in order to save a boat? After clearing all the vehicles near the west bridge, Chu Sheng drove the boat forward, acting as a road sweeper, and drove all the vehicles on both sides to the shore, entering the circle all the way. When passing the east bridge, Chu Sheng saw 3 or 5 vehicles at the bridgehead, and there were bursts of fierce gunfire. The east bridge of the airport island is also a battleground for military strategists, especially in this kind of sea circle. If you can occupy the territory on the bridge, you can attack on both sides, and you can also defend when you retreat. As long as you have a 4-fold mirror in hand, you can easily shoot at any point in the safe zone except under the bridge. Chu Sheng sailed past, but no one was targeting him. The people above were already stuck in a mess, so no one could care about Chu Sheng on the water. Chu Sheng sailed all the way to the big reef on the right side of the map, and then began to slowly recover blood and energy. This position is extremely wretched, except for the people in Port Inn who can hit Chu Sheng with a high-powered sniper rifle. There is no need to worry about other positions. After Chu Sheng took the medicine, he jumped directly into the sea, giving no chance to the people in Port Inn. Chu Sheng heard a series of dense gunshots from the east of City M, followed by a sharp drop in the number of survivors. On the few lands on the map, in the house area or high point that you just attacked, as soon as you recover, a new challenger will rush up and try to overthrow your position. There are gunshots everywhere, and there are deaths everywhere. There are also many people who are in the first poison circle. After seeing the safe zone, they thought of looking for a boat. They ran in the opposite direction and re-entered the poison circle to find a boat. But what they saw on the beach was a murderous and hideous scene. All the vehicles on the beach were maliciously driven to the beach and stranded. At a glance, there were 5 or 6 speedboats and motorboats stranded on the beach. Damn it! Who on earth would do such a stupid thing? They actually drove all the boats to the shore and ran them aground. This is more cruel than killing people directly. If they were driving a jeep, they would have a chance to push the boat back into the sea. But it was already difficult to run away from the poison in the opposite direction. They were driving a motorcycle and were completely helpless in the face of the speedboat. Chu Sheng was taking a bath in the sea, and the complaints were coming from the sky. And these people's complaints were very strong. They started at 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock, and they kept coming. Chu Sheng could already imagine the scene of these guys jumping up and down and cursing when they saw the boat stranded on the sea. The water friends in the live broadcast room just saw Chu Sheng doing such a ruthless thing, and they also took a breath. Sure enough, our stranded team is still too young. Chu Sheng is very skilled at this kind of thing. He is an experienced technician. Soon Chu Sheng's complaint value reached 80 points, and he started to possess the gun god. And it was still Pai. There were still 10 seconds before the poison circle shrank. Chu Sheng was bored and took out his mobile phone and started to search for Pai's life information. In the eyes of the fans, this guy is too arrogant. Others are killing and fighting hard to occupy a little survival position in the safe zone. But you, Chu Sheng, are playing with your mobile phone here. If other players know about it, they will rush over to kill this guy even if they are swimming to vent their hatred. Isn't Chu Sheng a little too arrogant? Fuck. I can't stand it. Everyone else is fighting, but you're playing with your phone here. Young people are too impetuous. Damn it. Chu Sheng chose such a good place. He drove a boat all the way to hide in such a place. If he had driven a car, he would have died more than 10 times. When it comes to this topic, we have to talk about the refresh of the safe zone. It's really, if Chu Sheng had chosen to drive a motorcycle and then changed cars on the way to M City. He would have been in trouble. My famous Detective Cozy admitted defeat. He is really the Zhuge Liang who is known for his perfect plan. He went through such a big circle before. It seemed to be an extremely stupid way to enter the circle to anyone. But the refresh of the new safe zone proved that Chu Sheng's way to enter the circle was extremely correct. Not only did they not encounter any battles, but they also cut off the enemy's retreat. How smart. Chu Sheng was looking down at Pai's profile. He was an ancient CS giant and didn't pay any attention to the comments of praise. When he looked up after reading the profile, the safe zone was about to be refreshed. At this moment, there were only 32 people left alive, and the sound of gunfire was still clearly audible. Chapter 260. After all, he is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Gunfight was rampant. Chu Sheng climbed onto the ship directly from the sea. At this time, everyone was trying to get into the circle, and the only threat, N-Port, was on its own. It was impossible to snipe him. Chu Sheng did not sit in the main driving seat, but went directly to the co-pilot, took out his high-powered M4, and looked at N-Port. Sure enough, he saw a guy jumping around on the dock. This man moved lightly, jumping back and forth, like a jumping mantis shrimp. Dust was splashed from time to time on the ground. Obviously bullets fell nearby. Chu Sheng followed the direction of the bullet landing point, and really saw a person on the container. Chu Sheng looked at the guy in the safe zone, who was dodging bullets with a slick move, and then looked at the guy who was shooting crazily in the poison circle. The barrage was already encouraging Chu Sheng to take action. He wanted to take both of them this time. What was he waiting for if he didn't shoot? Chu Sheng was already possessed by the gun god, and he was holding an M4 assault rifle, and he was very steady when shooting with a high-power scope. But he didn't shoot, but continued to be a strong onlooker. The fans didn't understand what Chu Sheng meant by this wave. It was great to take both of them. What was going on? Chu Sheng smiled frivolously. What was the point of taking them directly here? If he wanted to get the Tutsa value, he naturally had to suppress them when their desire to survive was the strongest, so that he could get a lot of Tutso value. Killing two people directly now is nothing more than getting a little bit of rant value. Chu Sheng is like a petty grandit, who must maximize the benefits before he is willing to take action. What do you guys know? We have said that we should promote the core values of socialism. How can we destroy the enemy's gaming experience? You see, this player is beating people like beating rabbits. How can we bear to destroy his gaming experience now? Chu Sheng's righteous words made all the fans dumbfounded. Damn! When did you, Chu Sheng, a sly person, start discussing the issue of core values with us? The successors of socialism? Are you a capitalist dog tycoon qualified? Chu Sheng ignored the complaints of these guys. Anyway, he is used to doing his own thing. Anyway, although these fans are excited now, they will still have to yell at him with red faces later. The poison circle was shrunk, and the new safe zone was unexpectedly created far away from Chu Sheng. That is, in the sea between the Eastern Bridge and the reef fortress where Chu Sheng was. All the survivors were dumbfounded when they saw the safe zone. What the hell? The developer. You are kidding your mother. You can create such an inhumane circle. A complete ocean circle, without a single bit of land. How to play this circle? Swim to see who reaches the center of the circle first, and then be poisoned to death? If there is a ship at this time, wouldn't it be possible to cross the ocean and become the first-class safe zone overlord? Seeing this circle, the two who were fighting for N-Port were even more red-faced. One ran quickly towards the dock, and the other kept shooting with SKS behind, trying to kill this guy. Chu Sheng's 4x scope was like a camera, tracking and recording the fight between the two. Players who ran to the dock only needed to run about 10 meters forward to jump onto the ship docked at Port N. As long as he got on the ship, he would be the highlight of the finals. His wish was fulfilled, and the guy behind him was also destined to be frustrated and unable to hit him because of his sly movement. After dodging back and forth, SKS had no idea how many bullets he had fired, but he still hadn't brought this slutty player to justice. And as the damage of the poison circle increased, he couldn't move without any medicine. He ran forward quickly, trying to kill the slutty guy in front of him to stop him from escaping by boat. Wow! Are the players' movements so good now? I practiced for a long time to learn this set of butterfly movements. Chu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at this movement, he missed more than a dozen bullets, which shows that his operation is unique. Haha. It's only the third day of playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Can you honestly tell me how long it took you to learn it? And the butterfly movement. I think it's just a muddle. It's far worse than the Armstrong spin jet Armstrong cannon. Chu Sheng looked at the mockery in the barrage, and didn't think this person's movement was amazing at all. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Are all the players so strict now? This body movement is nothing? In Chu Sheng's opinion, this set of body movement operation is already very powerful. He has seen many opponents in the past few days. This body movement can at least crush 99% of the players Chu Sheng has seen. Of course, there is also that 1%. Needless to say, it is none other than Chu Sheng himself. The player in front ran the last section of the road, jumped directly onto the speedboat, and then sat directly in the driver's seat, controlling the speedboat to drive towards the safe zone. At this time, the guy who had been running non-stop behind also rushed into the safe zone. Sitting in the driver's seat, he couldn't use his loach drilling hole. All 3 SKS shots hit his back, and blood immediately gushed out. He fell directly from the speedboat, and fell into the sea, and turned into a box. Chu Sheng was watching the guys on the boat being killed and falling into the sea with a scope. But he was not moved and did not fire a single shot. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more puzzled. Chu Sheng did not want the head that was delivered to his door. Wow! The anchor is so arrogant. He did not want the head that was delivered to his door. I admire you. Brother-in-law was not like this before. It turns out that people are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Chu Sheng has 3 of them. Looking at these comments, especially the one that has 3 of them. Chu Sheng only found 2 of them. Where did the third one come from? Stay calm. I sealed 60% of my power, and only left 40% to fight the enemy. I am afraid that after I fully use my power, I will be invincible in the world, and finally be banned by the developer. Chu Sheng looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, looking lonely. This wave of invincibility was really the loneliness of a master. When the netizens heard the first half of the sentence, they couldn't help but scold Chu Sheng. But when the second half came out, they naturally deleted a lot of words in the front, and changed it to a sentence of 666, and sent it out. The developer's ban was simple and rough, and it was impossible to criticize it, because the person clearly said, I don't care about my shame. So what? If you have the ability, don't play with such an attitude. After killing the guy in the driver's seat, the speedboat slid forward for a distance due to inertia. Chu Sheng's high-power scope was always locked, but he just didn't shoot. After this, guy swam happily for most of the day. As soon as he got on the driving seat, the M4 quickly single-pointed, and after 3 shots, this guy who wanted to enter the circle happily and become the boss of the Pirate King turned into a box with hatred. Fuck. Who came to hit me? He carried poison and killed people in the poison circle, and swam so far. What for? Wasn't it just to drive the boat into the circle? But he was shot down as soon as he got on the speedboat. This time he didn't become the Pirate King, and he didn't become a man. Chapter 261 You damn stinky men. After waiting for the most difficult 5 seconds in his life, the player clicked on the death replay. After watching the whole set of death replays, the player's face turned green. His cheeks flushed with anger. His eyes were blank, and his hands were shaking. If you didn't know that he was angry, you might think he was a patient with an epileptic seizure. How bored is this guy? He didn't fight the first person. Didn't fight me when I was recovering at the dock. Didn't fight me when I was swimming. And just waited until I got on the boat to shoot. Is he a psychopath? Enjoying killing people? This person's mentality has completely collapsed. What else can you say when you meet such a player? Reporting is definitely useless. The only way may be to write down this guy's ID, and then have a chance to black him out to relieve the hatred in your heart. Chu Sheng got 15 points of Tutso points in one wave, and the total Tutso points reached 103 points, which enabled the second stage passive skill good and bad luck depend on each other. Gun God mode is basically all advantages, and the bad luck transfer after the Tutso value of 150 points is also all advantages. Only the transition skill good and bad luck depend on each other, with 100 points in the middle made Chu Sheng tremble with fear. This skill is obviously a skill for making trouble. It will give you some benefits, but it is accompanied by a dangerous situation, or it will first bring a more unlucky disaster, and then give Chu Sheng a little sweetness. In short, it is literally understood. Good and bad luck depend on each other. As expected, the final circle this time fell on Chu Sheng again, and it was the safe zone with a big reef as the corner. Chu Sheng went directly to the boat. There was nothing to say at this time. As long as he kept the boat, he would win. But Chu Sheng did not rush out to surf. After all, the poison circle had not shrunk yet. There might be people on some corners of the land. If someone had a 15x mirror, they would cry. Seeing this scene, the fans were so excited that they were trembling. Chu Sheng was in the safe zone and controlled the boat. There was no reason for him not to win the game in this circle. Right? Zuyu was also in a state of mourning. This kind of start could make Chu Sheng kill to such an absolute advantage? Now that he has mastered the core technology of the safe zone, the speedboat, he can just rush up and hit other people when he sees them. A PUBG game might make Chu Sheng become a snake or a bean eater. His mood was like a roller coaster. And only after Zuyu personally bet on it did he understand Juefeng's desperate mood at that time. Chu Sheng could already see a series of white silk on the sea not far away. And it was obvious that someone was starting to swim towards the safe zone. He didn't rush to take action, and hid behind a large reef. He looked at the situation on the eastern peninsula of M City behind him. No one came here. There was also a speedboat hanging alone on the sea in the direction of Import. And the two boxes behind it were floating on the sea, looking lonely. The isolated speedboat is no longer in the safe zone. But it is safe because the poison circle has not yet begun to shrink. It is obviously unrealistic to swim to this place. Even with the speed of a flying fish, it will take some time. If the big reef is moved away at this moment, Chu Sheng will definitely see that many people have quietly gone to the sea, occasionally showing their heads on the sea's surface and diving in the sea. There are also some people who are carrying poison to find boats. And they find that all the boats have been maliciously stranded. And they are so angry that they curse and gnash their teeth. Sneak into the safe zone quietly. At this moment, the winner just now has already started to swim towards the safe zone. You must know that this circle is a sea circle. Unlike a land circle where you can get stuck on the edge of the poison. If you swim a little later and eat the poison, you won't even be able to recover later. The people who just entered the circle from the back saw so many big fish in the sea. And they knew that they might not be able to swim far with 1 minute left on the countdown. So they simply gave up the idea of entering the final circle, and directly raised their guns and shot at the guys struggling in the sea. Chu Sheng hid behind a large reef and heard the bursts of gunfire. The sound was particularly crisp. There were only 23 people left alive. And many people outside the circle tacitly chose to avoid fighting. Such as the people who were stuck on the bridge in the east, who jumped off the bridge one after another, and began to swim towards the safe zone. Chu Sheng kept an eye on his surroundings, fearing that a water ghost would sneak onto the boat. You know, on land, with Voldemort, it's hard to get within a few meters quietly. But in the water, it's hard to say. You know, diving is like submerging in water. Even Chu Sheng can't penetrate the water surface and see the situation below the deep sea level. Finally, the exciting moment of shrinking circle came. This time Chu Sheng bravely drove the boat out. The poison circle shrinks very quickly, and the damage of this poison is quite high. After several circles of fear, Chu Sheng can finally turn over and make the decision. There is a kind of pleasure of holding your head high. The water ghosts swimming in the water are still happy. You know, this wave of diving will pull everyone to the same level, no matter how well equipped you are. With a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor, or you have enough medicine packs and superb marksmanship. None of them are needed at this time. It's all about luck. Whoever takes the least poison, and whose safe zone is on his face will be the final winner. This is a fair contest. However, just as they happily swam to the safe zone, suddenly a roar of a speedboat engine sounded. And then a speedboat rushed out from behind the big reef with ripples, giving everyone a big surprise. Hey, Ivy Cells, get high. Give me your hands. Chu Sheng, this guy, got wild, directly turned on the public voice, played a local high-pitched divine song, and began to control the speedboat in circles in the safe zone. Fuck. Why is there still someone hiding here? The players who swam in with great difficulty were all dumbfounded. He was driving a speedboat. Wasn't he treating them like fools? What the hell was this final round? Wreck. Some people even wanted to quit the game. Is this playing Snake? When everyone wanted to rely on physical fitness to decide the winner with bare hands, a person rushed out with a plane and a cannon, forming a completely crushing trend. This is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Not mowing the grass. But there were still a few players whose eyes lit up. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Although there is only one speedboat, there are still 4 seats on it. You know, The speedboat is a 5-seater vehicle. Chu Sheng occupies the driving seat. And there are 4 empty seats. If they can get on the boat quickly and shoot Chu Sheng from the back, then the boat will be theirs. Right? Won't he be the king then? Once the idea came up, it began to grow unconsciously. This routine is feasible. At worst, he would be hit to death. If he survived and got on the boat, it meant he could win the game. Then Chu Sheng saw nearly 20 people swimming in the sea. All of them dived into the water and swam towards his speedboat. This time Chu Sheng was confused. This is not right. Shouldn't you be scared and flee when I'm driving the boat? Why are you all swimming towards me silently, as if you saw a bloody great white shark? Especially the more than 20 people. All of them swam towards Chu Sheng. It looked quite scary. Get out of here. You damn stinky men. Get out of here. Chapter 262 Layup. A group of people swam towards Chu Sheng like sharks smelling blood. Originally, Chu Sheng should have been arrogant and had the upper hand. But now, he was being chased. This scene was so funny. All the fans laughed. Just now, he was acting like a lone warrior. Who else in the world could do it but him? He had been sharpening his sword for 10 years, and was ready to show off. But when he saw a group of people, he was scared to death, and was being chased. Chu Sheng was really scared. If he rushed directly at the group of people, he could certainly crush them to death. But because the group of people were all close together, some people would definitely find an opportunity to get on the boat directly. 1 or 2 people on the boat would shoot at Chu Sheng, and Chu Sheng would naturally not be able to bear it. Although you can switch seats to fight back. Once you switch seats, the speedboat will stop and more people will get on board. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. And this is probably the situation now. Chu Sheng drove the speedboat along the edge of the safety zone and did the Armstrong turn crazily. The public voice was full of Chu Sheng's frightened shouts. You bunch of stinky men. Get out of here. Get out of here. The resentful voice was like a trembling little girl surrounded by a group of strong men. As for the reason for chasing Chu Sheng, it was naturally not because of the urgent need for syrup. Hands spread. It will take 2 minutes for the poison circle to shrink. And it will take about 40 seconds for the poison circle to shrink. Fortunately, this safety zone is still large. Enough for Chu Sheng to drive the boat to avoid it. This group of people followed Chu Sheng like a school of fish. After circling back and forth 2 or 3 times, Chu Sheng watched the group of people nodding their heads in the circle. At this moment, these guys all swam to the center of the circle. No matter how Chu Sheng tried to hide, they could just stare at him by nodding their heads. 20 pairs of eyes flashed brightly, which was completely chilling. This was not a solution. These guys all stared at Chu Sheng. As the safe zone shrank, Chu Sheng's position would definitely be forced to get smaller and smaller. After stopping the boat at the edge of the safe zone, Chu Sheng switched directly to the co-pilot seat, took out an assault rifle, and fired at everyone. Seeing Chu Sheng change his seat, everyone knew that Chu Sheng would definitely shoot. So they took a deep breath and dived into the water, not giving Chu Sheng any chance at all. Humph! Let's see how long you can hold it in. Chu Sheng stood guard at the edge with a gun. But after a while, he felt something was wrong. What if these guys took advantage of this time to dive under his boat? He immediately switched back to the driver's seat and accelerated. Sure enough, just after he left, a few heads floated up in the sea, and the position was exactly where Chu Sheng had just docked. Oh my god! It was a close call. I almost got sanctioned. Chu Sheng took a breath of cold air. If he wasn't Zhuge Liang, who was good at calculating and had a plan, wouldn't he have been stolen by these guys? Just as Chu Sheng was driving the boat to catch fish, a buzzing roar suddenly sounded from outside the poison circle in the distance. Chu Sheng looked carefully and found that a motorboat rushed over from outside the poison circle at high speed, drawing a long white streak on the sea. Chu Sheng was completely stunned. He remembered to strand all the vehicles on the shore. There was no way there were any vehicles left. It was quite a coincidence. A guy drove to find a boat and used a jeep to push a motorboat back into the water. Then he drove the motorboat all the way over. But because he used up all the medical supplies halfway, he died before he reached the safe zone. There happened to be a person swimming in the poisonous circle sea. He was about to die. He was carrying a lot of medicine, but he couldn't use it in the sea. When he was about to die with hatred, a motorboat suddenly came to him. He got on the motorboat without saying a word, and a medical kit was in his hand. In an instant, even the air was filled with a sweet smell. He rushed to the safe zone in a speedboat, and just happened to see Chu Sheng driving a speedboat being chased by a group of salted fish. Fuck. What's going on? I was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't I be invincible in this kind of ocean circle driving a speedboat? How could I be chased by a group of salted fish in the water while driving a speedboat? The guys in the sea couldn't commit suicide attacks, so why not just run over them with the boat? Chu Sheng drove the boat to the edge of the safe zone, switched seats again, and was about to shoot at the motorboat, when the guy also reacted and started to dodge by driving the motorboat. The motorboat drove directly into the school of miscellaneous fish, overturning a piece of it, leaving 3 or 5 boxes floating on the sea. This wave of collision was very enjoyable, and it also avoided Chu Sheng's bullets. Chu Sheng didn't dare to stay in place for a long time. While he was shooting, many people swam over quietly. The guy driving the motorboat ran over 5 people at once, and the 5 kills of the vehicle made people's scalps numb. Such an exciting way to harvest heads was really cool. But some players took the opportunity to sit directly on the back seat of the motorboat. The design of the back seat of the motorboat is quite awesome, and it is similar to the motorbike on land. You can shoot, but shooting is completely OJAK, and there is no way to attack teammates in the driving seat. This setting is very powerful. The guy who rushed to the back seat of the motorboat started to shoot at the salted fish on the sea. What nonsense is there to say when there is such an opportunity? It is important to collect heads. Chu Sheng drove the speedboat around and took the opportunity of the guy in the back seat of the motorboat to drive far away. Then he skillfully switched seats and directly picked up the Thompson submachine gun, the vehicle's killer weapon. 50 bullets were fired directly without opening the scope, and the people who were hit were numb. The guy driving the motorboat was also stunned. He didn't expect that someone would take the opportunity to sneak up on him from the back seat. Now he had no choice but to drive the motorboat back and forth. Neither of them could beat the other. At this time, he seemed to understand why Chu Sheng was chased while driving a speedboat. These guys in the sea are not salted fish. They are all desperate criminals. As long as they are given a little chance, they can seize it and take the opportunity to get on the boat. The motorboat swings left and right sensitively, but due to its size, it is easy to float up when accelerating in a straight line. It is good to maintain the maximum speed of 80 km per hour for 2 seconds, and it usually swings around 40-50. A volley of Thompson swept towards the motorboat, and the firepower was like being targeted by a division of troops. Although the motorboat was constantly swinging and struggling, because its durability was really low, a volley of bullets directly erupted in the safe zone into a blazing flame, exploding into the sky. 2 heads were happily obtained, and at the same time, the poison circle began to shrink. Chu Sheng changed the magazine and directly cut out a grenade. At this time, he was going to use his special skill of dribbling the ball for a layup. Chapter 263 King Qin walks around the pillar. The water ghosts who were frightened half to death showed their heads from the water again, and it was quite strange to see them going in and out. Chu Sheng continued to circle and speed up, and ran directly to the reef farthest from everyone. As the poison circle shrank, a new safe zone was generated again. The effect of good and bad are interdependent has not ended yet, and the safe zone has been refreshed to Chu Sheng again as expected. After the last finals, the water friends have adapted to Chu Sheng's situation. The reef here was originally the cutting-edge circle of the last safe zone. Chu Sheng moved to the reef again, and the safe zone was refreshed to the reef again. It was still a cutting circle, but it was slightly forward. It was the same as the previous circle, except that the area was reduced. Fuck. They always favor Chu Sheng. This is a bit too much? So Chu Sheng is actually the illegitimate son of the goddess of fate? Every time he was miserable, but there was always a glimmer of hope. After this, the final circle will change fate. So won't the enemy die miserably? Chu Sheng hid beside the reef, because he was in the safe zone. He didn't have to worry about someone sneaking on the boat from behind. Seeing a group of water ghosts swimming towards this side, Chu Sheng directly chose to cut to the second position. After the safe zone was reduced, many people were not in it, and the remaining area was not large. Chu Sheng occupied one side alone, and the remaining dozen people all gathered together. Chu Sheng held the grenade for 4 seconds before throwing it out. Swimming speed is not fast, and it is simply unrealistic to want to avoid this instant explosion. As soon as the grenade exploded, thick smoke rolled up on the sea surface. After the grenade went out, countless grenade kill information popped up in the upper right corner, all over the screen. Chu Sheng's red kill number was directly displayed as 10. Only 12 people were left alive in an instant. This grenade plus the previous wave of the motorboat directly wiped out half of the survivors. Just like a piece of wood. One grenade went down and harvested directly. When did Chu Sheng's grenade have such an effect? Now he wished he had a bunch of grenades in his backpack and stood on the bow to blow up fish. Unfortunately, there was only one. After throwing the grenade, Chu Sheng originally wanted to switch to the gun to shoot. But because the projectiles were automatically replenished after being thrown, he pinched another smoke bomb in his hand. Can smoke bombs blow up fish? The answer is of course no. So Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment. And even the fans in the live broadcast room laughed at Chu Sheng. Did he want to use this smoke bomb to steam fish? Wait! Steam fish. Right. The kind with smoke? Chu Sheng immediately came up with a plan. And said with a slight smile, next, I'll give you a saltwater steamed fish. Saltwater steamed fish. The fans were naturally confused. What is this saltwater steamed fish? Is it a new trick that Chu Sheng came up with? Other anchors use the same routine several times. Unlike Chu Sheng, who uses several routines in a day. Very beastly. Very social. All the fans were shocked. Which naturally improved Chu Sheng's style and means. Without saying a word, he threw the smoke bomb into the center of the safe zone. The smoke bomb exploded as soon as it touched the water, spreading directly on the sea surface, covering 70% of the safe zone in smoke, which looked like clouds falling on the sea, or like a fluffy cotton candy floating on the water. This smoke bomb can be said to be beautiful, but it's useless. This smoke bomb can't kill anyone. What are you talking about here? Chu Sheng. Steaming fish in salt water? It's useless. Before he finished speaking, Chu Sheng switched directly to the main seat of the speedboat and accelerated and sprinted skillfully, like a bunch of arrows from a bow, rushing out like a meteor, because a large area of the safe zone was covered by smoke. These guys hiding in the water, with only their heads exposed, were all covered with white fog on the screen, and they all lost their direction, running around like headless flies. Especially the puffing sound released when the smoke bomb was sprayed out, which made Chu Sheng have a headache. Chu Sheng's speedboat was buzzing, but because it was in the smoke, no one was sure of Chu Sheng's exact location. They were directly run over by the speedboat, and their heads exploded and opened. Everything they passed turned into a box. Chu Sheng's speedboat skills were very good. Because of the smoke, the group of players could not see the exact location of the speedboat at all, so there was no way they could get close to it. The irritable speedboat swung sideways and stopped. The tail of the speedboat was very long, and it swept away several people. It was like a chainsaw meat grinder rushing into the crowd, with blood and flesh separated and limbs flying. Chu Sheng's kills jumped to 15, and only 7 people survived, except for Chu Sheng himself. The remaining 6 people were all terrified, and they hid under the water one by one, waiting for the smoke to disappear, because he had just been underwater. His lungs had not fully recovered. After just 1 or 2 seconds, all the air in his lungs had been consumed, and he entered a red lung state, and immediately began to lose blood. He lost blood very quickly in the water, and fell rapidly. At this time, he had to come out again. He saw that the smoke had become thinner, and had not yet dissipated. As a result, as soon as he came out, the speedboat swept across his head, and passed by 3 more boxes. The last 3 enemies trembled when they saw the information of the vehicle killing. The water friends in the live broadcast room all opened their eyes wide, and watched Chu Sheng's slaughter here. This kind of boat crushing is exactly the killing method that all PUBG players dream of. Imagine that you are driving a car and run over a dozen people along the way. That feeling is definitely not comparable to a sniper rifle moving headshot. Chu Sheng is in this state now. He can run over people just by driving a boat. Just like walking on the road and stepping on ants. Fuck. This is too cool. Right? Who said Chu Sheng is unlucky? Stand up. This way of killing is so cool. Frying fish and crushing. The key is that these guys have no power to resist. It's really cool. I'm afraid that even if I saved the Milky Way in my previous life, I couldn't get such a chance to kill. It's even more exciting than using an EP241 to blow up the red-clothed man with bare hands. Chu Sheng's eyes went red with anger. The 3 guys under him secretly exposed their heads to breathe, moving up and down like moles. The poison circle began to shrink again, but Chu Sheng was not panicked at all. After the smoke bomb effect dissipated, he drove the speedboat to cruise in the safe zone. A new safe zone was generated, but it was directly on the reef. This rugged reef was impossible to climb, and there was a poison circle behind it. The remaining 3 people could only cling to the reef. The only outcome was that Chu Sheng drove the boat around the pillar, and they died in one wave. The picture froze, and the scene of eating chicken at night appeared again. And the kills were also locked at Chu Sheng's spiritual 21 kills. Chapter 264. Are you my favorite person? The crazy slaughter on the speedboat was like a dream. Almost all players have imagined using vehicles to kill crazily, but the real game will not give them the opportunity. But all this happened to Chu Sheng, and naturally the fans were envious. This guy is so unlucky that he actually has such a crazy crushing opportunity. God is really blind. After Chu Sheng finished, he took his hands off the keyboard and shook his head helplessly. Alas, 21 kills is the curse that imprisoned me. Chu Sheng. I couldn't break this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is this really my fate? He looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, looking sad. Chu Sheng thought that this wave of pretense was perfect, especially the faint sorrow, which fully explained the lonely mentality of a peerless master. If PUBG had Ken or Oscars, then in addition to Mr. Liu, who the whole family exploded, and Chung Ta brother, who broke down and acted wildly in front of the camera, Chu Sheng would also have a place. However, the fans did not recognize Chu Sheng's acting skills. Chu Sheng originally thought that there would be words like Chu Sheng is mighty. The master is lonely in the barrage. But when he glanced at the barrage with the corner of his eye, he suddenly felt a ball of anger in his heart. What the hell is this? Chu Sheng eats shit. Sweet to the point of sadness. Chu Sheng eats shit. So sweet that it's sad. Chu Sheng eats shit. So sweet that it's sad. The comments were all like this, which made Chu Sheng grit his teeth. You guys are so talented. Why don't you go to the Yunts to perform crosstalk? Is it me, Chu Sheng, who can't lift a brick anymore, or are you stiff from taking Luo Dihuang pills to treat kidney deficiency? Almost all the fans in the comments were swarming with this sentence. And the comments were all sweet and sad, which was spectacular for a while. After all, Douyu's traffic was not very high early in the morning on weekdays. But this large-scale spontaneous comments in a live broadcast room, the surge in traffic and comments, made the super administrators, who went to work in the morning, notice something unusual. Sun Hao, who had just arrived at work early in the morning, happily reported the development of the PlayerUnknown's Battleground section at this stage, especially Chu Sheng's emergence, which is a topic of discussion and attention in the future, especially last night's promotion. Douyu, Chu Sheng, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds cheating, and other topics all directly topped the Weibo hot search list. Just at the peak moment of more than 8 o'clock last night, Douyu attracted 1 million IP traffic. You have to know how terrifying this data is. Although Douyu is known as the largest live broadcast platform on the entire network, with a very wide range of users, the number of stable IP viewers per day is between 2 million and 3 million. When there are large-scale events, this number may soar to more than 3 million. But just last night, a little-known anchor Chu Sheng's self-certification of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds brought Douyu 1 million IP traffic from Weibo. This number is difficult to reach even for the top anchors, and at most it can reach 500,000 to 800,000 at peak times. You should know that popularity and other things are added by algorithms. But the number of IPs is real. One IP represents a terminal audience, which is 1 million completely different terminal audiences. Especially last night's publicity was all a Tai Chi at the beginning of Tongnan Platform's attempt to suppress Douyu's famous female anchor. But it eliminated the incident and forced a wave of traffic for Douyu. When Sun Hao was explaining today, he was so proud that Douyu PUBG section was given an additional development fund to consolidate and develop the competitiveness of Douyu PUBG section in the whole network. As a result, when Sun Hao came out of the conference room and returned to his office to check, he immediately found the abnormal explosion state of Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. As a result, he saw the whole screen full of comments that blackened Chu Sheng, which made him stunned. Didn't the self-certification end yesterday? Why are there so many black people today? And so many fans? Sun Hao was completely dumbfounded and didn't know how to explain the scene in front of him. He had just patted his chest in the conference room to promise to take down Chu Sheng, vigorously develop the PUBG section, improve competitiveness, and preferably kill all other platforms and reshape Douyu's position as the #1 in the whole network. You should know that some time ago, Douyu's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section was a complete mess under the leadership of the previous person in charge. Douyu TV is directly linked to Hanging TV, especially the 3 anchors who were promoted. Each of them was beaten to the ground by the fans, and their bodies were completely destroyed, which greatly weakened Douyu's reputation in the live broadcast industry. Sun Hao originally had a rough idea, which was to prepare to use this live broadcast platform PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds offline exhibition match to re-establish the rules and confirm Douyu's dominance in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section. And one of the key players was Chu Sheng. As a result, as soon as he came in today, he saw the scene. What has this guy done again that has angered the heavens and the people? The cheating storm that was finally settled yesterday has caused all the fans to attack him again today. Can't this guy just be quiet for a while? Or will all the guys who have the potential to be the top player of Douyu PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds be cursed? This is Douyu, not Hogwarts. There is no black magic in this position. Chu Sheng's teeth were about to break. After watching for a long time, he simply used his authority to ban everyone, except for the anchor. Everyone was speechless. This move shocked Sun Hao and made him jump up from his chair immediately. Chu Sheng was afraid of arousing greater resistance from fans by banning everyone. Is this guy crazy? Quick! Contact Chu Sheng for me. I want to talk to him. He quickly ordered his assistant to check Chu Sheng's phone number. But the assistant ran out and came back. Sorry, Mr. Sun. Chu Sheng has not yet signed a formal contract with our Douyu platform, and we can't find his personal phone number here. Are you stupid? Contact Su Xiaomu and ask her to provide Chu Sheng's mobile phone number. Sun Hao was really anxious. The previous one had already made him anxious. Now that Chu Sheng has taken over, can't he just sit down in the position of the person in charge of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? The assistant hurriedly took out his mobile phone and started dialing Su Xiaomu's number. Chu Sheng coughed twice, looked at the gradually dispersing barrage and the quiet comment area, and showed a kind smile like a kind father. That's right. The barrage should be so quiet. Then he pinched his throat, and the moment he opened his mouth, everyone fell to their knees. Even the National Earthquake Network detected small ground vibrations in cities across the country at this moment, similar to a minor earthquake. Of course, this was all Chu Sheng's bragging. Are you the one I love the most? Why don't you speak? As a burst of ghost-like howling song sounded, all the fans in the live broadcast room knelt down, and even Sun Hao knelt on the ground. Chapter 265 Chu Sheng's Perfect Confession Plan. If Chu Sheng could collect negative emotions in real life, I'm afraid the complaints would have gone off the charts. This guy is really shameless. He first muted everyone, and then started to sing Am I the One You Love the Most? Why don't you say anything? If you don't say anything, then you love me the most. And you can't refute it. Right? This kind of dog day routine can be used shamelessly. And the face is really thick. Sun Hao saw Chu Sheng's answer here, and he clenched his fists and his face flushed. This damn routine played by Chu Sheng actually tricked him. The head of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds section and the Douyu Super Administrator. Phew? Fortunately, no one else saw his miserable state this time. This is a blessing. Mr. Sun, Su Xiaomu's call is connected. Please give me your instructions. The assistant hurriedly appeared in front of Sun Hao with a mobile phone. But when he turned around and walked in, he saw Sun Hao's miserable state and was stunned. Sun Hao was also stunned. He was just happy that he would not be embarrassed. But the assistant stepped in and saw him like this. Sun Hao seemed to hear the sound of a tall glass falling to the ground and breaking. This was his heartbreak. Phone. What phone call? You used to be slow in doing things. Why did you get through so quickly this time? Knowing Chu Sheng's routine, this is a complete trick on the fans and him. The assistant shrank his neck in fear. This time, he was punished for doing things quickly and neatly. Isn't Mr. Sun a little too irritable recently? Sun Hao's face was gloomy. After answering the phone, he immediately put on a flattering smile and spoke a lot more gently on the phone. The assistant's eyes widened, as if it wasn't Sun Hao who was angry with her just now. Hello? Is this Sayajizi? I asked my assistant to call me. Actually, there's nothing. Yeah. Ah. Yes. I just want to ask your brother if he has signed the contract and when he will send it over. You know, your brother has attracted a lot of traffic on Weibo, and he has established a firm foothold in Douyu. You are also one of our generals. Douyu will naturally not treat you two brothers and sisters unfairly. The assistant was even more stunned. Didn't Mr. Sun want to ask Su Xiaomu for Chu Sheng's phone number? Why did he suddenly become a gentle lamb after answering the phone? With a gentle tone and caring. After a few pleasantries, Sun Hao got the answer he wanted. After hanging up the phone, he let out a long sigh. Chu Sheng was too good at making trouble. Even he, the person in charge, was shown off by Tian. He almost called Su Xiaomu to question him. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Su Xiaomu was still curious. Just after class, the assistant of Dou Yu called and said that Mr. Sun was aggressive. Su Xiaomu thought something big had happened. As a result, after receiving the call, Sun Hao asked some questions in a gentle voice, and then ended the call inexplicably. Chu Sheng pretended to be a big shot in the live broadcast room, and then immediately reopened the barrage comments. In an instant, the live broadcast room was flooded by the angry counterattack of the people. The resistance of the fans was loud and clear, and one sound expressed everyone's dislike for Chu Sheng's move. Ugh! Countless vomiting expressions were sent out, directly flooding the live broadcast room. And Chu Sheng was also directly swept by the wave of people's anger. Who gave you the confidence to ban all the fans? This guy is too arrogant. Right? Chu Sheng glanced at the time. Anyway, he had finished 2 games, and there was not enough time to start the 3rd game. It was just the right opportunity to go offline and divert the roar of the people. Well, I'm going to make lunch for Su Xiaomu. Everyone, have fun. I'll be online again in the afternoon. Bye. After Chu Sheng finished speaking, before the fans could scold him, he quickly clicked off the broadcast, and the live broadcast room suddenly went black. Fuck. Chu Sheng just ran away after showing off. I just typed a long paragraph, but this guy just ran away. I'm angry. No. As a fan, I've never suffered such a great humiliation. I was forced to cover my mouth and feed shit. It's too much. When I think of this guy singing and answering his own questions, and not giving the fans a chance to make a sound, I'm so angry. The fans gathered together and denounced Chu Sheng's crimes. And finally they were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Afternoon. Isn't Chu Sheng going to broadcast live in the afternoon? I must make trouble at that time. The bigger the better. Didn't this guy bet that he would confess to Xiaobai today? Today, I will be the rhythm dog I hate the most and blacken Chu Sheng so much that I am ashamed. Chu Sheng had already slipped away. He looked back and glanced at the white and floating barrage, and his scalp was numb. Fortunately, he slipped away quickly, and was not drowned by the anger of the people. Don't ask Pai if he was happy or not, because this is no longer something that can be described as happy. How about using the word cool? Walking into the kitchen, Chu Sheng scratched his head. Not because cooking made him rack his brains and suffer. Anyway, with his current cooking skills, even if he cooks with his eyes closed, Su Xiaomu will nod and say that the food is delicious. The attention he put into the kitchen now is no different from feeding a golden retriever some dog food. Chu Sheng is worried about what to do with the live broadcast in the afternoon. He made a bet in the early morning, and if he fails to complete it, he will be completely drowned by the saliva of the fans. But if he goes to the appointment, Chu Sheng is afraid that he will be frozen to death by Xiaobai's sharp eyes. This is a confession. Not cooking. Chu Sheng cooked mechanically in a daze, thinking of many solutions in his mind. But in the end they all ended up with Xiaobai staring at him coldly, and then taking out a shiny kitchen knife from his bag. Isn't this scene appropriate? But if he doesn't confess? After all, it was Chu Sheng who said it himself. Chu Sheng didn't believe in any oaths before, but after getting the system, Chu Sheng found that there are still many things in this world that cannot be explained. If he violates the oath, there will be serious consequences. Hey, wait! Chu Sheng suddenly stopped where he was, and his eyes lit up, and he found a great opportunity. Aren't you going to take Su Xiaomu and Shen Siki to eat chicken in the afternoon? It seems that there is a situation where 3 people are missing one. At that time, call Xiaobai into the team to form a 4th row, and find an opportunity to say some earthy love words in the game. It will be considered as completing the task. This way seems good? Chu Sheng thought about it, and immediately clapped his hands, applauding himself for coming up with such a genius idea. In this way, he fulfilled his promise, and didn't have to worry about Xiaobai hitting him. So happy. Suddenly, he smelled a bit of burnt smell in his nose. And when Chu Sheng found it, he only saw a wisp of smoke coming out of the bottom of the pot. Damn! The meat is burnt. He quickly stir-fried it. And just at this time, Su Xiaomu opened the door and shouted, I'm back! Chapter 266 Killing Sister to Prove His Truth? Su Xiaomu smelled a faint burnt smell as soon as she entered the house. This smell has not been smelled for at least 4 years, since Chu Sheng first started learning to cook. When she smelled it again today, Su Xiaomu's eyes widened immediately. Chu Sheng, who cooks every day, actually burns the food? This is totally big news. Okay. It's as ridiculous as a beach lifeguard drowning while swimming in a children's pool. Brother, you actually burnt the food. This scene is completely rare. Okay. Su Xiaomu rushed into the kitchen with excitement on her face. And Chu Sheng pressed her head with one hand against the door to prevent her from coming in. Get out. Get out. There's so much trouble inside. What are you doing here? Chu Sheng was already very irritable. And now Su Xiaomu caught him. Who knows how long she would laugh at him. Su Xiaomu was pushed out of the kitchen by Chu Sheng's big hands. No matter how hard the girl struggled, she couldn't resist Chu Sheng's big hands. Then he locked the kitchen door from the inside to prevent the girl from catching him. But Su Xiaomu was aroused by Chu Sheng's fighting spirit, and she actually pressed her cheek against the kitchen glass, almost squeezing her whole face out of shape. Chu Sheng turned his head and glanced at her, and immediately burst out with joy. He held back his smile, twitching his cheeks, and opened the kitchen door to stare at Su Xiaomu. Don't use your face carelessly just because you're pretty. Do you know how ugly you looked just now? Just imagine. A girl with three-dimensional features and delicate beauty actually pressed her whole face against the glass and squeezed into a ball. Even Chu Sheng couldn't stand the distorted and weird look. Although Su Xiaomu is pretty, she can't use her face carelessly. Pushing the door open and pointing at Su Xiaomu, he said seriously word by word, "Don't use your face carelessly. Go to the table and wait for dinner." Chu Sheng rarely became serious, and Su Xiaomu's eyes flashed with tenderness. Like a panicked little rabbit who needed care, he ran all the way to the dining table and sat down obediently, grinning at Chu Sheng in a flattering way, which made Chu Sheng establish a little prestige as a brother. As soon as he turned around, Su Xiaomu's little fist swung at Chu Sheng frantically. But it was all in vain. Chu Sheng heard a strange sound and turned back suddenly. Suddenly, he saw Su Xiaomu in a weird posture, with his hands raised above his head and his fingers picking his hair. The weird look was like a gorilla raising his arms. Stupid and cute. Are you a gorilla? You look more like one if you spread your legs. Chu Sheng couldn't help but sneer, and then ran into the kitchen to serve the food. Su Xiaomu's face turned red with anger when she heard Chu Sheng's ridicule. This guy actually said that she was like a gorilla. Isn't that just saying that she was stupid? And this guy actually turned his head for no reason. It was really infuriating. Humph. Chu Sheng, don't forget what you have done to me. And now you are bullying me like this. Su Xiaomu's words made Chu Sheng's back cold. Oh my god. How could he forget this matter? They accidentally kissed and rushed into the bathroom. They had chosen to forget the accident between them. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaomu actually used this matter to threaten Chu Sheng again. When they left in the morning, they agreed to take her and Shinseki to eat chicken in the afternoon. This matter was written off. But now it was brought up again. In the past, Chu Sheng would have been scared and admitted his mistake. But today, for some reason, Chu Sheng suddenly lost his fear of Su Xiaomu's devilish attributes. He quietly picked up some burnt vegetables from the bottom of Su Xiaomu's bowl, and then covered it with a spoonful of rice. And Chu Sheng completed his trap. Then he placed the rice and vegetables on the dining table. Su Xiaomu still stared at Chu Sheng with a copper bell-like look, and kept glaring at him, trying to make Chu Sheng succumb to her murderous aura. However, no matter how Su Xiaomu puffed up her cheeks and opened her eyes, she looked so cute. Chu Sheng glanced at the rice and casually pushed it in front of him. His eyes focused on the rice bowl, and said lightly, "Okay, stop making trouble. I'll take you to eat chicken after dinner." Chu Sheng's words really made Su Xiaomu return to normal. It was really difficult for her and Shinseki to eat chicken together. But now with Chu Sheng leading the team, it was easy to eat chicken. Chu Sheng picked up a chopstick of food and put it in Su Xiaomu's bowl, and said with concern, "Eat more." Looking at the full bowl of food, Su Xiaomu's mouth curled up slightly, and then immediately pulled it down. Su Xiaomu naturally understood Chu Sheng's action of picking up food as Chu Sheng admitting his mistake and apologizing. But how could she easily forgive him just by picking up a dish? Su Xiaomu was busy with a tense face again, pretending that she was not relieved, waiting for Chu Sheng to continue to coax her. As a result, Chu Sheng directly picked up his bowl and started to enjoy lunch, which made Su Xiaomu so angry that she almost exploded. She angrily picked up the bowl and placed it in front of her, digging into the food in the bowl with big mouthfuls, as if the food was Chu Sheng. And she wished she could bite this guy, who was always angry with her to death. Chu Sheng moved back a little carelessly, also picked up the bowl and chopsticks and dug into the food, staring at Su Xiaomu. Both of them ate with big mouthfuls, and their eyes exchanged to see who would lose first. Su Xiaomu had already dug out the burnt food under the rice, and subconsciously stuffed it into her mouth without even looking at it. Suddenly, a bitter and burnt taste exploded in her mouth and taste buds, and she almost cried because of the bitterness. Su Xiaomu frowned and glanced down at the burnt food that she had not finished eating. She immediately understood, and a surge of anger filled her heart. Chu Sheng was so bold that he actually dared to secretly pour the burnt food into her bowl, and even covered it under the rice to harm her. Is this guy crazy? He actually wanted to kill his sister to prove his truth. Su Xiaomu forced herself to swallow the burnt food, without any fluctuation on her face. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He was waiting for Su Xiaomu to get up and beat him up. But she looked calm and even smiled. Why did she smile so brightly at noon? It's so spooky. Su Xiaomu raised her lips, and took out all the remaining burnt food from the bowl. My dear brother, you have worked hard to cook for me during this period. You should eat more too. Su Xiaomu stood up, and stuffed all the burnt food into Chu Sheng's bowl. The faint smile on her lips remained curved and did not fade. Chu Sheng wanted to refuse subconsciously, but the murderous intent buried deep in Su Xiaomu's smiling eyes forced him back. Chu Sheng believed that if he dared to refuse, Su Xiaomu would have 58 ways to kill him. As for why it was 58 instead of 59, it was the intuition of a man who was desperate to survive. Sister picks up food for her brother. And as a brother, I am so touched. I will eat it now. Chu Sheng stuffed the burnt food into his mouth with rice. After a while, his eyes were glittering, and he shed tears that he dared not to move. Chapter 267 Clapping for Love. During lunch, the brother and sister played tricks on each other. After the meal, each of them held a cup of water and drank vigorously, while complaining with eyes wide open. The two gulped down a large bottle of pure water, burping, not knowing whether they ate too much or drank too much. This good thing was left to you by your brother with great difficulty. Why did you give it to me? Chu Sheng touched his stomach with one hand. He didn't eat too much. He just drank water to suppress the bitterness in his stomach. The brother and sister have completely stopped fighting now, and they are leaning against the chairs listlessly. You still have the nerve to say that. Secretly stuffing the burnt vegetables into my bowl. Do you think you are famous now? And you dare to challenge me directly? Su Xiaomu's words made Chu Sheng roll his eyes. What do you mean you dare to challenge me just because you are powerful? This is pure slander. Didn't we also fight each other before we were weak? Su Xiaomu straightened his back suddenly when he said this, staring at Chu Sheng's eyes with fierce eyes. Tell me, did you do this on purpose? You have been cooking for several years, but you can still cook burnt dishes. You must have done it on purpose. Su Xiaomu became more and more certain that Chu Sheng had never had such a thing happen since he finished learning to cook. Except for the burnt dishes, when he first started learning to cook 5 years ago. Today, he actually burned the food at home, and didn't let her enter the kitchen. When she was eating, he picked up some food for her to cover the burnt food in the bowl. This series of events was premeditated. If you think I'm in the way, just say it. You want to poison me with burnt food. My heart hurts so much. Su Xiaomu also turned on the drama mode. For a moment, her eyes were like stars, filled with mist and tears. She looked so pitiful that she was about to cry. Chu Sheng's face turned red. Can he control the burning of the food? If the fire was a little higher, it would be burnt. Besides, people make mistakes and horses stumble. What's wrong with burning at once? There are actually people with ulterior motives who put the big hat of killing his sister to prove his faith on him. There must be some conspiracy. Chu Sheng turned around with a plate and slipped into the kitchen, not giving Su Xiaomu any chance. Su Xiaomu saw that her acting skills did not impress Chu Sheng, so she hummed and stood up to the refrigerator, squatted down and took out an ice cream. Ice cream is the best. It was still vanilla ice cream. Su Xiaomu was about to tear open the package, but suddenly she felt a shadow shrouded her. Su Xiaomu raised her head and stared at Chu Sheng pitifully, muttering, "It's not too much to eat an ice cream as dessert after dinner." Chu Sheng shook his head and said, "It's not too much to eat an ice cream as dessert. But you ate all the watermelon I cut after lunch just now. And now you want to eat ice cream again. which is very problematic. Su Xiaomu pouted, opened the refrigerator and pretended to put the ice cream back, then rushed to the bedroom while Chu Sheng was not paying attention. Chu Sheng did not react at first. His hands were still on the refrigerator, and Su Xiaomu slipped directly under his armpits. Looking at the boudoir so close, Su Xiaomu's face was full of joy. Hee. She was still smart and clever, and knew how to use this method to get rid of Chu Sheng, the troublemaker. As a result, before she rushed to the bedroom and locked the door, Chu Sheng chased her from behind and directly lifted Su Xiaomu up high with his hands around her waist. Su Xiaomu was lifted up by Chu Sheng with his hands around her waist, and her two legs were still kicking in the air, looking cute and funny. After lifting Su Xiaomu up, Chu Sheng directly carried her on his shoulders. Su Xiaomu is petite and delicate, and it is not tiring to carry her on his shoulders. You should know that if you weigh less than 100 pounds, you are either flat-chested or short. Su Xiaomu has two of these characteristics, so it is naturally impossible for her to be heavy. But this girl waved her fists and swung her legs like a lively carp. "Aw, I just want to eat ice cream. Chu Sheng is abusing me." Kidnapping. Su Xiaomu shouted nonsense. And even when she was carried on Chu Sheng's shoulders, she did not forget to open the ice cream bag. Chu Sheng looked at the willful Su Xiaomu. Is this guy crazy? Her period came these few days, and she dared to eat cold things. The watermelon specially prepared for lunch today is already over the limit, and Chu Sheng will never let Su Xiaomu eat this ice cream. Listening to Su Xiaomu's coquettish behavior, Chu Sheng slapped her. "Pa!" A crisp sound resounded in the living room, so loud that Chu Sheng and Su Xiaomu were stunned at the same time. Chu Sheng was completely confused. He didn't think much just now, just hoping that Su Xiaomu could calm down. You know, if this little witch can't get something, she will definitely want to get it in various ways, so that she will be happy. Chu Sheng knows Su Xiaomu very well, since this girl started to rebel during adolescence. Chu Sheng has almost lived with Su Xiaomu. After the slap, Chu Sheng's face was full of expression. He had just hit Su Xiaomu, and it was this girl's butt. Su Xiaomu was also shocked. Her face turned red. Of course, there was an effect, but Su Xiaomu's face was already red, and she dared not stammer anymore. Chu Sheng felt helpless. But in order to educate the willful Su Xiaomu, Chu Sheng still had to keep a straight face and continue to act. He took Su Xiaomu to the room and put her on the bed. Don't think about ice cream these days. Let's talk about it after this month. Do you understand? As Chu Sheng said this, his hand had silently reached out to Su Xiaomu's hand, and he took the ice cream from her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. When Chu Sheng walked out of the bedroom, Su Xiaomu still looked dazed. The feeling of being slapped on the butt made Su Xiaomu's mind go blank. Was Chu Sheng taking advantage of her? Chu Sheng walked out of the house and breathed a sigh of relief. He put the ice cream back and didn't dare to enter Su Xiaomu's room at all. The weight just now was still quite large, but Chu Sheng felt a rebound force like jelly, which shook his hand back again. It has to be said that although Su Xiaomu doesn't have much meat on his body, his butt is still good. Chu Sheng quickly shook his head, not knowing why such a weird idea came into his mind. He hurriedly threw down a sentence, "If you want to eat chicken, go online," and then hid directly in his room. Chapter 268 I. Chu Sheng. Am a man of steel. Chu Sheng rubbed his face twice. There have been too many ridiculous things happening recently. Why did he suddenly have the urge to slap Su Xiaomu's butt? What surprised Chu Sheng even more was that Su Xiaomu didn't say anything, but just lay on the bed in a daze with her eyes empty. Awkward. Very embarrassing. Chu Sheng turned on the computer, but didn't click on the live broadcast immediately, but logged into his game account first. Although he had broken through more than 20 kills in the last game, they were either fists, grenades, or vehicle kills, and no player was idle enough to report Chu Sheng, so he was not directly banned by the developer for too many kills. Chu Sheng logged into the game, waiting for Su Xiaomu to come online. He didn't dare to go over and talk to Su Xiaomu at this moment. He just did something like this. It was embarrassing to play games in the afternoon. Okay? The blush on Su Xiaomu's cheeks lasted for a long time, and she lay on the bed completely emptying herself, looking at the ceiling with fluorescent stars above her head. I don't know what she was thinking. Too many things happened in the past few days. It seems that since Chu Sheng wanted to live broadcast, things have deviated from the established route imagined by everyone, and accidents have happened frequently in the small family. Su Xiaomu no longer knows what attitude to use to face Chu Sheng. It seems that there is an inexplicable feeling between the two. Su Xiaomu slowly got up from the bed, took a deep breath, reached out and touched her cheek. Still feeling the burning heat, her eyes gradually regained their alertness, and she pouted her nose mischievously, interpreting Chu Xing's behavior as an unexpected act of caring for her and not letting her eat ice cream. Su Xiaomu quickly tidied up her appearance and state, then turned on the live broadcast and opened the PUBG game. As a result, as soon as she logged into the game platform and entered the startup lobby interface, a large section of English letters suddenly appeared. How could a PUBG player like Su Xiaomu, who was a casual player, type out such an interface herself? But she naturally understood the PUBG ban detection. Her account was banned again, and it was definitely not Su Xiaomu who did it. Mr. Chu, did you ban my account again? Su Xiaomu was confident in her room. Anyway, it was Chu Sheng who did something wrong. She had nothing to hide. Even if she was sorry, it should be Chu Sheng. After Su Xiaomu started broadcasting, fans also received the platform's online prompt and clicked in. In just a moment, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room began to refresh rapidly without any pause. Especially Su Xiaomu's shouting, which scared the fans who had just entered the live broadcast room. Their goddess Xiao Guzi actually has such an irritable side. So cute. Chu Sheng also logged into the game, but he didn't dare to start live streaming. He was afraid that when he was live streaming, Su Xiaomu would come in and give him a lecture. Wouldn't his prestige in front of the fans collapse? Hearing Su Xiaomu's roar, Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he was both terrified and relieved. He was terrified that Su Xiaomu finally started to make trouble for him. But fortunately, he didn't start live streaming this time, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Don't be angry, Xiaomu. You know that the developer is a crazy company that bans accounts at any time, and then slaps them in the face the next day. Chu Sheng's voice became smaller and smaller, and he was also not confident. But can you stop reporting things just because you want to? These guys report when they can't beat them. It's impossible for Chu Sheng to rush to the other end of the opponent with a nail clipper and force them not to report. This is not realistic. Right. The viewers in the live broadcast room naturally heard Chu Sheng's apology and smiled. Ha ha ha. Chu Sheng, this arrogant guy, suddenly became weak when facing his sister. As expected, appearance is justice. Xiaojizi's words made Chu Sheng lose his confidence. That's right. Chu Sheng, do you have to kill so many people? It would be great if you could give others a little gaming experience. The fans also started to criticize Chu Sheng in Su Xiaomu's live broadcast room, blaming this guy for being too arrogant this morning and actually daring to turn on the full mute function. You should know that few people in the live broadcast industry dare to turn on this function. It's just that it's occasionally needed when doing activity statistics. Only Chu Sheng dared to turn on the full mute function, and then mocked a large number of fans, and then went offline. This wave of doing it can be said to be very good. Now seeing Chu Sheng being humiliated and submissive, they feel like the little pigeon is one of their own, and they feel proud. Chu Sheng is already shameless. If he turns on the mute function, no one can control him. However, as the saying goes, there is always someone who can defeat him. Everything is mutually reinforcing and restraining. There must be something that restrains within 7 steps. The person who can restrain Chu Sheng is his sister Su Xiaomu. Su Xiaomu's chest was heaving. Her account was flirted with by Chu Sheng twice, and she was sent to prison again. She would never let this guy play her game account in the future. Don't log into my game account randomly in the future. Su Xiaomu shouted helplessly with her tender cheeks puffed up. Fortunately, she still has a small account here. Otherwise she can't even play the game. Chu Sheng's face was happy when he heard this. The two of them have lived under the same roof for 5 years, and there is still a little tacit understanding between the brother and sister. Su Xiaomu's words obviously meant that she was not going to pursue the matter any further. Chu Sheng immediately smiled and shouted across the bedroom like a lackey, "Then your name is Chinsiki. I promised to take you to eat chicken this afternoon." Since the matter was settled, Chu Sheng immediately turned over a new leaf and opened the live broadcast room, showing his best spirit and attitude. As a result, as soon as the live broadcast room opened, someone received the message and rushed over, and the first sentence made Chu Sheng collapse. Standing firm to fans and bowing to sisters Nicholas Chu Sheng, I, Chu Sheng, will never bow to power in my life. He, brother Xiaomu will carry you. Do you think our fans can bully you? Little Pigeon was so scared by what he said. I could hear Chu Sheng's trembling voice in Little Pigeon's live broadcast room. The desire to survive is so strong that I want to laugh for no reason. As soon as the fans came in, they mocked Chu Sheng, ready to get back the place where Chu Sheng lost power at noon. Chu Sansao is a man of integrity. He can betray his country with just one look. Why do I feel like Cixi and Li Lianying? Looking at these comments, Chu was so angry that he almost fainted. This must be Su Xiaomu's early live broadcast. The previous wave of losing power and humiliating the country must have been heard by the fans. When Chu Sheng thought of his great and glorious image collapsing, he fell into powerlessness. At this time, Su Xiaomu's voice came again. Come to my voice channel. Chu Sheng replied subconsciously. Ja. Chapter 269 Love. Not Quarrels. Chu Sheng obediently came to the voice channel and entered the VIP room below. After a while, Chen Siki's youthful and energetic voice sounded in the channel. Hi. I'm here. Chu Sheng must take me and Xia Jizi to play PUBG today. Yesterday, Chu Sheng successfully proved himself, which not only promoted himself, but also made Chen Siki's support seem particularly sincere, because of yesterday's self-proof. In addition to the hot search of Chu Sheng's self-proof on Weibo, the hot search of the 4-0 title of Chu Sheng and Chen Siki also ranked in the top 20 of the hot search list, which also created a wave of momentum for Chen Siki. Chu Sheng remembered Chen Siki's help yesterday and smiled. No problem. Leave it to me. I will beat you until you cry and beg me not to eat chicken, and give others a way out. When Chu Sheng heard Chen Siki's voice, he felt as cheerful as if he had seen the sun after breaking through the clouds, and his mood naturally improved. Without saying anything, he set off with a set of force. Chen Siki knew Chu Sheng's strength. In addition to the fact that the process might be a little tragic, the possibility of eating chicken was really very high. When Su Xiaomu heard Chu Sheng's arrogant words, she sneered and pursed her pink little mouth, and her face was clearly full of teasing. This guy is talking nonsense again. He really can't stand Chu Sheng's attitude in front of girls. Before, Su Xiaomu just watched Chu Sheng playing games. Now playing games together, she suddenly felt like she was bringing her mentally retarded brother to the city. Su Xiaomu felt extremely embarrassed. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and enter the game. You are invited. Su Xiaomu interrupted Chu Sheng with a slightly cold tone. Even Chen Siki could hear the anger in Su Xiaomu's tone. Chu Sheng, did you make our little pigeon angry? The reason why Chen Siki was called a mother by netizens was because of her high emotional intelligence and intellectual beauty. Su Xiaomu's unhappiness could be heard from the conversation between the two, and she was sure that Chu Sheng must have done something wrong. Just this vision and emotional intelligence to ease the atmosphere. Being able to become the number one on the platform is not just a matter of luck. Ahem. That's not the case. By the way, we are short of one person here. What do you think if I call another person to the 4th row? Chu Sheng also quickly changed the subject. Is he going to talk about the fact that he slapped Su Xiaomu's buttocks? Isn't this courting death? Su Xiaomu snorted playfully, and her cheeks flushed slightly. When Chen Siki heard this voice, she knew that something must have happened between the two of them just now. But Su Xiaomu had obviously forgiven Chu Sheng, so she didn't discuss it anymore, and continued with Chu Sheng's words. Okay. It's just right to find someone to come to the 4th row. But you'd better find a master. If it's another girl, I'm afraid the 3 of us will be killed as soon as we land. 3 people were killed as soon as they landed? Chu Sheng keenly grasped the key point in this sentence, and his spine couldn't help but shiver. Chi-Chi, don't make trouble. Do you want to use me to sacrifice the circle of destiny again? After all, the person in front of Chu Sheng is the originator of killing Chu Jitian. It is because of Chen Siki's wave of coquettish operations that Chu Sheng is tired like a dog every time he plays in a 4-person team, and he lands in a single 4-person team. Before, Su Xiaomu sat next to Chu Sheng, and when he heard his brother call Chen Siki like this, he didn't think it was a big deal. But he just felt that this fool was too bold. But now playing games together, listening to Chu Sheng calling Chi-Chi all the time, suddenly felt very strange, and couldn't say that he hated it. But he was definitely not calm. Anyway, there was an inexplicable irritation. Su Xiaomu herself blamed it on Chu Sheng not letting her eat the ice cream. You should invite a great player. At least he can take me and Xiao Gij to fight after landing. Otherwise, it will be just me and Xiao Gij. We will be beaten to death after landing. Chen Siki has made up her mind, and will definitely not jump to the same place as Chu Sheng. This guy's bad luck is too cruel. She would rather be killed in a gunfight than be tortured all the way and breathe out more than inhale. Chu Sheng thought about Xiao Bai's performance. She is also a beautiful iceberg gun king. As soon as she landed, she immediately asked for a gunfight. Although her gun skills are not as good as Chu Sheng's, she is already a very good high-end player in the general ranking level. Don't worry. The people I know, how could they be ordinary people? Chu Sheng patted his arms and made a guarantee. The fans were also curious about who Chu Sheng would invite to play games with. The fans speculated about people like Rabbit and Xiao Ju. After all, if we talk about playing well, there are only these two people among the people Chu Sheng knows. Right? There are actually people brushing the names of Dai Mei and Xiao in the barrage of the live broadcast room. Which is very cool. Dai Mei's shooting skills are very powerful. Of course, only shotguns in critical moments. As for Xiao, let's not comment on it. Just be a BGM switching DJ. Some people also brushed Xiao Bai's name crazily. But other fans interrupted immediately. Chu Sheng still owes Xiao Bai a confession. And he's trying to avoid her. How could he possibly invite Xiao Bai to play games? If Xiao Bai really comes, the scene will be so beautiful. One sister. Two ambiguous objects. This wave of operations is really sexy. Don't why. This kind of thing can only be imagined in your own mind. Chu Sheng would only invite Xiao Bai to come and let you guys make a fuss. While the netizens were chattering, Chu Sheng had already taken out his mobile phone and started to contact Xiao Bai. The message was quickly replied, and Chu Sheng invited her to play a few games of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Xiao Bai was looking at the machine being assembled on the workbench and had already typed a no in the input box. But after a moment's consideration, he deleted the word and replaced it with an OK expression. You guys assemble this machine. I have something to do. After giving instructions to the staff, Xiao Bai walked into his own office with a cold face, sat in front of the computer and turned it on, then took out a hairband from the drawer, tied up the back of his short hair neatly, and put on headphones. Xiao Bai looked at the voice channel number and felt familiar. So he followed it in, and was directly pulled into the VIP channel by Chu Sheng. Looking at the four vests inside, Xiao Bai recognized who the remaining two people were at a glance. Huh? Isn't this Xiao Bai? Chen Siki saw that there was one more person in the voice team, and her eyes lit up immediately after seeing the ID. Xiao Bai didn't expect that Chu Sheng's teammates were Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki, but he had already come in, and heard Chen Siki's surprise, so he had to speak first. Hello, Sister Qi. Xiaomu doesn't have classes in the afternoon? Xiao Bai asked both of them in 2 sentences. As for Chu Sheng, it doesn't matter whether he asks or not. Chu Sheng's live broadcast room suddenly boiled. Awesome. Awesome. Chu Sheng is really ignorant of life and death. And he really invited Xiao Bai here. I smell a bloody smell of fighting. Confessed to Xiao Bai. And then Chen Siki gets jealous and fights? Damn. This script is more exciting than a Hollywood blockbuster. Chapter 270 The Lord of S City with Low Status. The fans were excited. And now there was something interesting to watch. Is Chu Sheng really going to die? He actually dared to invite Xiao Bai to join the team. Now there was something interesting to watch. The drama of the year. You should know that Chen Siki and Chu Sheng should have a strong relationship. After all, when Chu Sheng was in trouble, the female anchor came forward to support Chu Sheng's self-certification at the first time. Chen's mother's army of sons had already accepted their fate. According to the current situation. Although Chen Siki kept saying that she and Chu Sheng were just chicken friends. According to the current situation, it might be a bit impure. Eating chicken may turn into eating chicken later, which is not good. You should know that Chen Siki has never been so enthusiastic about a new male anchor on the live broadcast platform after knowing him a few times. And it is not too much to even stick her in. Not to mention Xiao Bai. The pink atmosphere between the two is simply strong. Especially in the eyes of the fans. It seems that there is a taste of love between a man and a woman. Add to that the little pigeon. A sister. In the middle. This combination is interesting. Is it the legendary chicken eating competition? Competing for Chu Sheng's possession? The fans are already crazy about it. And Chu Sheng feels happy about it. He will play together later, and find a chance to fulfill his man's promise. Why not? He didn't expect what will happen to this combination later. Even Su Xiaomu was stunned. She also thought that Chu Sheng would definitely invite Tuzi or Shijue. After all, Chu Sheng has been on the Douyu platform for 3 days. And he only knows these few people. and the only capable ones are Tuzi and Shijue. Su Xiaomu never expected that the guy Chu Sheng called was Xiaobai. The relationship between Xiaobai and Chu Sheng is still very ambiguous. But in Su Xiaomu's opinion, Shinseki seems to have some feelings for Chu Sheng that she doesn't know about. Anyone with a little bit of brains wouldn't pull Xiaobai over at this time. Right? The current scene seems a bit. Su Xiaomu really wants to turn off the live broadcast now, and then rush to Chu Sheng's bedroom, grab this guy's ear, and ask him what he wants to do. Shinseki and Xiaobai know each other, but they are a little embarrassed now. Shinseki was thinking about when Chu Sheng knew Xiaobai, and how he could invite her to play games without Su Xiaomu. Xiaobai didn't think much about it, because Shinseki and Su Xiaomu had always had a good relationship. However, with her cold and icy personality, except for Su Xiaomu, her relationship with other female anchors on Douyu could only be considered as nodding acquaintances. After the two of them exchanged greetings, the voice channel suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere was a little indescribable. The fans could feel the embarrassment, not to mention the person involved. Only Chu Sheng smiled foolishly, feeling that he was really smart. Okay, now that everyone is here, we can play in a 4-person team. Chu Sheng invited Xiaobai in, and after the 4 of them got ready, they went straight into the quality square. Hey, Xiaobai, aren't you busy today? I invited you and you came. Chu Sheng was still curious. Xiaobai shouldn't be very busy at the assembly shop in Donghai City. How could she have time to come here with just one sentence? Chu Sheng's words made Xiaobai roll her eyes in anger. Fortunately, she hadn't entered the game yet. Otherwise she would have fired a volley of bullets at Chu Sheng to teach him a lesson. What do you mean she is very free? She has a lot of time. She took time out to let her employees do it. She took out her precious time to play PUBG with him. It's okay that she played in a 4-person team, but she actually asked her if she was busy right away. If Chu Sheng could see Xiaobai at this time, he would probably experience what absolute zero is. Su Xiaomu took a sip of water, and when she heard Chu Sheng's opening, she couldn't help but spit it out. If this guy really can't talk, then don't talk. Xiaobai has such a big and well-known store. How could he not be busy? He hurriedly wiped the water stain with a tissue, and Chu Sheng's voice came from the next door, and the headphones at the same time. Xiaomu, why is your microphone blowing up? Chu Sheng said a word when he saw himself, and he got 20 points of complaints from Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai. There are only 60 people in the Quality Plaza now, and the countdown has not even started. Not busy. How could Xiaobai answer? He could only say 2 words coldly. If he said he was busy, how could he explain why he showed up here and put aside everything to play games with Chu Sheng? As an iceberg Sundra? What's the difference between this and admitting that he has a crush on Chu Sheng? Not busy. I'll take you 3 to eat chicken this afternoon. Chu Sheng raised a confident smile on his face. I dare not say anything else. Isn't eating chicken a sure thing? This sentence naturally got Su Xiaomu and Xiaobai's complaints again. This guy must be inflated. It must be like this. He can actually say such things when he is with Xiaobai and Shinseki. Su Xiaomu was so angry that he looked like a pufferfish, with his cheeks bulging. Xiaobai complained in his heart that Chu Sheng had no sense. He could figure out whether he was busy or not with a little brain. Right? Chu Sheng was confused. Did he say anything wrong? 2 people actually complained about him like this. His sister Chi was still good. She had always been confident in him, and never complained about him, because of eating chicken. 3 inexplicable sentences have already earned 40 points of complaints. Chu Sheng was not panicked this time. He was ready to eat chicken. Is this anchor an idiot? Damn. I have been completely defeated by Chu Sheng's IQ and EQ. I can't stand it anymore. I want to beat Chu Sheng. The fans gave Chu Sheng endless negative reviews. This guy is really stupid. I have a feeling that there will be a bloody storm today. I don't know when. Q Huang also came online to the live broadcast room. I heard that Chu Sheng is doing something, and he has 1 foot in the coffin. I forced myself to come over from the sickbed to see Xuefeng, who was in ecstasy last night, saw the explosive news in the fan group and hurried to the live broadcast room to watch the show. Needless to say, just this chicken-eating combination. Something is bound to happen. The countdown ended quickly, and the 4 of them boarded the plane together. There is something about this flight route. It is no longer familiar. The route flies directly from the airport island in the southernmost part of the map to a city in the far north. Seeing this route, Xiaobai did not say anything and directly marked a point on the C building. Shinseki saw Xiaobai's idea and immediately applauded. Almost at the same time, Chusheng marked as city. Chusheng's face changed wildly. He dared not recall what happened last time he jumped into the airport with Xiaobai. He really endured humiliation and lived a miserable life. Well, isn't it good for us to go to S City to grow up? Chusheng almost cried. He is the king of S City. It is not appropriate to go to a place like the airport. Chapter 271. It's okay. I'll accompany you. Chusheng's gaming experience of jumping to the airport was extremely bad. Think about when I jumped to the airport with Xiaobai. I was knocked down 3 times. And the bullets seemed to have tracking effects. Think about when I came to the airport to show off. I jumped to the boiler room and was scared to the wild area. And then I was sanctioned and shamefully logged off. This experience is a complete nightmare. Okay? Now with Shinseki, Su Xiaomu and others. Will Xiaobai drag 3 people after landing? Chusheng took a breath of cold air just thinking about it. And then said, well, anyway, I will never, ever go to the airport. Xiaobai, if you want to jump, just jump. Qiqi and Su Xiaomu will be left to you to protect. After thinking about it, with Xiaobai here, as long as the 3 of them are a little bit shabby, they can still gain a foothold at the airport. He can go to S City to dominate, and then sail to the airport island. Shinseki's big black eyes are very clever. This time, Chusheng is very proactive. He has already consciously dedicated himself to the tactic of 1 protecting 3. Don't worry. The 3 of us will definitely win the game. Shinseki smiled. Although the airport is a dangerous place, it is also possible to go directly to the back to play in the wild. Or there are places like in port, where it is no problem to survive. Although I have never played games with Xiaobai, I have heard of the reputation of Digital Xiaobai, the female warrior who eats chicken. With such a violent female warrior protecting her, it should not be a problem to survive. Can you go to S City alone? Xiaobai asked suddenly. She knew how bad Chusheng's bad luck was at the beginning. In the 4-person mode, if 1 person jumps to S City and another team comes without picking up a gun, Chusheng will have a hard time not falling. Xiaobai, let's jump to the airport together. Although Chusheng's luck is a little worse, he can definitely enter the circle alive. Let's not worry about him. Shinseki comforted. And when she saw that the plane had already arrived over the airport, she jumped out of the plane with Su Xiaomu without saying a word. Although it was the first time for Su Xiaomu to play PUBG with her brother, she had many experiences in third-person OP and knew that Chusheng had his own punishment circle and bombing zone. Without saying a word, he followed Shinseki and jumped off the plane, heading towards Building C. The 2 jumped off the plane and saw that the icons of their 2 teammates were still on the plane, with no sign of getting off. Even the fans were stunned. Xiaobai didn't jump off with them? Seeing that the plane had passed the airport island and flew to the seaside farm. If he parachuted at this time, he would definitely not reach Building C of the airport. Isn't Xiaobai going to parachute? What's going on? Why are they all scattered? Su Xiaomu was also panicking. Xiaobai's shooting skills were the best among the 3. Shinseki and she were just 2 soy sauce. Now that Xiaobai didn't jump down with them, how brave did they have to be to go to the C building of the airport and fight for their lives? Sister Xiaobai, jump down quickly. Su Xiaomu almost cried out. And her heart was chilled as she watched the plane getting farther and farther away. Chusheng didn't understand Xiaobai's behavior at all. What did she mean by that? Wasn't she going to the airport with them? Wouldn't Shinseki and Su Xiaomu be surrounded by a group of hungry men? And they would have to cry before they could let go. I'll jump to S City. Xiaobai didn't say much nonsense. But the word S City almost moved Chusheng so much that he cried directly in the live broadcast room. Look! Look! Who treats him the best? As expected of the revolutionary friendship forged at the airport. Look at Xiaobai, who is willing to go to the barren and desolate S City with me. Unlike you two. You sell out your teammates just to stay in the safe zone. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all stunned. This rhythm seems too pink. Right? Chusheng hasn't even confessed yet. Why is Xiaobai already protecting her? Sister Xiaobai, what will happen to me and Chen Mama after you do this? Su Xiaomu wanted to cry, but had no tears. This Xiaobai really does his own thing, and is unique. In this way, she and Shinseki have become people who sell out their friends for fame. In addition, 2 noobs who can't even suppress the gun. Are they going to the C building to brush up the data for others? Xiaobai simply didn't answer. Anyway, That's just how the icy and arrogant person is. Wow. Did these two people collude long ago to give us a hand and let us experience the feeling of being abandoned by teammates? Shinseki's reaction was very quick, although she didn't know Xiaobai's real purpose. This sentence at least eased the extremely pink atmosphere in the game. The fans were guided by Shinseki and suddenly realized. That's right. I was wondering why Chusheng didn't invite Rabbit or Xiaojue, but called Xiaobai. These two must have had a PY transaction in private. This wave of using the same method to treat others is a bit cool. Knowing that it was Xiaojizi who brought Shinseki, Chusheng simply took the initiative and abandoned the two of them directly. But Chusheng is also cruel. He even sold his own sister. Does this count as killing his sister to prove his truth? The viewers in the live broadcast room all took a deep breath. This wave was really terrifying. Chusheng was simply a heartless person. Shinseki and Su Xiaomu looked at the dense crowd around them, rushing to occupy Building C, the factory and the police station like dumplings. And they were already scared. Why go to Building C in this wave? Let's run away first. I opened the parachute early and headed towards the Wild House area in the south of the airport island. They couldn't win the fight at the airport. The couple fooled them directly. And now they can only barely survive by playing in the wild. Su Xiaomu's face flushed with anger. She thought Chusheng would have a little repentance. But she didn't expect that he would even deceive her cute sister. This man is really cruel. Chusheng and Xiaobai sat on the plane, feeling quite speechless. There were many people parachuting along the way. But Chusheng glanced through the open tail of the plane and saw that there were two other teams in the plane besides them. When they arrived above S City, Chusheng and Xiaobai fell vertically at the first time, increasing their speed to the maximum. Dragged the perspective to look at the sky. One team of people was flying high in the direction of the shooting range, and the other team's destination was also S City. After Xiaobai jumped, he marked a point directly at the location of the church. As the most important landmark building in S City, the resources here are not rich, but because it is located in the center and there are houses on both sides, it naturally became Xiaobai's first choice. The four people in this team saw the two people who had already opened their parachutes, and their faces were immediately happy. I don't know if these two guys are in a double four-person team or separated from their teammates, but they dare to walk separately in a four-person team game. Isn't this a lesson for them? Go down and find the gun as soon as you can. Kill them! Chapter 272. I'll leave the chicken-eating thing to you. In a situation of 4 against 2, you must not wait for others to collect all the equipment before fighting. If you wait until others have collected the equipment, the outcome is really uncertain. Surrounding the enemy as soon as you get the gun can minimize the enemy's range of activities, which naturally limits the possibility of them picking up high-level supplies. The most correct move is to search slowly after killing them. Some players are worried about their shooting skills, so they dare not start fighting directly after landing. They have to wait until they have collected armor, helmets and weapons before touching the enemy to send a wave, leaving a reputation of 2 against 4, and saving the enemy a lot of search time. After Chusheng landed, he chose to follow Xiaobai closely. You know, Xiaobai was very lucky, and it was easy for him to find a gun. Only by following him could he survive. Xiaobai landed directly on the top of the church, and picked up a ferocious AKM as soon as he landed. Chusheng landed on the ground of the church. He had a psychological shadow when he played this game for the first time, and he always avoided the high places of the church. Only the old players, who watched Chusheng's live broadcast the earliest, knew this joke. Chusheng landed directly and rushed into the church. Some supplies are often refreshed in the church, but the supplies are not very advanced, and it is already good to have a small pistol. But for Chusheng, as long as it is a prop, he is not picky. Having lived a miserable life at the beginning, Chusheng is not picky now. Whatever comes, and he accepts it. Have you found the gun? Xiaobai's voice is still cold, as if she has returned to the emotionless female killer before. But as soon as she finished asking this question, her tone stagnated for a moment before she reacted. How could she not know how unlucky Chusheng was? How could he have a gun when he landed? Isn't it redundant to ask? Sorry, I disturbed you. Xiaobai seemed to be talking to herself, especially the cold and repellent feeling in her tone, which had a strange contrast with her words, making the netizens laugh non-stop. Shinseki and Su Xiaomu, who were abandoned by Chusheng and Xiaobai, simply headed straight for the Wild House area. On the way, they heard the conversation between the two in the voice chat and couldn't help laughing. Chusheng wanted to cry, but had no tears. She had to do all the questions and answers by herself. What else could Chu Sheng do? Entering the church with his head down, Chu Sheng picked up a level 1 bag, and then went behind the stone pillar inside, and picked up a crossbow and 10 crossbow arrows. I also have weapons. Before Chu Sheng finished speaking, Xiao Bai, who was hiding behind the church bell, had already started shooting with an AKM. The dull sound of bullets coming out of the gun, accompanied by the muzzle flash, hit the enemy's head at the second-floor window of the red apartment building opposite, and knocked him down with a headshot. The 4 people who landed were each in a room, ready to search for guns and move directly towards the church. So they were distributed in the room area in the north of the church. Xiao Bai saw a head flashing by the window, and then AKM held his breath and shot at the man just as he rushed into the inner room. The man hadn't even picked up a gun yet, but he was shot in the head. Everyone was stunned. After all, in the past, Chu Sheng was the first to kill people in the live broadcast. This time, before Chu Sheng came out of the church, this female warrior with a cold voice had already knocked down one person in advance. Because many netizens started to subscribe to Chu Sheng's live broadcast through Weibo yesterday, they didn't know what Xiao Bai's joke was. However, with the popularization of science in the barrage, this group of idle guys naturally understood the flag that Chu Sheng had set before. Some even searched for Xiao Bai's photo on the internet and were immediately shocked by her beauty. The ruthless female killer is really not just talk. Chu Sheng has completely become a salted fish after landing. Chu Sheng's master temperament was really blasted to pieces in front of Xiao Bai. I suddenly feel like I'm in love. The netizens chattered non-stop, and they felt unparalleled expectations for this game. This is going to be a Shira field. After Chu Sheng loaded the crossbow, he bent down from the church and touched the high wall outside the church. The 4 people just landed in the north of the church. Since Xiao Bai had knocked one down, the rest of them must go to rescue him. Xiao Bai lay directly on the ceiling of the church. She could see the situation in the house area in front, but the house area could not capture any of her situation from this angle. Seeing Xiao Bai directly knock down a person with a headshot, Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu, who had just arrived at the house area, looked at each other in surprise. Although they knew that Xiao Bai was powerful, it was also very scary that even Chu Sheng was directly suppressed. Especially in comparison, the 2 people suddenly felt like a burden, which instantly split the atmosphere of the 4-person team in half. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai were fighting fiercely in S City, while Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu turned into 2 salted fish. Well, Chu Sheng, you set a flag before and wanted to confess. People can't go back on their words. If you are a man, confess. Of course, if you are not a man, forget it. The fans still remember Chu Sheng's flag. Now Xiao Bai is also in the team. This means that everything is ready. Chu Sheng is the only one who needs to start a war between Wei, Shu and Wu. Chu Sheng has no time to observe the barrage. Although Xiao Bai quickly kills one person, it is not enough to rely on her alone. He only has a crossbow in his hand, and the balance of victory has not tilted towards him at all. Chu Sheng keeps adjusting his perspective and observes the situation outside from the corner. Xiao Bai is also stuck at a high point in the church. A teammate fell down and could not be rescued, which made the remaining 3 people on the opposite side very annoyed. The remaining 3 also found guns, and they had to rescue the people. Otherwise, they would lose a teammate in order to encircle and suppress the 2 people, and they would be too embarrassed to say it. The player in the 3rd-floor apartment building was observing from a high point, and the remaining 2 began to pull the gun line on both sides. The guy who came out of the restaurant quietly tried it out, and Xiao Bai quickly caught the trace of this person. At the same time, the people in the back room area also jumped down from the balcony and moved towards the 2nd floor of the red apartment building. Xiao Bai saw the crossbow in Chu Sheng's hand and simply ordered, "Help me block the guy coming out of the restaurant on the right." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai lay down and pulled to the left. Many new fans have never seen Chu Sheng suppressed by others, and now they are suddenly enlightened when they see Xiao Bai. Chu Sheng has always been the one to set the pace. This time, Chu Sheng chose to follow Xiao Bai's orders directly and softly. He was not as domineering as before, but was like a good little puppy, very obedient. Chu Sheng stuck to the wall and pulled to the gap on the right. The front position could only climb over the wall, and the enemy would definitely not give him a chance to attack. Pulling to the gap on the right, there was a scrap car in front to cover it. Maybe Chu Sheng could take down 2 people in one fell swoop. "I'll go, and I'll leave the chicken-eating thing to you." Chapter 273. Two people in a 4-0 team? Chu Sheng's sly voice sounded, and Xiao Bai snorted in disgust. But whether he enjoyed it or disliked it, only Xiao Bai knew it. All the viewers in the live broadcast room felt their scalps tingling. How could this guy suddenly become so disgusting? It was totally unexpected. Chu Sheng had never shown such a coquettish attitude, especially the tone, as if he was being held in Xiao Bai's arms and acting like a spoiled child. Disgusting. When seeing Chu Sheng like a young wife, PY trading and then begging for chicken. All the viewers felt a chill all over their bodies. Did this guy lose his face for chicken? Xiao Bai had long been immune to Chu Sheng's various dirty words. He had been invited to play games by him and had been prepared for this. But Shinseki has never seen it. In her impression, Chu Sheng is always a wise and brave man, fighting 10 people alone, showing off his gun skills and doing unreasonable operations to win the game. You know, when Chu Sheng proved himself, he didn't say a word, and he was chased and beaten by 2 teams and killed them. As a result, now the overlord of S City actually said something like please take care of the game, and said such a coquettish thing, which immediately made Chu Sheng's previous great and glorious image collapse. Chu Sheng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Shinseki was speechless. Although Chu Sheng's image became more full, this kind of contrasting cuteness still made her a little unacceptable for a while. But whether they can't accept Chu Sheng's coquetry or Chu Sheng's coquetry to other girls is a matter of opinion. If Chu Sheng had a thinner skin, he would have been criticized by the netizens. Chu Sheng snorted and said, as if it was a matter of course, I can't rely on you, so I might as well rely on Xiao Bai. At least with her around, I can try the feeling of lying down and playing like a chicken. This not only helped Xiao Bai, but also suppressed Shinseki and Su Xiaomu. They had no sense of teamwork, and even ignored their brother for the sake of eating chicken. The netizens were confused. Does lying down mean lying down and eating chicken? Chu Sheng, you are such a bad person. You actually left your sister and benefactor in an airport full of wolves and tigers, and then went to a city to grow up. Even Su Xiaomu couldn't help but join the army of denouncing Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng's complaints increased at a visible speed, and it has soared to more than 60 points. If Su Xiaomu and Shinseki perform another crosstalk, they can directly turn on the gun god mode. Chu Sheng's spirit suddenly lifted. Wow! It turns out that you can say that. Su Xiaomu, we both received 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding? Didn't you abandon your brother who has both good looks and strength first? Why are you blaming him now? While questioning, Chu Sheng also boasted about himself. In the eyes of netizens, these 2 brothers and sisters are worthy of being a family. They speak without blushing or beating their hearts, and they are completely at ease. Another wave of complaints. Chu Sheng never felt that playing in a 4-person team with 3 girls was such a pleasant thing. As long as he opened his mouth, the complaints would come continuously. No matter how much. As long as he opened his mouth, he would gain something. I really don't know if these 3 had a grudge against him in his previous life. No matter what Chu Sheng said, he would get complaints. Chu Sheng leaned against the wall, blocking the figure of the person in the restaurant, and could see the heads of people gathering in the restaurant from time to time. The guy on the other side also started to move. But the troublesome thing about this red house is that you can only enter the house from the side door or the front door. And these 2 doors are within the sight of Xiao Bai. If he wanted to climb through the window, it was impossible to get in because of the guardrails installed on the window. Time passed by minute, and the person who was knocked down was bleeding a lot. If he was not treated in time, he would die directly upstairs. Chu Sheng saw the guy in the restaurant quietly bent down and came out. At the same time, the guy on the roof of the blue 3rd floor apartment also leaned out and started to set up his gun. Seeing this, Xiao Bai was lying on the roof of the church and moving his body. He stood up suddenly, aimed the AKM, and held his breath to shoot at the guy's head. A ball of green blood burst out, which frightened the man so much that he shrank his neck and hid back. If he hadn't picked up a black level 1 helmet in the house, he would have fallen down with this shot. As Xiao Bai knocked down another person, the guy who rushed out of the restaurant immediately changed direction and ran towards the 3-story apartment building. At the same time, the guy hiding behind the red apartment building also flashed into the building. Chu Sheng saw the guy who wanted to climb into the house from the 1st floor window, and raised the crossbow in his hand to estimate the distance. The distance from the church wall to the blue 3-story apartment building in front is only 50 meters. Just use the crossbow's built-in scope and raise it a little to shoot. Chu Sheng waited for this person to run directly to the window. And the crossbow arrow flew out with a whoosh sound at the moment he turned over. Just at the moment when the crossbow arrow flew out, Chu Sheng sighed and said, "It's too low." Because the speed of the opponent climbing the window was not estimated well. The crossbow arrow would definitely not hit the head. But the crossbow arrow broke through the air in an instant. And a message of a crossbow knockdown still popped up on Chu Sheng's interface. Huh? Knockdown? Even Chu Sheng himself was stunned for a moment. This arrow did not hit the head, but it was a knockdown. The damage of the crossbow is second only to the AWM, facing a headless and armorless enemy. As long as it does not hit the limbs, it can be fatal. Obviously, this guy who climbed the bed did not have a bulletproof vest on him, and he was knocked to the ground by Chu Sheng. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 enemies were knocked down, and the offensive and defensive situation was reversed in an instant. Xiao Bai made a prompt decision and jumped directly from the roof of the church, ready to rush into the house. She had an AKM in her hand, which was extremely powerful at close range. There was one person with low health and one with full health in the house. If she had strong marksmanship, she could have solved the battle with less than 5 bullets. Xiao Bai knew that if she wanted to kill comfortably, she could only take advantage of the time when Chu Sheng didn't pick up a gun in the early stage. When this guy had a gun, he would kill everyone he saw, and he couldn't even grab the head. Xiao Bai rushed directly towards the red apartment building. Chu Sheng saw this and knew that Xiao Bai had the intention to kill. So he simply loaded the crossbow and ran back to the roof of the church to fill Xiao Bai's position. The 2 of them were in full swing, with knockdown information appearing one after another. On the other hand, Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu had already searched one room area and moved to another. Watching the 2 people fighting 2 against 4 so fiercely, I could only look at them from across the map, feeling quite excluded by the 2 of them. Is this a double row or a 4-person row? Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki looked at each other in bewilderment. The 2 of them were completely unable to participate in the interaction, and it can be said that they had no sense of existence. The only thing that could make them a little concerned was that the safe zone was spawned on the island and M City as expected. It is hard to say whether this circle will be spawned on the island or on land after the poison is reduced. But judging from the range, it is likely to be spawned on the airport island. Chapter 274, A Tacit Understanding. Chu Sheng climbed up to the roof of the church and saw that Xiao Bai had climbed over the wall and reached the bottom of the red apartment building. After reloading the crossbow, Chu Sheng kept moving back and forth on the roof with the aiming gun. When playing the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, you should avoid aiming without moving, as this kind of aiming method can easily be mistaken for a fixed target. Whether you are aiming at the box or pre-aiming, remember to add some small steps. After all, you can only see the front when you aim. As for what is happening behind you, even the cheating gods have to look back to know. Chu Sheng carefully observed the stairs. The guy who rescued people had already run up and was stuck at the balcony door on the 2nd floor of the apartment to rescue people. Chu Sheng couldn't hit this position. If he had a gun, he could try to shoot through the balcony door on the 2nd floor to see if he could hit the 2 guys. He reported the position of the 2 to Xiao Bai, and Xiao Bai rushed in with the AKM without saying a word. As one of the few easy-to-use guns with machine aiming, as long as you can control the rough recoil of the AKM, you can turn into a slaughtering beast. For players who are good at using this gun, there is a little trick to try. That is the 1+5 output method, which is a little trick used by some professional players to use AKM. The recoil deviation of the first bullet of AKM is the most exaggerated, and the next 5 bullets are randomly swinging based on the first bullet. So after the first shot, pause for a while, and then fire all 5 bullets in full automatic mode. You can control the AKM, this magic gun, within your ability. After all, if all 6 bullets hit, even an Iron Man would have to kneel down. Chu Sheng's crosshairs have been placed at the small window at the door for alert. He is still very confident in Xiao Bai's ability. In TPP mode, the party rushing the building is at an advantage, and the party defending the building is at a disadvantage. The sound of the door opening is like a death knell, making the 2 guys on the 2nd floor feel nervous. There is still 1 second to complete the rescue, and at this time, the 2 people are most afraid that the other party will choose to rush the building. Although Xiao Bai is pretty and has a poor gun, he is not so reckless. After going around the stairs, he tried to observe the situation from the TPP perspective. After pulling up his teammates, the first reaction of the 2 was to retreat and hide in the house behind them. After all, there was no cover in the living room. If the enemy stuck his head out, he could kill them two at a time. I'll go to the toilet. You go to the house inside. The player also made the most accurate choice immediately. If both of them hid inside, wouldn't a grenade coming and teach them a lesson? Moreover, the door of the house was small, and could only accommodate one person to output. If both of them crowded in, it would be easy to cause accidental injuries, or a situation where they could not output at the same time. One person was in the inner room, and the other was in the toilet. The two separated to form a firepower network. If the enemy rushed up directly from the stairs, they would be attacked from both sides at the same time. This was the most correct choice they could make now. But the two forgot to fill in Chu Sheng, who was at the high point of the church roof. Chu Sheng saw through the window that one person slipped directly into the inner room and blocked Xiao Bai at the stairs. Don't rush yet. One person is in the inner room, and the other is in the toilet. They are both blocking you. Chu Sheng spoke to remind them, bent down, stood up, and began to move to the left side of the church, so that he could have a wider field of vision. Xiao Bai just said "oh" lightly, but did not rush up in a hurry, and continued to observe the situation on the second floor from the TPP perspective. Listening to the two people's tacit cooperation, Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki felt even worse. In the past, they only thought about going to the opposite fate circle with Chu Sheng, and after searching in the safe zone, they would find a place to stay and wait for the circle to shrink. But there is no harm without comparison. Xiao Bai's behavior made Chen Siki envious, and she was constantly doubting her previous behavior. Just because it was fun. I did it. I never thought whether Chu Sheng could deal with the wolf-like enemies alone. Looking at Chu Sheng's undisguised trust in Xiao Bai and the cooperation between the two, she was more like an outsider than a teammate. Su Xiaomu felt even more uncomfortable. This is her brother, and now she is made to feel like an outsider? However, no one seemed to notice the little emotions of the two. Everyone was watching in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. Even Chen Siki's son Dejun and Su Xiaomu's people laughed and found excuses to go to Chu Sheng's side. After all, if you watch two beauties searching for things, you will get tired of it. On the contrary, Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai knocked down from time to time, which made them very curious about what was going on. Chu Sheng moved to the side of the church bell tower, opened the scope and slightly poked his head out. Through the window, he could clearly see the guy hiding behind the wall of the inner room, blocking the view. His every move fell into Chu Sheng's field of vision. This time it was very stable. The green crosshairs of the crossbow did not need to be raised at all, because this guy was hiding behind the wall blocking the view, and he did not dare to move around and expose his position. So he simply shot at a fixed point. Clang! After the sound of the crossbow bowstring popping out, it was followed by a sound of breaking through the air. The crossbow arrow first penetrated the glass, and with the sound of the glass falling down, the player inside was also directly shot in the head by a crossbow and fell to the ground. Xiao Bai saw Chu Sheng's crossbow headshot and knocked down the player, and he already knew the position of the player inside. So he rushed to the toilet without saying anything. The player at the toilet door saw the figure coming out, and the first two shots missed, which gave Xiao Bai a chance to counterattack, and he killed the player with 3 shots from the AKM. Chu Sheng got 2 kills, and Xiao Bai also got 2 kills. The wonderful cooperation directly eliminated the threat to S City. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai really cooperated well. It seems that they made a decision without much communication. Whether 2333 does not need to communicate or cannot communicate, this is a question that needs to be discussed. Chu Sheng sneaked directly to the top of the 3-story apartment building and licked the 2 boxes, an Uzi and a Mini 14 with a machine gun. The Uzi only had 30 rounds of bullets, but the 5.56 bullets had 120 rounds of ammunition. Xiao Bai jumped out of the window after licking the bag, and ran to the house across the street to start searching. The safe zone has been refreshed, and they have to move quickly after searching. The two of them have a tacit understanding, and they don't need to waste a word. They have already started searching the room, which makes all the fans amazed. If these two people don't have something, I won't believe it even if I kill you. The environment is just right now, and the atmosphere is just right. Shouldn't the anchor fulfill his promise? Yes. I came to watch the live broadcast today just to confess my love. Now there are only 2 people in S City. Isn't this the best atmosphere? Chu Sheng was concentrating on searching for something and didn't pay attention to the comments at all. He already knew roughly what these guys were going to say, But can confession be said with just a mouth? Chapter 275 Mysterious Symbols on the Road. After searching half of S City, Chusheng picked up a lot of medical supplies. But he didn't pick up a scope. Uzi can't be equipped with a scope, so you can just shoot from the shoulder at close range. But the Mini 14 gun doesn't have a scope, and a rifle without a lens is basically useless. Xiaobai didn't find anything good either. First, S City is poor. And second, Chusheng is around, so it's hard to find anything good under the influence of the bad luck aura. No car. No boat. Xiaobai finished the search quickly. She also knew that Chusheng was unlucky, so she ran towards the coastline after the search. As a result, she scanned the coastline and didn't see a boat. When Chusheng first heard that there were no cars, he thought that it was not normal to have no cars, and there must be boats in S City. But before he could say anything, Xiaobai's next sentence made Chusheng feel very disappointed. S City didn't even have a boat. How could he enter the circle? Would he run into it in the 8-kilometer rally? Fortunately, the search in S City had been completed, and there were still 2.5 minutes before the circle was refreshed. According to the current supplies of the two people, there should be no problem in entering the circle. Then run. Chusheng sighed lightly. This wave of no boats made him very distressed. This bad luck was not playing by the routine now, and he didn't even leave him a way out. The Tutso value is still 8 points short of the gun god's possession to increase combat power. Everything is stuck at a very awkward time and position. Chusheng and Xiaobai ran towards the intersection of the road on the road they had to pass. It was enough to search here. Chusheng had been paying attention to the team at the shooting range, but it seemed that after they searched the shooting range, they drove the vehicle that appeared at the door and left. As for where they went, Chusheng was still fighting just now, so he didn't pay much attention. Put away the gun and ran towards the safe zone. But this road looked very far away. In addition, this route is a direct flight, so the entire map can be reached. So there is a high possibility that the vehicles in remote areas will also be driven away. Didn't you find the boat? Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu were still in the safe zone. They were very poor. They searched 2 wild areas and found basic supplies and guns. They didn't dare to move anymore. They had to hide in the attic of the large warehouse in the wild area and waited for Chusheng and Xiaobai to come. As a result, they found that the two did not come around from the sea, but moved on the map little by little. Looking at the status bar, there was no habit of riding any vehicle, although Xiaobai's cold voice had said that there was no boat. Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu believed that there was really no boat when they saw the two people really running all the way. If there is no boat, how can the two of them get here? If they run here, they will both be dead. Brother, if there is no boat, what will you do if you encounter a bombing zone? Su Xiaomu's original intention was to show concern for Chusheng. But why did this sound strange? It would have been better if she didn't mention it. As soon as Su Xiaomu finished speaking, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky, and the red bombing zone completely enveloped Chusheng and Xiaobai. Chusheng was speechless. What he said came out of nowhere. Su Xiaomu was so scared when she saw the bombing zone that she covered her mouth. How could her mouth hit the mark? When was it opened? Well, you guys run slowly. Sister Qi and I are here to relieve our boredom. Su Xiaomu hurriedly changed the subject. This skyfire bombing area was definitely not caused by her words. Everything was just a coincidence. A coincidence. After disturbing them for a while, Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki went to have fun on their own. Chusheng's scalp tingled. When did Xiaomu become so smart? Fortunately, Chusheng and Xiaobai were about to run to the housing area at the intersection, so they could hide in the housing area for a while. This housing area obviously had not been searched before. The two of them cooperated tacitly and started searching on the left and right while avoiding the skyfire. Nothing good was found in the house, and Chusheng realized that this gun would definitely not give him a chance to pick up a scope. The skyfire had not yet fallen, and after the thunder rolled, the earth seemed to fall into a state of tranquility. Chusheng suddenly heard a faint car humming sound, and he didn't know if he heard it wrong, because the sound suddenly disappeared. Xiaobai, there won't be a humming sound from the headphones, right? Chusheng suddenly asked for no reason. Xiaobai didn't know what Chusheng was doing, and paused for a moment and said, I don't know about other computers, but the one I configured myself won't. Xiaobai's digital computer assembly shop is well known throughout Donghai City. Many wealthy esports clubs ask Xiaobai to assemble their training machines at high prices. so she is naturally confident. Chu Sheng nodded, not quite understanding. Since Xiao Bai said that she had no problem with the assembly, then this must not be the sound of the earphone current. However, the focus of the netizens was not on the faint car sound, but all on Xiao Bai's words. So even Chu Sheng's computer was assembled by Xiao Bai. What is the relationship between the two? Chu Sheng jumped down from the balcony and took a look at the layout of the three-way intersection. There were faint car sounds nearby, and there was no shadow of any vehicle in the direction in front of him. So it was only the mountain behind him. There are cars on the mountain again, and it is very likely that they are the guys from the shooting range. What Chu Sheng doesn't understand is that this group of people didn't go from our city or Shuicheng. Why did they appear on the mountain behind again? Chu Sheng didn't know whether this method could attract the attention of several people, but it would be a little troublesome to pick them up again later. Bullets were thrown on the ground one by one, and the green 5.56 bullets formed a huge X shape under Chu Sheng's constant movement. Xiao Bai saw Chu Sheng throwing bullets in the middle of the road and forming a huge cross. At this time, the sky fire had begun to fall, and this guy didn't hide, but was actually posing under the sky fire. What are you doing? Xiao Bai hid in the house, watching Chu Sheng doing something weird on the road through the second floor window. Wondering what this guy was doing, Chu Sheng quickly formed an X shape, and then ran directly into the house where Xiao Bai was hiding. The skyfire just made his scalp numb, but fortunately it was more considerate and didn't blow him down. The fans were also confused. What was Chu Sheng doing? Throwing away the bullets one by one, and then forming an X shape? What's the meaning? Xiao Bai was also curious, but she didn't want to be led by Chu Sheng, and she didn't want to ask Chu Sheng, as it would seem like she didn't understand. The arrogant character of the iceberg made her want to know, but she didn't want to ask actively. This entanglement naturally turned into resentment, which increased Chu Sheng's Tuso value. After this wave of Tuso value, Chu Sheng happened to turn on the gun god mode. The guy who appeared this time made Chu Sheng confused. Neo? Neo in the Matrix? Chapter 276 requesting air fire support. It was another gun god created by the system. Chu Sheng didn't need to know who this was anyway. He just needed to know that this person was very powerful. The skyfire began to bombard, and the roars were heard all around. In this fierce roar, Chu Sheng caught the humming sound of a car engine again. Then a yellow car jumped down from the top of the mountain, and it seemed to come out of the air raid shelter outside the shooting range. It went down the mountain violently, and even drifted towards the road here. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up, and Xiao Bai also heard the roar of the car mixed in the skyfire. At this time, how could they not understand what Chu Sheng just said? It was clear that they vaguely heard the sound of a car. The viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to be accustomed to such routines. Chu Sheng had no equipment or vehicles, so the enemy would deliver them to their doorsteps. Xiao Bai also had the same intention. He had to take down this car no matter what. Chu Sheng had already taken out the Mini 14. The initial velocity of this gun was extremely fast, only slightly weaker than the AWM. Although it was a sniper rifle, if the hand speed was fast enough, it could still produce the effect of a fully automatic rifle. Just now, he threw more than 50 bullets on the ground to make an X shape. Chu Sheng still had more than 70 bullets left. The car drove onto the highway and rushed along the road. The player driving the car looked from a distance and found that the windows and doors of the house area were all open. Obviously they had been searched. As they approached, what surprised everyone was that there seemed to be something on the ground. There is an X on the ground. What does it mean? Be careful. It seems that someone did it on purpose. Maybe someone. The poison circle has shrunk to a city and will soon catch up. However, the people in the car slowly approached and suddenly became interested in the X on the ground. They did not get out of the car, but the car slowed down significantly, all wanting to see the X clearly. Okay, just take a look. This is right in the bombing area. Don't let the sky fire blow us all to death. No. 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 I don't have many bullets. Park the car to the side. I'll pick up these bullets and leave. Since one of the companions has spoken, the other 3 people can't say anything. The shooting range is just enough to support 2 people. If there are more, it will not be enough to sustain. So several people drove the car to search all the wild spots here. But there are still missing things. Park the car in the house area on the right side, and the 4 people pick up bullets together. This way, the speed is faster. Fuck. Who is so bored that the bullets are arranged in an X shape? This is how the game works. You never know what your enemies are doing. Xiaobai didn't shoot, and neither did Chu Sheng. If this team hadn't been using the public channel voice, Chu Sheng would have been ready to shoot when the car slowed down just now. He did this just to divert attention. If the people in this car passed by here, he might have a chance to steal them. Unexpectedly, this group of people was so bold that they actually got out of the car to pick up bullets. This was something Chu Sheng never expected. Is this times a formation? If I saw such a weird scene, I would definitely run away without saying a word, without knowing if there were any people around. They actually got out of the car and picked up bullets in the middle of the road. This team is good. Chu Sheng said that this X is a formation, which has a built-in intelligence-reducing attack effect. The netizens were also amused by this team. Isn't this blatantly giving Chu Sheng special treatment? This team must be actors invited by Chu Sheng. Xuefeng, do you think you are here with the stranded team to be an extra for Chu Sheng? Chu Sheng was still waiting for the opportunity. Xiaobai was not impulsive at this time. She would not shoot unless Chu Sheng fired. She just kept aiming at the opponent with the scope, and shot immediately when she heard the gunshot. Chu Sheng was also stunned when he saw the 4 people picking up bullets under the skyfire. These guys are really brave. They are picking up bullets on the road under the skyfire. What the hell? Chu Sheng didn't know what to say anymore. He himself would just look for a shelter when he encountered the skyfire. After all, he should have the minimum respect for the bombing area. Chu Sheng's words naturally made the viewers in the live broadcast room laugh. Look! This is the European Emperor, strolling on the road. And he doesn't know what the bombing area is? I guess Chu Sheng must be very angry. People are more angry than people. But to be honest, Chu Sheng was really angry. Why didn't Tianhua blow up these pigs? But in front of the fans, Chu Sheng must not show weakness or compromise. Hee hee. Everything is as I expected. They have fallen into the trap I carefully designed. They will know how powerful it is later. Chu Sheng chuckled. Anyway, these people are dead since they chose to get off the car. You can lose in this face-to-face competition, but you can't lose face. You still have to say harsh words. As for being slapped in the face later, Chu Sheng has been slapped in the face many times anyway, so he doesn't care if he gets slapped once more. The fans saw that Chu Sheng was still holding on, and they could be said to be laughing. There was probably no hope for these 4 people to escape, but this did not hinder their European physique. They were almost out of bullets in the bombing area and still unscathed. Chu Sheng must be envious. He must be. No, we can't let them pretend anymore. I need to request a wave of mid-air fire support. Chu Sheng rubbed his hands, and the Mini 14 in his hand also locked one of them with its own scope. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. The sound like nails scratching on glass, making the heart feel irritable. Boom! As a large group of sparks and thick smoke appeared on Chu Sheng's mechanical sight. The guy who had just been locked turned directly into a box. 4 people were killed by the skyfire at once. Chu Sheng was completely stunned. He really succeeded in summoning it. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment. And then, they started to talk nonsense. Chu Sheng's mouth is indeed blessed. This ability to summon airstrikes at will is probably unmatched by anyone. And by coincidence, the location where the skyfire fell was exactly in the center of Chu Sheng's X. It can be said that this is a perfect skyfire. It's a hammer. The anchor has used the skyfire plugin. Are the plugins now so advanced that they can even control the skyfire? Xiaobai was also stunned. Is this just a coincidence? With the 4 people being killed, this round of bombing ended. Chu Sheng went downstairs without saying anything and ran to the 4 boxes. Now you can still hear the curses of the 4 people who became boxes. Who said it was okay just now? You had to pick up these bullets. Now you are dead. When several people were cursing and lamenting their bad luck, Chu Sheng suddenly ran to the box and said with a smile, "Thank you for helping me pick up the bullets again. Thank you very much." This sentence confused the 4 people who wanted to quit the game. Is there anyone else in this room? Was the X shape just now made by this person? Chapter 277. The biggest online casino in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is online. It was this bastard who set up a formation to trick me out of the car. Why didn't he shoot us just now? All these questions lingered in their minds. And Chu Sheng's words angered them even more. Did they just help this guy collect bullets for a long time? The complaints increased rapidly. How could this guy be so idle that he actually put such an eye-catching thing outside the safe zone? Is this guy not going to enter the circle? What if the poison comes, and he doesn't have time to pick up bullets later? But the ending of this death was particularly aggrieved. For people were killed by the skyfire. Seeing that only 2 people came to loot the loot, they were even more angry. If they had opened fire, they would have probably been able to fight back. Xiao Bai had not expected that these guys would die in such an absurd way. And even less that Chu Sheng's absurd behavior had caused this wave of skyfire quad kills. Then he jumped down from the building. He had all the equipment and cars for this wave. So what else was there to be dissatisfied with? Chu Sheng searched for a long time and chose the Scarl with Mini 14. As for the good fully equipped M4 and SKS, he simply left them to Xiao Bai. TSK. This wave is very comfortable. It feels like there is nothing to search for. Why not look forward to a wave of airdrops? Chu Sheng's mouth was full of oil in this wave. So naturally he started to eat a lot. I'll blow up your daydream with my AWM. Airdrops don't exist. Host. Just be a little arrogant. You're going too far. He starts off strong and aggressive like a tiger, but becomes a coward when he meets his opponent. That's what Chu Sheng is talking about. Chu Sheng just said this casually. Sure enough, as city is his blessed land, he didn't think that he could get any benefit from putting up such a thing at first. He just hoped that if someone passed by, it would distract their attention a little, and the effect would be achieved. I didn't expect that these 4 guys were also tough. They didn't even check the housing areas on both sides, and just stopped the car to pick up things. This wave of operations also made Chu Sheng's scalp numb. Well, the price is naturally to turn into a box, but it is replaced by the sky fire. Okay, I have learned this trick. Next time I do this, I will probably be able to summon the sky fire. With Xiao Bai and Chu Sheng fully armed, they drove the car all the way to the safe zone. The car accelerated and soon passed the poison circle. The car still had half of the fuel, which was enough for the 2 of them to enter the safe zone. This time it was very smooth, except for the fact that there was only a crossbow when they first landed. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai had inexplicably better luck together. Xiao Bai. Where are we going? Chu Sheng is now fully armed, and he is driving the girl with a gun. He feels like a winner in life. And he is floating. His Tutso value has reached 95 points. If he gets another 5 points, he can change some of Chu Sheng's luck. It can be said that he is very stable. Xiao Bai glanced at the map, then raised his eyebrows and said whatever. Don't you know where to go? You have to ask again. But it's not bad to feel valued. Since Xiao Bai said so. Chu Sheng found a place and marked it. Everything will be discussed first. Drive across the bridge and go directly through the crop circle outside Y City. On the airport island, Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu were still hiding in the house and shivering. Fortunately, no jumbler has come over for such a long time. It's so boring. Sister Chi, let's find something to do. Su Xiaomu really regretted abandoning her brother and jumping to the airport. She didn't dare to go out. The 2 of them were almost moldy staying here. Listening to the voice just now, it seems that they have solved another team of people and got a set of equipment. Su Xiaomu made up her mind that no matter how hard and miserable the next game is, she must follow her brother's pace. Chen Siki has never played such a boring game before. The 2 of them have been hiding in the attic for almost 6 or 7 minutes. In the past, 3 people joined hands to sell Chu Sheng alone. But Xiao Bai turned against them temporarily and became a 2-2 team. She and Su Xiaomu were very confident about their own strength. Some powerful anchors could not guarantee that they could survive at the airport. It was best for the 2 rookies to just hide here. There was a motorcycle on the road not far from the housing area. Even if they needed to move later, they could drive the motorcycle to Chu Sheng's side quickly. How about we play poker? Chen Siki's eyes lit up, and she came up with a good idea. Su Xiaomu was confused. There was no poker here. Could they switch out and play on the game platform? Wouldn't that be too arrogant? If a player came over later, they wouldn't even be able to hear the sound. Sister Chi, if someone comes over later, Chen Siki answered Su Xiaomu's doubts with a smile. We are playing poker in the game. I played first. A bandage, Chen Siki said as she threw a bandage on the ground. Then stepped back and waited for Su Xiaomu. Su Xiaomu's eyes lit up. Is this possible? Even Chu Sheng, who was driving, slipped, and the car drifted back and forth, almost causing him, an experienced driver, to flip over. These 2 people have such a big imagination. Can they play like this? Looking at the supplies in the backpack, Chu Sheng inexplicably had the urge to join in. 5 bandages. Big U. Su Xiaomu threw 5 bandages on the ground, and suddenly felt that this was quite interesting. The fans were all stunned. Many people had gathered at Chu Sheng's side. After all, the 2 people over there were too boring. Even the fans who loved the 2 female anchors almost fell asleep watching the live broadcast. So they simply came to Chu Sheng's side. Now I heard that the 2 people were hiding in the attic playing cards, which was a bit interesting. But Xiaobai was silent all the time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chu Sheng drove all the way to M City. Just when he was about to stop to greet him, a volley of bullets made Chu Sheng step on the accelerator and leave this place of trouble. There were already people in M City, and Chu Sheng's idea of going in was completely extinguished by a burst of fire. Although the shooting skills are very good now, there is really no need to fight for M City. Continue driving along the road and see a gas station at the bridgehead. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. This place is great. It directly blocks the bridgehead and can be attacked from both front and back. It's perfect. Xiaobai, get ready for battle. This kind of place can be said to be a battleground for military strategists. The bridgehead is a good place to collect tolls. Under normal circumstances, there must be people stationed in advance. Chu Sheng drifted and parked the car directly in the gas station. He got out of the car and drew his gun to be on guard. But he didn't see a single hair. Xiaobai had already twisted his butt into the gas station to search. Chu Sheng was coughing awkwardly outside. Since he had nothing to do, why not try his luck again? He ran to the far side of the road in front of the gas station, because both guns used 5.56 bullets. Chu Sheng had more than 300 rounds of spare ammunition on him, which was plenty. He simply started to use bullets to make words on the road again. Chapter 278 Chongwei. You still say you don't know martial arts. Xiaobai walked around the gas station and didn't pick up anything good. After coming out, he saw Chu Sheng alone on the main road throwing bullets. Isn't it enough to do this kind of thing once? It's not new to do it again. Does he still expect to use this trick to summon the sky fire for a precise bombing? However, Xiaobai didn't complain about Chu Sheng. This guy has his own ideas about everything he does. All she has to do is protect Chu Sheng's back. The water friends in the live broadcast room also started to complain. This time is not like in the wild area of S City. The gas station here is the key point of the bridge, and there are many people coming and going. There are people in M City, and there will definitely be people crossing the bridge from other places later. The anchor is afraid that he will be crushed to death if he splashes ink on this road without any cover. I guess the ending. This wave will really be killed. Imagine that in M City, or the residential area at the fork in the road. Seeing such a guy unscrupulously in the middle of the road, anyone can't help it, right? Let alone a 4x scope. Even a 2x scope can teach Chu Sheng a lesson. Chu Sheng didn't make it X this time. After all, this set has been used once, and the audience will be aesthetically fatigued if it appears again. Just walk along the straight line and throw a bullet down, and line up along the road towards the gas station. Chu Sheng's whereabouts were noticed by the people of M City at the beginning. After sending a wave of bullets to Chu Sheng who passed by, they also watched him drive to the gas station at the bridgehead. Originally, the team in M City only needed to see where this person was. But Chu Sheng came out of the gas station and stood on the road. The range of 600 meters is still within the range of the 8x scope. Standing on the high point of M City, a 98K was fired directly. The light spot floated in the air for a second and fell to Chu Sheng's feet, stirring up a faint dust. Chu Sheng saw a bullet fall behind him on the right, and the sound came from far away. It was a 98K, and the sound was quite far away. Wow, you want to hit someone at this distance? This is a joke. Chu Sheng sneered and simply ignored him. M City and the gas station are 600 or 700 meters apart. If he gets shot, Chu Sheng will be finished. Chu Sheng continued along the road to pursue his great cause. If he succeeded this time, it would be interesting. Another 98K fell beside Chu Sheng. This time it hit his scalp and landed in front of him. Chu Sheng was still a little nervous, hoping that this guy would really shoot him in the head and make him a sharpshooter. Don't think Chu Sheng is calm now, but in fact he is panicking inside. Believe it or not. Don't ask. If you ask, I'm about to pee my pants. Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu were simply addicted to the game, as if they had found a new way to play PUBG. Chu Sheng placed the bullets at the entrance of the gas station, and another 98K hit without any harm. Damn, I missed again. It's too far away, and it's hard to estimate with the muzzle raised. The guy standing on the high point of M City was so angry that he cursed. This guy didn't know what he was doing. Just walking in the middle of the road so openly. And as a result, all of his dozen bullets were fired. And all turned into human body outlines. If it was far away, it would be fine. But it was just a little bit away every time. And it passed by. It was as if Chu Sheng had some magnetic field protection device on him that could automatically deflect these bullets. Look! Why doesn't this guy have any sense of forcing? He keeps shooting and wasting bullets even though he knows he can't hit anyone. I guess his mentality is about to explode. What Chu Sheng said was not a lie. All the dozen shots here were missed. His mentality exploded, and he complained to Chu Sheng, which also made Chu Sheng's complaint value pass the 100 mark smoothly, turning on the good and bad are interdependent mode. Although he didn't know what the good and bad are interdependent was this time, Chu Sheng still remained cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot was heard in his ear, and the 98K bullet was steadily on Chu Sheng's neck, leaving a clear green dot. Chu Sheng's blood volume was immediately in danger, from full blood to red blood in an instant. Fuck. I was really hit by this guy. Chu Sheng didn't care about anything else. He raised his butt and ran towards the gas station. This shot was really close. If it was a headshot, Chu Sheng would have been dead. The bullet landed right on the neck, causing a small amount of critical damage, but not killing him. At this time, the weakness of the Bolt sniper rifle was revealed. When the player found out that he had been hit, and was about to reload the second shot, Chu Sheng had already hidden in the house of the gas station. Ha! I told you to pretend again. You got a lesson. Right? This shot of 98K almost blew up the anchor's head. It's only cool for 3 seconds. But I bet Chu Sheng won't learn his lesson next time. Chong Wei. You said you don't know martial arts. The fans almost gave this player a banner with only 4 characters on it. Eliminate harm for the people. Chu Sheng hid back to take medicine. And after raising his health, he didn't dare to go out easily, waiting for energy to restore the last part of his health. This time he was lucky to hit the neck. If he had hit the head this time, he would have been shot dead. Chu Sheng didn't know whether the explosion on his neck was a blessing or a curse, and the blessings and curses go hand in hand. It was a disaster, as he was shot in the neck and almost died on the street. Which made sense. It was a blessing, as he escaped with a small amount of health after being shot in the neck instead of being shot in the head. Which made sense. Just when Chu Sheng was struggling, the poison circle shrank, and a new safe zone was directly generated, landing directly on the east bridge of the airport on Chu Sheng's side. The scope of the safe zone just included the gas station to the intersection of the airport bridge, some places in M City, and the radio and television stations on the island were also within the scope of the new safe zone. Just when Chu Sheng was struggling, suddenly there was a buzzing sound of a speeding cart in the distance, and it seemed to be rushing all the way from the beach not far away. Xiaobai and Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Didn't they come to the gas station just to collect tolls? Now the safe zone still hasn't decided where the next circle will be, so this gas station has become a must-fight place for everyone. On the other side, Su Xiaomu and Shinseki's poker game has also come to an end, and the two even compete with bullets. After seeing the safe zone, they gnashed their teeth in anger. Didn't they hide for so long just to get a destiny circle on their faces? How come the safe zone was on Chu Sheng's face this time? This is unscientific. It's not fair. Okay, let's go find Chu Sheng quickly. If it's too late, I'm afraid we can't even cross the bridge. Chapter 279, Chu Sheng's Secret Plan. Shinseki saw it clearly. She didn't know where this circle would appear later. So the gas station on the Big Island, the wild housing area, and the crossroad housing area on the airport island would be the focus of the battle later. If they didn't go there early now, I'm afraid neither of them would be able to enter the circle later. The two hurriedly picked up all the supplies on the ground, sorted them out, and went out directly through the window, driving a motorcycle all the way to find Chu Sheng. At the gas station, Chu Sheng heard the sound of the cart getting closer and closer, and there was no sound of any subsequent vehicles afterwards. So he thought there must be only 2 people. Xiaobai went directly outside the gas station and saw a cart running wildly on the beach with flying sand and rocks, heading towards them. Xiaobai frowned slightly when he looked at the cart. This guy rushed over without turning and rushed straight to the gas station. You should know that the gas station near the East Bridge is on a small high slope. The cart rushed up the slope and flew up with a buzz. It didn't plan to go around to the road from the side. but flew directly over the top of the gas station. It has to be said that the idea of these two people is very bold. But if it succeeds, this wave can be boasted for a year. Chu Sheng also ran behind Xiao Bai and saw the cart that was about to perform stunts. He snorted with contempt. Without saying anything, he directly cut out a grenade. Showing off his car skills in front of the king of cars is just a show of force. Do you know how to drive? Chu Sheng threw the fragmentation grenade onto the roof of the gas station without saying anything. As soon as he heard the sound of ding ding bang, the cart jumped up. A whirlwind-charged tornado came directly and stopped steadily on the roof of the gas station. Well done. The two jumped off the cart and cut out the rifles in their hands to prepare for a big fight. Just when they were about to charge, they saw the wheels parked behind the gas station's outer baffle through the baffle, and they immediately realized that the gas station had been occupied. So they didn't choose to take a detour to the front, but jumped directly onto the roof. This wave of occupying the high point made the opponent's ambush tactics fail, which was very satisfying. The two were about to get ready for a big fight. But suddenly there was an explosion under their feet, which directly blew up the cart and triggered a new round of explosions. The two were also hit by the splash damage of the fragmentation grenade. One was killed on the spot, and the other was standing a little further away and was blasted down from the roof of the gas station and fell directly to the ground, causing secondary damage, leaving only a little residual blood. What else can he say at this time? With no cover on the road, he naturally took out his gun and prepared to fight with Chu Sheng and the others. Kill you! If the output was all based on shouting, this shout would probably have the effect of a bombing zone. But unfortunately, he only had an M4 in his hand. After just a few bullets, Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai saw the man fall in the middle of the road, and they didn't even think about fighting back. After all, this grenade was really versatile. First, it killed one person, then blew up the cart, and finally blew down another person from above. Chu Sheng just took out his gun and prepared to fight, but suddenly saw a smoking black behemoth falling from the sky. The position was just flying towards the brainless roar. Then, under the watchful eyes of Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai, this man was killed by his own cart before he could make a crazy output to turn the tide like Rambo in the First Blood. The key is that this wave of killing also counted as a kill for Chu Sheng. This is a double kill? Chu Sheng snorted coldly. But in fact, he was panicking in his heart, and cursed in a low voice. No way. He got a double kill here. And the live broadcast room was instantly full of 666. This grenade was thrown at the right time. Chu Sheng saw through the enemy's movements at a glance, and threw a grenade on the roof of the gas station in advance. If the two of them could gain a foothold on the roof, it would be troublesome for Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai. After all, in the third person, it is difficult to fight without projectiles, because if you want to fight, you have to retreat to the road, and without cover, you will be taught a lesson by people in other places. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about this now. It's a pity. If you blow them up, how can we loot the bag? Well, what Xiao Bai said makes sense. One bag is on the roof, and the other is on the main road. Two parcels instantly become one parcel. No one would feel unhappy. But Xiao Bai just said that, and was blocked by Chu Sheng's silly smile. If Xiao Bai had started live streaming at this time, her fans would definitely see a smile on her face like breaking ice. Chu Sheng ran to the middle of the road without saying a word, and said as he ran, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go out and help you see what's in the box." Xiao Bai really stood there motionless. First, she really didn't need anything. And second, she knew that Chu Sheng was not playing a joke to buy her oranges this time. You know, looting on a road without any cover is a very dangerous thing. Chu Sheng threw 2 smoke bombs directly, sealing off the area around the box, leaving no chance for anyone. After taking a look at the box, there was nothing good. If there was anything good, it was only a sniper silencer. He put it in his backpack and prepared to bring it to Xiao Bai later. At this time, Chu Sheng suddenly had another sudden idea in the smoke. Under the cover of the smoke, he added 2 more smoke bombs. Chu Sheng put the first aid kit, bandages, and drinks in the box neatly on the ground. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't see clearly what Chu Sheng was going to do, because the smoke bombs blocked the view, and only Chu Sheng knew what he was going to do. But the fans also had a hunch that Chu Sheng was doing something big. Could it be the same as before? Preparing to set up another trap to attract people? It's very likely. Chu Sheng has almost emptied the supplies in the box after so many trips? I feel relieved when I see the anchor doing something. I'm afraid that he will never learn to show off his shooting skills. The fans wanted to see through the confusion with their phoenix eyes, and immediately know what Chu Sheng was doing. Even Xiao Bai, who was hiding in the gas station, didn't know why this guy added 2 smoke bombs. Even if he changed guns, it wouldn't take so long. Right? Chu Sheng started throwing bullets on the ground again, according to his memory. This time, the fans clapped their fists. As expected, Chu Sheng was doing something. Looking at the gradually thinning smoke, Chu Sheng quickly added another smoke bomb to create a misty and looming scene again. It's done. Just waiting for the east wind. Well, Xiao Bai, come here. Chapter 280. Xiao Bai, do you want my heart? Chu Sheng suddenly called Xiao Bai over, and everyone was caught off guard. Is it necessary to ask Goddess Xiao Bai to come over for a sniper silencer? Why don't you just deliver it yourself? This person is just hypocritical. I thought it was something when he called me over, but he just gave me a silencer. Wait for Chu Sheng to be educated and suppressed by Xiao Bai. The netizens were all watching the show, and they were not optimistic about Chu Sheng's approach. Who is Xiao Bai? She is a serious iceberg goddess in the digital area. Would she be happy for a thick black sniper silencer from you? Chu Sheng? Not possible. What? Xiao Bai asked in confusion. Isn't it enough to bring something here? Is it necessary for her to run out again? If someone suddenly drove past and ran over the smoke, wouldn't the two be killed? Although he was a little confused and dissatisfied, Xiao Bai still stood up and ran into the smoke. Chu Sheng's mouth curled up slightly, and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. This should be fine. Right? It was an explanation to these troublemakers. Chu Sheng thought that whoever came would die in this routine. Xiao Bai ran into the smoke and found Chu Sheng's position by following the green mark on his head. Xiao Bai's first reaction after coming here was to pick up things. He consciously opened the tab key and saw a pile of supplies on the ground. But they were all medical supplies and bullets. But the bullets were particularly strange. They were densely packed on the vertical screen, but the number was scattered one by one. It was probably Chu Sheng's trick again. Xiao Bai was naturally not short of medical supplies. Tianhui had just wiped out a team. The supplies of 4 people were enough to feed 2 people. In this battle, except for the level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, and airdrop gun, Xiao Bai had nothing else to ask for. There's nothing here. What are you calling me for? Xiao Bai's answer was also very straightforward, and he immediately had the tendency to run back. Chu Sheng immediately grabbed him upon seeing this. His unexpected words made Xiao Bai freeze in his tracks. Xiao Bai, do you want my heart? Chu Sheng's sudden words were like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone. Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu were driving their motorcycles at full speed. Chen Siki was stunned when she heard this. She didn't even notice that the motorcycle had entered a pit. The two of them were thrown off the motorcycle and fell into a big mess. The water friends in the live broadcast room cried like ghosts and wolves, and they all expressed their admiration for Chu Sheng in the live broadcast room. I am really impressed. Chu Sheng really dared to say that I will not black you from now on. What a real man. Fuck. Chu Sheng really confessed. Isn't this too much of a show? Why do I have a smile on my face like a kind old mother at this moment? As if I'm watching my daughter get married. It doesn't matter whether I win this round. I only care about how things will develop next. At this moment, the barrage of comments in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room has exploded, and the people in Xiaojizi and Chinsiki's live broadcast rooms all swarmed to Chu Sheng's side to watch the show. Early in the morning, Chu Sheng's popularity value once directly exceeded 5 million. It is comparable to the popularity of the official Douyu competition broadcast. Then came a lot of gifts and fish balls, which directly swiped to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. Su Xiaomu was also dumbfounded. After falling off the motorcycle, she didn't care about anything else. She rushed out of the boudoir and ran to Chu Sheng's bedroom. Brother, what are you doing? Su Xiaomu pushed open the door and stared at Chu Sheng with horror. This joke was too big. Even if brother had a good impression of Xiao Bai, he shouldn't say it in the live broadcast room in public. Moreover, when did this idiot suddenly come to his senses and say such earthy love words as I'll give you my heart? Do you want it? Chu Sheng was also shocked. He didn't expect Su Xiaomu to run over. Her game character was now in low health. If someone passed by, wouldn't he kill her directly? Don't worry about me. Go and recover your health. What if someone comes and you die? Chu Sheng turned around and said. Su Xiaomu saw that Chu Sheng was not seriously ill, and there was a camera on the computer. So she pushed all the actions of the two to the live broadcast room simultaneously. Although she was nervous, she thought for a moment and glared at Chu Sheng, then went back in a flash in her pink slippers. Chu Sheng also smoothed out the problems that occurred on the way, as the smoke bomb effect gradually disappeared. Chu Sheng's masterpiece on the road was gradually made public. Xiaobai was completely confused. Was Chu Sheng confessing his love to her? Xiaobai was both confused and secretly happy. She was confused because they had only known each other for a few days. Wouldn't it be too hasty for Chu Sheng to confess so quickly? They hadn't even gotten to know each other in depth yet. She was secretly happy because she had a certain crush on Chu Sheng. She had been unsure of Chu Sheng's attitude before, but now she knew. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Chu Sheng's preparations were all exposed. Fuck. How did this guy do it? This is a really good trick. Doing this in the game. I have to say, all of us have been tricked by Chu Sheng. Who said the steel straight man before? Stand up? Why didn't I think of it? When I played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds with a girl I liked before, I always gave her whatever she wanted. Next time, I can use this trick to give her a little surprise. Wouldn't it be nice? The netizens were all stunned. Chu Sheng even used tricks to stir things up. I saw a peach heart made of green 5.56 bullets on the road, and first aid kits and energy drinks were neatly placed inside the peach heart, which looked like a bunch of flowers. Sniper the girl's heart. Xiaobai was stunned when she saw Chu Sheng's special preparation. It's not like she had never been given gifts or surprises before, but those surprises seemed amazing. But in Xiaobai's opinion, they were just such surprises. Chu Sheng actually played such a trick on her in the smoke bomb. He even made a game of the Dark Forest Law feel romantic. At this moment, the arrogant armor of the iceberg was completely removed. Xiaobai covered his face with his hands. With an incredible expression, Chu Sheng was running and jumping on the spot. Seeing Xiaobai motionless, he must have been scared silly. Chu Sheng cut off the voice in the voice channel and said proudly to the fans in the live broadcast room, I confess my love. Right? I have fulfilled my promise. Right? Seeing that Chu Sheng really fulfilled his promise, the fans were not stingy with rewards and threw them directly at Chu Sheng. This wave of confession was really thrilling. Anchor, don't be too happy too soon. What if Xiaobai agrees? Chu Sheng saw this barrage at a glance, and his whole mind froze. Oh, what if Xiaobai really agrees to him? But then he thought of Xiaobai's cold and beautiful appearance, and Chu Sheng shook his head like a rattle. Impossible. I know Xiaobai's personality. He will definitely not agree. Chapter 281 I oppose this marriage. Chu Sheng was very sure that Xiaobai would definitely not approve of it. Not hitting him was kind and gentle enough. Promise. No way. They have only known each other for a few days, and they are talking about promises? Although Xiaobai did not start live broadcast, because he was invited by Chu Sheng. Some fans in the digital area also heard the news, and went to Chu Sheng's live broadcast room to see what was going on. As a result, as soon as he came in, he saw Chu Sheng confessing to the goddess Xiaobai again. Fuck. Chu Sheng is so bold that he actually confessed to the goddess Xiaobai. All the fat otakus in the digital area were stunned. They couldn't drink the fat otaku happy water in their hands, and the fat otaku hamburgers felt tasteless. It was 35 degrees outside, and the sun was shining. But the house was already overcast, and the wind was cold. Today, the weather is cloudy, and the wind is cold outside. Chu Sheng, the bastard, confessed to the goddess Xiaobai and felt very sad. The two people who know Bai Xuanlu best are Su Xiaomu and the fat guys in the digital zone. If it were someone Xiaobai disliked, he would have immediately replied to get lost after such a confession. But now Xiaobai is silent. What does this mean? Is he stunned? Is he ecstatic? Is he so shocked that he has no reaction? In short, in the eyes of the fat guys, Xiaobai's reaction is very abnormal. I oppose this marriage. Yes, I don't agree with this marriage. The goddess Xiaobai belongs to everyone, and we can't let Chu Sheng, the bastard, monopolize her beauty. When I think of the scene where Xiaobai agreed and was hit by Chu Sheng's dragon, I feel extremely heartbroken. I'm afraid that it won't just be a collision. I'm afraid he will be provoked by the dragon. Fuck. Stop talking. It hurts. Even Su Xiaomu could see that Xiaobai's reaction seemed a little wrong. Shinseki recovered her health, ran to a distance to pick up the motorcycle, and then slowly fell in front of Su Xiaomu. However, she didn't dare to speak in the voice channel at this time, for fear of breaking this weird atmosphere. What she never expected was that Chu Sheng actually confessed to Xiaobai in the game, which was a shocking news. Did these two know each other before? After thinking about it, it is very likely that they met through Su Xiaomu. Chun Siki, who has been broadcasting live for so long and has seen all kinds of scenes, now widened her eyes and looked gossipy. This is the first time she has seen a live confession in the game. The motorcycle honked twice to remind Su Xiaomu to get on the car quickly. If you missed this famous scene, you don't know when it will come next time. You must be there to watch it. Moreover, Chun Siki saw from the barrage feedback from her son Dajuan that Chu Sheng seemed to have placed a peach heart on the ground, which made her eager to see it more clearly. Su Xiaomu was in a daze when she returned to her room. If she had seen her brother confess to Xiaobai before, she would have been the first to jump up and cheer for her brother and encourage Xiaobai to agree. But now, for some reason, she felt an indescribable strange feeling when she saw her brother confess. Deep down, she didn't want to agree to this marriage. Awakened by Chun Siki's continuous beeping sound, Su Xiaomu reacted stupidly and sat directly on the back of the motorcycle. After taking a look at the smoking motorcycle, Su Xiaomu thought about it and jumped off the motorcycle again, standing up and squatting to signal Chun Siki to get off the motorcycle. Chun Siki's heart was now completely drawn to the confession scene over there, and she only hoped to get there early and watch it for a long time. Seeing that Su Xiaomu was too scared to ride the motorcycle again, she muttered to herself, "I drive so steadily. Why are you afraid to sit?" Despite her complaints, Chun Siki still took the initiative to move to the back seat of the motorcycle, and then left the driving seat to Su Xiaomu. "Since you don't dare to sit in my car, then you can drive." Su Xiaomu got on the car without saying a word, and the corners of her mouth raised a smile. Xiaobai was still in a daze. The two of them were too conspicuous in the middle of the road. Chu Sheng didn't know what to say, so he quickly added 2 smoke bombs, wrapping Xiaobai and himself in smoke, leaving no chance for others. Xiaobai didn't say a word, and Chu Sheng was also on pins and needles, not knowing what to do. Chu Sheng thought Xiaobai was angry. His strong desire to survive overwhelmed everything. For a person who could even sell his sister to survive. What's wrong with selling a friend? Is there any problem? It's just no psychological burden. Okay, Xiaobai, don't be angry. I made a bet with my friend yesterday. If I lose, I will confess to you. I didn't mean it. Xiaobai was still wandering in the rich psychological activities in his heart, but suddenly heard this, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by murderous intent and coldness. So, this guy confessed his love just to fulfill the bet with his fans? Not really. Chu Sheng felt the air suddenly get cold for no reason, and he felt that these words were almost his last words before his death. The fans in the live broadcast room typed GG directly. Well, if you don't say this, there might be a glimmer of hope. Even the truth is revealed. Well, now you, Chu Sheng, are dead. Originally, there was hope of survival, and it was even possible to get the beauty. Well, I really don't understand this operation. Chu Sheng felt that he had a big advantage. Chu Sheng A went up, and Chu Sheng typed GG. I really don't understand. Do you think you can survive by selling out your fans? I take back what I said about Chu Sheng's high EQ and high skills. Sorry for bothering you. The fat otakus in the digital area were naturally cheering. The goddess Xiaobai finally didn't have to be attacked by Chu Sheng. This wave was very good. He immediately happily picked up the fat otaku happy water and drank it all. How could it be described in one word? Su Xiaomu's motorcycle skills are better than ever. She used to overturn and die when driving a motorcycle, but today she must rush over before Xiaobai gives an answer. She is more focused than ever when driving, and her driving skills are unexpectedly stable. But before Su Xiaomu drove to the bridge, Chu Sheng said that it was just a bet with fans. Su Xiaomu's eyes lit up visibly, with a sense of vitality. Chun Siki breathed a sigh of relief for some reason and hurriedly reminded, "Did you hear that? It's fake. You don't have to drive so hard. You can go slowly." Xiaobai still didn't speak, which made Chu Sheng feel even more terrified. In his mind, he could already imagine Xiaobai with a cold face, staring at him with his eyes, but not speaking. His eyes were like knives, and they could kill Chu Sheng in a minute. Chu Sheng thought without thinking. Was what he said just now wrong? But before Chu Sheng could learn, a wave of important experience The sound of rifle shooting rang out. Xiaobai directly held the M4 and fired wildly at the smoke bombs on Chu Sheng's side. Chapter 282. Take the blame yourself and wear your own hat. Chu Sheng only heard the sound of bullets whizzing around him. In Xiaobai's perspective, because teammates all had icons with numbers on their heads, and Chu Sheng had a green icon with a 2 on his head, Xiaobai easily locked his position. Bullets hit Chu Sheng, fell on the ground around him, and even brushed past his ears. The feeling of gunfire and rain of bullets made people panic. Chu Sheng was hit by 2 or 3 bullets, and only then did he break out in a cold sweat. This Xiaobai really wanted to kill him. Boss, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bet with you. The bullets still didn't stop, and Chu Sheng fell to the ground in fear. As Xiaobai vented his anger, the live broadcast room was filled with a joyful and peaceful atmosphere, just like celebrating the New Year on New Year's Eve. No one expressed any sympathy for Chu Sheng's current situation, and even sent congratulatory messages. Just as Chu Sheng was lying on the ground begging desperately, the bullets that were pouring down like a rainstorm suddenly disappeared. There was no bullet falling around him, which made Chu Sheng's face suddenly change. And he put on a smiling attitude and said, I knew that you wouldn't be so cruel, Xiaobai. Before he finished speaking, a new round of shooting came again. Chu Sheng was like a loach just put into a frying pan, jumping non-stop. He was also like a monkey with its butt on fire, looking for a place to hide like crazy. But there was no place to hide on the main road except for the smoke that was about to dissipate. Chu Sheng hurriedly added a smoke bomb, which was the last smoke bomb he had, and threw it towards the gas station, preparing to hide behind the gas station shield, and then wait for Xiaobai to calm down and sincerely apologize, saying that he was forced to do so, and it was all the fault of these fans. Fans, Excuse me? As for why he suddenly stopped just now, it was because he had finished a round of bullets and needed to change bullets. Only Chu Sheng, such an idiot, thought that Xiaobai had let him go, and actually stood up and set another flag. Originally, Xiaobai's anger had been mostly gone after firing a round of bullets. At this time, Chu Sheng said a few nice words, and she put on a cold face for a while. At most she would go to Chu Sheng's place for 2 meals on the weekend, and the matter would be over. But Chu Sheng happened to say something like, I forgive you. I won't be so cruel. I make up. Shouldn't the woman agree to forgive you? You, Chu Sheng, are talking to yourself. You forgive me just because you say so. It's simply unforgivable. Okay. Without saying anything, he fired another round. Xiaobai gnashed his teeth in anger. This Chu Sheng really had no manners at all. Well, if there was any, it was the charm he exuded when he was cooking. Xiaobai still kept firing, and the bullets poured out crazily. Chu Sheng wailed crazily, accompanied by the sound of bullets, begging for mercy in various ways. The netizens were almost laughing so hard. Chu Sheng ran all the way towards the gas station screen. After the second round of bullets was finished, Chu Sheng had a short respite, and took this opportunity to hide behind the white screen. Well, Xiaobai. As soon as Chu Sheng opened his mouth, Xiaobai's bullets flew over again, like a storm without saying a word. If Chu Sheng dared to come out at this time, it would be like 40 slaps in the face. A set of Armstrong's ultimate slap in the face. Su Xiaomu, who drove a motorcycle to the gas station, felt inexplicably better and even hummed a little tune. Chu Sheng dared to joke about such things. He must be courting death. Goddess Xiaobai is shameless. Just after confessing, Xiaobai didn't even refuse. Here, she said it was to fulfill the bet with the fans. Where do you want the girl to put her face? If you lose, confess. Confess. If you are afraid of death, you still blame the fans. Chu Sheng is good at this. The anchor was a respectable person before he died. Spit on him before you go. On the third day of Chu Sheng's live broadcast, he died at the age of 23 because of his own desires. The fans were also joking around like crazy, not giving Chu Sheng any face at all. This wave of slaps could be described as a loud slap in the face. And Chu Sheng had no way to deal with it, because there was nothing wrong with what the fans said. Chu Sheng seemed to realize that he had gone too far. He joked about confession and embarrassed Xiaobai, a girl, in front of so many fans. Sorry. I was wrong. I'll kill you, or cut you up here as long as you can calm down, Chu Sheng said, and walked out from behind the shield. It was just a death. If it could make Xiaobai calm down, he would not blink an eye even if he died 1,000 times. Chu Sheng really walked out after he said that. The smoke gradually dissipated and revealed a figure. Xiaobai was also stunned when she saw Chu Sheng standing out. She did not expect Chu Sheng to apologize to her directly. Just as the magazine was empty again, Xiaobai started to reload. Chu Sheng listened to the sound of reloading, and his throat moved and swallowed his saliva. Life or death depends on Xiaobai's next decision. Xiaobai also bit her lips lightly and was in a dilemma. Should she kill Chu Sheng? Just as the two were performing an emotional drama, the guy who was at a higher point in M City turned his view to the gas station again and saw Chu Sheng standing next to the gas station shield. Standing there motionless. Huh? This guy is asking for death again. This time he is standing still. So he should be shot. Right? Raising the muzzle, the 8x scope 0 point was adjusted directly to 600 meters. And then slightly raised the muzzle, which could hit the range of about 700 meters. Before, Chu Sheng kept moving forward slowly. But this time Chu Sheng stood there motionless, completely a target, aiming at the distance. Because of the experience of hitting just now, he was confident in this shot. Bang! The bullet burst out from 600 or 700 meters away and flew towards the gas station at the bridgehead. The bullet drew an elegant parabola in the air, turned into a spot of light like a night star, and fell directly towards Chu Sheng. After firing a shot, the man did not put away the scope, but looked at the point where the bullet fell. Although the distance of 600 meters is far, the green blood mist bursting out of the head can still be seen clearly. Especially the scene of Chu Sheng kneeling on the ground after being shot in the head. It was so cool. Chu Sheng was still waiting for Xiaobai's decision. But suddenly a bullet fell on his head, directly breaking his level 2 helmet, and knocking him to the ground with one shot. This sudden change made everyone dumbfounded. Chu Sheng immediately realized that the guy from City M had attacked him while he was apologizing. Xiaobai reacted very quickly, and threw a smoke bomb at Chu Sheng. Come here! Xiaobai's voice was cold and stern, which reminded Chu Sheng of his former high school class teacher. He followed the order and crawled forward. When the guy from City M pulled the bolt to eject the shell and opened the 8-fold scope to aim again, he found that he had already disappeared into the smoke and could not lock his position at all. Chapter 283 Being Targeted by Crazy Needles. A 98K headshot broke the deadlock. The fans were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Usually, Chu Sheng was the only one who used the 98K to blow up other people's heads. But today, it was finally his turn to have his head blown up. Karma goes round and round. Retribution will come. Good. This 98K shot was as fast as a meteor 600 meters away, like a fairy sword flying straight to Chu Sheng's head. Watch and see. Juefeng also showed off. After all, it was not easy to see Chu Sheng in such a mess, especially when someone shot him in the head with a 98K. There was an inexplicable pleasure of revenge. Juefeng flew a rocket directly into Chu Sheng's live broadcast room without saying a word. This rocket has a bit of a story. It was rewarded in Chu Sheng's live broadcast room, but the thanks were for the 98K, which was a bit like a slap in the face. Chu Sheng glanced at it. Anyway, he had written down everything this guy did in his little notebook. Now it was important to appease Xiaobai, so he let Juefeng jump for a while and talked to him after the storm passed. Xiaobai ran to Chu Sheng under the cover of smoke, squatted down and started to pull Chu Sheng up. Another bullet flew past his ear and hit the shield next to him, making a crisp metallic tremor. He was terrified. This man was still unwilling to give up. If he was rescued after finally knocking him down, wouldn't it be a waste of all the wonderful operations just now? After pulling the bolt to change the bullet, he fired another shot into the smoke. This shot crossed the high slope, the beach, and the wheat field and hit Chu Sheng again. This time, there was no metal vibration sound hitting the shield. The bullet landed steadily on Chu Sheng's buttocks, knocking off half of his red blood bar. And Chu Sheng gasped in fear. If this hit his forehead, he would die directly in front of Xiaobai. Taking advantage of Xiaobai's close distance, Chu Sheng was possessed by the spirit of drama again. Don't save me. Be careful that he will knock you down too. Go back quickly. It's not worth it to save my cheap life. Chu Sheng was crying and said he didn't want to be rescued. But his meaning was clearly help me up. I can still fight. Xiaobai simply ignored Chu Sheng in his acting mode. It was miserable to see this guy being shot in the head while standing, and his anger had already disappeared. The guy from City M was still not giving up. He found a new position to aim. The crisp explosion of 98K sounded again, and the light spot surged out. Xiao Bai silently pulled Chu Sheng up and stood up to go back to the gas station to set up the gun. As a result, he heard the sound of a bullet rubbing through the air at high speed. After Chu Sheng was pulled up, he squatted in place and started to hit the blood bag. As a result, before the blood bag was pulled for a second, another bullet hit his head and knocked him down for the second time. Ha! What happened to Chu Sheng today? He was knocked down by a headshot again. He did something bad, and even the game didn't let him off. It feels like Chu Sheng was being targeted. The targeting mentioned above is a bit interesting. Did Chu Sheng take out a needle to hit others? Or was he hit by a needle? Chu Sheng was completely stunned. Was his luck so bad today? He was shot in the head twice in a row. Wow! This headshot is quite powerful. Chu Sheng felt extremely annoyed. The key point was that he could feel that this guy was a normal player with a clean background and no openings. He was sanctioned again in the smoke, which was very uncomfortable. This player was also dumbfounded. He just tried it casually, but he didn't expect that he was really hit. Although he didn't hit the head this time, he did knock the guy down. Well, remember this guy's ID? Chushin. Okay. This name is easy to remember. No wonder he was hit even in the smoke. It turned out that it had nothing to do with his shooting skills. It was just bad luck. Seeing this guy knocked down by the smoke again, the player suddenly became interested. This time he should let him kill him. Right? But when he was about to shoot again, he found that all 5 bullets were empty. At this time, he had to reload one by one, which was very anxious. Xiao Bai added another smoke bomb and ran to Chu Sheng to help him. At this time, the negative emotions of the previous incident had dissipated a lot, and even Xiao Bai's mouth corners were slightly raised, and his heart was even full of joy. Humph. This is the price of making you full of flowers. He was pulled up again, and at this time, the 98K bullet also flew over. Fortunately, it did not hit Chu Sheng, but fell on the baffle behind him. Chu Sheng lay on the ground and began to pack up. The first aid kit raised his blood volume above the safety line. Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki drove the motorcycle all the way along the road to the small town of Sancha Road at the bridge head. There were more than one team of people gathered at the Sancha Road, and the crackling gunshots could be heard from a distance, just like the firecrackers on the way out to welcome the bride. Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki's scalps tingled after hearing this. But if they were asked to stop in such a place, the 2 women would definitely shake their heads wildly. Even if they died, they had to run to Chu Sheng's side, because only Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai could give them a sense of security. Go! The 2 of them gritted their teeth and rushed directly to the town at the fork in the road. Not only was the town extremely dangerous, but the people blocking the bridge were even more terrifying. At this time, people were stationed at the 2 bridge blocking locations at the bridge head. This was the center of the safe zone. As long as the next circle was not spawned on the land on both sides, this bridge was the only place where they could survive. As long as they occupied it, their hope of winning the chicken would increase greatly. The roar of the motorcycle spread throughout the 3-way intersection, and also alarmed the people blocking the bridge. People at the 3-way intersection saw the motorcycle coming down from the road. But because there was more than one team of people in the town, all of them were stuck together. They didn't dare to show their heads and shoot. Otherwise others would take advantage of the opportunity, and their side would be destroyed. Only the guy hiding behind the wall saw the motorcycle speeding past, and he fired a burst of EP9 bullets, expressing his friendly condolences and presence. Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki rushed through the town at the 3-way intersection almost unscathed, which surprised the 2. Although there were bullets coming at them, none of them hit their bodies or the car, which gave them hope of crossing the bridge. Don't worry. I'm a good driver. We can definitely get through. Su Xiaomu also rushed across the bridge without any damage, imitating Chu Sheng's forced blowing. The people in the middle and rear trucks on the bridge were also confronting each other. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle approaching, he decided not to fight after a moment's consideration. If they stick their heads out to fight, they will be stolen by the guy behind the scrap car box. Wouldn't it be a big loss? So both sides tacitly ignored Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki and let them pass. After all, as long as we stay on the bridge, there shouldn't be any problem. Anyway, if the car and the people rush over, they will be targeted by others. After successfully rushing over the bridge, Su Xiaomu's face was full of bright smiles. She drove the car directly to the gas station. For a rookie player like her, being able to rush over the bridge with many obstacles is definitely a big deal. As long as she can do a beautiful drifting and parking pose at the end, it will be a perfect ending. Chu Sheng just started to use medicine when he heard a roaring motorcycle approaching. In the smoke, Chu Sheng only saw two teammates with head tags approaching madly. Before Chu Sheng could react and dodge, Su Xiaomu did a beautiful parking drift. The rear of the car didn't swing out, and Chu Sheng was successfully thrown out. It was hit by the needle again. Chapter 284 I Don't Dare Anymore. Ha ha ha. I'm almost dying of laughter. Chu Sheng is down 3 times this time. Little pigeon. Give Chu Sheng a good beating and make him remember. I feel like Chu Sheng is being targeted by the girls. Su Xiaomu's mouth curled up slightly, and she was secretly delighted. She finally got rid of her anger. It must be said that it was really cool to hit someone with a vehicle. Chu Sheng had just used the first aid kit to recover blood, and when he saw Su Xiaomu driving a motorcycle over, Chu Sheng was still thinking that these two people were really lucky to be able to escape from the hail of bullets. But before he could even open his mouth, Su Xiaomu did a tailspin and threw him out of the smoke. The whole person flew out on his stomach. Chu Sheng had already fallen down 3 times in this wave, and his blood was dropping very fast. Ah, brother. I didn't mean it, Su Xiaomu exclaimed, with eyes wide open and a pitiful look, completely treating this accident as a traffic accident. Xiaobai was quick-witted and rushed over without saying a word when he saw Chu Sheng flying out. But there was no smoke bomb on him to block the smoke, so it was very dangerous to save people in the weeds. However, the speed of losing blood was very fast. If he couldn't be helped within 5 seconds, he could just light a stick of incense in front of the box, spit and leave. Xiaobai rushed out of the smoke and ran to Chu Sheng, holding him when he was seriously injured and bleeding. Everyone exhaled a breath of foul air. Just now, even Su Xiaomu thought that the matter had gotten out of hand, and he couldn't be pulled up. He muttered in his heart, "Why is my brother so useless? Others can hold on for a long time when they fall to the ground and bleed." But he fell to the ground as if he was bleeding, and his blood tank was emptied in a few seconds. If Chu Sheng knew what Su Xiaomu was thinking, he would definitely kick the chair away and rush to Su Xiaomu's boudoir, hold this guy's little head, and ask who was so good at driving that he did such a good thing. Chu Sheng was also relieved and moved to tears. Sure enough, only Xiaobai treats me the best. Bai Xuanlu frowned slightly when she heard this, and she was particularly unhappy with Chu Sheng's words. After Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu got off the motorcycle, they saw the peach hearts and medical supplies that Chu Sheng had just placed. After exclaiming wow, the two of them rushed forward one after the other like little piglets seeing food, and divided up all the things without leaving anything. Chu Sheng fell to the ground and hadn't gotten up yet, and saw that the masterpiece he had just placed with great difficulty had been divided up. It was like putting candles outside to propose marriage. But before it was successful, the sanitation lady rushed over and did a big cleanup, and all the arrangements on the scene were cleared away. Feel the feeling. Oh, no. Everyone here is single. How can you feel like proposing? Chu Sheng got up and immediately fell to the ground, using the few weeds on the ground as his cover, and then began to recover. Just as Chu Sheng was hitting the blood pack, Xiao Bai's gun had already aimed at Chu Sheng's bald head. Without even opening the SKS scope, he directly shoulder-fired and locked Chu Sheng's head, and shot him up. Chu Sheng was knocked down by a headshot, and his first reaction was to shout, "Be careful. There are people nearby." Then he found a message prompt. It turned out that Xiao Bai shot a headshot and accidentally injured his teammate. Chu Sheng was filled with regret. He looked up at Xiao Bai, who had put away his gun and squatted down to help him. He was about to say something but stopped. Chu Sheng turned off the voice channel with a look of despair, and cried to the viewers in the live broadcast room, "Why is my life so miserable?" The viewers in the live broadcast room were almost laughing. He was knocked down twice by the enemy 600 meters away, and then was knocked away by his sister Xiao Guzi's cool tail-swinging motorcycle. After he was helped up, he was killed by Xiao Bai's headshot. Headshots feel pretty good. Xiao Bai suddenly said something coldly. Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu divided all the supplies, and each of them held a new gun. Hearing Xiao Bai's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chen Siki had never experienced what it felt like to have a headshot. She had just picked up a 98K, and Su Xiaomu had picked up a Scar-L. Both of them were poor people who suddenly became rich. Is a headshot really that cool? Chinsiki's eyes widened, and she ran all the way to Xiaobai. Su Xiaomu also followed, and her eyes were so sharp, shining with light and smiling, like a weasel seeing a chicken. Chu Sheng trembled, and his voice was shaking. Please let me go! What kind of suffering and sin have I suffered? Chu Sheng cried so sadly that anyone who heard it would cry. Even the fans laughed as they watched him suffer. If a man is targeted by a vengeful woman, especially someone like Chu Sheng who is completely powerless, he will be slaughtered. Imagine a master who kills all in the game. But here he is like a little lamb, surrounded by 3 hungry wolves. I don't know what their ulterior motives are. When Chu Sheng saw this, he felt that everything was dark in front of him, and he had no hope for the future. Chinziki had a smile on her face. If it were in the past, she would be willing to help Chu Sheng block the bullet in order to win the game. But today, I don't know why. Seeing Chu Sheng crying for food. Shouldn't it be weak and helpless? Suddenly aroused Chinziki's desire to commit crimes. I have never shot a head before. Chu Sheng, you just don't have blood. Let me try. Chinziki emphasized with a coquettish tone. And there was a kind of tempting taste in her mature laziness, which made Chu Sheng swallow his saliva after hearing the voice. Well, this may not work. Right? You see? The poison circle is about to shrink. It won't work for us to stand here without any cover. Why don't we go into the gas station? Sit down. Make a cup of tea and talk in detail. Chu Sheng was helped up by Xiaobai again, and the 3 people all surrounded him, all pointing guns at him. Do you want to ask Chu Sheng if he is touched? The 3 beauties are caring for him in an all-round and 3-dimensional way. At this time, he could only shake his head wildly, and dare not move. Hearing Chu Sheng's explanation, he thought he could survive at the gas station this time. Right? As a result, Su Xiaomu's eyes lit up, and he said what he wanted. When he was in the wild area of the airport island, he didn't see the fragmentation grenade, but he still picked up a smoke bomb. Brother, don't panic. I have a smoke bomb here. Throw a smoke bomb and others can't hit us. Su Xiaomu suddenly cut out a smoke bomb and threw it at his feet without saying a word. Suddenly, the smoke was misty, and Chu Sheng seemed to see the gate of heaven again. Chu Sheng, you are really my good sister. You still care about your brother's safety at this time. I am so touched. Chu Sheng was in despair. Su Xiaomu, I didn't expect that you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would betray me. Chapter 285. Special Technician in Foot Massage Shop. The fans laughed so hard that the roof could be blown off. Why did all these girls come to mess with him? It was completely understandable that Xiaobai beat him down to vent his anger. After all, he made a fool of himself in front of so many people. For example, if it was you, the girl you liked shouted downstairs to confess her love. You were ecstatic and rushed downstairs to agree. And the people around you also wished you happiness, warmth, sweetness and happiness. But at this time, the girl suddenly said to you, sorry, I just lost a big dare. Don't take it seriously. Imagine how uneasy, ashamed, embarrassed and angry you are in the eyes of everyone. And these rookies took it all silently, just shooting 2 rounds of bullets at Chu Sheng, but not killing him. Is it too much to help him up and shoot him in the head now? But Yu Chinziki and Su Xiaomu want to come over and try to see if it feels good to shoot him in the head, which is a bit too much. Chu Sheng thinks he has not done anything against the law. Why are you 2 guys coming here to join in the fun? As for Wei Chinziki and Su Xiaomu also want to come over to vent their anger. Chu Sheng didn't think of it anyway, so he spread his hands. He squatted on the ground and started to wrap the first aid kit, muttering, enough of you 2. Xiaobai doesn't mind killing me a few times. It doesn't make sense for you 2 guys to join in the fun. There was another round of booing in the live broadcast room, and the matter between Chu Sheng and Xiaobai was probably nailed to the coffin. Looking at Chu Sheng's pitiful appearance and the ambiguous words he said, Xiaobai's anger had actually dissipated a long time ago. But he still said with a straight face, shut up. Chinziki and Su Xiaomu paused slightly, and the smiles on their faces just now gradually disappeared. Yes, Chu Sheng was right. Why was Chinziki making a fuss? Su Xiaomu was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She was her younger sister. But she didn't even have this right? Haha. Men are like eels. Before he met Xiaobai, he was still a fool. Now, haha. Scumbag. Chu Sheng packed the bag smoothly, then bypassed the 3 people and came to the box. patted the dust from the box, and picked up the green level 1 helmet that Su Xiaomu had just replaced. Although the color of this helmet is a bit dazzling, he can still bear to wear it for the sake of survival. Under the gaze of the three people, Chu Sheng slipped into the gas station and suddenly felt a sense of escape. Ah! As expected, three women are in a drama. Chu Sheng can only be rubbed completely. Even though he was wronged, he still showed his loyalty to Xiao Bai. He seemed to be panicking, but he was actually as steady as an old dog. I came from Chen Mama's live broadcast room and found that Chen Mama's face had fallen. It seems that Chu Sheng will have a hard time next. Xiao Gizi also had a gloomy face. Chu Sheng is probably finished. For Xiao Bai, he offended both Chen Mama and Xiao Gizi. Do you think Chu Sheng made a profit or a loss? A farce has almost come to an end. Xiao Bai was shooting bullets wildly at the gas station just now, and scared others away from approaching this place of trouble. The poison circle also began to search towards the gas station. The new safe zone includes the gas station and the bridge. People in M City West, and the housing area all began to gather in the safe zone. The players squatting on the bridge did not move at all. As long as this circle stopped the players rushing to the bridge, and then fought again, the outcome would be basically determined. Chu Sheng looked at the safe zone, which was a bit similar to what he played in the morning. From this point of view, the final safe zone is likely to be on the bridge. If you are a little less lucky, it is not impossible that the safe zone will be directly on the sea. For now, apart from the bridge, the gas station is still a good place. But good places are naturally coveted by others. Players who survived from M City either ran to the coastline to find a boat or started moving towards this side. Xiao Bai, come here. Chu Sheng got on the motorcycle driven by Su Xiaomu and lured Xiao Bai. What? Xiao Bai looked at Chu Sheng riding on the motorcycle and immediately felt a sense of danger. Could this guy be holding a grudge and preparing to show off his driving skills and then fall to his death to avenge her? No. I will never sit on it. Seeing Xiao Bai's indifferent look, Chu Sheng became anxious. Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki were completely unreliable. When they saw someone, they could just shoot to scare the other side. It seemed impossible to expect them to kill people. But Chu Sheng couldn't say it out loud. Right? If he said it out loud, Chu Sheng would be immediately attacked by Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu. Look, I'll defend below. I'll take you to the rooftop on my motorcycle. There's a box on top. When Xiao Bai heard the word box, his eyes lit up. This guy. Why didn't you tell me there was a box earlier? Lead the way. Xiao Bai's answer was straightforward and decisive. If there was a box, it was fine. And he wasn't afraid of bullets and rain. Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki were both dumbfounded. Did Xiao Bai, the arrogant iceberg, completely lose control when he heard about the box? Before they could react, Xiao Bai had already sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. But after thinking about it, he didn't seem to be so reserved, and couldn't help but explain again. It's a pity that there's a box up there that you didn't lick. Don't think too much. Don't think too much? We didn't think too much either. Chu Sheng stepped on the accelerator and rushed down the beach, then turned the car around with a cool drift on the beach. The accelerator roared and rushed directly to the gas station. Chu Sheng took off directly along the uphill slope, controlling the excellent speed. You know, motorcycles are not like cars. Accelerating can kill people. He maintained a speed of more than 70 and flew directly up the slope, ran vertically on the shield for a distance, and landed steadily on the roof of the gas station. Now the poison circle is refreshed, and the houses and hills in the distance are not in the safe zone. So the roof of the gas station is the highest place in the safe zone, except for the steel bridge. It is naturally cool to hold a sniper rifle and shoot at targets in this place. Then Chu Sheng drove his motorcycle down from the roof of the gas station. As for Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu, they also hid in the gas station house obediently, holding their guns and trembling. Xiao Bai stood on a high place and saw three people running out of the northern housing area at a glance. They were heading towards the gas station, so they could only run towards the gas station. Someone is coming. These three very simple words. Xiao Bai has already changed her SKS sniper rifle and started to shoot at the three people. Xiao Bai's rifle is very fierce, but the sniper level is average. Only 1 in 4. The three people saw someone sniping on the roof of the gas station, and without saying a word, they laid smoke bombs and tried to get close. Chu Sheng lay on the ground, saw the movements of the three people through the shield, and smiled. At this time, he had to take action as a top technician in the foot massage shop. Chapter 286. Do you want heads? Chu Sheng was lying on the ground, and he could just see the situation outside from the gap of about 20 to 30 centimeters under the baffle. It was his turn as a top pedicurist in the foot massage shop. These people were mixed in the smoke and moved closer. Xiaobai couldn't hit 4 people, and the baffle blocked his vision, forming a blind spot. So he simply turned his gun to pay attention to the guys in M City. As expected, she saw 3 people running out of the city. I don't know if there was no car or what. The 3 of them ran away without taking any vehicles at all. It stands to reason that M City is located on a major traffic artery, and there is a high probability of cars being swiped. Xiaobai saw 3 people here, but did not shoot directly. He scanned the 3 people one by one with an 8-fold scope, carefully observing their clothes and guns from hundreds of meters away. Xiaobai glanced at the first guy and passed him directly. He scanned the second guy and also moved directly without stopping. When he saw the third guy, he saw the 98K on his back, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Okay, it's you. The SKS with the 8-fold scope directly adjusted the 0 point to 500 meters, then raised the muzzle and fired a bullet at the guy carrying the 98K. SKS bullets turned into spots of light in the air, one after another like a string of bullets, arranged in a dazzling line in the air, like pearls strung together by gold thread. The first bullet hit the body accurately, and then the bullet fell on the ground nearby, stirring up dust. Xiaobai's SKS was still equipped with the silencer thrown down by Chu Sheng, and no sound could be heard from 500 meters away. He was shot in the head on the way to escape, and he was so scared that he began to dance crookedly to avoid the next bullet. The 2 people in front were very exposed, but Xiaobai had no impulse to attack them. She just wanted to kill the guy with the 98K. Fortunately, Xiaobai didn't broadcast live today, otherwise her little thoughts would have been guessed clearly by the witty fans. At a distance of 400 or 500 meters, the other 2 people followed and jumped around. But after a while, they found that the bullets did not fall on them. Although it felt very strange, they had already run far away at this time. After finding that the bullets did not follow, they were more certain that only their companions were locked by the bullets. I don't understand what this routine is, but I feel very fortunate. Ha ha ha. What bad things have you done? I stand here, and this person doesn't hit me but only you. The companions laughed and ran towards the safe zone. As for the player carrying the 98K, he still didn't know what he had done wrong to suffer such an unexpected disaster. Was it just because he was too handsome and attracted more hatred? The 8-fold silenced SKS was simply doing whatever it wanted in this situation. At a distance of 500 meters, there was no fire, and the sound was very small. The bullets appeared in front of the enemy like ghosts. At this time, who would deliberately stop to observe where the bullets came from? Wouldn't everyone just run away? The bullets dripped all over his body like water from a willow branch. The player was completely scared and didn't even dare to lie down and pack up to recover blood. There was a poison circle behind me, and I couldn't see the direction of the bullets coming from around me. It was as if they had a grudge. I was clearly following my teammates, and my teammates looked more vulnerable to attack. But the bullets just fell on me, as if I didn't see the 2 people in front of me at all. I couldn't say what I was suffering. I felt so sad. The poison circle was shrinking so fast that even if I ran wildly with full energy, I couldn't outrun the speed of the poison circle. I watched the electric net pass through my body, and the damage of the poison circle took effect, and my already low health suddenly began to drop sharply. If I didn't hit my health at this time, I would really be dead. Without saying anything, he just lay on the ground and started to wrap around the health pack, because the other 2 teammates were not taken care of. They simply ran to the small river slope in front, the small river slope under the beach, and then along the cliff under the bridge. You can directly enter the safe zone without worrying about anyone attacking. When the 2 entered the river slope, they turned back to cut a smoke bomb to cover their companions. But the guy who laid down at a fixed point was ruthlessly taken away by Xiaobai's SKS. After Xiaobai took away this player, the smoke bomb thrown by his companions was more like a memorial. This guy was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. What kind of hatred is this? Others don't fight, but just stare at him. Just now his teammates were in front, with a wider field of vision and more obvious positions. Okay, this situation does not explain why he was being targeted. The most annoying thing is that the 2 teammates who ran first did not have a single bullet hit them. And only he seemed to be under the firepower of a division. I felt so wrong that I wanted to cry. If this person knew that the reason he was being targeted was because of the 98K on his back, I'm afraid he would have thrown the 98K to the ground without hesitation. After Xiaobai killed this guy, he laid down to change bullets and began to pay attention to other places. When the smoke cleared, the three people in the room area also quietly touched behind the shield. But unfortunately all three pairs of feet were seen clearly by Chu Sheng. The full automatic mode was turned on directly. And since they were lying on the ground, the recoil was reduced to the extreme. A burst of bullets was fired directly, and all of them landed on the feet. Before the three guys could react to where the gun was fired, they were already kneeling on the ground after being pedicured. The rest of them reacted and started to run around. But there was no such thing as keeping their feet off the ground. They ran around and jumped again. And Chu Sheng pedicured their toenails crazily. And then, they knelt down again. After they knelt on the ground and dragged the camera, they saw Chu Sheng lying on his back in the gas station to get his toenails done. They were so angry that their gums were about to break. It was really a shame to be pedicured to death. The last person hid behind the pillar behind the shield, which was just enough to accommodate one person standing without getting a pedicure. But the two teammates next to him were not so lucky. They were killed by Chu Sheng's single headshot. Only one person was left, and he dared not move at all. Chu Sheng threw a fragmentation grenade without saying a word. The low-throw grenade rolled out along the gap and landed at the man's feet, detonating directly. He called Su Xiaomu and Shinseki to pick up equipment. The poison circle was almost shrinking. After a few seconds, a new safe zone was generated, which was exactly on the bridge. In the safe zone on the bridge, it was interesting. After Xiaobai made sure that there was no one behind him, he jumped down from the roof. Shinseki and Su Xiaomu also licked the bag happily. Now it can be said that the four-person team has the best equipment and the strongest combat power. The two survivors on the beach definitely didn't dare to go up there. The gunshots from Chu Sheng's pedicure alerted them. Going up, there was a complete death trap. It was better to stay under the bridge. Anyway, they had a lot of medicine and could fight for medicine. Well, it was a good idea. And there happened to be a speedboat on the beach, which was great. The battle on the bridge also became fierce. As soon as this safe zone appeared, the two people on the bridge were sure that the victory would be decided by the two teams stuck on the bridge. However, Chu Sheng listened to the fierce gunshots and glanced at Su Xiaomu and Shinseki, who had no presence in this game. He asked, "Do you two want to kill?" Chapter 287, A surprise attack from the sky. When the two heard Chu Sheng mention the head, their eyes lit up more than when they saw the box. Who doesn't want a good thing like a head? You can play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds without eating chicken, but you can't be without a head? If there is not even a head, how can you show your value and presence in this game? Shinseki and Su Xiaomu nodded frantically, just like hitting a timer. Accurate and full of frequency. They both know their own skills. If they rely on shooting, they can only be Voldemort, toilet monsters, and kill one with good luck. Now Chu Sheng said that there is a way for them to get ahead. So what are you talking about? Let's go! Stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us what we can do. Su Xiaomu was so anxious that she was jumping up and down. There were only 12 people left, minus the 4 of them. Only 8 people left. There was still a fierce battle ahead, and casualties were possible at any minute, and they would have even fewer people to kill. Seeing that the two were so eager for kills, Chu Sheng threw 2 fragmentation grenades on the ground without saying a word. Here, each of you take a grenade. Walk up from the viaduct bridge. Walk to the top of the enemy, and pull the grenade directly. Or pull the grenade and jump down, and all the heads will be yours. When Chu Sheng came up with this trick, before Su Xiaomu and Shinseki could react, the fans in the live broadcast room went crazy. Fuck. This move is quite ruthless. The surprise troops from heaven can't handle it at all. I feel sorry for the enemies who are alive now. They have no idea what kind of guys are targeting them. Since I watched Chu Sheng's live broadcast, I will subconsciously pay attention to the elevated bridge when guarding the bridge in the future, for fear of being taught a lesson by the big guys above. It's hard to guard against. When Su Xiaomu and Shinseki reacted, their voices suddenly rose a few degrees, and their tone was full of disbelief. What? Are you asking us to be suicide soldiers? Especially Su Xiaomu. She is a younger sister. The unscrupulous brother actually let his sister do such a thing. Chu Sheng picked his nose, rubbed it and said, actually, You don't have to do this. I can kill everyone on the bridge by myself. And then you won't have any heads. Chu Sheng said it as if it was a matter of course. And only he dared to guarantee that he could kill all opponents. If it were any other PUBG anchor, they would definitely not dare to set such a flag in the live broadcast. Hearing Chu Sheng's words, the other three had no doubts. After all, Chu Sheng had proved that he had this ability. He was very entangled in his heart. Which was more important? Life or heads? The sound of the exchange of fire continued. And the two guys under the bridge had quietly swam to the speedboat and carefully drove the speedboat to the bottom of the bridge. The sound of the exchange of fire was extremely intense. But the people under the bridge were laughing. This wave of chicken is stable. There is no one below them who can beat them. The fight above is life and death. They just need to wait here. There are 5 first aid kits on them. And there are 6 or 7 drinks and painkillers. They will be able to fight for medicine later. The two were very happy. This chicken is as stable as an old dog. It is estimated that the people above will still be confused after the fight. There are still 2 guys who are unknown. When they find that there are 2 more under the bridge, they can't beat them. That feeling will be so angry that they will die. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai have bent down and come behind the big straw bag at the bridge head. From this angle, they can see the buttocks of the 3 people. One of them has been carefully guarding the back, fearing that the team of guys from the gas station will come over. Have you decided? Chu Sheng asked. His hands could no longer be restrained from moving towards the enemy. He would probably be able to knock one down when he aimed his aim. Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu looked at each other. Wasn't this way of getting kills a bit too humiliating? They had to rush up and boom. For them who wanted to be technical players, this entertaining way of playing made them very unhappy. But it was a kill after all. If they hesitated any more, Chu Sheng would take them all by himself. They were just playing soy sauce, with no sense of existence at all. Was this playing Snake? After looking at each other, they decided to do it. Okay, why don't we do it? Su Xiaomu was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. This unscrupulous brother was really stupid. Couldn't he just beat the guy to a low health and then ask him to go up and collect the heads? He actually came up with such a dirty trick. This must be revenge. If Chu Sheng knew what Su Xiaomu was thinking, he would definitely be confused. He beat the guy to a low health and asked him to go up and collect the heads. Are the enemies all fools waiting for you to come over? Or can Chu Sheng use a trick to disarm, or use his empty hands to forcibly steal the weapons on the enemies, and make them kneel on the ground and sing conquer? One person picked up a fragmentation grenade. And then Su Xiaomu rode on the motorcycle and faced the inclined beam of the bridge according to Chu Sheng's instructions. The width of this diagonal beam is just enough to accommodate a motorcycle. And it is on the left side. And the enemies in the pile of scrap cars in the middle of the bridge are also on the left. So a visual blind spot is formed. There is nothing wrong with Chu Sheng's thinking. The only problem now is the roar of the motorcycle engine, which can easily attract the enemy's attention and thus be discovered by the enemy's plan to steal the sky and change the day. Of course, Zhuge Chu Sheng, who is well prepared, can't be in vain. This kind of thing has long made him think of a countermeasure. I will throw a grenade as a signal. When the grenade explodes, you will rush up on the motorcycle. Su Xiaomu, don't be nervous. I have already corrected the direction of the motorcycle. There will be no problem if you drive straight. Wow! Chu Sheng said the words that the bullet was thrown on his face. The fans were extremely excited and moved closer to the screen, fearing that they would miss this wonderful scene. Many fans also went to Chinsiki and Su Xiaomu's live broadcast room. After all, they were the protagonists of this move. Chu Sheng showed his head and shot the alert guy in front of him with the Mini 14 4X scope. Chu Sheng could shoot boldly with this rifle. After all, the Mini 14 sniper rifle had limited power and could not kill a small friend with one shot. A direct headshot, although it did not knock him down, was enough to alert the guy in the middle of the bridge and immediately report to his teammates. Chu Sheng took a few steps back and threw a grenade forward. Although he had used up all the smoke bombs, he still had a lot of grenades. The huge sound of the grenade explosion was just enough to cover the 2 people driving the motorcycle. Chu Sheng threw 3 or 4 fragmentation grenades in a row without stopping. The clanging sound completely attracted the attention of the enemy in the middle. At this time, Xiao Bai also followed Chu Sheng's previous arrangement, leaned out and started to fire the M4 crazily, making a huge noise to cover the motorcycle. As the first grenade exploded, the roar of the motorcycle was completely covered up. Su Xiaomu also stepped on the accelerator and drove directly onto the bridge, shouting excitedly, Chapter 288 It's time to rely on me. Chu mused. After Su Xiaomu drove the motorcycle onto the bridge viaduct, he braked steadily, and then got off with Shinseki. The huge explosion and the sound of bullets just now perfectly covered the roar of the motorcycle. No one noticed that someone had touched their heads at this moment. There were two teams in front and behind on the bridge exchanging fire. Su Xiaomu and Shinseki discussed it. Each selected a team, and then moved forward. Xiaobai had a lot of bullets anyway, so he and Chu Sheng started to suppress the firepower, leaving no possibility for the other side to peek out. The team in the middle was so suppressed that they couldn't even raise their heads, and they complained wildly in their hearts. Do these guys only have so many bullets? They didn't even show their heads. The three of them had to crouch down and huddle together behind the bunker. The other team far away on the bridge was so happy to see this. The more intense the fight, the better, and the greater their hope of winning the first place in the end. Unknowingly, Su Xiaomu had come to the top of the team in the middle, and saw that all three of them were squatting behind the scrap car. And bullets fell on the scrap car with a clang, splashing countless sparks. If he jumps down and throws a grenade, he can get a triple kill. Su Xiaomu arrives at the designated location. Shinseki continues to move forward, and the three people in the distance are lying directly in the red carriage of the abandoned transport vehicle. They could also be killed by a grenade. Although Shinseki looks serious now, fearing that there will be an accident and being discovered by others. In fact, he has been very happy in his heart. If he succeeds in getting a triple kill, wouldn't it be great? In the past, I didn't understand why Chu Sheng did so many tricks. Shinseki simply thought he was doing it for the live broadcast effect. But now it seems that this feeling of doing bad things is really exciting and addictive, because the fierce battle below attracted almost everyone's attention. And no one usually comes to the elevated bridge, let alone pay attention. The sound of bullets exploding covered the footsteps on the steel bridge. Especially Shinseki had taken off her shoes long before riding the motorcycle, so the footsteps were even weaker, quietly touching the top of the three people, squatting down and saying, Little pigeon, are you ready? Both of them looked eager to try, holding fragmentation grenades in their hands, ready to strike justice at any time. Chu Sheng got the signal from the two people and was ready. He stuck his head out and fired a burst of bullets directly, making it impossible for several people to get out. Su Xiaomu started counting down. 3, 2, 1. The two men pulled the safety of the fragmentation grenades at the same time. The huddled enemies were stunned for a moment, and vaguely seemed to hear the joyful sound of a grenade being opened. Hey, who pulled the grenade? He couldn't help but ask. But they all shook their heads at each other. It was too late to hide now. So who would dare to raise their heads and throw grenades? But they didn't hear the sound of the grenade falling to the ground. Before the three of them could figure out what was going on, Su Xiaomu jumped directly from the gap, just blocking the retreat of the three huddled together, and blocked them behind the abandoned car. At the same time, Shinseki jumped directly into the red compartment of the truck. There was suddenly one more person in the team, which made the two teams completely confused. How could this person suddenly appear? After taking a closer look, they found that it was not a teammate. And then, they suddenly realized that it was an enemy. Although they were shocked when the enemy fell from the sky, everyone's first reaction was to shoot, and bullets poured out crazily. However, before they could kill the person, the grenade in Su Xiaomu's hand detonated with a countdown. After a burst of smoke, Su Xiaomu fell to the ground with his back blown up, and the three enemies all turned into boxes. In the truck not far away, a thick cloud of smoke rose. All 6 people were killed in the explosion, and Shinseki and Su Xiaomu took the lives of the people equally. Although they knew the result, the fans couldn't help but gasp. This method is really hard to defend against. And the dead enemies were also confused. How did this person suddenly appear in front of them, holding a grenade in his hand? So fierce? Chu Sheng and Xiaobai ran to the bridge and rescued Shinseki and Su Xiaomu. Originally thought that they could win the game directly, but they didn't expect that there were still 6 people left alive, which was a bit interesting. Chu Sheng walked back and forth on the bridge 3 times, but didn't see anyone. It happened that the poison circle also shrank at this time, and the new safe zone was still refreshed on the bridge, just here at the pile of scrap cars. The 4 looked at each other. There was no land except on the bridge, but there were still 2 enemies who were unknown. Could it be? Could it be that we encountered an invisible cheat? Su Xiaomu couldn't help but guess. Chu Sheng pretended to be an invisible cheat every day. Could it be that he encountered a real invisible cheat this time? Chu Sheng shook his head repeatedly. If there was an invisible cheat, the four of them would have been shot long ago. How could they wait until now? Many netizens speculated in the barrage area that there was probably someone under the bridge acting as a water ghost in the sea. Otherwise, how could they not find anyone in this situation? It's very likely a water ghost. In this situation, we can only wait until the end to fight for medicine. Fortunately, Chu Sheng has a lot of boxes. Gather the medical supplies. The guy below is probably dead. It's impossible to use medicine in the water. But what if the remaining two guys are driving a boat? There are many different opinions in the barrage. But the water ghost is right under the bridge. And Chu Sheng can't see the specific situation. So he can't make a judgment. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and told the three people, well, you can throw away the bullets and gather the medical supplies. Prepare to fight for medicine later. The person should be under the bridge. Xiao Bai was not surprised. Since she did not find the person just now, she guessed that the person was probably under the bridge. But whether he was sailing or swimming was unknown. The three gathered all the drugs together. Jin Siki and Su Xiaomu stayed in the center of the circle and kept on guarding against the overhead bridge. These two guys just played a hand of justice from heaven. The enemy was blown to death without saying anything. But they played psychological trauma. Chu Xing simply opened the public voice channel and shouted, "Friends under the bridge. Can you hear the sound?" Coincidentally, these two guys really opened the public channel. And when they heard the voice, they responded directly, "You can bomb your own way. You can't eat chicken." Chu Xing's mouth slightly raised when he heard the voice. The person was indeed down there, throwing all the medical supplies on his body in front of Xiao Bai. Chu Sheng shouted, "Hee. Who will win the game is still unknown. Come up if you have the guts." The other three looked at Chu Sheng's actions in bewilderment. This guy threw away all the medical supplies. How will he fight for medicine later? The two guys on the boat below sneered. Now no one can do anything to anyone. They just talk trash and wait for the fight. We won't go up. If you have the guts, come down. Chu Sheng was waiting for this sentence and replied, "I'll come down right now. Don't run if you have the guts." After turning off the public voice, Chu Sheng said to himself, at this last moment, "You still have to rely on me. Chums." Chapter 289, I will take care of your wife and children. Don't worry about it. Chu Sheng said something ambiguous. And even the fans didn't understand what he was going to do. Chu Sheng held a fragmentation grenade in his hand, and another grenade on his body. He took off all the other guns, armor and helmet. It was like coming clean and leaving clean. The three women were still confused. They didn't understand what Chu Sheng was doing. The fans were confused at first. But then, they seemed to react and said, "Is Chu Sheng going to jump down with a grenade?" This idea instantly made everyone's eyes light up. Only this explanation can explain why this guy threw away all the supplies, refusing to help the enemy. It's just that the specific position of the enemy can't be seen on the bridge. And jumping down with a mine is useless. If the distance is too far, wouldn't it be a free diving show for the other party? The netizens expressed their disapproval of Chu Sheng's fantastic idea. Knowing the enemy's position, you can say that a wave of self-destructing mines is reasonable. But the enemy's position has not been determined yet. And jumping down with a mine, if the enemy is far away, wouldn't it be blind? But it doesn't matter. Even if Chu Sheng dies, there are still three people on the bridge. And he may not lose if he fights for medicine. Yes, there are still three dead anyway. Just treat it as a change. The three women also reacted at this time. Chu Sheng is also going to bring a wave of justice from heaven. It's just, Chu Sheng, do you know the specific location of the people below? Shinseki asked. When they jumped just now, they locked the position before jumping down. Now they don't know where the people are. Are they sure they won't die in vain if they jump down? Chu Sheng is the backbone of the three people. If he jumps down and dies, they will be extremely nervous even if they fight for medicine next. But as long as Chu is alive, they will be extremely relieved. Let's not do that. Isn't it better to just fight with the medicine steadily? Su Xiaomu also spoke up. If her brother died after going down, she felt that she would be nervous and trembling when fighting with the medicine later. Chu Sheng walked to the iron railing of the bridge and looked down from a certain angle. Not to mention people. He didn't see anything. The two guys below were also very happy. Their position was better by comparison. After all, There were still many obstacles on the bridge, and they were driving a speedboat under the bridge without any obstacles. The two of them could start to fight with the medicine after the last safe zone was completely reduced and disappeared. In this way, they would suffer 1 to 2 seconds less damage than the people on the bridge, which was crucial in the final fight with the medicine. It can be said that this wave of people's choice to go from the beach to the bottom of the bridge, and then drive the boat under the bridge to fight for medicine is extremely correct. It is estimated that the people on the top don't know that they have a boat. Even if they jump down, they will only be killed. It is very stable. I really came down. Chu Sheng opened the public voice again and shouted to the people under the bridge. Come down quickly. We will treat you well. Soon the guy under the bridge also responded actively, and Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. And he got some useful information. Since this person used the word we, it must be 2 people. The current situation is 4 against 2, not 4 against 1 against 1. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to explain to the 3 people. Anyway, he could watch his teammates' perspective after he died. He could tell them what to pay attention to when fighting for medicine. Well, I'm going now. Don't miss me. Chu Sheng stood in front of the railing and said something coquettish. Xiao Bai said coldly, "TSK. It's just a game. Why do you have to set the atmosphere so far?" Su Xiaomu simply gave up operating the character and ran to Chu Sheng's room again in her pink slippers. She wanted to see with her own eyes what tricks Chu Sheng was going to play when he jumped down. Chen Siki helped Chu Sheng act very cooperatively. The image of a silly girl came to life on the paper. She smiled and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'll take care of your wife and children here for you." This sentence immediately made the live broadcast room's fans excited. It should be no problem that Su Xiaomu is Chu Sheng's child. So Chen Siki's words indirectly indicate that Xiao Bai is Chu Sheng's wife? Even Chu Sheng, who was about to turn over to cross the train station, no, turn over to cross the fence, was immediately hurt by this remark. Chen Siki didn't want to die. He still wanted to die. Carefully glanced at Xiao Bai, and found that she was not holding a gun. So he breathed a sigh of relief. Wow. This wave of Mother Chen can be called a god assist. Hey wait. Let me sort out the relationship. Didn't Mother Chen call Chu Sheng in various ways, and claim to be Chu Sheng's fangirl? Why did she start to help Chu Sheng assist Xiao Bai in a blink of an eye? This relationship is a bit complicated. Could it be that Chen's mother wants to kill Xiao Bai and take the upper position? The gods fight, and Chu Sheng suffers. The netizens also helped in various ways. And some people have even successfully imagined a 300,000-word love-hate palace conspiracy. What Chen Siki said made Xiao Bai not know how to continue for a while. Su Xiaomu was behind Chu Sheng, and was about to jump off the bridge to commit suicide. So she naturally didn't hear these words, let alone respond. Chi-Chi, don't mess things up. Chu Sheng couldn't help but remind him. Chen Siki can't stand him. Okay. He just calmed Xiao Bai down with great difficulty. If these words angered Xiao Bai again, would he still want to live? It's impossible to play PUBG with a girl for just one game. Right? How can we play the rest of the game? Xiao Bai pretended not to hear it at first. But Chu Sheng called out Chi-Chi again, which made her suddenly angry and irritable. Bang! 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 The bullets landed on the fence beside Chu Sheng without any warning, and sparks were set off, which scared Chu Sheng so much that he leaned to the side. You're talking so much nonsense. Are you going to jump or not? If you don't jump, the poison circle will be refreshed. Xiao Bai spoke a long paragraph in one breath, which stunned all the fans. It turns out that the iceberg Sundra can still use long sentences. In the past, Xiao Bai always spoke simply and concisely, and would never say 3 words if he could use 2 words, which once left a cold impression on the fans that he was frugal with words. But Xiao Bai actually spoke a long paragraph just now, which was really jaw-dropping. Chen Siki was also scared and took a step back, sticking out her tongue to apologize. This wave of rhythm seemed to be extremely successful. But Chu Sheng suffered, and became Xiao Bai's punching bag again. Chu Sheng was also scared to death, and he turned over and jumped off the bridge without saying a word. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to be shot to death? Falling from the bridge, Chu Sheng immediately turned his head in a direction, and saw the 2 people hiding under the bridge in a boat. Wow! No wonder you are so confident. It turns out there is a boat. The man was still falling in the air, and the fragmentation grenade in his hand was thrown out without saying a word. This was not enough. After Chu Sheng threw a grenade, He was about to fall into the water. Before falling into the water, he threw another grenade out. Chapter 290. Is there anything Chu Sheng can't do? From the moment Chu Sheng jumped off the bridge, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room froze instantly, as if Chu Sheng had muted everyone again, and no one spoke. The bullet screen also disappeared in an instant, and everyone focused on Chu Sheng's operation. Even Su Xiaomu, who was behind Chu Sheng, opened her eyes wide and watched Chu Sheng shoot 2 3-pointers in the air. And the landing point was exactly towards the speedboat. Is there any other way to play? This was the first reaction of all the audience who saw the scene. Chu Sheng threw the grenade very accurately. After all, this was an ancestral technique from the gun god, and the accuracy was absolutely no problem. The two men first heard a burst of gunfire on the bridge. They joked with their teammate who had died in the OB, saying that they couldn't shoot to vent their anger. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw a man falling from the sky. This scene made the two men dumbfounded. They reacted in a hurry and were ecstatic. There really was a fool jumping down from above. Isn't this sending heads off? As soon as they raised their rifles, they saw a brown round little thing flying towards them in the air. At this time, anyone can tell that what was thrown out was a fragmentation grenade instead of a red envelope. Why shoot at people? At this time, the best way is to drive the boat away. After putting away the gun and switching back to the driver's seat, the speedboat accelerated very slowly from zero and rushed directly towards Chu Sheng with one foot on the accelerator. When Chu Sheng jumped off the bridge, he pulled out the fuse immediately. The time of falling plus the time of the speedboat accelerating. Before the speedboat rushed over, the grenade in the water exploded directly, and the fierce water column and air wave directly overturned the speedboat, and it was directly turned upside down on the water. It is still difficult to blow up a vehicle with strong armor like a speedboat with a fragmentation grenade. The second grenade also exploded more than a second later, but this time it had no effect at all. The speedboat was overturned by the explosion of the grenade, and the two people on the boat also lost a lot of blood to varying degrees. The two were completely confused. They thought they had a sure win just now, but now swimming in the sea, they suddenly felt like they had gone from heaven to hell. Fuck. This wave of grenades slipped away, as expected of the Dharma King who controls lightning on the Jedi Island. This palm thunder is unmatched. Chu Sheng felt someone behind him, and turned around to see Su Xiaomu standing behind him with his mouth wide open. The positions of the two grenades were so accurate that they didn't give the opponent any chance at all. Now that the speedboat was overturned in the sea, they couldn't use medicine on the boat. Wouldn't this wave of medicine fighting be a sure win? What are you looking at? Why don't you go back and prepare for the medicine fight? Su Xiaomu looked at the two people swimming next to the speedboat, and suddenly an idea came to her mind and said, I'm going to jump down and blow these two guys to death. What's the fun of fighting for medicine on the top? If she jumps down and takes these two people away with a bomb, wouldn't she be able to get 5 kills in one game? This is a panta-kill. Su Xiaomu ran back again in her pink slippers. There were grenades in those boxes just now, and she wanted to do the same. Chen Siki and Xiao Bai couldn't see the situation below on the bridge. Anyway, they heard 2 grenades exploding. Chu Sheng didn't die, and they didn't see the 2 enemies being blown to death. This is very mysterious. A burst of rapid breathing came from the voice channel. Su Xiaomu returned to her seat and began to control the character to search through the boxes and cabinets, and finally found 2 grenades for her. Chu Sheng. What's going on next? Chen Siki was waiting on the bridge for the intersection, but there was nothing she could do. She couldn't just jump down without saying anything. Right? However, before Chu Sheng could speak, Su Xiaomu took advantage of the 2 people on the bridge not paying attention and jumped down. When Chen Siki and Xiao Bai saw it and wanted to stop her, Su Xiaomu's legs had already jumped out of the air, and she fell directly down. After Su Xiaomu jumped down, she slowly turned the mouse and found that there was no enemy in front of her. Then she circled in the opposite direction and saw her brother Chu Sheng bathing in the sea and the overturned speedboat. Su Xiaomu's silly and cute operation made everyone in the Pigeon Live broadcast room laugh so hard. Even Chu Sheng, who was soaking in the water, was stunned. Damn. This operation. Is it really done by his sister? It would be fine if he turned it in the opposite direction. But at the last moment, he stretched out his hand with trembling, and then fell into the water, and the fragmentation grenade was not thrown out. Su Xiaomu, who fell into the water, had not reacted yet, and asked stupidly, Hey, where is my grenade? Where is the grenade? Chu Sheng covered his face, and couldn't bear to watch it. This blind man's operation was really strong. After a few seconds, there was a big explosion, and Su Xiaomu directly turned into a box floating on the sea. The loud noise scared Su Xiaomu. Where did the grenade come from? Didn't she throw the grenade? Why did she blow herself up? This is not fair. Why can Chu Sheng lay 2 eggs in the air? Why can't she throw a single grenade? Chu Sheng, are you cheating? Why did I die without throwing a single grenade? But you can throw too. Not only the live broadcast room fans, but even Chen Siki and Xiao Bai couldn't help laughing. Can normal people do those operations of Chu Sheng? Su Xiaomu plays PUBG, but she is not as good as normal players. She also tries those extremely cool operations of Chu Sheng. Isn't this a slip of the waist? Showing off herself. What should Chu Sheng do? Chu Sheng was also desperate. The 2 people in the water watched a man jump off the bridge. They were already quite desperate. They thought it must be another grenade routine, and they had begun to flee in all directions. Unexpectedly, this guy actually did an Armstrong ultimate spin in the air, which directly blinded the 2 people. In the end, the grenade was naturally not thrown out, but he blew himself to death. Ha ha ha. This guy is poisonous. Is he trying to make me laugh to death? The 2 people were still taunting on the public channel, and Su Xiaomu's box happened to be nearby, and he heard everything clearly. Brother, look, these 2 people are still laughing at me. Su Xiaomu pouted. She had been thinking about ending the game with a double kill, but now she has become a laughing stock. What else can Chu Sheng do? He is also taking a bath in the water and cannot make a move. It's okay. It's just a mistake this time. They won't be able to laugh later. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also brushing 666 like crazy. After all, the flying bomb of the little pigeon was really a show. The best show of the whole game. Little pigeon. 360 turns in the air, followed by a set of self-explosion bombs. Sorry. I can give this operation 10 points here. I thought the little pigeon was going to learn from Chu Sheng to throw a grenade, but I didn't expect it to explode in the end. Sadas 12 Sadas. What's wrong with the person above? Is he kneeling on the keyboard? Sorry. I laughed so hard just now that the water spilled all over the keyboard. Chapter 291. Who is the winner? Su Xiaomu's cheeks bulged with anger, like an angry pufferfish, and his face looked unhappy. Chu Sheng spread his hands. There was nothing he could do in this situation. At this time, Chu Sheng reported to the 2 people on the bridge. Well, I just blew up their speedboat with a grenade. The 2 are in the water now, and they can't fight for blood. They will be stable later. Even Chu Sheng said it was stable. So it was really stable. Facing 2 guys who couldn't fight for blood. It was not a matter of a first aid kit to solve the battle. Su Xiaomu's aggrieved voice sounded again. Brother, you should think of a way quickly. These 2 people laughed at me. Chu Sheng was in a dilemma. What could he do? Unless he activated the Superman flying cheat, flew into the air, and killed them with a grenade? Then I'll crawl along the network cable and kill them with a knife? Chu Sheng said jokingly with a helpless look on his face. Su Xiaomu stopped crying and thought seriously for a while. It's not impossible. Chu Sheng, #at. The netizens were amused by the conversation between the brother and sister. Why are these 2 guys so funny? How can a little pigeon be so cute? Now there are only Chen Siki and Xiao Bai on the bridge. The new round of poison circle has shrunk to its place, and a new safe zone has appeared, located in the center of the bridge. This is the last safe zone, and the shrinking time is frozen at 1 second. Generally, few people can reach this circle, and the winner is basically decided in the last 2 or 3 circles. Some players also think that the 8th circle is the last, and the final safe zone will not shrink. In fact, after the 8th circle, after a long wait of 195 seconds, the last palm-sized safe zone will still shrink until there is no safe zone on the entire map. Whoever loses the slowest blood will survive to the end. The last poison circle is a skill, and if you are not careful, you will end up with hatred and be forced into a chicken. But as for the key points, well, we'll talk about it next time. Chen Siki and Xiao Bai looked at each other in bewilderment. Although Chen Siki is the top anchor of Douyu, Xiao Bai's temperament is too cold. The 2 played the game for more than 30 minutes, and basically maintained zero communication. Chen Siki felt very uncomfortable, and after thinking for a while, she said, "How about this? I'll leave all the supplies. You stay on the bridge to fight for medicine, and I'll jump down to avenge the little pigeon." Shinseki was also a little impatient. Instead of being embarrassed here for 3 minutes, it would be better to jump down and end the game if she was lucky. Chu Sheng was immediately panicked when he heard this. Why don't these two stay up there and do what they want? Don't you know what skills Shinseki has? Why learn from Su Xiaomu when there is no one else to learn from? Well, Chi-Chi, you should just play steadily. Don't let you ruin the situation of winning the game. Chu Sheng tried to dissuade him. And this sentence made Xiao Bai extremely uncomfortable again. Frowning. Before Chu Sheng could say anything, Xiao Bai had already thrown the medical supplies on his body to the ground, leaving only a grenade and a bottle of Molotov cocktail. Before Shinseki could react, Xiao Bai had already jumped off the bridge in a sprint. Chu Sheng looked up and was stunned. He persuaded Shinseki with one sentence, but he didn't expect Xiao Bai to fly down directly. Xiao Bai's level was much higher than the other two. After jumping down, he turned his view immediately, and then threw a grenade towards the speedboat. Then, when he was about to fall, he threw a Molotov cocktail on Chu Sheng's head, and then fell into the sea with a splash. The action was done in one go, leaving no time for the two enemies to react. Before the grenade exploded, Chu Sheng felt his blood boiling, and even his health bar burned. The whole person was wrapped in flames and the ocean. Half flames and half ocean. Chu Sheng quickly ducked his head and dived. The dot effect of the flames gradually disappeared. When he looked at the health bar again, it was less than half, which scared Chu Sheng half to death. Then the grenade exploded, showing that Xiao Bai eliminated one person with the grenade. The number of survivors was only 4. Chu Sheng luckily saved his life and swam to Xiao Bai to ask for an explanation. However, Xiao Bai soaked in the water as if nothing had happened. He couldn't stand Chu Sheng staring at him, so he replied lightly, "Oh, I accidentally missed it." Chu Sheng stared at Xiao Bai for a long time, sighed helplessly. Well, Xiao Bai had eaten him to death, and he had no way to do anything. At this time, Shinseki was the only one left on the bridge. She had never been in this kind of finals of drug competition, but she knew what was going on from the words of netizens. Big-breasted brother. What should I do now? After Xiao Bai died, Shinseki was inexplicably relieved, and the invisible pressure just now also dissipated a lot. Well, now you are the only one on the bridge. You should pack all the drinks and first aid kits and put them on your body. Chu Sheng began to instruct seriously. After all, Shinseki had never played this kind of endgame before. If she made a mistake and couldn't get the chicken, it would be troublesome. After Shinseki was ready, she followed Chu Sheng's instructions and began to pull up the energy to keep it full at all times. Next, just wait for the poison circle to start searching, and then keep using the shortcut keys to hit the first aid kit. Here, the medical box is not recommended. After all, the control of the health bar by the medical box is really dangerous. You must know that the delay is very high when the national server is not open now, and the use time of the medical box is as long as 8 seconds, and the damage of the last 9th poison circle is 12 points. In other words, if you hit a medical box in the full health state, the health will drop to 4 points in the end. If the delay is slightly higher, and it is not hit in the last second, it is easy to die tragically. Therefore, the first aid kit is highly recommended here. The first aid kit can be used for 6 seconds, and can only be used when the health drops below 75 points. The poison damage in 6 seconds is 72 points. In addition to the recovery after full energy, the first aid kit will have a lower error tolerance than the medical kit. In addition, the medical kit is not common, and there will be a gap in manual operation, which will cause success or failure. Chu Sheng was explaining, and Xiao Bai was listening quietly on the side. The guys in the barrage didn't care about taking medicine or fighting for health, and they were all leading the rhythm at this moment. Mother Chen may be the biggest winner of this game. Mother Chen forced Xiao Bai to jump off the bridge, and finally successfully won Chu Sheng's attention. Great. I don't think that's the case. Xiao Bai obviously won. Don't you see who the woman is with Chu Sheng now? This wave is totally worth it. Shut up. Isn't Chu Sheng the biggest winner? Amid the jokes of the fans, the poison circle finally shrank. Chu Sheng, Xiao Bai and the enemy died one after another, and Shinseki became the last person alive before she finished using a first aid kit, and won the game successfully. Chapter 292, Acting like a spoiled child from an intellectual sister. Chu Sheng smiled slightly and made a successful gesture, leading his sister to win the game. The three girls rarely experienced such a boring finals, and finally won the victory by fighting with poison. However, thinking about the various miserable situations during the period, it would be really suffocating if they didn't win the game, especially Chunsiki and Su Xiaomu, who curled up on the airport island for more than 10 minutes, shivered in the attic, and even played a game of landlord. They were so aggrieved that they almost cried. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai had a pretty good gaming experience. They killed a team as soon as they landed. Seeing the hard life of the poor, some enthusiastic people couldn't bear it and gave them a comprehensive subsidy for food, clothing, housing and transportation, which moved Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai to tears. The game experience in this round can be said to be very good. Of course, except for Chu Sheng being knocked down by 98K's continuous headshots, and Xiao Bai shooting cold guns from behind from time to time. After playing the game and exiting to the preparation interface, Chunsiki and Su Xiaomu still reminisced about it, especially the scene of bravely pulling out the fuse and jumping down to self-detonate and kill 3 people. It looks heroic no matter how you look at it. Triple kill. This is the highest kill record of Chunsiki and Su Xiaomu since they played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And today's game is worth remembering. Hey, you two come out quickly. What are you still doing in there? Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai had already clicked the preparation. But after waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, Chunsiki and Su Xiaomu had not come out yet. Wait a minute. Let me appreciate the highlight of the triple kill just now. Chunsiki's answer was also straightforward and concise, which meant, don't bother me. Go wherever you want. After watching it over and over again for more than 10 times, Chunsiki and Su Xiaomu finally exited the replay with an unsatisfied feeling. So happy. So happy. Usually when they were fighting for survival with Tuzi and Shijue, they were the ones to be protected, and they just followed Tuzi and Shijue as mobile level 4 bags. If they were lucky enough to meet someone and kill one person in a game, they would be so happy that they would jump for joy. Although following Chu Sheng was a bit hard and tiring, this guy had a lot of tricks and there were heads to be taken. Okay, let's start the next round. Both of them were very motivated and wanted to start a new game. Su Xiaomu was smiling happily at this moment. She finally found the second use of her brother. He could take her to play PUBG. Why didn't she find out before that he also had a talent for shooting games? Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai felt that their hair was almost white waiting for them. These two guys just came out of the replay. If you are so happy with 3 kills, then if you get 20 kills in one game, wouldn't you be so happy that you would faint? Girls like Xiao Bai who like to fight with guns usually jump to places with a lot of people. Not to mention 3 kills. Even 10 kills have been taken. Chu Sheng almost broke the record of Lu Lai Buddha. Only Chunsiki and Su Xiaomu would be so proud of killing 3 people. It's just 3 heads. Look how happy you are. As the 4 of them finished their preparations and entered the game, Chu Sheng complained casually. From the tone, it seems that there is a kind of disdain for the 3 heads? Then Chu Sheng, let me and Su Xiaomu take 3 heads each this time. Okay. Chunsiki also rarely put away her mature and intellectual charm, and even acted like a spoiled child to Chu Sheng. Even Chunsiki trembled all over after she finished speaking, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all excited. Mother Chen was going to stir up trouble. The pink atmosphere was only between Xiao Bai and Chu Sheng before, but now Chunsiki intervened, and the atmosphere was very weird. Wow. Did Mother Chen finally hold back and make a move? She flirted casually, and she was full of charm. This kind of intellectual laziness, with a little bit of playful coquetry, is like a Persian cat, and I want to press it hard. Brother, wake up. When Chu Sheng heard this coquetry, he shivered all over. This soft and lazy coquetry, coupled with a unique and slightly hoarse emphasis, was completely irresistible. Chu Sheng covered his face and smiled brilliantly, slightly stiffening to show respect. Su Xiaomu didn't say anything, but just kept covering her mouth to hold back her laughter. Chunsiki usually likes to joke, but Sister Xiao Bai has a little bit of affection for her brother. This kind of scene. TSK TSK TSK. Xiao Bai picked up the mineral water and drank the last bit of water, followed by a sound of the water bottle snapping. If the other 3 saw the fate of this water bottle, I'm afraid they would not dare to say this again even if they beat Chunsiki to death. The mineral water bottle was twisted and distorted, as if it had been twisted several times by someone, and it lay on the table in a miserable state. As soon as Chu Sheng entered the game, He suddenly received 20 points of complaints from Xiao Bai, which scared Chu Sheng subconsciously away from Xiao Bai. Why does this woman complain for no reason? It's really scary. Chu Sheng didn't figure out what was going on. He hadn't been in the game for 3 seconds, but he hadn't said a word yet. He was given 20 points of complaints as soon as he entered the game. Is this a special benefit? His thoughts were dragged away by Shinseki's words just now. And he smiled and said, "Okay. It's just 3 heads. It's not easy. This time, I will help you two get 3 kills." Chu Sheng smiled here. Since Shinseki has spoken, how can he not give face to the Doyu sister? You are so arrogant. Don't you know what you are doing when you land? Chu Sheng's flag was set very firmly this time. I feel like there's something interesting to watch. Letting Chen Mama and Xiao Gizzy get 3 heads each is harder than eating chicken. Chu Sheng has changed. He is no longer the honest brother-in-law at the beginning. He has begun to love vanity. The last game had the terrain advantage of the final circle, allowing Shinseki and Su Xiaomu to kill 3 people by themselves. This time, the save zone will not be refreshed on the bridge again. Right? By the time he got on the plane, Chu Sheng already had 30 points of complaints. All from Xiao Bai. This wave of routes is very unique. Starting from L City on the far right of the map, all the way to the direction of the G Port outlet. There must not be many people going to the airport island on this route. After all, skydiving cannot be done directly. And if you want to go to the airport, you must land and find a car. And P City, R City, School and G Port on the route must be popular areas for skydiving. Brother, where are we going to jump? Su Xiaomu glanced at the map. If you want to go to S City on this route, you can barely fly there. Shinseki also asked. After all, Chu Sheng defeated them, and they came back for a triple kill. So they would not sell Chu Sheng out, and were ready to follow Chu Sheng to collect a wave of heads. However, it seems that the 2 women forgot one thing. That is, the public voice in the last game. It seems that they forgot to turn off. Chapter 293. Selling various voice changers inherited from ancestors. The guy on the plane heard the voice of a cute girl, and then heard the voice of an intellectual and mature lady. Suddenly, the sky became bright and clear, and he turned into a wolf. Wow! There is such a cute girl. This voice is definitely not a voice changer. If I guess wrong, I will chop off my dick. Girl, tell me where you are jumping, and I will protect you. The lady's voice is too sexy. I can't stand it. The guys who were talking about the airport and refused to fight one-on-one suddenly stopped fighting and focused their attention on Shinseki and Su Xiaomu. The 2 heard a group of wolf-like guys, and they were all scared and quickly closed the public channel and switched to the teen voice channel, and breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Sheng was naturally angry. His eyes and nose were crooked. He was protecting these 3 girls, and they flirted with girls in his territory? How could he tolerate this? The big-breasted guy who just chopped off the dick. Please stand up. I was using a voice changer for sure. Chu Sheng's casual words immediately made the whole plane explode. Impossible. Such a soft and glutinous voice can't be a voice changer. It must be fake. Someone must be taking advantage of the situation to make trouble. The planemates obviously didn't believe that the 2 voices that just appeared were voice changers. After all, players who play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds have all been influenced by voice changers for a long time. In the past, when they heard a girl's voice, they were all excited like a male dog in estrus, chasing after a young lady with one word. Now, just by listening to the voice and feeling the fluctuations in the words, you can almost tell whether it is a real young lady. This kind of sweet and mature voice is definitely not a voice changer. Although he said he didn't believe it, Chu Sheng's side has gradually begun to have complaints. Men, they say they don't believe it. Love you Mua and so on. But negative emotions have already begun to grow in their hearts. Chu Sheng's words also caused Shinseki and Su Xiaomu to cover their mouths and laugh. Then Chu Sheng turned off the public voice and hurriedly said to Su Xiaomu and Shinseki, "Hurry up and turn on the public voice to cooperate with me." The plane was still flying over the sea, and the location for parachuting had not been chosen. But this did not prevent Chu Sheng from doing things. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard Chu Sheng's words, they knew that this guy was going to start doing things. And they all looked expectant. Are we going to recreate the grand scene of 80 people in G-Port? Peace City Brawl? Let's find out where Xiaobai and Chu Sheng fell in love. Hey, isn't the place where they fell in love the airport? Chu Sheng hid behind Xiaobai to block the bullets. Wow, There's something in what the big-breasted guy said, hiding behind him to block bullets. The fans also used their imagination. When Chu Sheng was going to do something, it was never a small event. It was always a big scene with dozens of people. And the extras usually had more than 20 people. The two heard Chu Sheng's words and knew that this guy had another trick. But they still gritted their teeth and turned on the public voice. Sure enough, they heard a lot of ghosts and wolves howling as soon as they turned it on. Shinseki reacted the fastest. After all, she was a mature and intellectual big sister and a high emotional intelligence anchor. Although she had just forcibly turned off the public voice. Through what Chu Sheng said and what she heard at the beginning, Shinseki already knew how to answer. Big-breasted brother. Let's learn about the voice changer. You never thought of that, did you? Shinseki said something that made the plane explode. This is really a voice changer. Fuck. This shouldn't be the case. I actually got hard of hearing a voice changer. Wait a minute. Why does this voice sound so familiar? It sounds like a Douyu anchor? Yes. That's right. I just heard it too. Shinseki shrank her neck in fear. My god. Her voice is so representative that the players actually recognized it. Chu Sheng didn't expect that these players had dog ears. They were so sharp that they could tell it was Shinseki's voice at once. He hurriedly saved the situation and said, Isn't it? Doesn't it look like Shinseki? My voice changer is mainly for anchors. Imagine that you fall to the ground in the future, and someone wants to help you. When you speak, you will think you have met an anchor. Not only will they not kill you, but they will also help you win the game. Isn't it wonderful? Chu Sheng also reacted quickly, and turned the situation around with one sentence. Fuck. Big-breasted brother. Where did you get this voice changer? I want to get one too. Is the technology so strong now? Big-breasted brother. Where are you jumping? I'll go down and PY later. Shinseki couldn't help but give Chu Sheng a thumbs up in the live broadcast room. He almost got exposed just now. Chu Sheng's extremely intelligent move immediately turned the situation around. Just this adaptability is amazing. If Chu Sheng knew Shinseki's praise for him, he would be so happy that he would float to the sky. That's right. Who am I? Chu Sheng? I can resolve the awkward situation with my sister by force. This is a piece of cake. Chu Sheng's Tutso value is growing rapidly. In a blink of an eye, the Tutso value has reached 80 points. He turned on the gun god mode. Still the Matrix Neo. I have not only the same style as Shinseki, but also the same style as Zyajisi. If you don't believe me, listen to it. Chu Sheng turned off the voice and reminded Su Xiaomu, come and perform a piece. Su Xiaomu was full of black lines. Only her brother Chu Sheng would do such childish things on the plane. Right? But for the sake of a triple kill, I'll just reluctantly perform a special skill. Hello everyone. I'm your pure, cute, playful, cute voice, sunny, big eyes, and invincible little pigeon. Please take care of me. Dare Su Xiaomu even made a noise with her tongue at the end, which sounded playful and cute. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were all fascinated by this dare. Big-breasted brother. Your voice changer is foul. This is the classic introduction of the little pigeon. It's really exactly the same. I kneeled down to the black technology boss Ors. No. How much is your voice changer? I must buy one, or I can record it for myself. Big-breasted brother. Tell me the location for PY trading. By the way, how much is the deduction group? There are often voice ads selling cheats on the plane. Everyone is not tired of it. Some people even quit the game and start over when they hear this voice. But it is rare to actively ask for deduction groups and contact information. The key is that Chu Sheng's move really shocked them. Shinseki and Su Xiaomu covered their mouths and laughed wildly. And even Xiaobai's mouth curled up a smile. Not to mention the water friends in the live broadcast room. Looking at the players on this plane, they are no different from mentally retarded. Are these people stupid? No. It's Chu Sheng's routine that is too new, and no one has ever walked before. Chu Sheng looked at the soaring Tutso value, and the plane had already flown to the middle. He immediately marked a point at the school under his feet. And then shouted to the people on the plane, if you want a voice changer, come to the school to find me. Chapter 294, The Killing Sword. Shinseki, Su Xiaomu, and even Xiaobai all thought that Chu Sheng's words were just a trick. He must have tricked a group of people into skipping school. And then, he would find a deserted place to hide in the second half. After all, that's what Chu Sheng did before. He was as cowardly as a dog when he landed. But he became a hero with a gun. Isn't this the highest praise that netizens gave to Chu Sheng? But what no one expected was that Chu Sheng actually jumped directly from the plane. As Chu Sheng jumped, a group of people fell from the tail of the plane like crazy. Just like sesame seeds scattered all over the ground. Chen Siki, Su Xiaomu, and Xiaobai were all stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Is Chu Sheng crazy? He actually jumped towards a school with so many people. Could he really want to sell a voice changer? What happened to him when he landed? Didn't he have any idea? Although the terrain of the school is complicated, Chu Sheng can't pick up a gun when he lands. Are you going to school to be a school bully and beat people with your fists? I know you are good at Muay Thai. After all, you are the rooftop boxing champion of P City last term. But you can't be so arrogant. Right? Don't you have the least respect for bad luck? Xiaobai reacted the fastest. Seeing that the plane was about to fly to Shuicheng, she immediately reacted and chose to jump out of the plane. How could Chu Sheng stay alone in a place like the school? And Xiaobai was confident that it would be safer for Chu Sheng to follow her when he just landed. Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki were almost trembling as they watched people jump out. The number of people who jumped out of this school was almost enough to catch up with 2 airports. Gritting his teeth, since he had agreed to follow Chu Sheng, he had to keep his promise and jump. Chu Sheng's Tutso value skyrocketed. When he was halfway down, it had automatically reached 100 points. And the passive skill of misfortune and fortune was enabled by default. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. This passive skill came upon landing. Isn't it bad? He glanced at the top of his head. There were dense crowds of people. And all of them were players who opened the public voice channel. All shouting the same sentence. Big-breasted brother selling voice changers. Where are you? The scene was very spectacular for a while. Chu Sheng felt his scalp tingling. Fortunately, he was not exposed just now. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded and drowned by everyone's spit. Chu Sheng did not choose to land on the roof of the school. With his own luck, he knew that landing on the roof would only lead to death. It would be better to go directly to the first floor to find a small house. Maybe there would be a chance to survive. I glanced at the map and didn't expect Xiaobai, Chen Siki, and Su Xiaomu to jump down. Well, you 3 should be careful when jumping together. Chu Sheng didn't care about that at this time. He roughly calculated that at least 30 people jumped from one school. Chu Sheng looked at the crowd rushing in after the parachute was opened, and couldn't help laughing and said, there are really many players who need voice changers. If it doesn't work in the future, I can really sell Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu's voice packs. And it seems that I can make a fortune. I have no objection. Just give me a share. Chen Siki also smiled. And it sounded very interesting. Su Xiaomu naturally had nothing to do with it. After all, Chu Sheng's voice package was Su Xiaomu's. And Su Xiaomu's was still Su Xiaomu's. Hey, why don't you sell Xiaobai's voice package? Do you think our goddess Xiaobai is not well known? Chu Ergu, you have changed. You were not this kind of person before. Sure enough, men are always fickle. The rhythm on Chu Sheng's side suddenly seemed to collapse. And this group of fans led the rhythm one by one. Why didn't Chu Sheng realize that when he was in Chen Siki's live broadcast room and Su Xiaomu's live broadcast room, these guys looked quite normal? Glancing at the barrage, Chu Sheng said indifferently, I will definitely keep Xiaobai's voice for myself. And I'm 48-43 if I put it out for sale? This remark was so pink that the whole live broadcast room exploded. TSK. I smell the sour smell of love. This earthy love remark came out of Chu Sheng's mouth. And it was actually not embarrassing. Fuck. Chu Sheng has been laying the groundwork for so long. Just for this sentence? This guy is too scheming. He doesn't look honest at all. We can't find a fake honest person like goddess Xiaobai. Even Chen Siki shuddered. This scene seemed familiar? Chu Sheng flirts with everyone he sees. When Xiaobai heard Chu Sheng's words, she felt goosebumps all over her body. But she also had an inexplicable joy, which made her feel like the sun was shining after the clouds had cleared. Shut up. I'll kill you if you say that again. Xiaobai rarely spoke and cursed in a feigned anger. But the more he chewed on this, the more he sounded like a spoiled child. Chu Sheng landed directly on the first floor of the school teaching building. After landing, he didn't even bother to look back. He just heard the swish 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 of the parachutes coming one after another. He turned over and went directly into a room on the side. There were 3 or 5 tables in the room. all of which were filled with miscellaneous items. Chu Sheng flipped into the room and saw a gun on the farthest table. Our 1895 revolver. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. It was good to have a gun when he landed. Not to mention a powerful revolver. It would be easy to shoot the headless guy with one shot. He glanced at the table in front of him again, and saw a machete specially made by Hongxing. At this time, he would definitely choose to take the gun first without saying anything. Whoever took this heavy machete would be stupid. Chu Sheng ran towards the table 5 meters away. As soon as he started, another guy came in from the window in the distance. As soon as he came in, he was shocked to see Chu Sheng running over. Chu Sheng didn't expect that someone else would enter the same room with him. The two looked at each other. Well, I met the right person. The man turned around and saw a small revolver on the table next to him. He was immediately happy and instantly turned into a tentacle monster, holding a gun in one hand and starting to load bullets in the other. Chu Sheng was stunned by the speed. What kind of freaks are these people who skipped schools? You know, a revolver can be loaded with one bullet and then fired. Chu Sheng didn't dare to rush up to do a set of Muay Thai combos at this time. He turned to the nearest table and picked up the Hongxing ancestral machete. At this time, between being an idiot and staying alive, Chu Sheng did not hesitate. Holding the machete, he was immediately full of confidence. Looking at the guy who was loading bullets, Chu Sheng rushed up directly. The instructions on the machete said, "Special weapon for massacre." Chu Sheng stood up directly, stepped on the table, raised the machete and flew up, splitting Huashan with one move, which can be said to be shocking for 100 miles. The guy with the revolver had just loaded 2 bullets. But when facing Chu Sheng, who was flying over, he fired 2 shots at him. The first bullet landed on Chu Sheng's chest, knocking off half of his health. And the second bullet slid through Chu Sheng's crotch, frightening Chu Sheng's anus. As the 2 bullets were fired, Chu Sheng's butcher knife followed closely, with a click, and the machete fell, and the head was blown off. Chapter 295 Noon has arrived. The basic damage of the machete is 60 points. When it hits the head, green juice will burst out directly. The critical damage will directly make the man fall to the ground. This move split the Huashan mountain, directly cut a piece of the big watermelon. After Chu Sheng killed the man, he picked up the R1895 revolver without saying a word, picked up the remaining 28 rounds of 7.62 bullets, squatted in the corner covered by the table, and began to reload the bullets in a wretched manner. The reloading of the R1895 is very slow. It takes 6.25 seconds to reload 6 bullets. It is the second slowest reloading firearm in PUBG. The slowest firearm is the M249 Big Pineapple, which takes 8.2 seconds. Chu Sheng listened to the bullets being loaded into the revolver one by one, and the friction sound of the bullets sliding was like a kitten scratching its heart. The whole school was shrouded in the sound of gunfire. The school's housing is not rich. Usually, a school plus a school district house can just meet the weapons and equipment of a full team. The only advantage is that it is located in the center of the map, connected to our city above and P City below, with a superior geographical location. Now a palm-sized school has gathered more than 30 people, and the number of people who can pick up weapons can be imagined. How is your side? Chu Sheng glanced at the map. Xiaobai and the other 2 were not in the school. They simply landed in the housing area between the school and P City. The 3 of them seemed to be together. We are fine here. Xiaobai has a gun to protect us. Do you need support? Xiaobai was on guard because people had also entered the nearby houses. After all, seeing the people rushing into the school, some people wanted to retreat after parachuting. So they simply came to the housing area on this must-pass road and armed themselves. Chu Sheng saw that the 3 were temporarily safe, so he was relieved. He had agreed to take them to kill 3 people, but because he was a step slower when parachuting, he had to linger in the housing area. But it's good. No one is making trouble in the school. Chu Sheng doesn't need to be timid, and can fully display his strength. This time, he jumped to the center of the map of the school, so he doesn't have to worry about the problem of running the map. Chu Sheng can just go all out and kill him. Chu Sheng has also made up for some game jokes in the past 2 days. After all, if you decide to be a broadcaster, you must have a little understanding of the broadcaster and the game industry. You can't just rely on a game to make a fortune and then find a small website to retire and wait for death. Perhaps because of Chu Sheng's identity as a mathematics major, or for personal reasons, Chu Sheng still thought about his career plan. It has been 3 days since Chu Sheng got this bad luck system inexplicably. And he has also noticed some changes in his body. Every time the gun god possesses him, a little memory will be left in his muscles, allowing him to copy those near-limit operations. Chu Sheng can foresee that as the number of possessions increases in the future, his body will be able to perfectly replicate the operations of those top FPS masters. The revolver is also a joke, and Chu Sheng just found out about it not long ago. He huddled in the corner, then searched with his mobile phone, and he really found what he wanted. The netizens were still wondering what Chu Sheng was doing hiding in the corner, holding his mobile phone. The school was crowded with people, and it was no exaggeration to say that there was a person every 3 steps. In this situation, it can be said that there were many dangers. But Chu Sheng dared to go out and play with his phone? Turtle. This guy is too arrogant. Right? Has Chu Sheng become so arrogant after landing and getting the gun? Or is Chu Sheng going to hide here until the end of the battle, and then take advantage of the situation? The netizens were all guessing the intention of Chu Sheng's move, because this move was too arrogant. Just like walking in a bombing zone. After Chu Sheng found what he wanted, he stood up and slowly moved out of the house with our 1895 in his arms. There were footsteps all around, and there were fierce gunshots and footsteps upstairs and downstairs. At this time, it was quite difficult to hear the footsteps in the mixed gunshots. Chu Sheng looked at it from a fixed perspective, and in less than a second, he heard a burst of hurried footsteps approaching outside the house. The muzzle of the gun was already aimed at the corner, and Chu Sheng immediately clicked on the audio playback on his mobile phone. It's high noon. It's high noon. With the 2 voices in Chinese and English. All the fans in the live broadcast room were like a pot of boiling water. Those who were fighting each other in school were also startled when they heard this voice. Fuck. Overwatch's McCree. Chu Sheng is really good at playing. This move is too good. Revolver McCree. Kill gods and Buddhas. Kneel down to my brother-in-law. Didn't my brother-in-law say that he had never played the game? How did he know the Overwatch's McCree joke? Although the people in the school didn't know where the voice came from, the battle in front of them had to continue. 2 people suddenly appeared at the corner where Chu Sheng was aiming. One was unarmed, and the other was carrying a level 1 bag and holding a frying pan in his hand, chasing the one in front frantically. The moment the 2 people appeared at the corner, Chu Sheng's revolver had locked onto them. For this kind of naked guy without a helmet, the horror of the revolver is fully revealed. Bang bang. Chu Sheng fired 2 shots, both of which landed in the center of the 2 people's foreheads, knocking them all to the ground. Fuck. God F * King copied my dad's ultimate move. Exactly the same. Okay. Kneel down to Chu Sheng's big hand. A PUBG forced him to complete the Overwatch ass. The upper right corner of the kill information also showed that Chu Sheng used our 1895 to headshot and knock down the 2 people. The people in the school thought of the words that noon had just appeared, and they shuddered immediately. Isn't this the latest PUBG plugin? After Chu Sheng knocked down the 2 men, he looked back and saw no one. So he quickly went back to the house and started to reload bullets. Just after reloading a bullet, Chu Sheng heard a burst of hurried footsteps approaching outside the house, and a black afro ran directly through the window. Chu Sheng swung his revolver to the left and shot the man in the head before he ran through the window. This reaction was the most instinctive reaction from the gun god, and even Chu Sheng stared with his eyes wide open and didn't react. Fuck. Tianxiu. Is this going to start a revolver massacre show? My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Chu Sheng's or 1895's continuous screen sweeping shocked the entire school. The sound of our 1895 echoed on the first floor. There were already 3 headshot knockdown messages in the upper right corner. Everyone was trembling with fear, including a chubby and honest professional player. Ingjiang. There is something in the school. Is this a new revolver headshot cheat? The phrase noon has arrived has been repeated all the time. Too arrogant. This professional player named Ingjiang, who was broadcasting live, saw the scene in the upper right corner. It happened that the Uzi in his hand had been loaded with bullets. He rushed out of the room and shot from the waist left and right, knocking down a person gorgeously. Chapter 296 Meeting with the Academic Master. The kill information in the upper right corner is constantly refreshing. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to kill people, as he had limited bullets and had to use them carefully. The guy who was shot in the head outside the window had been killed by others, and Chu Sheng rushed out of the first floor office again. Chu Sheng groped forward along the edge, constantly moving his perspective to be wary of his surroundings. At this moment, Chu Sheng was no longer as cheerful as before. His eyes were firmly fixed on the screen. And his whole temperament was different. Hey, Chu Sheng is still quite handsome when he is serious. Sure enough, when Chu Sheng is not funny, he is still worth watching. Although he is not handsome, he is handsome. I'm going to ask Xia Jizi in her live room if she needs a gentle, kind, beautiful and generous sister-in-law. For some reason, a group of female fans suddenly appeared in Chu Sheng's live room. This had never happened before. And some fans were stunned. Wait, where did these female fans come from? That's impossible. When did Chu Sheng have a group of female fans? This must be fake. Right? If Chu Sheng has female fans, I swear to do butterfly strokes in a cesspool and keep my word. The old fans who watched Chu Sheng's live room these days were also stunned. They had never seen these IDs before. The speech level was not high, but there were quite a lot of them. The female fans and Chu Sheng's old fans started to interact enthusiastically, almost forgetting to watch Chu Sheng's cool moves. The audio that had arrived at noon was still playing in a loop. This voice was like the whisper of the god of death. The voice was getting closer and closer. And then a person holding a revolver suddenly appeared and quickly shot the person in front of him in the head. The fans of the two teams who were previously enthusiastic also almost figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that many girls came here after seeing Chu Sheng's operation on Weibo's hot search. Chu Sheng's cheating skills still attracted many girls with clumsy hands. Who doesn't want to have such cool operations when playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Even if you can't do it yourself, it's a kind of enjoyment to see others do it. So a group of young ladies followed the map to find Chu Sheng's live broadcast room, and happened to find that Chu Sheng was also live broadcasting. After a long time of groping, they could use some basic functions. After learning that it was a real female fan, Chu Sheng's fans were very excited. Just like those hungry players who heard the girl's voice on the plane. This is a female fan. Shouldn't she be treated as a treasure? So Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai, Chen Siki's love and hatred, as well as Chu Sheng's embarrassing things, were all told by this group of unscrupulous guys to get closer to the young ladies. Chu Sheng has cleared 8 people. Our 1895 is really useful in places with complex terrain like schools. It is impossible to open the distance. In almost close combat, even with helmet protection, 2 shots to the head can directly kill. Chu Sheng once again shrank behind the desk and began to reload bullets. After killing his way here, Chu Sheng also went from a revolver to a complete set of first-level equipment, with an S686 in one hand and an Uzi in the other. This set of equipment can be said to be a killer in street fighting and building fighting, from the spray gun to the revolver, all of which can kill people in seconds. Chu Sheng has been paying attention to the school's kill information. Don't underestimate the information in the upper right corner. Sometimes it can reveal a lot of information. You must know that in the 4-person team of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, collecting information is a very important job. Where people are and what guns they use are key factors that will affect the next strategic deployment. Chu Sheng noticed that in the kill information, a guy with the ID for M_Jiang was also spamming the screen like crazy. Since Chu Sheng noticed this ID, this guy has knocked down 6 people, and all of them were shot with an Uzi. He is an expert. The Uzi is a killer in a building like a school, even more flexible than a spray gun. But for ordinary players, they love and hate this gun. If you encounter a love gun in a corner, just click it without thinking. Once the Uzi is more than 10 meters away, and the opponent has a little bit of body skills, it is not easy to hit the person. Uzi's fast firing rate is its advantage, but it also becomes its disadvantage. After all, if you don't kill someone with 1 round, then you will face the tragedy of being counterattacked. In addition to Chu Sheng, some viewers in the live broadcast room also seem to have noticed this ID. After all, in the PUBG world, the 4M team is an unavoidable name, and their sole figure Wei Jiang is also an unavoidable legendary figure. Are there any fans of Ying Jiang? Go and identify whether the kill information in the upper right corner is Ying Jiang himself. For M_Jiang. This ID is still too eye-catching. Just now, the viewers were still sharing Chu Sheng's black history and interesting stories. When they learned that Ying Jiang might have played a game with Chu Sheng, the viewers were all shocked. If we ask who has the best skills in PUBG in China, excluding scientists and inventors, perhaps 10 people will have different answers. But if we want to name the 3 most famous players in the PUBG world, Wei Jiang is a figure that cannot be avoided no matter what. When a fan asked a question, another fan immediately rushed to Jiang's live broadcast room to see what was going on. After all, PUBG live broadcast fans usually follow more than just one anchor, and there is a lot of room for intersection between fans. There are also many Ying monsters here at Chusheng. In less than half a minute, a fan immediately came back to report. Fuck. It's really Ying Jiang. This guy is holding an Uzi and killing people on the second floor. Then, a series of messages came in, which made everyone sure that this was Ying Jiang's real body broadcasting on Maya TV. Suddenly, everyone was excited. Chusheng's skills were very strong. So strong that people thought he was using cheats. Ying Jiang's strength was also very strong. When she just transformed, she showed extraordinary talent and was also suspected of using cheats. Two powerful players in the PUBG world were matched to a game and jumped to the school together. This is all monkey shit. This one is worth watching. Oh my god. Chusheng and Ying Jiang are matched to a game. Chusheng saw the sudden surge of comments on the tablet from the corner of his eye. He subconsciously glanced at it. It said something weird like dragon and tiger fighting and bare-chested. Then he looked again and saw that the comments were about Chusheng and Ying Jiang being matched together. Ying Jiang? Chusheng was stunned. Isn't this Wei Jiang's nickname? Chusheng had some knowledge of the game League of Legends before. After all, this was the first game that made him get beaten up by his roommate. It was unforgettable, and he would never forget it in his life. And of course, he had heard of Wei Jiang's reverse Q. But later he switched to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Successfully tapped into his FPS talent, transformed into a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds anchor, and established his own 4M team. In terms of legendary status, even the late Master Liu and Chengta were slightly inferior to Wei Jiang. Chapter 297, just a little bit of fooling around. Why do you have to fool around for tens of thousands of dollars? Chusheng was also stunned and asked. Is it true? The other three girls were still hiding in the outdoor housing area and didn't dare to come out. They had no idea what Chusheng and Xueyu were talking about. Although Xueyu and Chusheng usually love and hate each other, they would not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chusheng was given a strong guarantee. The guy who was killing people on the second floor of the school above his head was the famous Wei Jiang. The massacre upstairs was still going on. While Chusheng and Xueyu were talking, Wei Jiang killed two people with Uzi. Listening to the fierce gunfire and the information flashing in the upper right corner, Chusheng scratched his head and said, okay. Since you guys are working so hard, I will just believe that this person is Wei Jiang. Hearing Chusheng's mean answer, all the fans couldn't help but spit out blood. Damn. We swore and swore. And all we got was a reluctant and tentative belief? My mentality exploded. Many people in Wei Jiang's live broadcast room also noticed this scene. After all, this Chusheng ID is too easy to remember. And he used our 1895 to shoot indiscriminately. And the kill information in the upper right corner was also terrifying. If it was an ordinary UMP9, assault rifle or something like that, no one would take it seriously. But with a revolver like the R1895 constantly killing with headshots, and McCree's rough accent of noon has arrived constantly looping in the public voice, it's simply impossible not to pay attention in this situation. Wei Jiang also saw the complaints from the live broadcast room. Wei Jiang? Chusheng, the anchor who was just screenshot by the cameraman yesterday to clear the suspicion of cheating. Xia Jeezy's brother. Check it out. I also watched the Weibo animated picture yesterday. Chusheng's operation was unrestrained and sharp, with all kinds of unreasonable headshots. I'm definitely the best. I killed Chusheng. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. And Ying Jiang has 3 of them. Wei Jiang killed another person on the second floor with the New Year's greetings gun technique. Rushed up to replenish and glanced at the barrage. Yesterday's Weibo incident was quite a big deal. But yesterday their 4M team was practicing in FPP. So they missed Chusheng's self-proof scene perfectly. Is it the guy who shot headshots without reason? Wei Jiang's eyes lit up. To be honest, he didn't see Chusheng's live broadcast of self-proof yesterday. But he still saw some animated pictures after returning. To be honest, there are many operations in it. And even he found it a bit difficult to watch. It's not that it can't be done, but to do these operations continuously, you need to concentrate very much. And these operations are both mentally and physically overdrawn. Wei Jiang has only been in contact with FPS for a few months. And he has already shown a high talent. Even better than when he played League of Legends before. He had tried the operations of Master Lu and Brother Chengta before. At first, he thought that it was impossible for humans to suppress the gun with a 15x scope. But then he managed to suppress it a few times after trying. Yesterday, I watched Chu Sheng's operation. He also tried it in the game this morning. And the conclusion he came to was that it was more difficult than suppressing the gun with 15x. Even Wei Jiang himself didn't expect to meet Chu Sheng in a 4-person team. Some of his moves yesterday were amazing. And today I can see them. Wei Jiang picked his nose, squinted his eyes, and had a harmless smile on his face. Wei Jiang played with strangers in a 4-person team. After all, the 4M team often jumped schools, and was known as the school bully. However, the other 3 teammates jumped to the ruins, and only Wei Jiang stayed in the school. I didn't expect to meet Chu Sheng, a human plugin, today, and I don't know who will be the final winner. Wei Jiang also learned that the people in the 4-person team with Chu Sheng were Chen Siki, Xia Jizi and Xiao Bai, and the 3 of them were not in the school, but in the wild house area a little further away, which made him feel more excited. In a sense, the school is a place for 2-on-1 battles. The first safe zone has been demarcated, and the center of the safe zone is the school where Chu Sheng is. Now there is basically no need to run away from the poison in the 2 circles. Chu Sheng loaded the bullets of the revolver. There are not many bullets for the shotgun and Uzi. After all, the resources of the school are limited. Such a large place has experienced a war, and the consumption of resources is terrible. In the end, there are even fewer spoils that can be collected as spoils. I met the big boss here at school. Chu Sheng was straightforward. While carrying the voice of Noon, he chatted with the 3 people in the voice channel. Oh, my fans here told me. Is it Wei Jiang? Chen Siki's eyes lit up. Who doesn't know Wei Jiang when playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? I didn't expect to be matched with him. And he was even matched with him. This is interesting. Chu Sheng, keep up the good work. Although Wei Jiang is stronger and more famous than you, I still support you. Su Xiaomu was the same. As a new anchor, Chu Sheng had a good effect in attracting traffic in the past 2 days. But it was difficult to get everyone's recognition in just a few days. But if Wei Jiang can recognize him in the game, then his fame and reputation in this circle can be said to have been established. Brother, come on. Su Xiaomu was surprisingly serious. This opportunity was very important to Chu Sheng, and she didn't dare to disturb Chu Sheng. Xiao Bai didn't care. It was just a game. Besides, the 2 of them should be equally strong. Right? While Chu Sheng was talking, Revolver successfully took away 2 more people. This time, Chu Sheng hid in the toilet in a blind spot to reload bullets. At this time, I really hope that the developer can increase the damage of our 1895. When facing a player wearing a level 2 helmet, Chu Sheng needs to shoot 2 bullets in a row to take 1 away. It's not that it's difficult. But now that he knows there is a big boss on the 2nd floor, Chu Sheng simply wants to save bullets. When Chu Sheng saw M4 and M16 along the way, he didn't even look at them. In the terrain of the school, it is a bit disadvantageous to use these guns. Once someone is found, the battle distance rarely exceeds 50 meters. At this distance, the damage per second of the assault rifle is obviously not as strong as that of the submachine gun and the shotgun. Chu Sheng did not change his gun, but just replenished some supplies and began to clean up the guys who were curled up in the corner room by room. The school area is not large, but there are naturally not enough to share with more than 30 people pouring in at once. At this moment, Chu Sheng and Wei Jiang have almost cleaned up half of the people. Some died in the fight, so there shouldn't be many people left. People have forgotten the original purpose of jumping school, just to ask for a voice changer link. Chu Sheng turned off the endless loop. It was noon. What he had to do now was to clean up all the guys on the 1st floor to prevent innocent people from being hurt when the masters fought later. If the other people who jumped school knew Chu Sheng's thoughts, they would definitely be confused. What kind of J8 logic is this? Just because they don't want to hurt innocent people, they will kill us first? This is the brain circuit of the American police. We shot and killed this emotional citizen in order to prevent him from committing suicide. Chapter 298, Encountering Fishing Law Enforcement. Chu Sheng started patrolling the 1st floor with a revolver in his arms. The Uzi only had 40 rounds of ammunition, not to mention the S686, which only had 10 lead bullets. It was not that Chu Sheng did not want to use it, but the shortage of ammunition restricted his actions. However, using an R1895 to kill through the 1st floor and the revolver that shot every shot in the head had already blinded the eyes of the fans. Ordinary players would never pick up this revolver unless they had no choice, and usually pass by it just for the 7.62 bullets attached to it. After all, this gun has a very poor sight, slow reload, large recoil, and a long shooting interval. It is basically a useless gun except for its power. Even if you pick it up with your nose pinched, it will not bring you a sense of security. A large number of people died, and there were boxes everywhere in the corridors, stairs, and classrooms of the school. The lively school, which was like a class, suddenly became quiet after being screened by Chu Sheng and Wei Zhang's killing. The remaining people were all trembling, and they found various obscene corners to hide with guns. After all, it is useless to kill more now. As long as there is a fatal blow at the right opportunity and successfully walk out of the main entrance of the school, it will be considered a victory. It's like the old saying, poor people eat chicken and rich people deliver. This is not a magical word, but a psychological analysis in it. With poor equipment and incomplete supplies, you will definitely be very cautious when entering the circle. And even if you don't have a vehicle, you will be poisoned for 2 rounds. You will enter the circle in a mess before the final circle comes. But the fight is in full swing. You can steal a team of people and get a big reward, and successfully win the game. With good equipment and a high-powered airdrop gun picked up along the way, you will naturally play more boldly, directly occupying the center of the safe zone or trying to persuade the fight. The result is that you can't withstand the siege or get stolen, and lose the final circle. So what kind of equipment determines what kind of mentality and playing style? And it is not a joke that the poor eat chicken and the rich deliver. Chu Sheng's side is in short supply of ammunition, so the fight is even more tight. But for the fans in the live broadcast room, this is undoubtedly a feast. If Wei Zhang's Uzi is a killer and his body movements are terrifying, then Chu Sheng's revolver can only be described in one word. That is, show. To fully control the R1895 gun, you must have outstanding strength. Even many professional players, after picking up this gun, can perform at the same level as ordinary players. Those who can control this gun, if they don't do something behind the scenes, are all players with strength. This is also the reason why Wei Jiang is eager to see Chu Sheng's style. If he uses her 1895, it is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve this kind of headshot effect. In addition, this guy was extremely arrogant. He was beating people while playing McCree's Classic at noon publicly. Playing it publicly would completely expose his position. Anyone who dares to do this must be a master or play too much. As long as the two of them fight later, Wei Jiang can feel whether this guy has opened the weapon or not. After all, some things beyond technology may not be displayed by camera or screen. Chu Sheng searched room by room. As for the person who slipped out of the school, it was not within Chu Sheng's search range. He just had to make sure that no one in the school interfered with the duel between him and Wei Jiang. Chu Sheng was also excited, because he had fought with ordinary players before, and Wei Jiang could be considered his first confrontation with a professional PUBG player in China. Chu Sheng had always been testing this bad luck system among ordinary players before. This time he finally had the opportunity to face a professional player, and he could clearly know the true level of the gun god's possession, and how far he was from the professional PUBG players. Holding the small revolver, he came to the door of the school toilet. The toilet door was open, and it should have been searched before. Chu Sheng did not go in directly at the toilet door. The toilets in the school are slightly different from other places. The toilets in the apartment buildings are all single rooms, while the toilets in the school are terrace toilets, with a wooden baffle between each toilet. Chu Sheng saw a first aid kit in the toilet through the third-person perspective. If it were a normal person, after such a fierce battle, seeing the first aid kit would definitely make him run up. But Chu Sheng didn't. This guy who often has tricks to mess with people saw the unusualness at a glance. A toilet with an open door, with a first aid kit inside. This is nonsense. The water friends in the live broadcast room frantically reminded Chu Sheng that there was a first aid kit inside. After all, Chu Sheng had only picked up 3 bandages after killing all the way to now. There was a first aid kit, which would definitely have an advantage in terms of endurance when he put them together later. But some netizens also found the problem and reminded him immediately. There is something wrong. The toilet door is open, and there is a first aid kit inside. Be careful of the old cunning. There must be something in this toilet. What kind of mentality did Chu Sheng have to rush in directly? Chu Sheng also glanced at the barrage and laughed. This person's acting skills are still not up to standard. He actually arranged such a clumsy scene. Anyone with a little bit of brains would know that there is someone inside. Chu Xing's words made some fans angry. What does this guy mean? Is he saying we have no brains? Chu Xing did not rush in, but stuck at the door, lowering his head and holding his phone to search for something. The lone wolf player inside was also very nervous. He had nothing on him, just holding a frying pan and shivering in the second to last partition of the toilet. The first aid kit was the only thing he found, so he was ready to stay here and hope to catch some fish. All his teammates were killed by an R-1895, and this person's ID was also very beastly. Chu Xing. Just now, a sound of footsteps approached outside, and then stopped at the door. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be this Jedi McCree who was new and has arrived. I thought he would rush in to pick up the first aid kit, but he stopped at the door and didn't know what he was doing. The partition completely blocked the view. The inside couldn't see outside, and the outside couldn't see inside the partition. The fans were all shocked. What tricks was Chu Xing doing again? The last time he played with his phone. The fans thought that this guy had a gun and swelled up. But Chu Xing slapped his face and showed them off. This time, Chu Xing knew that there was someone inside. But he stopped at the door and played with his phone again. He was going to make trouble. But the fans were more looking forward to what Chu Xing could do this time. Time passed by. Chu Xing searched for about 30 seconds, and suddenly raised his head and his eyes lit up. This time he got it. Chu Xing put his phone close to his microphone, turned on the public voice channel, and clicked the play button on his phone. Chapter 299 War Correspondent. When the fans heard this, their eyes lit up and they shuddered. This move is too cheap. Although he didn't have a fragmentation grenade in his hand, Chu Xing actually found a sound effect file of a fragmentation grenade in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on the internet, making the guys inside mistakenly think that Chu Xing pulled a grenade. Playing a game can be said to have lost even the most basic trust. Hey, what if the guy inside didn't turn on the public voice and couldn't hear this operation? Some fans also raised their own doubts. If the public voice was not turned on, wouldn't it be a show in vain? And the players in the toilet would show it back? No. If the public voice was not turned on, there wouldn't be so many people on the plane jumping schools with Chu Xing. It's all the fault of the voice changer. Sure enough, the crisp sound of the fragmentation grenade pulling the fuse pierced the tense nerves of the curled-up player inside. This guy must have used perspective, and he actually knew there was someone inside. The player suddenly felt extremely desperate and helpless. In such a small toilet, a fragmentation grenade thrown over would simply blow people to pieces. If you wait until the grenade is thrown out, you will only be blown into a meat paste. At this time, just rush out and fight. Chu Xing heard the faint footsteps inside, and the revolver in his hand was highly aimed at the headshot line. This situation can be said to be a dead end, and only by fighting can there be hope of survival. In one go, the player jumped out of the second-to-last cubicle in the toilet holding a frying pan, wanting to rush up and hit Chu Xing with a frying pan of love. When the man jumped out, Chu Xing was stunned. I thought the guy hiding here for fishing enforcement had some equipment, but it turned out to be a frying pan? Chu Xing almost laughed out loud. If he had known it was this equipment, he would have rushed in and sprayed it. Chu Xing had already leaned out half of his body, and the muzzle of the revolver was already aimed at the fishing enforcement player. Just before firing, Chu Xing suddenly had a genius idea. Don't move. I'll kill you if you move. Chu Xing hurriedly shouted at the man and cut out his S686. The double-barreled shotgun was pulled out, and the player was instantly sober. If it was a revolver, he could still fight, but the opponent had a shotgun in his hand, and the frying pan was meaningless. With the threat of the shotgun, the player really didn't move, holding the frying pan and standing there, not knowing what tricks Chu Xing was going to play. What are you going to do? If you want me to beg for mercy, that's absolutely impossible. This person seems to be an old player, and knows that there are many people in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds who like to do something after knocking people down. If he is asked to beg for mercy, it is absolutely impossible. Which anchor do you like the most when playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Chu Xing simply held the S686 to interview the player. This operation simply confused the viewers in the live broadcast room. What kind of routine is this? Interviewing without killing people? When did Chu Xing become a journalist? The player was also stunned. What kind of routine is this? If you cooperate with me, I can still spare your life. Seeing that the player was a little confused, Chu Sheng couldn't help but throw out an olive branch. Anyway, this person has nothing but a pot on him, so it doesn't matter to him whether to kill him or not. The viewers in the live broadcast room began their own analysis at this moment. Given Chu Sheng's mean personality, he will definitely come up with some tricks. It is very likely that he is not among the favorite anchors, giving him an excuse to shoot and kill. Then this player can be said to be dead. After all, for an anchor who has just started live streaming for 3 days, this move is really cruel. No matter whose name this person calls out, he will not escape death. This move can be said to be very desperate. A cancer anchor. The fans are almost certain that this player will definitely say several names, and then Chu Sheng will ask if he has heard of Chu Sheng. The player will definitely shake his head, and then Chu Sheng will naturally sentence him to death. The script has been prepared by the fans, and they are just waiting for Chu Sheng to perform. After thinking for a while, the player really started to cooperate with Chu Sheng. Anyway, he only had a frying pan on him, so if he died, he died. There was nothing to be sad about. On the contrary, he had never seen Chu Sheng's routine before, not even in funny videos. I like 18 very much. 18 Show, a former FPS professional player, now switched to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and established his own 18 team. He has exquisite skills and all-round abilities, and is considered a rising star in the domestic FPS industry. Chu Sheng also has a little understanding of this. This is a very talented young man. What else? The fans' eyes lit up. It was indeed the routine they thought of. Chu Sheng's routine was buried step by step. When you see his fangs exposed, it's already the end of the matter. The player can be said to be calm now. After thinking for a while, he said, Big Brother Laoe, win glory for the country. Some time ago, the Korean PUBG held a competition. The team led by Big Brother Laoe and the 4M team led by Wei Jiang both achieved impressive results. This wave of winning glory for the country attracted countless fans. Moreover, the Big Brother's live broadcast style is mature and capable. He doesn't have the noisy style of young anchors. He also shows the style of a Big Brother in his dealings with others. What else? Chu Sheng continued to ask, and the fans were already laughing. Well, this question has been answered, and this person is dead. Chu Sheng's routine is really too deep. I feel sorry for this player. I guess this person was confused when he died. The player thought about it carefully. Since Big Brother and Old A have both, it is natural to mention Wei Jiang, who has 3 things. If there is anything else, it is Wei Jiang. There is really no more. This player was also annoyed by Chu Sheng's questions. After all, it was a bit creepy to relax and keep repeating there is something else and answer these questions to a double-barreled shotgun. Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. He finally got the answer he wanted. He was very happy. If this guy didn't mention Wei Jiang's name, Chu Sheng would definitely be angry. It was agreed that he would have 3 things, but it turned out to be 2 things. This is not good. You are definitely not a fan of Wei Jiang, right? Chu Sheng's words hit the player's throat, making him stunned. How is it possible? The player's voice suddenly rose 3 points. He himself is also a tiger general among the Yingying monsters. How could he not be a fan? Then Wei Jiang also jumped school and killed people with Uzi upstairs. How could you not know? Chu Sheng's words made the player speechless. And then he reacted and became excited. You said Jiang is also here? I matched a game with him. His words were full of excitement. All the fans were stunned. The script was not written like this. These 2 people added drama themselves. Chapter 300 Wei Chan. I brought your fans to see you. This player still couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that one day he would be able to play a game with Wei Chan. If he didn't go to pay his respects to him, he would miss the chance. Is it really Wei Chan? Are you trying to trick me? This player suddenly woke up. What was the intention of this person who told him so much? He didn't believe that this person was a war correspondent who specialized in interviews. If you don't believe it, just go to his live broadcast room and you'll know. Anyway, you are unarmed. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you a long time ago. Right. Chu Sheng's words were very sincere, and no one could find any fault with them. However, this move made all the players and fans confused. What exactly did Chu Sheng want to do? He didn't kill him, and it seemed that he wanted to lead the topic to Wei Jiang. What conspiracy did he have? The 3 women hiding in the house were also confused, but they had played a few games with Chu Sheng. If Chu Sheng didn't make trouble, he wouldn't be called Chu Sheng. All they could do was wait quietly for Chu Sheng and Wei Jiang to decide the winner. The player thought about it, and it was indeed true. He could just destroy him now. And there was no need to wait for him to cut out before destroying him. As for why the bolt grenade didn't go off just now, he had long forgotten about it. He sneaked into Wei Jiang's live broadcast room and took a look around. And he really saw Wei Jiang holding an Uzi and fighting on the second floor. The player immediately entered the game and saw the kill information of for M_Jiang in the upper right corner. Fuck. It's really Ying Jiang himself. This time he really believed it. And he really matched with Wei Jiang. In this case, it would be a pity to die here. How about it? I didn't lie to you. The player held it in for a long time and finally said something to him. Now I suddenly don't want to die. Of course, it's not up to him to decide whether to die or not. The choice of Stein's gate is in the hands of Chu Sheng's thick black S686. The fan's eyes lit up. So this is the trick. Before, if I died, I died. It was just a frying pan. There was no loss at all. But it's different now. Knowing that my idol Wei Jiang is upstairs. As a crying monster? Can I not go over and beat him up? The desire to survive was aroused. But the fate was in Chu Sheng's hands. This weight was very uncomfortable. The fans couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chu Sheng's operation was really cool. He grasped people's hearts very accurately. The player being teased now is in a state of confusion, which is simply sour and refreshing. The player who just stood up straight and said that he would rather die than surrender, suddenly doesn't want to die anymore. Ha ha ha. However, Chu Sheng didn't plan to kill this person directly. After all, Chu Sheng is also a man of his word. If he said he wouldn't kill you, he would not kill you. Seeing that you only have a frying pan, I don't plan to kill you either. Don't panic. Chu Sheng's voice is like a devil tempting people to commit crimes. Tempting the lamb to sign a contract to give up his soul. Go in now. Pick up the first aid kit. And then throw the frying pan and other things on the ground. And I will take you to see your idol. Chu Sheng's mouth inadvertently raised a smile. And he would give Wei Jiang an unforgettable meeting gift later. The player thought about it. And there was no loss. This person could just kill him and get the first aid kit himself. So there was no need to do it. The fans were all dumbfounded when they saw that Chu Sheng did not follow the script again. There were so many fans. But no one guessed what Chu Sheng was going to do. This is very shameful. Right? Calling Detective Cozy. Close the door and let Cozy go. It's time to come out and analyze it. The fans frantically called Cozy. But in the end, there was only one sentence. I'm shopping with my girlfriend right now. So I don't dare to watch the live broadcast too much. I won't analyze it today. I'm going to hide. Seeing this scene, the fans widened their eyes. Fuck. You, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually betrayed the organization. Without Cox's precise analysis, the fans could only watch stupidly like headless flies. And they couldn't even bring up the rhythm. Chu Sheng was trying to persuade the players to do something. And the man threw the frying pan on the ground. Then turned around to pick up the first aid kit and put it in front of him. Chu Sheng walked up and picked up the first aid kit. But didn't take the frying pan. After all, he already had a machete. So what did he need a frying pan for? Wei Jiang is on the second floor. Just follow me. I'll clear all the people on the first floor. And then take you up to see him. Chu Sheng said and walked out without looking back. And the player was dumbfounded. Does this guy really trust himself? He actually showed his back to him so calmly? Chu Sheng asked this guy to throw away the frying pan. Just to not give him the chance to kill him instantly. There is no one-hit kill with bare hands. So Chu Sheng has enough time to react before the opponent makes a move and complete the counterkill. This guy originally wanted to go upstairs to see Wei Jiang, but thought about it. He was unarmed. If he rushed up, he might be killed before he saw Wei Jiang. So he chose to follow Chu Sheng obediently. The fans were all stunned. Can you recruit soldiers in PUBG? This is a great move. Chu Sheng continued to search on the first floor. And the guy behind him kept a distance of 3 to 5 meters. He asked with some concern, will you really take me to see Wei Jiang? Chu Sheng hummed, thinking that not only will he take you to see your Wei Jiang, but he will also kill your Wei Jiang in front of you. He saved a 7.62 bullet and felt happy. Chu Sheng continued to search, and then found 2 guys in the corner, both of whom were killed by Chu Sheng's headshot. There were only 6 bullets left in the revolver, and the gunshots on the second floor stopped tacitly. and the footsteps completely dissipated, becoming quiet. Everything showed that the two had solved all the problems. And now it was time to go to the second floor. Friend, did you open the lock? The player following Chu Sheng couldn't help but ask. He just saw Chu Sheng jump into the house. And then he killed the enemy with 2 shots, headshotting him directly, without any drag. This kind of terrifying shooting skills. Even professional players and many anchors can't do it, let alone an unknown player. Haha. Your strength limits your imagination. What's so strange about a revolver headshot? Chu Sheng answered casually, and took the man to the second floor. Wei Chan killed the last guy on the second floor, recharged a little, and hid at the door of the room near the corridor, blocking the view of the stairs. Hearing 2 footsteps approaching from below, my heart skipped a beat. Is it going to be a 1-on-2 fight? Chu Sheng walked halfway up the stairs and stopped at the stairs. He didn't dare to go up directly, but shouted, "Is that Wei Chan? There is a fan of yours here who insisted on following me to meet you and express his admiration for you." Chapter 301. I have never seen such a shameless person. Wei Chan was hiding in the house, blocking the view of the stairs. He was stunned when he heard this. Don't masters fight without talking and everything is said without words? Why did this guy start with a bunch of dirty talk? This disrupted Wei Jiang's rhythm. The 2 thick eyebrows on his fat face frowned slightly, thinking that this matter was not simple. Should I respond now, or continue to stay here and keep silent? This matter made Wei Jiang's scalp numb. This person, he doesn't play by the rules. Wei Jiang's fans in Maya TV's live broadcast room also encouraged him crazily. After all, the other party is also a broadcaster. Although he is a new broadcaster, he wins in being flirty. Wei Jiang is a quiet guy who doesn't like to say anything during live broadcasts. He is not good at dealing with things, and is a bit slow in his mouth. Now that Chu Sheng has called him, he is a little hesitant. Wei Jiang, give a response quickly. What are you afraid of? Let's see what this guy is up to. After glancing at the barrage, he found that the fans seemed to be looking forward to it. Wei Jiang immediately opened the public voice and coughed awkwardly twice. Hello. Wei Jiang is very shy when facing strangers. He and Chu Sheng are strangers, so he was naturally a little restrained when he started talking. If it were his teammates aka Zigwa and PPT, Wei Jiang would definitely talk nonsense. Wei Chan, I just caught a fan of yours downstairs. I brought him up here because he was unarmed. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the player next to him cautiously said, Wei Chan, I am really your fan. I didn't expect that we could be matched in the same game. Wei Chan suddenly realized that since this guy was Chu Sheng, then the one who said he was selling voice changers on the plane and used Shinseki and Su Xiaomu's voices to deceive everyone was this guy. Wait, you are the one who sold the same voice changer as Shinseki and Xiaojizi on the plane just now? Chu Sheng didn't need to nod his head to admit it. Wei Chan had figured out the whole story. Even he really thought it was some kind of black technology voice changer that could perfectly reproduce the voices of Shinseki and Xiaojizi. Now that Chu Sheng's identity is known, all the truth is naturally revealed. It was Chu Sheng who was playing 4-person team with Shinseki and Xiaojizi. Usually, 10 people in this place in the school are considered a lot. But this time, more than 30 people jumped like dumplings. For M is known as the school bully. But Wei Jiang has never seen such a posture before. Yeah, I was originally going to trick everyone into the school to kill them. But I didn't expect to match you. Chu Sheng was also very calm. But the exchange between the two made the players on the side sweat. So the voice changers on the plane were all a scam? The fans in Wei Jiang's live broadcast naturally heard Chu Sheng's arrogant remarks. You know, there are more than 30 people in this school. Chu Sheng actually wants to kill everyone. Isn't this wishful thinking? However, the strength Chu Sheng showed just now is enough to support this arrogance. Wei Jiang was cautious. The other guy below said that he was his fan. How could he believe it? If this was a double act played by Chu Sheng, he would have stumbled and been ridiculed. I let you, the fan, go up. He was unarmed. I even asked him to throw away the frying pan before. Chu Sheng urged the guy next to him as soon as he finished speaking. I've already told Wei Jiang. Go up by yourself. But if you get killed by your idol, it's none of my business. Chu Sheng's words put Wei Jiang in a dilemma. If you say you don't want to fight, what if this is Chu Sheng's accomplice? Rushing up with a grenade. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for you to hide in the house? But if you fight, if it's really his fan, wouldn't this move be chilling? Wei Jiang was in a dilemma. And even the crying monsters in the live broadcast room were divided into two groups at this moment. Some said just go up. My Wei Jiang is super powerful. Why should I be afraid of a Jingke assassinating the king of Qin? But some people disagreed. If this was Chu Sheng's plan, he would be suppressed by this move. And Wei Jiang's wisdom would be ruined here. Just like in League of Legends. Everyone is proud to be able to kill Faker alone. Although Faker will not fall from the altar because of this. The opponent's status will naturally rise after this move. Wei Jiang never expected that the first round of confrontation between the two would be this. With a sigh. Even the low-key and sultry Wei Jiang couldn't help but say, I have never seen such a shameless person. The Yin monsters burst into gloating laughter. It has been a long time since I saw Wei Jiang so embarrassed. I don't know how good this Chu Sheng's real shooting skills are. But as far as this arrangement is concerned, it's very good. Wei Jiang took a deep breath, pressed the button and said, okay. Let him come up. He aimed the Uzi in his hand, and planned the escape route behind him. If this person attacked him later, he would retreat and avoid him immediately. The player heard the call, and rushed up excitedly. Wei Jiang saw a player rushing up from the stairs, and flashed through the narrow gap. At the same time, Chu Sheng played a voice on his mobile phone. Pull. Swish. Ding. As the sound rang out, the tight line in Wei Jiang's brain broke directly. As soon as the player went upstairs, the Uzi bullets in Wei Jiang's hand poured out instantly, hitting the door frame and stirring up countless wood chips. But many bullets still fell on this person. The player without a head or armor. His flesh and blood could not withstand the high-frequency fully automatic bullets of Uzi. And he fell to the ground and turned into a box before he ran to the door. This player was also confused. He just wanted to say come on, Wei Jiang. Before he opened his mouth, he was shot into a sieve by Uzi. When this person turned into a box, Wei Jiang was completely dumbfounded. This guy. It seems, really unarmed. Chu Sheng heard Wei Jiang's gunshot, and immediately rushed upstairs with a revolver. Uzi's firing speed is extremely fast. Chu Sheng just silently paused the time in his mind. Wei Jiang's shooting time has exceeded the original limit of Uzi. The shooting interval of Uzi is 0.048 seconds. And the normal bullet capacity is 25 rounds. Which means that it only takes 1.2 seconds to use up a magazine of bullets. But the time Chu Sheng calculated in his mind, just now, was a little longer than 1 second. So there is only one answer. Wei Jiang's Uzi is still an Uzi with expansion capacity. The Uzi with expansion capacity can hold 35 rounds of bullets. And it takes 1.68 seconds to use up a magazine of bullets, which is close to 2 seconds. So in the previous shooting, Wei Jiang used up a magazine of bullets. Chu Sheng made a prompt decision and took advantage of this time to rush upstairs and create a time difference. In the eyes of the fans, this series of operations did not show any technical content. But in the eyes of Wei Jiang, Chu Sheng's operation was very powerful. His vision was sharp and experienced. And he was more difficult to deal with than the professional players he had faced before. This time difference just hit his soft spot. And he felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Chapter 302, a mean person with strong skills. Even a pig can't stop him. All Wei Jiang could do was watch Chu Sheng rush upstairs and hide in the nearest house. In the 1 second, he was stuck changing the magazine. Since Chu Sheng started talking, Wei Jiang has not been able to gain the upper hand and has been suppressed by Chu Sheng everywhere. In Chu Sheng's live broadcast room, the fans are almost laughing to death. Chu Sheng is indeed a man favored by bad luck. Any words he says are like a crow's mouth. Just after he said don't go up and was killed by Wei Jiang, this enthusiastic fan rushed up and got a volley of Uzi. I guess his heart was broken by Wei Jiang. Wow. Wei Chan. I'm really your fan. Why are you trying to kill me? This fan's mentality was broken. And Chu Sheng was right. He had a glimpse of Wei Chan through the crack in the door. But before he could see who Wei Chan was, he was suppressed to death by the fierce firepower. Wei Chan was embarrassed. I don't understand why Wei Chan fired a gun just now. It seems that he heard the sound of the grenade fuse being pulled. So he thought that someone came in with a grenade. So he opened fire directly. I heard it too. It was definitely the sound of the grenade fuse being pulled. One safety buckle. One fuse. I heard it clearly. What about the grenade? It didn't explode? That's embarrassing. How the hell did he do that? I think Ying Jiang is about to collapse. Chu Sheng is a real beast. He made Ying Jiang kill a fan by mistake. And also tricked Ying Jiang into using a grenade. Ying Jiang said that I've never seen such a trick as a professional player. But the same question was hovering in Wei Jiang's mind. This guy's grenade clearly went off twice. Why didn't it explode? This is fucking unscientific. But at this time, he didn't have time to think so much. And the box in front of him kept coming out. A grown man was crying like a little girl. But this can't be blamed on the player. If anyone wants to have a close contact with the idol, but is rejected and killed on the spot, their mentality will probably explode. Wei Jiang now has to be wary of Chu Sheng. Although they only greeted each other for a dozen seconds, Chu Sheng's cunning and scheming image has penetrated into Wei Jiang's mind. This is a master. And a master who will do anything. What makes Wei Jiang feel cold behind his back is that this guy is too meticulous. Knowing that he is likely to block the building on the second floor, he found such a fan to bring him up. If it weren't for this person, Chu Sheng would never rush up anyway. That is to say, when killing people on the first floor, this guy had already prepared for it. If it were him, he would definitely kill people as soon as he saw them. And he would not spend time communicating, let alone bring them up to meet people. Wei Jiang took a breath of cold air. This is even more profound than what aka, the tactical leader, thought. This is the most terrifying part. Wei Jiang has not competed with Chu Sheng in shooting skills, so he doesn't know how strong this guy is. But in terms of big chrysanthemum view, game understanding and even details, this guy showed an all-round crushing in just a dozen seconds. Even if this guy's shooting skills are ordinary, he can become an excellent commander like aka in a team. As for life or death, it doesn't matter if you fall to the ground and offer sacrifice to the heaven. Brother, really don't blame me. It was Chu Sheng who threw the grenade. I heard the sound and thought you were a suicide soldier, so I just shot you down with a volley. Wei Jiang also squinted his eyes, while paying attention to Chu Sheng's movements. He apologized to this netizen, because it was all public voice, so Chu Sheng heard everything. Brother, Wei Jiang is talking nonsense. I told you that you were unarmed. With his reaction and eyesight as a professional player, couldn't you see whether you had a grenade? This reason is hard to justify. Chu Sheng was secretly delighted. And another wave of god assists came, which made Wei Jiang gnash his teeth in anger. Wei Jiang was completely confused. Even if other anchors met in the game, they would either say nothing after the fight, or just say a few pleasantries, and say something high-sounding like meeting up another day. But no one would set a trap right away. After hearing Chu Sheng's explanation, this person thought it was true. Why do I like Wei Jiang? Isn't it because he is awesome? Can't you tell whether I have a grenade or not? I feel so cold. This player was also very sad. And Wei Jiang's big round face was also red. This move was more painful than being shot in the head by a 98K. I couldn't say the pain. And it felt like I was constipated for 3 days. The whining monsters in Wei Jiang's live broadcast room were almost dying of laughter. Chu Sheng was the first person who could make Wei Jiang's face turn red before they even exchanged gunfire. This guy's mouth is sharper than his gun skills. Chu Sheng's live broadcast room also laughed so hard. That was Wei Jiang. But she was controlled by Chu Sheng like this. She really had no temper at all. Chu Sheng received a lot of complaints from M_Jiang, which directly helped Chu Sheng's complaint value break the 130 mark. He laughed so hard. He had never met such a stuffy guy like Wei Jiang. If it was Tuzi or Shujua, they would have started to talk nonsense a long time ago. This guy is still shy. Haha. Chu Sheng is quite interesting. I'll go and pay attention to him later. Jiang, stop explaining. Get on the bayonet and go up and fight. Optimistic family. Up up. The fans were also encouraging Wei Jiang, who was in a state of explosive mentality. Wei Jiang stretched out his hand and slapped his fat face twice, forcing himself to cheer up. Anyway, the dead can't be resurrected. I'll just take a screenshot and post it on Weibo to apologize to this fan. Now the main thing is to get rid of Chu Sheng, the troublemaker. Yes, this guy is the first one who makes Wei Jiang feel threatened before he even shoots. Rumor has it that this guy has just been playing the game for 3 days? Previously, Wei Jiang thought that Douyu might have said this on purpose to promote a new anchor, as a gimmick. But now looking at Chu Sheng's personality, it seems that this is really his first time as an anchor. Wei Jiang moved forward quietly. Now that he knew Chu Sheng was in the room on the second floor, there was no need to block the position at the staircase. However, Goosebox had not exited the game yet, and at the last moment, he told Wei Jiang something that made him feel collapsed. Although Wei Jiang killed me, I still want to tell Wei Jiang one thing before I leave. This guy's grenade is fake. Anyway, every time there is only sound but no grenade. Wei Jiang, don't be fooled by him. I'm going to your live broadcast room to watch the live broadcast. Bye. After that, there was really no sound. The grenade was fake. Only the sound but no grenade? Wei Jiang was completely confused. What the hell is this routine? Just when Wei Jiang was stunned, the crisp sound of pulling the fuse safety sounded again. And it was a grenade again. Wei Jiang shrank back towards the door, fearing that the grenade would bounce against the wall and into the house. However, as soon as this action was completed, Chu Xing's gloating laughter came. Ha ha ha. I was fooled. Chapter 303 The End of Yingxiong. Wei Jiang hadn't reacted yet. How did this guy do it? Even the fans in Wei Jiang's live broadcast room were all confused. Did all of them have hallucinations? That was impossible. It was indeed the sound of 2 grenades. Damn. The case is solved. Chu Xing is such a jerk. I couldn't help but reach over along the network cable and chop him with a knife. A fan said angrily in the barrage area, which immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Everyone wanted to know how Chu Xing did it. Don't be angry. Tell me how you did it. Seeing a group of fans rushing to urge him, this fan also typed a lot of words and sent it out with a press of the enter key. It's actually very simple. Chu Xing found the audio of the grenade detonation in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on his mobile phone, and then put it on the microphone. In addition, it was a public voice. There was no need to say more. When the fans learned the truth, they were all confused. There was actually such a deceptive method. It felt like the whole person's IQ was insulted. Wei Jiang also saw the barrage in the live broadcast room and immediately understood Chu Xing's method. But this trick really made people feel helpless. There was another noise from Chu Xing's side. Although he knew it was fake, Wei Jiang was still cautious. Who knows? This guy might come up with a story of crying wolf and suddenly throw a real fragmentation grenade at him? Wei Jiang, your fans have already told you, right? Chu Xing's mean voice sounded again, and his words directly detonated Wei Jiang's live broadcast room. This guy is playing a game. And he even guessed this? Wei Jiang's narrowed eyes suddenly burst into a different look. This guy's reasoning ability is too strong. He can even predict things outside the game. This move is a bit scary. If there is such a person in his 4M team, it will be smoother when commanding and deciding strategies. Chu Xing fought around on the first floor, but didn't pick up any grenades. Otherwise he would have thrown them up to greet them. Why wait until now? Or bother to find audio materials? But this also gave Chu Xing an idea. It seems that this trick is quite useful. As long as the other party has opened the public voice channel, you can hear the sound. Chu Xing quietly moved to the door of the room, and the revolver in his hand had already aimed at the headshot line. This is almost the subconscious behavior of all top FPS masters. After all, in the past CS, it took too long to hit the body, and it only took one shot to kill with a headshot. This also made all top masters develop the habit of only hitting the head. Wei Jiang also carefully stuck in the doorway. He didn't have any throwing objects, and he leaned against the door with Uzi in both hands. The two simply confronted each other. Chu Xing tentatively stuck his head out to show a flaw. Wei Jiang naturally saw Chu Xing's rainforest camouflage second-level helmet, and knew in his heart that this was most likely a trap. But the two of them were now hiding here, and were in a stalemate. And someone always needed to break the stalemate first. Wei Jiang, who was confident in his own strength, simply became the icebreaker. He flashed his head, and the side of the Uzi machine gun was trembling slightly. But all the bullets hit Chu Xing's half-exposed head and the door frame in front. At the same time when Wei Jiang stuck his head out, Chu Xing's revolver also appeared outside the door and fired a bullet. The two of them dodged and retracted at the same time. Wei Jiang's Uzi only fired 14 bullets, and Chu Xing's revolver only fired 1 shot. The two hid behind the door and gasped at the same time. A dark green spot was left on Wei Jiang's face, which was left by the revolver's headshot. This shot directly knocked off most of his blood. Chu Xing was not much better, and the Uzi's bullets were intensively fired, almost emptying his blood tank. Wow! You have to know that it only took a moment for the two of them to lean out. Wei Jiang only fired 14 bullets, and the whole time of dodging was less than a second. The fans only saw the two people leaning out and then retracting their bodies, and then heard a burst of dense gunfire, and the rest was completely unknown. Looking at the health of the two people, They did not gain any advantage at all. Chu Sheng was also taught a lesson by Wei Jiang in this wave. And Chu Sheng also roughly knew the strength of this legendary figure. It was really God's gift. When he played League of Legends before, he showed his outstanding talent and quickly grew into a strong player of Lao Gan Dai. And even got the recognition of the Big Devil. But it was a reverse Q in Paris that directly ruined his career. As one of the few players in China who first came into contact with PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, Wei Jiang found his second spring of life here. And his talent was even higher than in MOBA games such as League of Legends. Chu Sheng has the experience of being possessed by the God of Gun. So he is the most qualified person to evaluate Wei Jiang's strength. By comparing Wei Jiang's performance just now, it is not difficult to find that his reaction speed and accuracy just now are not inferior to Chu Sheng, who is possessed by the God of Gun. At least in the confrontation between the two just now, they were evenly matched and neither of them took advantage. But Wei Jiang didn't think so. The reaction speed just now was not something that could be shown by the lock-on automatic aiming. Chu Sheng showed his head first and sold a loophole. So Wei Jiang's advantage over Chu Sheng is that he can adjust the muzzle position in advance. But in this situation, Chu Sheng actually came from behind and shot him in the head with an R1895 revolver in a short time. In Wei Jiang's opinion, even though he had the upper hand just now, he was still slightly inferior to Chu Sheng. The lightning-fast confrontation shocked the two of them. This reaction speed of less than 1 second is impossible for ordinary players with plugins to achieve. Players with such reaction speed are even more terrifying than plugins. Chu Sheng directly used the first aid kit. If it were an ordinary player, he would dare to waste this amount of blood. But facing Wei Jiang, to be honest, he dared not waste it, and had to take it seriously. Wei Jiang also started bandaging to recover blood. And after pulling it above the blood line, he drank the last bottle of drink. Your Uzi is a bit too scary. Chu Sheng called out to Wei Jiang again. And this time Wei Jiang also put away his shyness. For such a powerful opponent, he naturally had to take it seriously. Your revolver is not bad. It shot my head. To be honest, I haven't met many opponents as strong as you in China. Wei Jiang also participated in the first PUBG competition held in H country. So he is qualified to say this. This is a relief to Chu Sheng. And it can be regarded as an acknowledgement of his strength. Oh, I've only played this game for a few days. Who else are there? Although both of them were on guard, they entered the chat mode with one sentence. 18-1. Rabbit 1. CZH1. These people are all well known in the field of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Chapter 304 Plan B. Wei Jiang added another sentence in his mind, but did not say it out loud. Chu Sheng was the first person who could make him so embarrassed. After the two recovered their health, they fell into a stalemate again. The first poison circle began to shrink with a countdown of 30 seconds. Xiao Bai heard Chu Sheng's words, and knew that this guy must have fought with Wei Jiang. His health dropped sharply just now, and he almost died. He took a look at the kill in the upper right corner, and there was no pop-up information that Wei Jiang was killed. It seems that the stalemate has been reached. Xiao Bai also secretly killed the people in the two houses of the narrator through the balcony, and the window on the side of the house, and cleaned up the entire house area. Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu followed behind, and also licked the gun happily. Following Xiao Bai, they felt an inexplicable sense of security, and overwhelming boyfriend power. You hide upstairs, and wait for me to come back. Xiao Bai glanced at Chu Sheng, who was alone in the school, thought about it, and decided to go over. After all, it was Wei Jiang. Even if she didn't help, it would always be okay to help her. Right? In the 4-row mode, she didn't believe that Wei Jiang would have no teammates. Chu Sheng also heard what Xiao Bai said in the voice. And when he saw her, she ran out of the room and ran towards him. You just stay there. Why are you coming here? Chu Sheng didn't expect Xiao Bai to come over. Once she came over, it became 2 against 1. Isn't this an unfair victory? Xiao Bai didn't say anything, but Chu Sheng reacted quickly at this time, widening his eyes with an expression of disbelief. Do you think I can't beat Wei Jiang? Are you going to help me? Chu Sheng's reading comprehension was very good, and he deserves a full score. Xiao Bai still didn't say anything, and this tacit understanding was also very good, leaving Chu Sheng speechless. Chu Sheng surprisingly has a plan. I guess Xiao Bai must be resentful in her heart. She reacted so quickly at this time. You have already chosen the correct answer before the listening materials were played. Then why did you? Chu Sheng. Get 0 points for 5 questions in my reading comprehension? Being looked down upon by Xiao Bai made Chu Sheng a little anxious to prove himself. His brain was working fast, and he had to think of a way to break the current deadlock. Wei Jiang, where are your teammates? Chu Sheng simply started to ask questions. If Wei Jiang's teammates came, he would not be able to handle it alone. I was matched with strangers, and my teammates are all over the ruins. Wei Jiang was also straightforward, because he knew that Chu Sheng's teammates were not in school either, and the two of them could directly decide the winner. Besides, whether there was anyone or not, their fans could just take a look at each other's live broadcast room. So there was no need to lie. Chu Sheng's second-level helmet had lost half of its durability, and Wei Jiang was not doing well either, with his helmet also turning red. The first poison circle began to shrink, and Xiao Bai went around the wall outside the school and then disappeared, lying on the grass and acting like Voldemort. With no intention of coming in, Chu Sheng once again leaned out, revealing a flaw to Wei Jiang. After all, the limbs were the least damaged, and it was enough to hit the head once. If someone caught him again, it would not be as simple as just knocking off half of his health. Wei Jiang naturally saw Chu Sheng's body leaning out, and while he felt itchy, he also felt a little scared. He knew that hitting the limbs would do the least damage, but if he took the opportunity to be shot in the head, it would be very uncomfortable. He only had 10 bandages left on his body, and he could only fight for blood once more. Chu Sheng's flaw was a conspiracy, which forced him to take action. He dodged again, and the bullet first landed on the door frame and exploded a piece of wood chips. And then the bullet landed on Chu Sheng's limbs and torso. At the same time, Chu Sheng dodged and fired 2 or 1895 shots in a row. If it were someone else, he would definitely be dead at this time. But Wei Jiang jumped smartly, trying to avoid the revolver's headshot. But although he dodged the first shot, Chu Sheng instantly adjusted the second shot and still hit Wei Jiang's level 2 helmet. The two hid back in the house again, and their health entered the red state at the same time. They exhaled a breath of foul air together. It was almost there. If they each took another bullet, they would kneel down and decide the winner. There were only 2 bullets left in the revolver. Chu Sheng hesitated for a moment and put away the gun directly, and took out the S686 that he had prepared for a long time. The S686 was still a little bit difficult at this distance, but it was not a solution to stay stuck like this. Chu Sheng had to think of another way. While thinking, there was no other movement on the entire second floor, only the sound of tearing bandages in the 2 lonely rooms. All the fans were sweating, and this time, the winner was still undecided. Both of them were left with only a little health, and they had already reached the extreme of controlling and avoiding damage. It seemed like a draw, but Wei Jiang's heart sank. This was not a draw, but he was slightly inferior. Both times Chu Sheng deliberately exposed his flaws, but both times Chu Sheng escaped unscathed, and he was slightly better than him in terms of controlling and reacting to damage. He has such strength and talent after only playing for 3 days? Wei Jiang still doesn't believe it now. It's not realistic. Even in novels, you dare not write this. You will definitely be criticized. Just as Chu Sheng was thinking, he suddenly found that the small map was covered by red bombing areas. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, because from the beginning to now, the bombing area had not caused any trouble. Why did it start to circle and lock on Chu Sheng? Chu Sheng and Wei Jiang were fine, but Xiao Bai was still lying in the grass outside. What if he was bombed? Xiao Bai, the bombing area is coming. Why don't you go back to the room and hide for a while? After all, if Xiao Bai came to the school, the atmosphere of the duel between the two would change. Xiao Bai thought for a moment and replied coldly, "It's okay." Xiao Bai made a decision that 8 cows couldn't pull back. Chu Sheng felt his scalp tingling, but he still had to think calmly. After thinking for a moment, Chu Sheng wanted to use the sound of the sky fire explosion to cover his steps, sneak up to the second floor from outside the house, and directly go around behind Wei Jiang to attack. The plan has been set, and Chu Sheng began to move slowly to the window. Just wait for a sky fire to fall, and jump directly from the upstairs with the sound cover, ensuring that no sound can be heard. Although the sky is clear, the sound of thunder has been heard in the sky. The shells were fired high in the sky, making a low and explosive thunder sound, and then swooped down, like a seabird hunting, and plunged directly into the sea to capture the prey. Swish! The piercing sound of falling shells began to ring in his ears. As the sound became louder and louder, Chu Sheng jumped down from the building without saying a word. Boom! The huge explosion rolled up thick smoke and flames. The sound of Chu Sheng's footsteps on the ground seemed like stars competing with the bright moon in front of the explosion of the sky fire, which was simply inaudible. Just as Chu Sheng began to stick to the wall and prepare to go around, the bombing sounded again, and Xiao Bai, who was full of blood in the lower left corner, suddenly became red blood and seriously injured. Chapter 305 Jianshan and Beauty. I want them all. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw Chu Sheng jumping down from the second floor with the sound of bombing, they probably guessed what this wretched guy was thinking. At this moment, Wei Jiang was also concentrating on the game wholeheartedly, and did not look at the spoilers in the bullet screen. After all, both of them were live broadcasting, and some fans would open both live broadcast rooms for fun and give the anchor some reminders in the bullet screen area. So for the sake of fairness, Wei Jiang simply did not look at the bullet screen, for fear of seeing any spoilers. Xiao Bai was also confused. She had just said that the sky fire could not blow her down, but she was knocked to the ground as soon as she finished speaking, which made her feel very embarrassed. Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu, who were guarding the house with guns, were all stunned. And then, they noticed that Xiao Bai was knocked down by the sky fire. It was just that the house area was a long distance away from the bombing area. If she ran over barefoot, she could save him, but she would be threatened by the sky fire if she ran outside. Xiao Bai pouted stubbornly, and kept climbing towards the school wall. The bombing of the skyfire round was quite intensive, but Xiao Bai climbed towards the wall fearlessly. Seeing that Chu Sheng was about to rush over to save her, Xiao Bai hurriedly said, I don't want you to save him. Hit him first. Xiao Bai obviously understood that if she could kill Wei Jiang in a one-on-one duel and get Wei Jiang's approval, it would be of great help to Chu Sheng's subsequent live broadcast career. At this time, is it still important to save people? Of course. You should kill Wei Jiang first and unlock the school bully achievement. But for Chu Sheng, Xiao Bai came to save him to prevent him from being knocked down. For his one-on-one dignity, he chose to stay on the grass outside the school without cover. Now Xiao Bai was knocked down, and Chu Sheng couldn't let him continue to kill Wei Jiang. He ran out directly from the side door of the school, away from the cover of the school building. Chu Sheng's footsteps were not concealed at all, and he ran straight outside. Wei Jiang was still on guard against Chu Sheng sneaking up with the sound of the skyfire bombing, and the Uzi in his hand was also guarded tightly. But he didn't expect that after waiting for a long time, Chu Sheng didn't come, but heard a burst of running footsteps. Wei Jiang had a black question mark face. The footsteps could not be played by the public voice to deceive people, because the stereo effect of the footsteps from near to far was very obvious. If Chu Sheng's acting skills could reach this level, he would admit it. Quietly retreated to the window, squatting, and saw Chu Sheng running wildly. Wei Jiang was confused and did not even react for a while. So, Chu Sheng was planning to escape? What was he still doing at this time? Wei Jiang naturally stood up and held the Uzi and started to shoot at Chu Sheng. When facing an enemy more than 50 meters away, it was difficult to control the bullet landing point of the Uzi gun. Because of the light 9mm bullet, the bullet was very floating, and with the built-in machine aiming effect, it was impossible for Wei Jiang to fully automatically let all the bullets fall on Chu Sheng at this distance. The fans in Wei Jiang's live broadcast room were all confused. Fuck. Did this guy think he couldn't beat Wei Jiang? So he chose to run away. This wave is a bit confusing. This choice will definitely lose fans. The brave wins when they meet on a narrow road. Even if he was killed, the two ways of fighting just now were amazing enough. But choosing to run away at this time, the coolness is gone all of a sudden. The fans still want to see the ultimate duel between Wei Jiang and Chu Sheng. The two ways of fighting just now were like two peerless masters. In a flash, a set of moves were fought, and then each of them was empty and cleaned up the mess. The crowd of onlookers hadn't reacted to what happened yet, and both of them were empty. The mystery and strength of this master were revealed at once, making them look forward to the next confrontation even more. But they didn't expect that Chu Sheng would slip away at this critical moment. It was like two masters fighting for the world's #1 on the top of Huashan Mountain. And one of them shouted, "Stop! Let me take a shit." The contrast and the pent-up momentum collapsed suddenly, making people feel like being struck by lightning. Chu Sheng's fans also thought that Chu Sheng would definitely choose to kill Wei Jiang, and then seize the last time to pull Xiao Bai up at the critical moment, hiding his merits and fame. The country and the woman. Chu Sheng, want them all. But Chu Sheng would never have expected to run straight towards Xiao Bai. not caring that the person standing on the second floor of the school behind him was one of the top professional players in the country. The fans could not understand Chu Sheng's decision at all. Chu Sheng chose to save people under the firepower of Wei Jiang. Did he have any misunderstanding about the top professional players in the country? Although Uzi's bullets are erratic, they are comparable to EP9 in Wei Jiang's hands. The bullets flew down like laser guns, landing on Chu Sheng and shaking out countless dust spots under his feet. Chu Sheng did not have an energy drink to restore the last quarter of his health, so he was shot down to half health after 2 shots. He was only a dozen meters away from the wall outside the school. As long as he climbed over the wall, he would have a chance to save Xiaobai. Wow! Chu Sheng gave up his kingdom for the beauty at the critical moment. This move was a bit unexpected, but the two of them will probably die together in the skyfire. Although Wei Jiang was holding an Uzi, running so straightforwardly showed that he didn't take the top professional players seriously at all. The fans were originally looking forward to seeing Chu Sheng circling kill, but they didn't expect this to happen in the middle of the process. And all the drama was gone in an instant. Wei Jiang followed the direction Chu Sheng was running and saw a person crawling on the grass outside the school. In an instant, he understood Chu Sheng's intention to escape. This is a teammate who was blown down in the bombing area, and he ran over to help his teammate. However, this is still difficult for Wei Jiang to understand. If he is in a stalemate with a top player, and his teammate falls down next to him, no matter whether it is aka PPT or Zigua, he dare not risk his life to save him. Especially this kind of approach of completely giving his back to the enemy. If he dares to do it, even if he is the boss of 4M now, he will probably be crushed to death by 3 people after the end. But Chu Sheng did it without hesitation, which is difficult for Wei Jiang to understand. Although there are doubts, Wei Jiang Uzi's bullets did not stop at all, and continued to shoot at Chu Sheng. Although the machine gun sight trembled and spread in the burst mode, the bullet still accurately landed on Chu Sheng, and his health dropped again. Chu Sheng tried to dodge the bullets by moving and jumping, but this was only a drop in the bucket in the burst mode, especially under Wei Jiang's precise control. Chu Sheng's health had been suppressed to about 1/3, but he still had to climb over a wall. There was no way to dodge bullets when climbing over the wall. For a master like Wei Jiang, shooting at a fixed target was not difficult at all. Chu Sheng had no chance to climb over the wall to save Xiaobai. The result of not being able to save Xiaobai was that the two of them fell here together, and were blocked by a wall. Chapter 306: The Key to the Ultimate Form. Chu Sheng began to get impatient. Bullets fell to the ground and hit his limbs. At this distance, the 9mm bullets had already begun to attenuate, and hitting the limbs was not painful. But the bullets were dense. They were still about 10 meters away, and Chu Sheng was suddenly in a dilemma. He was too impulsive just now, and ran out without thinking carefully. As a result, he not only failed to save Xiaobai, but also put himself in a dead end. Oh, what a pity. Chu Sheng was a little impulsive this time. Yes, we should choose to fight with Wei Jiang first, and then go to save Xiaobai. The back of this gun is completely exposed to Wei Jiang for attack. Are you bullying Wei Jiang because he is holding an Uzi? You are so arrogant and have no sense of confrontation. Sure enough, you Wei Jiang are still you Wei Jiang. Although Chu Sheng is awesome, compared with Wei Jiang who has experienced international competitions, he is still a little immature in handling key points. Almost all the fans know what will happen to Chu Sheng next. With this amount of health and this choice, Wei Jiang will definitely shoot him from behind. Xiaobai looked at Chu Sheng's choice. Cold as an iceberg, even with a cyan color, and the whole person exuded a 10,000-year-old ice. A stern temperament that cannot be looked at. If Xiaobai was next to Chu Sheng at this moment, I'm afraid Chu Sheng would be frozen to death. To be honest, Chu Sheng's choice touched her, but also disappointed her. This choice was completely wrong. It was made by the superiors and impulsively. Naturally, the ending was the worst. Wei Jiang's magazine of bullets was about to run out, and Chu Sheng could clearly feel that the frequency and density of bullets shot at his side had decreased. He controlled the perspective to look behind him, and saw that the flame of the Uzi muzzle was much smaller. Who would want to die so aggressively if they could survive? Choosing to save Xiaobai first was Chu Sheng's first subconscious reaction. So after seeing her being knocked down by the skyfire, he ran out of the school without hesitation. Now that he has made the choice, Chu Sheng must do it. Otherwise, he will not only be laughed at by Xiaobai, but also by the fans. And finally Wei Jiang. He has played such a trick in front of him. If he is killed in the end, won't he look like a clown? Chu Sheng's brain is working fast. At this moment, he did not notice that all the experience and operation of Gun God Neo have been perfectly integrated with his consciousness and body. Burning the boats is like a key, squeezing out Chu Sheng's potential and opening the ultimate form that has been imprisoned for a long time. But whether it is because of facing a dead end that the potential is stimulated, or because he cannot save Xiao Bai, or because he does not want to lose face in front of Wei Jiang, the answer to all this is only understood by Chu Sheng, or even he himself cannot say it. At this moment, Chu Sheng sketched out countless scenes in his mind, all simulating the situations that might happen next. In a flash, Chu Sheng's eyes were fixed on the furious Uzi in the second-floor window. Wei Jiang was running out of bullets, and he would have to change bullets if he could dodge these bullets. Although it was unclear whether Wei Jiang had a simple expansion magazine or a quick expansion magazine, the 1 second or so of time for changing bullets and aiming was Chu Sheng's only chance to turn the tables. It was impossible to climb over the wall in 1 second. So Chu Sheng had only one goal, to fight back. At this distance, the Uzi on his body could not kill people in 1 second. Even if the bullet tracking and lock are turned on, it is impossible to kill Wei Jiang in 1 second with this amount of health. Not to mention the shotgun. He is not a Dalyo Jinxian holding a shotgun, and the bullets will not spread and hit him from 1,000 meters away. At this distance, the effect of the shotgun is completely a salute. Then Chu Sheng's only hope is on the R1895 with only 3 bullets left. Revolver. 7.62mm bullet. Huge power. The shooting interval is 0.4 seconds. And now this range is also within the effective distance. And the bullet drop attenuation is not much. But the revolver is a pistol with almost no machine sights. Even the waist shooting sight is embarrassing. The reason why many people can't use this gun is because of its weird sight, which is not a crosshair, but a horizontal bar that people can't understand. Chu Sheng cut out his R1895 pistol while running. This action shocked everyone. In fact, they didn't believe that Chu Sheng could turn the tide. Because this is a dead end. There is no chance for you to turn the tide. If it were an ordinary player, Chu Sheng could dodge bullets with various gorgeous body movements and climb over the wall to save people calmly. But Chu Sheng is now facing one of the top professional players of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in China, Wei Jiang, who has experienced international competitions and even got good results. It's like two people playing Go. If it's a master and a novice, let the two eyes fight. But as masters, half a point can decide the outcome. Not to mention Chu Sheng's 2 points. What is Chu Sheng doing? Taking out a revolver? He must have panicked and accidentally pressed the wrong button. But Chu Sheng was filming the screen with a cold and serious look, without the usual laughter. He stared at the screen with his eyes fixed on it. His eyes were full of energy and did not waver. Chu Sheng was more serious than ever before. Looking at Chu Sheng, he doesn't look panicked. Does he? Looks calm and playful. But he is actually panicking. The netizens were still joking. But Chu Sheng was staring at Wei Jiang at the window on the second floor. He was talking to himself in a low voice. But because the voice was too quiet, even with the microphone next to his mouth, the fans didn't hear what Chu Sheng said specifically. He has two choices. One is to retract his body and reload after firing the bullet. The other is to stand still and reload. But since you are the famous Wei Jiang, you will definitely stand still and reload. Wei Jiang saw that Uzi still had 3 bullets. And he patiently fired all 3 bullets. But unfortunately, all 3 shots missed. When he was firing just now, he observed the green blood flowers and landing points on Chu Sheng's body, and silently calculated Chu Sheng's blood volume in his heart. Judging from Chu Sheng's running speed, this guy should not have taken energy drinks. So his bloodline was 75 points at the beginning. The bullets just fired left Chu Sheng with less than 10 HP left, which means that if he could hit one more shot, Wei Jiang could win the game. After 3 bullets missed, Wei Jiang felt no emotion. After experiencing this H-Country PUBG event, he had grown to a certain extent. In this situation, he must not retract his body to change bullets, because there was only 1 bullet left. If he retracted his body, changed bullets, stood up, and aimed again, even for a master like him, it would take more than 2 seconds to operate a set of actions, and more than 2 seconds would just be stuck when Chu Sheng flipped over the wall. In other words, he was likely to lose the opportunity to knock Chu Sheng down directly. In this case, He could not retract his body, but directly stood at the window to change bullets, using 1 second to change bullets, and then directly aimed to kill. Chapter 307. No one can beat me in a duel at this time. Wei Jiang's actions were all within Chu Sheng's expectations. Just like a computer running a file, the program has been programmed, and it will run according to the established design after it is started, without any deviation. The reason why Chu Sheng can be sure of Wei Jiang's choice is because he now also has the consciousness of a world-class master, coupled with his own calm logical reasoning. So he found the best option among the two choices. Since Wei Jiang is a top master in the country, he will naturally not make a confused choice between the two choices at this juncture. Just stand at the window to change the bullet. If it was an ordinary player, he would have fallen down even after just 1 round of bullets. Experts should use the moves between experts. Chu Sheng only had 3 7.62mm bullets left. But if he could double-click to headshot, 2 would be enough. Chu Sheng only had 1 second to come back to life. Whether he could come back to life depended on this second. Wei Jiang fired the last bullet and immediately started to change the magazine. Even the position of the camera and mouse did not change. After Chu Sheng heard the sound of the last bullet hitting the ground, he saw Wei Jiang's character starting to lower his head in the window, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This is the moment. The revolver held tightly in both hands is the gun of destiny. Chu Sheng swung his body with a spin and a jump. His whole mind was highly focused at this moment. His hairs were all standing up invisibly. Even the time in his eyes was shrinking and slowing down. Adrenaline kept surging, rushing into Chu Sheng's limbs and bones, making his functions and reactions break through the limit. When he turned in the air, Chu Sheng saw Wei Jiang changing the bullet at the window. Even when he was running with the gun just now, he had already adjusted the R1895 to the position of the headshot line. During the whole process of jumping, Chu Sheng's mouse never stopped, and he kept correcting the position of the muzzle with delicate operations. Wei Jiang had a bad feeling when he saw Chu Sheng turn around and jump. But at this moment, the magazine had been replaced, and he was doing the final reloading. When the horizontal line of the revolver moved to the window position on the 2nd floor of the school, Chu Sheng didn't even aim carefully. An experience and intuition from the gun god Neo was knocking on Chu Sheng frantically, telling him that this was the most suitable point for shooting in his intuition. This was completely the mysterious intuition accumulated by the gun god in tens of thousands of game competitions. Chu Sheng didn't hesitate at all, and the opportunity was fleeting. Bang! The first bullet was fired, and the muzzle of the revolver trembled like crazy towards the sky. At the same time, Chu Sheng's mouse was about to be pulled under the table, and the muzzle was pulled back in a very fast time to fire the second bullet. This has not stopped yet. Chu Sheng's mouse has all fallen under the table. He is using an extremely weird posture to park the mouse on the cabinet under the table, leaning sideways and firing the last bullet. At the same time, Wei Jiang also changed the magazine, aiming directly into the burst mode. But during this period, Wei Jiang made a small move. That is, subconsciously tilting his head and shooting sideways, and the bullets rustled towards Chu Sheng like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Wei Jiang took the first bullet firmly, but because he tilted his head to aim, the second 7.62 bullet flew past his ear and missed completely. When Wei Jiang heard the sound of the bullet hitting the target, a smile appeared on his face, and he no longer had the serious expression before. Since he narrowly avoided the second bullet, the battle should be over. Although you are very good, you still need to. Chu Sheng also saw Wei Jiang dodging the second bullet by tilting his head from a distance. However, Chu Sheng's face did not show any surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. No one can beat me in a duel at this time. The words Chu Sheng silently said were like a response to Wei Jiang. Then Chu Sheng raised the camera in the third-person perspective and saw the bright midday sun above the school. Wei Jiang was only halfway through his words when he was hit in the head by the third bullet that came immediately. R1895 knocked him down with a headshot. Until he fell down, Wei Jiang was completely confused. He tilted his head. Why did the third bullet still hit him? After Chu Sheng's headshot knockdown message popped up, he seemed to have been drained of his energy and spirit in an instant, and he looked extremely sleepy. The breakthrough limit just now was something that even Neo at his peak could not do. This was the result of Chu Sheng's 4 years of cultivation of powerful computing ability and logical reasoning, as well as the intuition, experience and shooting skills of the gun god Neo. No one could replicate the perfect operation just now with these two separate individuals. The bombing ended with Chu Sheng knocking down Wei Jiang. Now it seems that this bombing is more like a celebration of Chu Sheng's crown king. After climbing over the wall, he ran to Xiao Bai and squatted down to save people. You almost died just now. Do you know? Xiao Bai's tone was a little reproachful. But in the second half of the sentence, the meaning of reproach had completely disappeared. And even she herself could not explain what kind of emotion it was. After Chu Sheng helped Xiao Bai up, he squatted in the corner again and began to bandage. Looking at his less than 5 points of health left, he forced a smile and said, "It's okay. Using our 1895 during this period of time has a bonus effect. I will definitely not die." After getting up, Xiao Bai also hid nearby and started to pack the first aid kit. Looking at Chu Sheng, who was bandaging the bandage carefully, he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Su Xiaomu and Shinseki, who were hiding in the house area, naturally saw the knockout information in the upper right corner and almost jumped up with excitement. My brother knocked down the top domestic professional player Wei Jiang in a one-on-one situation. After this wave, let's see who dares to blacken Chu Sheng. But Shinseki saw more. Chu Sheng's level of strength can even beat professional players. As a new but popular anchor, he will definitely become a hot commodity when PUBG begins to seek professionalization and domestic capital begins to intervene. Chu Sheng's 5 bandages had drawn about half of the blood. And he stood up and said with a smile, "Okay, I'm going to go in and pay a formal visit to Wei Jiang now." The live broadcast room went crazy after Chu Sheng knocked Wei Jiang down. Everyone knew that Chu Sheng was very strong and that he had many tricks. But the anchor was just an anchor after all. And few could match the strength and vision of professional players. But Chu Sheng told everyone with his actions that he, Chu Sheng, could be fearless of any master in a solo situation. Fuck. Kneel down to my brother-in-law. Even Wei Jiang fell under his nerve gun. Who else in the country can punish this guy? Do you have to force me to ask Lu Lai Buddha to come out and suppress this beast? It's over. This guy killed Wei Jiang once. And he will definitely be more arrogant in the future. Our 1895 was shot in the head, with 2 consecutive shots from 100 meters away. And he knelt down. Chapter 308. Let's burn some incense before we go. I can't hit anyone with this gun from 10 meters away. And my brother-in-law actually used it as a sniper? Sorry. Let alone 10 meters. You're awesome if you can hit someone within 5 meters. The fans still felt it was so moving. And they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the end, it all turned into one word: reward. The operation just now was so wonderful. A revolver shot the enemy in the head from 100 meters away with low health. This plot would not be written even in a novel. Otherwise it would definitely be criticized by readers. Our 1895 shot the enemy in the head from 100 meters away. And the author should spend 98 to buy a game first. Author, I will pay money to buy the game. But all this really happened, making people feel like they are living in a dream. Xiao Bai did not go in to admire Wei Jiang's style. After all, going in with such a victorious attitude always seems a bit arrogant. After packing the medicine bag, he continued to lie on the grass. But this time Xiao Bai learned his lesson and lay in the corner of the wall, so that he would not be easily blown up by the sky fire. Wei Jiang's fans did not expect this ending at all. Wait, why did Wei Jiang suddenly run out of blood? I am still a little confused. Wasn't Wei Jiang still in an absolute advantage just now? How come he was killed by Chu Sheng in a blink of an eye? This guy is cheating. The fans were naturally indignant. And the crying monsters suddenly stopped crying and all began to fight for Wei Jiang. Moreover, at a distance of more than 100 meters, he shot a headshot with an R1895. Is this bullying the fans' IQ? Don't be ridiculous. This gun can hit people at a distance of 10 meters? Wei Jiang fell to the ground and carefully recalled the process just now. He dared not say anything else, although he didn't understand why the last bullet would hit him. Wei Jiang was sure that Chu Sheng didn't cheat. I lost this duel with all my heart. Chu Sheng didn't cheat. His strength is indeed better than mine. Wei Jiang admitted it straightforwardly and couldn't help but smile and said, in the end. He fired 3 bullets with his revolver. The first one was a steady headshot. I turned my head to avoid the second one. But I still don't understand how the third one hit me. Why not wait for this guy to come up and ask him later? Imagine that a person who doesn't even understand how he died. Isn't that inferior to the other person? Wei Jiang admitted generously that he has never been the strongest player in the national server, but just one of the top players. And he has more experience in big chrysanthemum view and tactics. At least in terms of shooting. He is not as good as his teammate Sigwa. Even Wei Jiang said so. And those fans who just shouted that Chu Sheng was cheating disappeared. Just being teased by a streamer one after another. And finally being killed in the end. Made those crazy fans who shouted 4M is awesome, and Wei Jiang is the first person every day feel a little embarrassed. Wei Jiang heard the footsteps, and simply crawled out of the corridor. After a few seconds, he really saw Chu Sheng coming upstairs. As soon as Chu Sheng came upstairs, he saw Wei Jiang lying on the ground to greet him, and hurriedly walked up to him, and lay on the ground. Wei Jiang was a little confused. What was this guy doing? Why are you lying there? Wei Jiang asked in confusion. Wei Jiang, who fell down, only lost 1/3 of his blood. And there was still plenty of time to chat. You said we are just acquaintances. And you were lying down when I just came upstairs. I am embarrassed to stand here. Chu Sheng's answer made everyone laugh. Even Wei Jiang's big face was smiling. And I don't know where his small eyes were narrowed. This is an interesting guy. The first shot hit my head. And I dodged the second shot by tilting my neck. I still don't understand what happened to the third shot. Why did it still hit me? Wei Jiang simply expressed his doubts. Because the other 3 teammates were still in the ruins. He couldn't see the death replay. And he didn't know how long he would have to wait. So he could only choose to ask Chu Sheng in person. The third shot? Ha ha ha. Chu Sheng didn't expect Wei Jiang to ask him this question as soon as they met. But when he thought of the scene when the last shot was fired, Chu Sheng couldn't help laughing. Wei was startled by Chu Sheng's sudden laughter. Why does this guy seem a bit crazy? Now it seems that being killed by this guy seems a bit of a loss. Chu Sheng is arrogant. You said that this is not a commercial exchange of praise in person. What are you laughing at? This kid is hopeless. It's over. He has never been so arrogant before. Do you think this guy will order a banner for himself after killing Wei Jiang this time? After listening to what you said, I think it is very likely. Wei didn't understand what was so funny about his question. This shot was indeed too metaphysical. I was shot even though I tilted my head. This is a bit unscientific. Normal people shoot at a certain point. Especially Chu Sheng's first 2 shots. If Wei Jiang didn't dodge the second bullet, he would also be shot in the head. Wei Jiang had another guess deep in his heart. That is, his tilted head action was also guessed by Chu Sheng. So there was a saying that the third bullet happened to hit him at an angle. But once this idea came up, Wei Jiang's back was chilled. If Chu Sheng could even calculate this, then this guy is no longer a human being. Ghosts and gods who can calculate are just like this. Right? Chu Sheng gradually stopped laughing. And then said, Then Wei Jiang? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Wow. Does this guy tell the difference between truth and lies? Wei Jiang thought for a moment and said, Then I'll listen to the lies first. The lies are, I actually expected you to tilt your head. So I fired 2 shots at the original position. And the last shot was deliberately offset a little. Just to prevent you from tilting your head and shooting. Wei Jiang's face was a little creepy. Why did this guy sound so true? This guy really thought he would tilt his head? But how did he know that he was tilting to the left instead of the right? Then what is the truth? Wei Jiang continued to ask. The truth is, the revolver had too much recoil. And I fired 3 shots. I dragged the mouse to the cabinet door under the desk. And it was knocked and offset a little. So I didn't have time to adjust it. At this moment, the 2 people's live broadcast room was completely silent. It seemed that a crow flew over everyone's head, taking away a series of black spots. Even Wei Jiang didn't expect that the real reason would be like this. He didn't know what to say. The fans in the live broadcast room were also confused. Well, this is pure luck. The bleeding effect on Wei Jiang's side was gradually coming to the bottom. After getting the answer from Chu Sheng, Wei Jiang had no doubts. Even if it was luck, it was also part of strength. After experiencing the PUBG Grand Prix, Wei Jiang understood these more clearly. The Fate Circle. The landing level 3 set. These luck factors will definitely affect the final result. This time the balance is on Chu Sheng's side. No problem. He lost with conviction. Okay. I'm going to die soon. Chu Sheng. You are really amazing. I hope we can have a chance to play together in the future. After Wei Jiang said that, the whole person turned into a box. At this time, Chu Sheng asked Xiaobai, Do you have a smoke bomb? Come up and give me one. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, not knowing what Chu Sheng suddenly wanted a smoke bomb for. But she really had one of this thing. After all, he is a master of his generation. Burn incense before leaving. Chapter 309 Wei Jiang's Collapse of Three Views. Wei Jiang just picked up the water cup and took a sip of water. The previous confrontation also consumed a lot of energy for him, so he wanted to take a break. But when he heard Chu Sheng's words, the water he drank in his mouth sprayed out directly. And the keyboard, screen, and camera were all wet. This guy is really good at making trouble. Seeing this, Wei Jiang didn't say anything and didn't clean up the mess on the table first, but quickly opened the teammate's OB view and stayed away from Chu Sheng. God knows what Chu Sheng will say if he continues to hang around. The Yingling monsters have never seen such a shameless anchor. This guy has a lot of tricks, which makes Wei Jiang suffer a series of setbacks. I guess Wei Jiang suffered more in a day than in the 3 minutes of fighting with Chu Sheng. But looking at it this way, this anchor is wild and imaginative, with a terrific shooting skill, and he always feels like a freak. No, it would be a shame not to follow such an interesting anchor. Let's go together. I want to see what else Chu Sheng has to offer. Even Wei Jiang, after cleaning the water stains on his computer and keyboard, held his thermos cup with wolfberries and chatted with his fans. Chu Sheng is really amazing. He has a strong understanding of the game and a strong grasp of shooting skills. He is one of the top domestic players. I have to say, this guy is also quite lucky. I didn't expect that the last bullet could hit the target. As soon as Wei Jiang finished speaking, all the Yingling monster in the live broadcast room who knew Chu Sheng laughed like pigs. Some people actually said that Chu Sheng was lucky. Is this not Li Ji? Wei Jiang looked at the ridicule of the viewers in the live broadcast room and didn't know what he said wrong for a moment. These guys usually Yingling when they have nothing to do. But at the critical moment, they were actually watching the show. They really don't mind watching. Chu Sheng is the most unlucky anchor in the PUBG section. And you actually said he is lucky? Carry donuts with you. Wash your hair in the bombing zone. And land without a gun. Let's learn about it. Wei Jiang was hungry for a moment. What the hell is this donut? Wei Jiang was still waiting to save the game just now and analyze it with the teaching materials of the combat team. So the picture was still on his teammates. Just now he had time. And with curiosity about Chu Sheng, Wei Jiang simply held his mobile phone and clicked into Chu Sheng's live broadcast room to watch. After all, he is a contracted anchor of Maoya TV. Going to Douyu to watch the live broadcast openly will be fine. But he also has other ways. That is, holding a mobile phone to watch the live broadcast. So there is no direct promotion of competitors. No problem. The monsters also got Wei Jiang's point. After all, they are all optimistic families. And a glance can up. Chu Sheng glanced at Wei Jiang's box, which was full of 9mm bullets. And the only medical supplies left were bandages, which were pitifully few. TSK. So poor. Chu Sheng looked at Wei Jiang's box with disdain, and then ran downstairs directly after throwing the smoke bomb. He remembered that there were several 5.56 rifles on the first floor, so it would be more economical to pick one up to arm himself. Xiaobai followed Chu Sheng to the first floor. And this guy introduced proudly, "Look, I got all these boxes on the ground. Take whatever you want. Don't be polite." Xiaobai rolled his eyes and ignored Chu Sheng. If there was something, Chu Sheng would not rush up to fight with Wei Jiang with an R1895. As a result, when Chu Sheng came back more than 10 seconds later, the Uzi on his body was replaced with an M4. Xiaobai looked at the M4 on Chu Sheng's back and wondered if this guy was stupid. If he had taken the M4 to fight Wei Jiang, he would have won long ago. Chu Sheng inexplicably received 5 points of complaints from Xiaobai. And with Wei Jiang's complaints that Chu Sheng had annoyed him, Chu Sheng's complaints value once again reached 150 points. The ultimate move, bad luck transfer. Chu Sheng considered for a moment and did not release it first. Wait until the game is about to end before considering transferring it. Now that the gun god has been possessed, Chu Sheng is not at all weak. The school has been completely cleared by Chu Sheng, and he has become the final school bully. Qin Siki and Su Xiaomu are guarding the outdoor housing area, so there is no problem for the time being. Only the sound of gunfire can be heard faintly from the school district building. As an enthusiastic citizen, when he heard about the shooting incident in the school, he naturally went to persuade them to stop fighting. Let's go. Persuade them to stop fighting. The fans are still immersed in the scene of Chu Sheng's counter-killing of Wei Jiang just now. Before, Chu Sheng's self-proof was just to make it clear that he did not cheat. But this wave of killing Wei Jiang, and Wei Jiang's recognition, has a very different meaning. Because of this, Chu Sheng can rank among the top players of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in one fell swoop. Just when the fans were still excitedly discussing the exciting confrontation just now, there were suddenly many more in the barrage. Millions of homeless monsters are here to report. The optimistic family is here to pay their respects. In an instant, the live broadcast room was almost swallowed up by monsters, covering up all the original barrages, which shows how powerful Wei Jiang's appeal and fans are. Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage, and even the popularity of the live broadcast room instantly went up a level. He thought that only Wei Jiang himself could have such appeal. However, Chu Sheng also knew that he could not check the room across platforms. As for the previous cross-platform check of Daimu's room, didn't he have a contract yet? Chu Sheng didn't say anything to welcome Wei Jiang to the live broadcast room, but he smiled and gave a look that everyone understood, which was self-evident. Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai rushed directly towards the school district building. This charging posture stunned Wei Jiang as soon as it came out. There was no cover along the way. Normal people would go around the mountain behind to attack the school district building. Right? How could Chu Sheng rush directly and swagger over? Even the fans in Wei Jiang's live broadcast room were all stunned. This charge was too reckless. Right? Chu Sheng used to rush into the building like this? The fans of the optimistic family couldn't help asking. Isn't this guy afraid of being targeted by the people in the building? This is considered cautious. You haven't seen Chu Sheng rush into the building with a 98k. 98k can also charge the building? Not only the optimistic family was confused. Rao Wei Jiang was also confused. Why does this sound like it is not the same game? When will 98k be able to charge the building? No. I have to ask Zigua and the others later. What if I get hit by someone in the building? These newcomers continued to ask. And they suddenly realized that after entering Chu Sheng's live broadcast room, their entire worldview was impacted. It's like the best assault rifle was originally the M4. But suddenly one day someone told you that the AKM is easy to use and can suppress the gun without thinking, which will make people doubt the settings they have mastered before. Just fight back. Chapter 310. This operation can't be learned. Counterattack. Is it so easy? It feels like the fans here are playing a different game. You can just counterattack directly. If it's so easy to counterattack, who would think about tactical attack all day long? These fans who were frustrated also moved their stools and wanted to see how Chu Sheng attacked the building in this so-called deviant way. Wei Jiang was tired of watching on her mobile phone, so she simply opened AKA's computer next to her and logged into Chu Sheng's live broadcast room. After all, when watching live broadcasts with a mobile phone, the screen is too small and many details are not easy to see clearly. In order to prevent the super administrator of Maya TV from saying that he was idle to make up the live broadcast time, Wei Jiang also tilted the camera of his computer to face AKA's computer, so that he could capture his screen. He silently praised his wit. At this time, AKA, Zigua and PPT also came back after having a good meal. Seeing that Wei Jiang did not use his own computer, but sat next to AKA's computer, the three of them became suspicious. Wei Jiang, what are you doing with my computer? AKA came up with his glasses and found that Wei Jiang was watching the anchors of other live broadcast platforms during the live broadcast. I gave Wei Jiang a thumbs up. You are awesome. Others also came up, but they all agreed not to point it out. It was just that Wei Jiang had some impression of the anchor, but he couldn't name it. This is Chu Sheng, who was filmed by the cameraman yesterday. Just now, I played a game with him in a 4-person team. I took the initiative, but he killed me. After Wei Jiang finished speaking, Zigua, AKA, and PPT were stunned. Being killed by a self-proclaimed anchor. There is something in this operation. You mean he, AKA, as the commander of the 4M team, immediately realized what Wei Jiang meant. So Wei Jiang was here to see what kind of high-tech this guy was driving. However, Wei Jiang shook his head and said in a very serious expression, this guy didn't cheat. His operation, awareness, and even understanding of the game are better than mine. With a little bit of luck, I was killed. I will replay the video of the game later, so that we can learn together. Wei Jiang's words shocked the other three people. Even the taciturn Zigua couldn't help asking, Wei Jiang, are you making a joke and fooling us? Yes. There are not many people in China who can surpass you in operation awareness and even understanding. Right? PPT also said. Anyway, Wei Jiang's words were mysterious, and the three people felt that this guy must have teamed up with fans to play a prank on them. Hush. Let's watch this wave of attacking the building first. When Wei Jiang saw Chu Sheng preparing to attack the building, he immediately made the 3 chattering people quiet down. So in the 4M base, the 4 people all sat in front of AKA's computer, and 4 pairs of eyes were all staring at the screen through the camera of Wei Jiang's computer. This scene was all played in the live broadcast room. Don't go to the mountain. Just run on the road without cover? AKA was the team commander. Seeing Chu Sheng's extremely unrestrained movement, he couldn't help but frown. PPT was the assaulter in the team. This kind of stupid assault on the building made his scalp numb. Chu Sheng's fans said that this is his personal characteristic. Wei Jiang repeated what the fans just said. If the people upstairs intercepted, these 2 people would be ruined. AKA was not polite. If someone targeted them on this road without cover, they would be beaten so badly that even their mothers would not recognize them. With this level, he rushed upstairs and killed Wei Jiang alone? Haha. AKA really thought Wei Jiang was joking because the 3 of them went out to eat delicious food without him. This time, Wei Jiang said the shocking words he saw just now. Chu Sheng's fans said that if someone sold interception, wouldn't it be enough to fight back? Suddenly, the entire training base fell silent. Chu Sheng rushed towards the school district housing with the red dot M4. From the sound, it seemed that there were sounds in the 6th school district housing. The footsteps of the 2 people outside also attracted the attention of the players in the school district white building. After running a little, he saw 2 people running towards him from the school. Without cover, he dared to run over so ostentatiously. Could it be Li Ji? He leaned out of the window and aimed at the 2 people with a 4X Mini 14 in his hand. The moment this guy appeared in the window, Chu Sheng noticed his existence. No nonsense. No nonsense. Just follow the original words of Chu Sheng's fans. Shoot me with your head? Be prepared to be hit back by me. With Chu Sheng's indifferent tone, the red dot M4 was turned on, and the bullets were fired 4 times in full automatic mode. And a dark green blood flower burst out from the enemy's head in the window. And then a message of Chu Sheng's headshot gradually emerged from the bottom of the character. Chu Sheng's steady shooting made the 4 people slightly distracted. Just when they wanted to decide that his shooting was super stable, a head suddenly appeared from the 2nd floor window. Chu Sheng's gun rotation was extremely fast, and he locked this guy almost in an instant. And 3 more shots hit his forehead. It was the other party who aimed first, but he fell to the ground without firing a single shot. I thought it was over, but the scene quickly changed, and Chu Sheng's gun was pointed at the high-rise building of the school district on the right. Before anyone could see clearly, he fired 3 shots in full automatic and fast single-point mode, clearing out the enemies at the high point. The 4 people were all stunned. This shooting skill is quite amazing. And the guy on the building next to them was not noticed by the 4 of them. How did Chu Sheng find out? Chu Sheng continued to run towards the school district building. Although the 2 guys in the front building were not killed directly, it meant that there were still people inside. But for the time being, there will be no obstacles on their way to the house. Even Xiaobai, who was following behind Chu Sheng, was stunned when Chu Sheng turned to the right rooftop and saw blood bursting. This arrogant and cold man who liked to fight realized that there was another person here. But Chu Sheng was clearly fighting the people in the school district building in front of him. So how did he notice the guy on the right? The guy on the rooftop on the right. When did you notice him? Xiaobai's cold voice sounded. If he was not really curious, Xiaobai would rather hold back and not say a word. The water friends and the 4 people from 4M also subconsciously moved forward. They were also curious about this question. Fortunately, Xiaobai asked it. Otherwise it would become a mystery. With the cameraman recording the screen, it was impossible to tell that Chu Sheng had used any high-tech. His gun control was so steady that it was breathtaking. And there was not even a trace of fluctuation. Just like a beam laser gun. Chu Sheng looked like he was operating normally, and it was not worth mentioning. He said easily, when I shot the 2nd person and rescoped the red dot, before the red dot lens was fully opened, I saw the guy on the roof on the right climb up from the corner of my eye. So I knew it. Chu Sheng's words were neither salty nor bland, as if he had done something very ordinary. The netizens also thought that Chu Sheng had sharp eyes and outstanding dynamic vision, and just kept praising him. But the 4 people in the 4M base were shocked at the moment. This dynamic visual was too awesome. This reaction and shooting skills are absolutely top-notch in China. Wei Jiang looked back at the team's assaulter PPT, who suddenly reacted and waved his hands wildly, saying, "Don't look at me. I can't learn this operation." Chapter 311 Wake Up. This is not an offline match. PPT also felt a chill in his back. He is an assaulter. Yes. If he only killed the first two people, he could do it without any accidents. But he really didn't notice the guy on the roof on the right. Not to mention him. Even Ziguo, the best sniper with 4M dynamic vision, probably didn't notice the guy on the roof just now. And Chu Sheng actually said that he saw it with his peripheral vision when he opened the red dot. Which is even more ridiculous. You should know that the time for opening the red dot is a few tenths of a second. And when the red dot is opened, the screen will enter a blurred state. It feels like seeing flowers in the fog. In this state, Chu Sheng can still see clearly. It can only be said that his dynamic vision is stronger than Ziguo. The 4 people of 4M are more shocked than all the water friends. Although there are players with higher levels among the water friends, they are limited to this. Unlike professional players, like them who play practice games every day and have a stable feel. Their exploration and understanding of this game are several levels higher than normal players, who mainly play for entertainment. So they can see Chu Sheng's abnormality more. Just this point has convinced PPT and Wei Jiang. Ziguo has not expressed any opinion yet. In his opinion, Chu Sheng's previous wave of operations can be regarded as the awareness of a top attacker. But in terms of operations, many professional players from first-class teams in China can also do it steadily. So according to what he has observed so far, Chu Sheng has the ability to become the best domestic attacker. After all, the domestic FPS market has been sluggish for many years. China has always been a strong country. And there is a shortage of attackers. Even in major clubs, the attackers are all the same. And there is no outstanding player in terms of strength. In China, more efforts are made to explore the 2 positions of sniper and commander. AK and Ziguo have the same idea. This person's dynamic vision and reaction ability are amazing. Even in the domestic professional player circle, he is one of the top ones. Chu Sheng rushed downstairs, kicked the door open, and rushed in without saying a word. Although he was a little tired after fighting with Wei Jiang just now, Chu Sheng could still deal with these ordinary players with average reaction speed. Switch to the S686 shotgun directly. At this moment of attacking the building, no weapon is as useful as a shotgun. The best weapon is the S12K with a fast expansion magazine. The 8-shot burst is so powerful that it can kill gods and Buddhas. Dong dong dong. The footsteps of Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai sounded like the death warrant from the black and white impermanence of hell. And it sounded like the drumbeats that kept approaching, which made people panic. There was only one teammate on the upstairs team. Chu Sheng rushed to the second floor and rushed in directly when he saw the open door. At a glance, he saw the enemy lying in the corner without being rescued. He put away the shotgun, picked up his butcher knife, and stabbed the pig's head accurately and ruthlessly. The adult piglet grunted and turned directly into a finished can in the wooden box. Looking at Chu Sheng's unrestrained movement and operation, the 4M players felt that they couldn't bear to watch. If he rushed to the building like this in a professional game, he would have died 1,800 times. Chu Sheng only had 10 shotgun bullets, so he had to use them sparingly. In this case, he would not shoot if he could. Before he came out of the school, Chu Sheng had already jumped out of 12 kills. When the 4M team saw this kill count, the other 3 people except Wei Jiang were all stunned. Wait, let me eat some shit and calm down. This is only the second safe zone. Right? 12 kills in school. What's going on? The 3 people all looked at Wei Jiang, who shrugged and remembered Chu Sheng's previous scam of players, and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. This guy pretended to sell transformation devices on the plane and trick more than 30 guys into jumping schools. Then I was on the second floor, and he was on the first floor. I used Uzi to kill about 10 people. And this guy was on the first floor, using a revolver. Playing McCree's Noon has a ride voice while killing with headshots. Because Ziguo was born as an Overwatch player, he immediately spit out a mouthful of salt soda after knowing Chu Sheng's trick. The other 2 were also choked by saliva and started coughing wildly. This guy has a lot of tricks. Only Wei Jiang said seriously, I have noticed that every kill of this guy is killed with a revolver. And they are all headshot kills. Including you? Ziguo's expression became serious at this time. For a sniper, headshot kill is the ultimate goal. Maybe snipers are given many other tasks, but the greatest value of his existence is to deal a one-time fatal blow to the enemy. Therefore, professional players need to have a thorough understanding of the trajectory, damage and attributes of sniper rifles. And the most important thing is the headshot rate. So when Ziguo heard that Chu Xing killed with a 100% headshot with R1895, his whole state was different. Just now, he said that Chu Xing could only become the top assaulter in the country. But in a blink of an eye, this terrifying 100% headshot rate made him manic. A strange thought formed in Ziguo's mind. Could this guy also be strong with a sniper rifle? While several people were thinking, Chu Xing asked Xiaobai to stay and lick the box. And he took out the shotgun and continued to rush upstairs. Chu Xing's rush upstairs can be said to be completely unsystematic, without any throwing objects to cover, just using his face to hit. The 4-4-meter players were terrified. If the opponent was a little more skilled and had rules and regulations, Chu Xing could be blocked from getting up. Rushing upstairs, the door on the left was open, and the door on the right was closed. Chu Xing snorted. This situation must be on the right. And the closed door must be the person inside, who had just been helped up, and was still fighting. Chu Xing pushed the door without saying a word and switched to the first-person mode. And the two were almost done at the same time. The two people in the room were very far apart. The guy who was helped up was drinking a drink in the partition by the window, and the other was squatting in the corner of the toilet door. After Chu Xing entered the house, he jumped to avoid the dense bullets, and then shot the man against the wall with a shotgun in the air. Then the player who was drinking the beverage immediately interrupted the action and took out the gun. But before he could open the scope to shoot, Chu Xing jumped up again after landing, and pulled the view back with a graceful dragonfly touch. Bang! Another powerful shotgun shot directly shattered the man into a box. While chatting and laughing, he killed 3 people in the school district building. This series of actions was all condensed in just 2 seconds. Although the opponent responded, no bullet fell on Chu Xing, and a team was killed without injury. 14 kills. The bright red words frightened everyone. This guy's unrestrained attack style and reaction speed made 4M see an unprecedented arrogance. After a long time, Wei Jiang, with a dry throat, uttered a word, which seemed to comfort the other members of 4M. Wake up. This is not an offline game. It's just a normal match. Chapter 312. Please stop showing off. Wei Jiang's reminder made the 3 people look a little better, and they quickly realized that this was just a casual match, not a professional match. Professional matches focus on tactics and execution, and good shooting skills are even the most basic elements to enter professional matches. Although Chu Xing's shooting skills and reactions are extremely terrifying, if the rush just now was placed in a professional match, PPT and AK are confident that they will teach Chu Xing a lesson. They have dealt with this kind of rush hundreds of times in practice matches. And even if Chu Xing has a spray gun, they are confident that they can stop him. As the team's general commander, Wei Jiang needs to study hard, but he cannot dampen the morale of the team members. As a team leader, or even a boss, he does a good job in this regard, and can often extinguish the situation at the initial stage. Chu Xing did not stop after he solved one team. He searched the house, and found 10 lead bullets for shotguns. He put them on his body, and ran to the roof. It is very troublesome to fight in this school district building. You can only fight against the iron window. It is better to be on the roof platform with a wide view. As for the question of what to do if someone hits you without a cover on the roof platform, I think everyone knows the standard answer this time. If you are hit, can't you just fight back? Chu Xing came to the roof first, and Xiaobai followed him. These people who jumped to the school district house occupied the building one by one, and stuck each other so that no one could leave. The guy on the right building did not jump to kill, so he should have been rescued. But Chu Xing didn't care at all, whether to save him or not. He would die soon anyway. What difference does it make? Xiaobai, throw a grenade to the right building and see. Standing on the roof, the view is wide, but there is no shelter. The edge of the building is not a low wall, but an iron fence built with steel bars as thick as fingers. There is no way to hide people or block bullets. Chu Xing's choice to rush to the roof made the 4M people frown. This guy's actions are no different from those players who have played for 200 or 300 hours. They will never come up to a place like a rooftop without a shelter. If someone throws a few grenades at this, won't he be blown down directly from the building? This kind of rooftop, as 4M's internal words say, is 100% dangerous and 10% beneficial. They want to see what astonishing moves Chu Xing can make on the rooftop. Xiaobai's fragmentation grenade attracted the attention of the school district building on the right, because the school district building where Chu Xing is located is a building located on a sunken slope. So although the number of floors is similar, It is naturally shorter than other buildings, so the field of vision is naturally not as good as the buildings behind. Xiaobai saw the guy sticking his head out of the window on the third floor on the right, and without saying a word, he cut out the Mini-14 he had just picked up and started firing. Chu Xing still trusts Xiaobai's shooting skills. After all, he has been protected behind Xiaobai before, and knows that among ordinary players, Xiaobai's shooting skills are outstanding. Ignoring the people in the school district building on the right, Chu Xing and his companions directly formed two fronts and saw the people in the building in front of him. Without saying a word, he jumped off the roof. This bold choice made everyone in 4M open their mouths wide. Is this guy so fierce? There was still a distance of more than 10 meters between the two buildings. Chu Xing took the lead in jumping on the roof, and then landed on the iron fence for a second boost to ensure that he could reach the maximum long jump distance. This little trick can be done by anyone who often plays games. However, just after Chu Xing jumped up, a person suddenly flashed out from the window of the opposite house. The fierce gunfire in the building just now naturally attracted the attention of the people nearby. This person held back from attacking when Chu Xing was on the rooftop, just to wait for this guy to rush over and get close to him to attack. Unexpectedly, this guy did not choose to take the stairs, but jumped over directly, completely becoming a living target. In the state of being unavoidable in the air, it would be a bit unreasonable not to attack. Immediately flashed out and aimed. When the person in the window flashed out, the four people in 4M all opened their eyes wide, and only one thought came to the bottom of their hearts. Chu Xing was definitely going to GG this time, and he paid the price for his recklessness. However, the four people's eyes were focused on the game perspective, and they did not notice Chu Xing's calm expression in the small window. He knew early on that there was someone in this building. Just now, there was intense gunfire. Even when he was rushing up the building, he also heard gunfire from the next building. The position came right, and he could almost estimate the position of the person on the second floor. Chu Xing was holding a shotgun in his hand, and when he saw this person rushing out, he simply shot him. Within a range of 5 meters, this shotgun fell on the window, and was caught by this guy with his body. How could he not die? Just when he fell to the first floor, Chu Xing saw a guy squatting in the room on the first floor of the side door, holding a gun and blocking the door. This was very smart. At the moment when he was about to land, another shotgun shot directly through the window. All the shotgun shells hit people, and only a small amount splashed on the wall, knocking down another person, pointing at the ground with his fingers, bending down to absorb shock and landing on the ground. Chu Xing kicked the door while loading bullets. The viewers in the live broadcast room had already seen Chu Xing. A shotgun that didn't make any sense. Seeing him again was just a surprise that this guy perfectly turned the rush into a violent aesthetic and acrobatic special effects. But the people of Yingying Monster and 4M team had only seen this method of using a shotgun in wonderful videos. It was really unreasonable to spray two people directly in the air across the building. Moreover, the enemy was the first to discover Chu Xing, but he was sprayed down by him. This reaction, as well as the judgment of the landing point of the gun in the air, made several people gasp. Just now they had sentenced Chu Xing to death in their hearts, and they were definitely going to be taught a lesson. But this guy knocked down two people with a backhand, which was completely unreasonable. It really slapped PPT and AK in the face. It hurt a little. Xiaobai knocked down a person in the side building, but was also attacked by fierce artillery fire. He immediately chose to hide back in the house to recover and look for another opportunity. This kind of disconnected battle between the two people. Even Wei Jiang glanced at AKA and said guiltily, "We don't need this tactic if we can." The first thing to do after pushing open the door was to shoot the guy guarding the door on the first floor. There was nothing wrong with the team's thinking. One person guarded the building at the door, and tried to steal people upstairs. It was a pity that they met Chu Xing, who rushed in and directly destroyed the original plan and tone. The number of kills reached 15. This time the number of kills was a bit too much. And there was also a very valuable Wei Jiang head. Chu Xing's fans were already expecting this guy to break the record with 29 kills. In the 4M base, the three people's eyes were all on the PPT, which made his small body with glasses completely unable to bear it. At this moment, he just wanted to cry and say, "Please stop showing off." Chapter 313, It is better to give a fish than to teach her how to fish. Really don't look at me. Even if I was given a chance in the game, I would definitely not do it. PPT seemed calm and cautious, but in fact, he was in a panic. He adjusted his glasses and said hurriedly, "If the show is successful, it will definitely become a classic scene. But if it is not successful, and becomes someone else's background board, then the end." The fat man in the seat now has a broken mentality of one arrow back then. After Chu Sheng finished it, he did not search the box, but reloaded the bullet and went straight to the second floor. Just after entering the door, Chu Sheng heard the sound of footsteps upstairs. And there should be 2 footsteps. Chu Sheng could already guess the actions of the 2 people. One was saving people, and the other was on guard. At this time, Chu Sheng came to the second floor, and without saying a word, he seemed to have turned on the perspective and automatic aiming, and ran directly into the room where someone was. The man with the gun inside stared at the door, listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, and the sweat on his palms became more and more dense. But unexpectedly, Chu Sheng did not run in directly, but jumped and swung his body, without saying a word, and directly took away the guy squatting in the corner with a gun. And then another one went to the side of the living room, and sprayed again. And 3 kills popped out instantly. 18 kills. Killing people is like drinking water. The operation of these 2 spray guns is exactly the same as the previous one. But it succeeded again. When watching anchors rushing upstairs or broadcasting professional games, rushing upstairs is always a cautious thing. Either they get stuck in the corner of the building and use mines, or they pull the gun line and throw smoke bombs to rush upstairs. It is rare for Chu Sheng to rush upstairs with a spray gun. However, the reaction of this wave of rushing upstairs, coupled with a powerful S686 for M's assaulter PPT, also looked desperate. He really couldn't learn this routine of rushing upstairs with his face. PPT also completely remembered Chu Sheng, this outlier among the assaulters. He can already foresee the scene in the future when he plays training games. Wei Jiang and his teammates tease him to use Chu Sheng's method to rush upstairs. After dealing with one team, Chu Sheng did not stay for long, because when he rushed up the building just now, he noticed that Xiao Bai's health line dropped sharply. There must be a problem with the battle in the next building, and he was focused on. He immediately squatted at the window to look for flaws. "Are you okay?" Chu Sheng couldn't help but ask, seeing that Xiao Bai was seriously injured. He wondered if she had any medical supplies, and whether she needed cover. "Okay." Xiao Bai's answer was very straightforward. She had all the boxes of the 3 people downstairs, so she had no shortage of medical supplies. But she didn't have such a powerful skill as Chu Sheng, and couldn't take on 3 people by herself. So she was beaten down from the rooftop in a mess. The people in this building were also very careful. After all, the kills in the upper right corner were constantly being posted by S686, so it was hard not to remember. Chun Siki and Su Xiaomu became spectators again. They had agreed to help them get kills, but now Chu Sheng was the only one posting. The 2 were very unhappy. "Brother, when will we get kills?" Su Xiaomu's sweet and pleasant voice appeared in the live broadcast room. And Chu Sheng suddenly remembered that the first task of this game was to help the 2 get a few more kills. The killing was too intense at school just now, so Chu Sheng completely forgot about it. "You probably forgot it. You must have thought it was a duo with Xiao Bai." Chun Siki's assist was also steady and accurate. Chu Sheng laughed and quickly let the matter go. He said, "Then you 2 come over now. I'll leave you a few fresh heads." All the fans were amused when they heard this. Chu Sheng was getting cocky again. "Do you think this is a supermarket sale? Who can get a share? How many heads are left?" The people from 4M also laughed. This guy's words are quite funny. But there is still talk of leaving heads? It is estimated that before the 2 people run over from the housing area, the battle here will be over? Besides, will these enemies be stupid enough to wait for people to come and collect? Obviously, it does not exist. However, AK, Zigwa and PPT heard these 2 female voices. Why do they sound so familiar? This voice is Chun Siki? AKA was surprised to find that this voice was the voice of Chun Siki, the #1 female singer on Douyu. Another voice is also easy to recognize. It is so sweet and charming when it is with Chun Siki. Isn't it Douyu Xiaojizi? Wei Jiang is no longer surprised at this time. Chu Sheng is Xiaojizi's brother, so it is normal for several people to play together. And Wei Jiang looked at the hot search yesterday. It seems that when Chu Sheng proved himself, Chun Siki also pulled Tuzi and Shujua to help. Why can Chu Sheng play with 3 beauties? But I have to play with you 3. Zigwa was halfway through his words, when he suddenly felt 3 sharp eyes staring at him. A strong murderous intent spread, making him a little suffocated. With his skills, it will be no problem for him to leave 3 girls. Okay? PPT is now completely convinced. At least in the role of an attacker. Chu Sheng's strength can already crush any professional attacker in the country. Not only is he quick to react, but he is also quick and decisive in his attacks, without any delay. And his ideas are even more imaginative, making it hard to defend against. However, Zigwa obviously doesn't think so. He started out as an Overwatch player, and was also a passerby king in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds before. Only then did he join the 4M team under the introduction of SY and serve as a sniper. As a strong link in 4M, Zigwa's talent and strength have long been recognized by everyone. Chu Sheng's talent in the assault position is obvious to all. But if you want to convince Zigwa, you have to convince him in the field he is good at. Unless his sniper rifle level is better than mine. I will not admit that he is better than me. Everyone smiled and shook their heads. Zigwa is the youngest in the team, and they usually treat him like a younger brother. But it is a bit too much to ask someone to crush the top domestic professional players in both the assault and sniper positions. Just imagine, if you can convince 4M, the top domestic team, in both the assault and sniper positions. How strong must this person's personal strength and talent be? Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu in the housing area heard Chu Sheng's call, and they ran out of the housing area like 2 pigs at dinner, grunting and running towards the school district housing. Hit slowly, and leave some heads for me. Su Xiaomu was afraid that Chu Sheng would not be able to stop the automatic rifle, so he gave Chu Sheng a special warning. Since he wanted to leave some heads for the 2 of them, he didn't rush to kill the people in the remaining buildings. The next safe zone was in the air raid shelter, which was not far from the school, and he could run directly into the circle. So he was not in a hurry. Chapter 314, a way to play that even 4M doesn't know. Chu Sheng licked the 3 boxes in the building, and he actually found a 98K. Zigwa's heart skipped a beat when he saw the sniper rifle. Could it be that this guy was going to show off a sniper rifle just as he said it? It can be seen that Chu Sheng was also stunned for a moment. But he did not directly change to 98K, but picked up the smoke bombs and grenades in the box. When attacking a building like this, the spray gun is still useful. As for this 98K, of course, everyone in the school district house should be killed before taking it. Chu Sheng's idea is good, but when the fans saw a 98K in the box, they immediately started to make trouble. Chu Sheng, there is a 98K in the box. Pick it up and attack the building. Quickly replace the rubbish gun S686. This gun can't attack the building at all. Hey, the anchor is inflated. It was not like this the day before yesterday. He swore to tell us that 98K is a great weapon for attacking the building. But now he just ignores it. The anchor killed Wei Jiang once. His value has increased, and he no longer hangs out with us water friends with mud on the soles of our shoes. Hey, the water friends also taught Chu Sheng a lesson. This wave of rhythm was so steady and accurate that even Chu Sheng himself couldn't help but feel that it was too much. The people from 4M saw the rhythm of these fans and tried to trick Chu Sheng. These guys are really talented. They actually said that 98K is a great weapon for attacking buildings and S686 is a piece of trash with only 2 bullets. Wei Jiang was so amused. It turned out that those who like Chu Sheng's live broadcast are not easy to deal with. In this situation, they actually tried to trick Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng looked at the guys who were leading the rhythm on the barrage, and even some of the crying monsters followed suit. 98K attacking buildings. That scene must be very beautiful. Chu Sheng frowned slightly and said on the box, "You are trying to force me to death." Although he said so, he still obediently threw away the shotgun and replaced it with a brand new 4X scope 98K. Wow, you really changed it? This move directly confused 4M. He thought Chu Sheng would laugh and turn the story around. But he didn't expect that this guy really obediently threw away the shotgun and picked up the 98K. But he definitely won't use the 98K to attack the building. It's not a big problem to use the M4. PPT, as a full-time assaulter, began to analyze Chu Sheng's reaction and gun control ability. Even if he uses the M4 to attack the building, he can still kill people in seconds. This has already been demonstrated just now. There is no doubt about it. Others thought so too. They probably just picked it up to find a slope for themselves. But they would definitely switch to assault rifles when attacking the building. Chu Sheng loaded the bullets and looked at Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki, who were running towards this side, preparing to go to the bottom of the opposite building to meet a wave. As soon as he walked out of the door on the first floor, there was a cloud of dust under his feet, and bullets fell densely, sending Chu Sheng back to the door in one wave. Chu Sheng was completely confused, and it took him a long time to react. Fuck. I was going to keep you little piglets and kill pigs for the new year, but I didn't expect it to jump like this. Chu Sheng squatted in the room and began to wrap the bandages, then complained to Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki, "Look, this guy wanted to keep it for you, but this group of thorns insisted on making trouble for me, and I wanted to come out to meet you, but I was beaten back directly." Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki also saw Chu Sheng's health drop sharply. In this case, let alone leading a kill for the two of them, whether they could safely come over from the house area to join up was another matter. "Okay, I'll allow you to kill these troublemakers. It's just the right time to kill a chicken to scare the monkey to set an example." Su Xiaomu also imitated the Queen Mother's tone, which was obviously a blackmail to Chu Sheng, the little eunuch. What could Chu Sheng do? He could only shake his head helplessly, after pulling the bloodline and drinking a can of Fat House happy water to calm down. Chu Sheng took out the 98K and rushed out again. The same road, naturally faced the same treatment. The only difference is that Chu Sheng already has the legal right to shoot, before the guy in the building shoots first. Chu Sheng shoots down a man at the second floor window in front of him with a sniper scope. "You have no sense. You actually want to stop me twice at the same place," Chu Sheng muttered to himself, and then rushed downstairs in 3 or 2 steps. Wei Jiang has never seen Chu Sheng use a sniper rifle. After all, when fighting with him, Chu Sheng was holding an R-1895. Just now, they thought that Chu Sheng would do something at the window of the house after getting the order to fire, but they didn't expect that this guy would rush out with a 98K without saying a word. Secondly, right after he went out, this guy actually shot someone with a sniper. This shot stunned the 4 people. How did this guy know there was someone here? Just now Chu Sheng went out and was targeted, but he hid back in the house and didn't pay attention to where the person on the other side was, because it was Chu Sheng's live broadcast. What Chu Sheng could see, the 4 of them could also see. But in this wave just now, let's not talk about the sniper. Just how this guy locked on, the 4 of them didn't understand. The key is that this wave of netizens were all amazed at the sniper, and no one mentioned how Chu Sheng found the person. And the 4 of them were so anxious that they scratched their heads. "AK, you have an account here, right? I want to ask you something." Wei Jiang first asked for AK's consent, and then directly used AK's registration number on Douyu to start asking questions. However, this person's question was immediately covered by a large number of 666, as if it had disappeared into the sea, without a trace. Wei Jiang couldn't help it now, so he picked up his phone and started asking questions, and even shouted directly at the camera of his computer, "You can also help me ask Chu Sheng. How did this guy know the location of people so accurately?" After Wei Jiang spoke, the group of crying monsters naturally raised their flags and rushed over directly. This time, there were more people brushing, and Chu Sheng kicked the door open and ran into the house. The footsteps upstairs were thumping, and it was obvious that they had prepared for defense. I glanced at the comments and wanted to see these guys bragging, but I didn't expect that half of the comments turned into how to see people. Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, and rushed upstairs while saying, "The gunshots, the landing points of the bullets. The most jumpy thing just now was this guy, holding an AKM and firing. And when I went out, the first thing I saw was the gunfire." Chu Sheng rushed to the corner of the stairs as soon as he finished speaking. He still didn't seem to want to change the 98K in his hand. The 4 people who hadn't digested Chu Sheng's words just now looked at Chu Sheng holding the 98K, with a look of surprise on their faces. Is this guy really going to charge the building with a Type 98K? Isn't this a suicide mission? Can a Type 98K charge the building? This was a question that came to the minds of the 4 people at the same time. Then they thought of the mechanism of the Type 98K bolt-action rifle that fires 1 round and reloads 1 round, which immediately put an end to this idea. Charging the building with a Type 98K will only result in death. 1. Chapter 315. Wei Jiang frowned, thinking that this matter was not simple. The 4 people had sentenced Chu Sheng to death in their hearts. At most, he could shoot 1 person in the head when he rushed up, and then he was shot to death when he pulled the bolt to reload. After all, the pause interval between pulling the bolt and reloading the 98K is too large. As long as the opponent is not a fool, he can kill Chu Sheng during the reloading time. With the shooting license of Su Xiaomu and Shinseki, Chu Sheng went directly through the door after he touched downstairs. The monsters who came over from Wei Jiang's live broadcast room also expressed doubts about Chu Sheng holding the 98K and rushing upstairs. 98K rushing upstairs. Could it be Li Ji? This gun can be used from a distance. It's just a firewood stick in close combat. This is the first time I've seen someone use a 98K to charge a building. Can it hit anyone? The anchor killed Wei Jiang. He is probably too arrogant. However, the fans who watched Chu Sheng's live broadcast sneered at this statement. If you haven't seen a 98K charge a building, you are too young. Today I will open your eyes. Have you seen a crossbow kill someone from 200 meters away? Chu Sheng, basic operation. Basic operation. Sit down. Chu Sheng's fans all have an inexplicable confidence in him. After all, this kind of operation has been demonstrated before. And if Chu Sheng gets the gun, nothing is impossible. For them, they can do harm and set the pace. But if others say Chu Sheng is not good, they will not be happy. Chu Sheng is bold and careful. After rushing into the house, he rushed to the second floor without saying a word, because knocking down one person will definitely restrain other enemies from rescuing. So the opponent now has at most 2 firepower, or rush directly to the corner of the stairs. Chu Sheng muttered something at the corner of his mouth, as if he was counting down the time to save people. The 4 people of 4M were all focused, looking at Chu Sheng's expression and appearance. This guy said that he was not joking when he said he would use 98K to rush up the building. At least up to now, he has no intention of changing his gun. Chu Sheng paused at the corner of the stairs and explained to his friends, this team is more playful. Just now after entering the door on the first floor, I heard footsteps upstairs. And now there are people in the 2 rooms on the second floor, with people on both sides. Wouldn't it be a direct block for Chu Sheng to attack the building? After all, Chu Sheng is not a superhero. If he can take care of the left side, he will naturally not take care of the right side. If he rushes up, he will definitely be attacked by 2 people. Chu Sheng sighed softly at the corner of the stairs. I originally wanted to rush into the house and destroy them. But if this team is so playful, there is no way. Chu Sheng's words naturally attracted a round of complaints from netizens. Erguzi, stop pretending. This road is not suitable for you. Who is peeing yellow? Go pee to wake up this guy who has no idea. I am Wang Shuyi. Can I smell your 13 fragrance? Chu Sheng glanced at the barrage and found that these guys were all very annoying and had no intention of supporting him. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, what kind of netizens are these? They are not supporting him at all. Okay? Chu Sheng quietly turned on the public voice, picked up his phone casually, and wanted to use the old routine to bluff people again. The other 3 people in 4M didn't understand what Chu Sheng was going to do. If this continued, everyone inside would be rescued. At that time, it would be very likely that it would be a 1-on-3 or 1-on-4 situation. How to play. However, Wei Jiang's face turned black when he saw this scene. This is the trick. He was fooled by this trick twice before. He didn't expect this guy to use it again. It's really too cheap. What is this guy doing? Suddenly he stopped rushing upstairs and held a mobile phone? The comments were also refreshed. Is Chu Sheng going to get over this joke today? It's not creative. I don't think it's good. Even Ing Jiang was fooled. I think this trick is feasible. I feel that I have to be careful to avoid thunder in the future. I guess it will be all audio thunder after today. Wei Jiang, who was watching the live broadcast in front of the computer, also had a black line on his face. Did he become someone else's background board because of this incident? When I mention audio mines in the future, I will definitely bring it out first. Pull. Swoosh. Ding. The 3 familiar sounds clearly appeared in everyone's ears. At this time, all the crying monsters were stunned. Is this how Chu Sheng threw the mine without it exploding? This move is too cheap. Can this game be played like this? Chu Sheng smiled and waited for the people in the 2 rooms on the second floor to calm down. After all, when the sound of pulling out the mines was heard, the first reaction of the people in the room must be to find a shelter to hide. After all, there is no place to hide in the living room of the 3rd and 4th floor apartment of the school district building. The other people in 4M were also stunned with their mouths wide open. What kind of trick is this? The sound of the grenade was crisp, and the sound was exactly the same as in the game. Wei Jiang looked back at the expressions of the three people and felt very satisfied. Well, you see, even aka Zigwa and PPT were shocked. So it was understandable that I was tricked. Right? Wei Jiang comforted himself and continued to watch Chusheng's performance. Then everyone found that it seemed that no footsteps were heard on the second floor. Huh? Even Chusheng was stunned for a moment. This seemed not right. The guy inside was not scared by the audio thunder. And there was no movement. Chusheng was a little unwilling. Turned up the volume of the phone a little. And then played it again. 3 voices sounded. But the 2 rooms were silent. Aren't these guys afraid of grenades? Chusheng sighed at first. Then his expression suddenly froze. And he suddenly realized a key point. This doesn't seem to be the school teaching building. This team of guys may not have turned on the public voice. What does it mean that he has been playing for a long time? It's just self-conceit. Ahem. Do you think the audio of this grenade is realistic? Chusheng was embarrassed and tried to divert attention in this way. At this time, the 3 teammates of 4M were also discussing. Although the sound of this audio mine is very similar, if you pay a little attention, you should be able to find the difference. Right? Who would be so stupid to fall for it? Zigua's words are just like his style. Hitting the nail on the head. But to be honest, this guy's live broadcast style is quite interesting. At least in the current PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds live broadcast section. There is no anchor who can make such trouble. Wei Jiang heard the comments of the 3 teammates, especially Zigua's words, and frowned slightly, thinking it was time to deduct a wave of bonuses. However, the matter is far from over. In order to clear his name, Chusheng didn't care about Wei Jiang's life or death at this time. Everyone can still remember this trick. Although the enemy may not open the public channel, there are still some water friends who like to open the public voice. Wei Jiang frowned when he heard this, thinking that this matter is not simple. For example, our dear Wei Jiang. Wasn't he fooled by this trick twice just now? Chapter 316. This guy is too beastly. After Chusheng finished saying this, the live broadcast room suddenly burst into laughter. After all, Wei Jiang was scared off by the grenade twice just now. And the scene was still very funny. Especially the Yinging monsters. After learning the truth and thinking about the scene of Wei Jiang carefully dodging just now, it was so funny. Usually only Wei Jiang showed off to others. And his sharp operations were often a frequent guest in the highlights. How could the millioning army be in vain? There are very few scenes like this where they were shown off. Wei Jiang's face was full of black lines at this moment. And he didn't know whether to say MMP in his heart. This guy tried to ease the embarrassment by taking advantage of the situation. And he became the donkey inexplicably. Really? But the other 3 people in 4M were even more embarrassed. At this moment, the club was silent. As quiet as an abandoned construction site. And no sound could be heard. Zigwa swallowed hard. And his throat moved up and down. I just seem to have said who would be so stupid to fall for it. And then a wave of justice came from the sky? PPT and AKA looked at Zigwa with a helpless look. This kid usually doesn't talk much. Why did he touch a landmine and bump into a pig after saying a few words today? I feel sorry for the strength. The fans were naturally very happy to watch this. Probably because they all knew that Wei Jiang and the other members of 4M were all gathered together to wait in Chusheng's live broadcast room. The famous 4M members watched the live broadcast. This can be boasted for a year. Right? But Chusheng not only did not brag about each other commercially, but also blackened Wei Jiang and found a way out for himself. Looking at the comments in the barrage. Well, it seems that the diversion of attention was successful. Chusheng breathed a sigh of relief. These guys didn't even open the public voice when playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. They are really stupid. Don't they know that this will reduce a lot of game fun? Since the fake audio thunder can't fool people. Chusheng sighed lightly. Then I have to use the real one. Instead of throwing a grenade, he cut out a smoke bomb and threw it directly on the second floor stairs. Chusheng's move caught everyone off guard. Especially PPT. Shouldn't he throw a grenade to suppress one side first and then charge? Why did Chusheng throw a smoke bomb? If he threw a smoke bomb, the enemy and us would not be able to distinguish clearly. The 98K sniper rifle in Chusheng's hand would not be able to exert its power. And the assault rifle in the enemy's hand could suppress the enemy with firepower because it could fire. PPT was completely confused. If Chusheng's smoke bomb was put in a professional game, it could be considered a major mistake. As expected, the smoke bombs began to spread immediately. and even poured directly into the two houses through the open door. Chu Sheng first heard footsteps in the house on the left, and the sound of the floor seemed to be retreating. Then, there was the sound of Scarl assault rifles firing. The people in the opposite house were also helped up, and their companions were also suppressing fire to prevent Chu Sheng from rushing in with smoke as cover. The other people who were rescued hid in the corner to take medicine to recover blood. Chu Sheng listened to the deafening gunshots and the flashes of fire from time to time in the smoke, and his scalp tingled. This wave of mistakes is a big mistake. Let's see how Chu Sheng rushes. How can we charge? In this situation, we will be beaten to a pulp. The anchor is getting cocky, and this time he's screwed. But Chu Sheng looked calm, as if he wasn't affected at all. In this situation, we can still charge, but we're not in a hurry. The 4 people from 4M all thought that this was a failed charge. Now the other party has been helped up, and the firepower network has been set up. You, Chu Sheng, even set a flag to use 98K to charge the building. Now you can try to charge me? Chu Sheng moved slowly towards the stairs, and the sound of gunfire covered up the faint sound of Chu Sheng's footsteps. The sound of speeding bullets kept passing by, and the smoke bombs began to gradually thin out. Standing at the door, Chu Sheng could clearly hear the sound of gunfire inside, and he could also judge the approximate location. Everyone was waiting for Chu Sheng to mess up the show. It wasn't that everyone was jealous of Chu Sheng, or that they had the mentality that the higher you praise him, the worse he will fall, but simply that this guy's behavior was not in line with common sense and was incredible. If they could succeed in rushing the building like this, then what was the point of their daily training and research on tactics? The dense smoke gradually began to thin, like a thin veil that could see through the shadows. Everyone had mixed feelings, wanting to see Chu Sheng fail, but also wanting to see whether Chu Sheng would break through in an extremely unlikely way. As the sound of bullets became weaker and weaker, especially when the fire on the left suddenly stopped. At this moment, Wei Jiang and Chu Sheng's eyes lit up at the same time. Wei Jiang suddenly realized that Chu Sheng was waiting for this opportunity. If the opponent rushed in while reloading, he could create a time difference, as long as he reacted quickly enough. A close-range 98K could also kill with a headshot. Of course, this premise must be that he is not wearing a level 3 helmet. If it is a level 3 helmet, then this wave will become a masterpiece. Chu Sheng switched to the first-person mode without saying a word, and rushed into the house without hesitation. At this time, the guy in the house was still reloading, and he was standing there. After all, there was smoke and such a dense firepower network. No one would have thought that this guy would rush in under the rain of bullets. Even if it took more than a second to reload, it was not enough to rush in and kill. But Chu Sheng happened to catch the enemy by surprise. When he rushed into the house, there was still a layer of mist in front of him, which was vague and hazy, like a woman holding a lute and half covering her face. But under the mist, Chu Sheng still saw the outline of a person squatting on the ground to reload. Everyone's heart was in their throat. At this time, they had to calm down and kill him with a headshot. Otherwise Chu Sheng would have to face the opponent's fierce counterattack like a river tide. Chu Sheng didn't even open the scope. At a distance of less than 5 meters, his body had already subconsciously reacted. Bang! The 98K fired a shot, and a green blood flower could be vaguely seen in the mist. But there was no pop-up notification for the headshot kill on Chu Sheng's side, which surprised everyone, including Chu Sheng. Didn't this shot hit the head? Everyone was shocked. Chu Sheng made a mistake with this shot. Only Ziguo frowned and said, "No, it's not that there was no headshot. This guy has a level 3 helmet." At the same time, Chu Sheng also reacted immediately. He had hit all the bad luck. It was really Murphy's theorem. The less you want something, the more it will happen. This guy is really a tough guy. Click. This was the sound of the assault rifle magazine being reloaded. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this sound. It was over. At this time, Chu Sheng was pulling the bolt to reload the 98K in his hand. The smoke gradually dissipated at this time, and everyone could see the clear outline of the guy in the room and the SCAR-L in his hand through the live broadcast. Chapter 317. What kind of knife is this? A butcher knife. My heart skipped a beat. Okay. Chu Sheng is done for. It takes 1 second to pull the bolt and reload the 98K. And this second is enough for the opponent's assault rifle to burst tons of damage. Even the average level of the water friends can see that Chu Sheng can't turn the tide in this situation. Everything was expected. Except that the guy in the room was a level 3 helmet. You know, the 6 buildings in the school district are very poor, and it is considered lucky to have one person's equipment in one building. But I never expected that he would find a level 3 helmet for him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was caught in a trap. The player who had just changed the magazine was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this guy would actually dare to rush in and shoot him in the head. Originally, he was disappointed when he saw the blood volume drop sharply. But when he saw that the man rushed over with a 98K in his hand, the ecstasy on his face was beyond words. My goodness, this man rushed in with a 98K. Isn't this equivalent to giving away heads? The SCAR-L assault rifle in his hand is locked with the right button and shoulder fired. The 98K is now equivalent to a fire stick, and it is not even as practical as a crowbar. Chu Sheng was also panicked just now, because he encountered such a low probability event. But he was not panicked at the moment. This 98K hit the level 3 helmet and caused 81 damage. Chu Sheng was just facing a guy with low health, as long as the SCAR-L assault rifle in his hand was automatically ignored. There would be nothing to be afraid of. Our 1895 had been thrown away by Chu Sheng when he changed equipment before. In a flash, Chu Sheng made the most daring move. He jumped directly after landing, put away the 98K, and cut out the machete he picked up first. Don't underestimate the damage of these cold weapons. The frying pan is the supreme weapon among cold weapons. It can even blow up a level 2 helmet. The machete, crowbar, and sickle are all cold weapons of the Second Army. Although the damage is not as high as the frying pan, it can still cause 60 points of damage to a person without armor. Even if there is a level 3 armor to protect the body, this knife can still cause 27 points of damage. The moment Chu Sheng took out the machete, he had already calculated the damage thoroughly in his mind. As long as this knife can fall on a person, this person will definitely kneel in front of him. When Chu Sheng took out the machete, everyone took a breath of cold air. This operation is unparalleled. At this critical moment between life and death, this guy could still resist not using the assault rifle. He was really stubborn. Fire flashed from the muzzle of the SCAR-L, and bullets kept hitting Chu Sheng, and his health dropped rapidly like lightning. Click! Chu Sheng fell to the ground, and the machete not only scratched this man, but also accurately landed on this guy's forehead, directly chopping off this guy's dog head. This scene caught everyone by surprise, and Chu Sheng really succeeded. At this time, Chu Sheng's health was only a little bit, and he did not take it lightly after killing the man. He cut another smoke bomb and rushed to the door, then hid in the messy bedroom and looked outside through the open door. He's low on health. I just shot him with a rifle. Come in and rush him. The dead player frantically signaled his teammates, and just as they were about to rush over, they saw that Chu Sheng had blocked another smoke bomb at the door of the house. The smoke immediately filled the air, which made the remaining 3 people a little afraid. Chu Sheng did not take medicine immediately, but continued to pull the bolt of the 98K to change the bullet. What are you waiting for? Are you afraid of being killed by the 3 of you rushing in? This guy has only a little blood left. At the urging of their companions, the footsteps of the 3 rushed over like a group of horses galloping with a thumping pace. The atmosphere, which had just relaxed slightly, suddenly became tense again. The blind sniper just now was a bit amazing. Chu Sheng simply fired a shot without opening the scope, and hit the head accurately. There was no time to recover blood. Chu Sheng leaned against the wall of the bedroom, and used the third-person perspective to block the outside. The sound was getting closer and closer, and suddenly a person ran out of the smoke. The moment Chu Sheng saw the person, he first saw his rainforest camouflage level 2 helmet. Finally not a level 3 helmet. This also made him feel a little relieved. If it was a level 3 helmet, he would really be in a desperate situation. Chu Sheng leaned forward and dodged. The 98K did not have a scope, and even the waste-fire crosshairs showed a terrible spread. But this did not affect Chu Sheng's feel and judgment at all. He fired without hesitation, and immediately a large green blood mist came out of the man's second-level helmet, and the whole person was knocked down by a headshot. He instantly flashed back and started to pull the bolt to reload. The 3 people were still in the state of entering the door one after another, and suddenly one of them was knocked down by a headshot from the 98K, and he was so scared that he immediately started to crawl into the smoke. The remaining 2 people were also shocked when they rushed in. There was something wrong with this person. He used a 98K to shoot heads at this distance. He clearly had an M4 on his back, but he didn't use it. Help me. Chu Sheng's headshot knocked down the 3 people. And they fled. He hid at the entrance of the stairs and squatted down to save people. The remaining guys with guns didn't dare to rush in again, and wanted to wait for their teammates to help the people up, and then rush in again after a little supply. But Chu Sheng would not give them a chance. For against 1 and still being killed, is there any chance of playing? He cut out a Molotov cocktail in his hand. Everyone was shocked suddenly. This thing has a bit of a story. If the fragmentation grenade has a happy sound before being thrown, then the Molotov cocktail can be said to be a silent killer. Apart from the sound of the bottle breaking on the ground, you can't hear any other movement when throwing it, which can be highly concealed. Chu Sheng was not in a hurry to recover blood. He took out the Molotov cocktail and lit it directly, and threw it directly towards the corridor outside the door. The Molotov cocktail fell to the ground, and the alcohol mixed with the flame inside spread all over the ground. Plus there was smoke as cover. After several people heard the sound of the bottle breaking, the fire immediately spread and directly set them on fire. The burning effect of staying in the Molotov cocktail is extremely strong. Even if you react and run away, the hot flames on your body will still cause a dot effect, losing 10 blood points per second. The guy who fell to the ground was just helped up and was about to use a first aid kit to calm down. But he heard the sound of a wine bottle breaking and fell to his knees without saying a word. Before he could climb out of the flames, he was cremated and buried. The other 2 also scattered like birds and beasts, never expecting that there would be such a cool operation as a Molotov cocktail. After hearing the 2 people's voices go away, Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and started to take medicine to recover blood. Chapter 318. Hold tight to my beloved 98K. When the Molotov cocktail burned 1 person to death, and the bright red number 19 appeared, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Before the 10 minutes were up, Chu Sheng had already killed 20 people. Wow! Ziguo was completely speechless. Just before he said that only Chu Sheng's sniper rifle could suppress him, he admitted that this guy was really strong. As a result, less than 2 minutes after he finished speaking, Chu Sheng staged a good show of 98K rushing up the building. The guy that Chu Sheng chopped down with a machete was also turned into a box because he didn't have time to treat him. The kill count quickly became 20. At this time, everyone in 4M was numb. This data was too gorgeous. Now the second poison circle has not yet shrunk, and there are only 47 people left on the field. Wei Jiang and Chu Sheng cut off 30 heads together, which means that in the past time, only 13 people were killed in the whole Jedi Island. Zigua, can you comment on Chu Sheng's sniper rifle? Wei Jiang also smiled, completely forgetting how Chu Sheng had just criticized him. After all, Zigua is usually a quiet guy, and he is a little more talkative when he is in a team. This guy just called the 3 of them pigs, and also indirectly called Wei Jiang a fool. How could Wei Jiang, the boss of this place, not take it back? AKA and PPT both covered their mouths and laughed, and the shock brought by Chu Sheng's amazing operation just now also faded slightly. It's interesting to see that Zigua, who is arrogant and conceited, can be defeated. Especially this guy just said it before. And now Chu Sheng slapped him in the face in the blink of an eye. Zigua's delicate face gradually turned red, and he dodged his eyes for a long time before he said, "This guy is really powerful. Better than me." Seeing that Zigua finally admitted his defeat, the other 3 all smiled with relief. AKA and PPT patted the boy on the shoulder. This guy is just too dull and keeps everything to himself. Wei Jiang forced him to admit it, not only to get back at him, but also to hope that Zigua could speak out and release the pressure. Sometimes it is not good for children of this age to hold too many things in their hearts and bear too much pressure. Obviously Aka and PPT also understood what Wei Jiang meant in seconds. As everyone laughed, the matter was turned over, and they continued to watch Chu Sheng's live broadcast with full concentration. This guy's sniper rifle seems to be more stable than a rifle. This is what Wei Jiang felt after watching for so long. 2 headshots. Both were blind sniping without aiming. Blind sniping is more about the feel. And the feel is all based on years of practice and talent, forming a kind of muscle memory. When encountering a situation, the body will react before the brain, which is muscle memory. Although Chu Sheng's 2 blind sniping shots were not subconscious actions, Wei Jiang paid special attention to the video of this guy operating the keyboard and mouse, and found that every move was very methodical. And it was not as simple as it looked. It was as if he quietly quit LOL and came into contact with the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and suddenly discovered an amazing FPS talent. But behind his talent, no one knows how he worked like crazy for 3 months, studying and practicing this game day and night, and achieved today's achievements. His behavior seems reckless, but behind this recklessness is extreme confidence in his shooting skills. AK and PPT may not have this experience, but Zigwa, as a talented player, has a personal experience, especially in the position of sniper. If you are not an extremely confident person, you can't be competent for the position of sniper at all. After all, at the critical moment, your bullets must kill people. If your psychological quality is not up to standard, it is easy to explode your mentality when dealing with key points. Extreme self-confidence is reflected in extreme strength. For example, the former 4M sniper 311, who has now set up his own camp, is a very strong sniper. There was even a saying that 311 is a god with 3 legs. Zigwa saw at a glance that Chu Sheng was confident in his own strength, and even conceded, facing 3 people rushing into the house alone. He remained calm in a narrow area, dodged and shot a clean headshot, directly defeating the enemy's determination to rush into the house. And then a precise Molotov cocktail directly made the opponent flee. If it was a fragmentation grenade at that time, the opponent would probably dodge when they heard the sound, and would not give Chu Sheng a chance to throw it. The diffusion effect and burning damage of the Molotov cocktail were both extremely powerful, forcing the enemy to retreat and leaving Chu Sheng with room for survival. Wei Jiang and AK, the 2 main and deputy commanders, took advantage of Chu Sheng's blood recovery time to carefully recall the series of processes just now. I didn't think there was anything wrong before, but now I think it's just like a precision instrument. Step-by-step operation and process are all running at the optimal solution, and there is nothing wrong with it. Even Chu Sheng didn't make up for it after knocking down the person with the butcher knife in the first place. Do you think Chu Sheng didn't have time to make up for it? That was deliberately leaving half of his life for the other party. You know, the person who fell down was in the house. In this way, if the opponent wanted to kill him, he couldn't throw a grenade. Right? Huh? Wei Chan exhaled a breath of foul air and couldn't help but exclaimed, "What is this guy's brain made of?" He actually thought so much. You know, the more complex and chaotic the environment, the higher the requirements for command. It can be said that the command's thinking can determine how far a team can go in the game. Chu Sheng's series of decisions just now are all optimal solutions. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a plan without omission. No. I have to find a way to contact Chu Sheng later to see if I can get other videos of this guy and study them carefully. After Wei Chan finished speaking, he was immediately punished by AKA and PPT. Are you stunned? His live videos are all available on the platform. Wei Jiang suddenly realized and coughed twice. I am trying to build a good relationship with him in advance. Maybe we will have other interactions in the future. I think it's possible. After all, you are the first person to be fooled by the audio bomb twice. I think Chu Sheng will definitely give you this face. The taciturn Zigwa opened his mouth and launched tons of critical hits, leaving Wei Jiang speechless. After Chu Sheng recovered his health, he took the initiative to attack while the smoke bomb gradually dissipated. He reloaded 5 bullets in his 98K. Just now, he heard that one person went downstairs directly, and the other slipped into the house opposite. Oh my god! The anchor is holding a 98K, and his momentum is even stronger than carrying a spray gun. I am impressed by this wave of 98K attacking the building. And he actually took the initiative to attack. I have seen this wave, and the opponents were all wiped out. New fans have never seen such a scene. 4 against 1, and being taught a lesson by a 98K is unheard of. If you tell others about this, you will probably be regarded as a fool. Chapter 319. Remember, these are negative examples. Without exception, the 2 people who dodged could no longer pose any threat to Chu Sheng after being rushed by Chu Sheng. As long as they were not wearing a level 3 helmet, they would be killed without reason. One died suddenly in the toilet of the room, and the other was shot by Chu Sheng on the stairs because he was out of view. The bright red words 22 kills appeared in front of everyone, making the fans extremely excited. Chu Sheng's previous highest kill record seemed to be 23, and no one exceeded this number. Now the second circle countdown is only halfway through, and Chu Sheng has reached this number, which is really terrifying. They are all a bunch of people who watch the show and don't care about the big things. They have been eager to give gifts and fish balls, just waiting for Chu Sheng to break the grand record of 28 kills, and then have an ultimate carnival. After all, 28 kills is a benchmark. Whoever can take off this flag will naturally become the focus of everyone in the PUBG community. If you kill 6 more, you can tie the record. If you kill 7, you will set a record. This is the best hope. I can't hold back the fish balls in my hand. I'm shaking while holding my little plane. I'm riding my little rocket and booming into the sky. The fans looked at these guys and felt that they were making trouble. He didn't understand some of the jokes before, but after watching the chats of these guys in the fan group and his subsequent understanding, he found that there were explanations for all of this. 29 kills. Aren't these guys going to put me on the fire? Chushing solved the guys on the first floor, and there was nothing to add. After all, it took only 57.62 bullets to kill a team of people, which was not painful. Shinseki and Su Xiaomu also ran all the way over against the red bombing area. Fortunately, there was a time difference between the appearance of the bombing area and the start of carpet bombing. As soon as the two entered the building, the bombing fell. But in front of the box, no bombing area could stop the woman's footsteps. Xiaobai also searched from the next room. Chu Sheng watched from the side as the 3 girls squatted in front of the wooden box without any regard for their posture, like little piglets eating food, and began to divide the supplies in a mess. Now 3 of the 6 school district buildings have been cleaned, and there are still 3 left to be cleaned. Chu Sheng stood at the window, staring at the remaining buildings outside, quietly turned off the voice channel, and sighed, turning the third-person perspective. The picture just showed Chu Sheng standing by the window with a melancholy face, and the scene behind him through the door was the picture of 3 girls squatting on the ground and licking the box non-stop. This composition is so precise that even Chu Sheng himself did not expect it. So he took a screenshot. Maybe this is life. Chu Sheng's words immediately made several people in 4M spit out salt soda. They were playing a game and were still sad. They were pretending to be depressed. Xiaojizi, Shinseki, and a girl with good shooting skills led 3 girls alone. If it was Wei Jiang, she would definitely be beaten by the little bee. If it was someone else, they would have smiled a lot. Okay. Wow. The anchor is so proud. This moment is probably the peak of my life. Right? Chu Sheng silently turned on the sage mode. This guy is too pretentious. Others take good care of 1 girl, but Chu Sheng took 3 girls and still looked down on them. No more talk. Xiaojizi, let's go to Chen Mama's live broadcast room and reveal some information to the 2 of them so that Chu Sheng can understand the situation. Seeing that this group of fans didn't buy his tricks and even wanted to tell on him, Chu Sheng was not happy. Everyone, sit down and talk about it. You always go to their live broadcast room to talk about it. Who are you fans of? Seeing Chu Sheng and the fans making trouble, several people from 4M also took the time to drink a glass of water. It must be said that Chu Sheng's style is very suitable for live broadcasting. With strong strength, he doesn't follow the ordinary path and chooses things that other anchors don't do. Such an anchor is unique, and even if others want to imitate him, they can't do it. Chu Sheng started broadcasting, and successfully achieved what others don't have, and even magnified it to the extreme. Distinctive personal characteristics, such reactions and shooting skills. Even if Wei Jiang wants to imitate, I'm afraid it will only capsize. Brother, we are ready. Take us to collect heads. Su Xiaomu's voice rang out excitedly, and Chu Sheng hurriedly stopped chatting with the fans and turned on the voice again. Are you ready? If you are, then I will take you to kill people. Chu Sheng took a break while chatting with the fans just now, and his spirit was slightly restored. There were still people in the 2 buildings in front of the 3 school district buildings, but the one parallel to the other seemed to have slipped up the mountain. Chu Sheng was like the hen in the game of eagle catching chickens, walking in front after going downstairs. Xiaobai followed behind Chu Sheng, ready to support him at any time. As for Shinseki and Su Xiaomu, they simply put away their guns and ran after him. Oh no! It seems that Chu Sheng has forgotten that he promised Shinseki and Su Xiaomu to take the kill. Doesn't this mean that Chu Sheng doesn't plan to take the kill later? Number 29 kills? The 29 kill scene that the fans were looking forward to seems to be ruined. Wei Jiang was also frightened when he saw Chu Sheng's fans doing crazy things. It seems that such a wild style of live broadcasting is not a good thing. Look at Chu Sheng's fans. Each of them is a troublemaker. Look at his fans again. It seems that they don't do anything except crying and punching, and occasionally taking up 3 things every day. In this comparison, it can be said that they are very well behaved. Chu Sheng kicked the door directly and entered. This time with an M4 assault rifle. The 98K rushing up the building just now still left a deep impression on many new fans. After all, fans have been watching live broadcasts for so long, and basically have seen all kinds of anchors. But Chu Sheng is really the first person to rush up the building with a 98K. The key is that this guy really succeeded. It blinded all the fans. This operation was so cool that they decided to let him take a 98K to rush to the building when they went back to watching Jiang's live broadcast. Wei Jiang suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if there were gusts of cold wind blowing, which made people shudder. After rushing into the building, Chu Sheng was the first one to rush in, and he also gave instructions to Su Xiaomu and Chen Siki. Later, as long as Chu Sheng and Xiao Bai lay on the ground, they would just shoot. There was no strategy at all. Chu Sheng felt that he had a great advantage, and directly led the three girls to attack. Fortunately, Chu Sheng's gun control was good. He used a standard assault rifle to shoot one shot at the head, and one shot at the body. Then he lay down and handed the fight to Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu. The opponent called GG. Wei Jiang gritted his teeth as he watched Chu Sheng control his blood. They came to see Chu Sheng to see his ideas and techniques. But they didn't expect that he would let people kill him. Remember? These are negative examples. Don't learn to let people kill you. Chapter 320. As long as I'm fast enough, Tianhua can't catch up with me. Chu Sheng's operation was both reckless and toxic. Fortunately, Chu Sheng was good at controlling the situation. If other people were reckless, they would be easily killed. Wei Jiang was also afraid that his teammates would use this trick to give away heads during the game. After all, in the professional competition of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, in addition to the final chicken dinner and the scoreboard, there is also a kill list. Giving away heads in order to put teammates on the kill list is a very dangerous thing. Using the same method to kill another team upstairs, Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu each happily held 2 heads, and Xiao Bai also got 1 head. The entire school and the school district housing became a sea of blood and corpses, and the ground was full of boxes. Chu Sheng and the 3 girls became the only team to survive. All 4 people were replenished, because the first circle was in the safe zone. They finally didn't have to run in circles. It's so comfortable. I should jump to the point in the middle of the map in the future. It's so comfortable to not have to eat poison. Chen Siki also drank a can of Happy Fat House water to relax. The poison circle will shrink in half a minute. And now it's time to run in circles. The second safe zone is a wilderness, avoiding all the big cities where fierce competition is fierce. The air raid shelter. Chu Sheng came here once before when he was alone in a single row to pay off his debts at night. As expected, he almost got lost in it and couldn't get out. Chu Sheng took a look at the safe zone and marked a point in the air raid shelter without saying a word. In the case of a 4-person team, if they hide in the forest outside, they need to defend many angles. In addition, Chen Siki and Su Xiaomu's foot gripping skills make them likely to be shot at if they hide in the forest. In addition, it is only the second circle now, and the bombing zone will definitely follow them. After all, Chu Sheng's good and bad luck depend on each other. Effect has ended. Otherwise, when he was shooting at Wei Jiang, Xiao Bai, who rushed over, would not be blown down by the bombing zone. Chu Sheng now completely understood that this good and bad luck depend on each other is the skill that loves to cause trouble the most. This time, we jumped to the school in the middle of the map, and there was a gun on the ground, which was a blessing. We were matched with Wei Jiang, and the 2 of us were fighting each other, which was a disaster. If Chu Sheng hadn't planned everything, this trip with girls would have been completely ruined. After walking out of the school district house, Chu Sheng took the 3 girls and ran directly to the garage house in the wild area 300 meters away. After Chu Sheng's many solo games, he found that these garage houses in the wild had a high rate of car use. It was not the kind of fake garage house with a first floor, but a separate parking space with a room. If you want to run, you can run in directly, but Chu Sheng is most afraid that after being blown up, he will be targeted by others, and then this team will be completely GG. As expected, the new round of bombing area fell on Chu Sheng's head again. Chu Sheng ran in the front, and the 3 women also tacitly kept a distance from him to avoid being accidentally injured. Chu Sheng looked back and found that they were all 10 meters away from him, and he was shocked. Just now, these 3 guys were still following him obediently, and they felt close to each other. But how come they were afraid to avoid him in the blink of an eye? You women, you are too realistic. Chu Sheng couldn't help but complain. Naturally, this remark only attracted the contempt of the three women and the threat from Shinseki. Come on, Chusheng. Come here and I will fix your feet for you. Shinseki also had a strange accent, which made her speech sound a bit funny and interesting. However, Chusheng only felt a chill. Shinseki's bullets all fell at Chusheng's feet, scaring Chusheng to run and jump all the way. Turtle. Shinseki's shooting skills. It's called pedicure. But in fact it's killing people. Well, no need. I just trimmed my nails yesterday, so I won't bother Doyu's sister to trim my nails personally. Chusheng also found an excuse to slip away quickly. Do you want me to paint your nails or something? Shinseki drank the happy fat house water, so she ran a little faster than Chusheng, and slowly closed the distance, which made Chusheng terrified. No. No. You three can't wait in the toilet. I'll go find a car in front. Seeing Chusheng's cowardly appearance, Shinseki took revenge for what happened just now. She snorted and hid in the toilet in the wild with the other two to avoid the skyfire. As thunder came from the sky, Chusheng also ran to the garage. From a distance, this garage looked like no one had ever been there. The barrage was full of words of justice from heaven, which made Chusheng and the 4M team members' scalps numb. The skyfire fell with a whistling sound, and the explosion sounded incessantly. Chusheng also came to the garage and went around to the front without saying a word. There was indeed a car in the garage, but Chusheng was stunned when he saw it. The car in the garage was not a car, but a motorcycle. You should know that only 3 types of vehicles will be refreshed in the garage: cars, 3-wheeled motorcycles, and motorcycles. Chusheng originally wanted to get an AE-86 and take everyone to the air raid shelter, but now it turned out to be a 2-person motorcycle, which was very uncomfortable. Have you found the car? At this time, the poison circle had begun to shrink. Su Xiaomu saw that her brother had already arrived at the garage and couldn't help asking. At this time, the fans also reacted that this was a 2-person motorcycle, which was interesting. There's a good show to watch. This wave is really a good show to watch. Come and watch the show. What show to watch? You are all drama queens, right? What good show can you watch? Uh-huh. It seems that there are still honest people who don't understand. 3 people, 1 position. I can only say so much. The rest is up to you. The eyes of those who understood this sentence all lit up. And then, they looked gloating. Those who didn't understand looked confused, as if they were unconscious after waking up in the afternoon after sleeping. Don't say so much for now. Now we are in the bombing area. Chusheng should drive the motorcycle over first if he has the ability. Motorcycles are very mysterious. They might crash into the skyfire directly. Chusheng looked at the curses and blessings of the netizens and chuckled. If it was a car or a cart, he might be a little scared and wait until the skyfire was over before going to pull people. But now in front of him is the force motorcycle used by Jedi Knights, Chusheng's bodyguard mount during the day. So is there any need to be scared? Hee hee. As long as I'm fast enough, the skyfire can't catch up with me. It's just driving in the bombing zone. Who's afraid of who? Chusheng was also brave and directly got on the motorcycle to make trouble. Seeing Chusheng being so arrogant, the fans must be unhappy. Hey, you really have no sense of wit. You dare to drive in the bombing zone. Isn't this courting death? Come on. Let's not waste any more time. Chusheng, you open the market. Come on. Open the market. Seeing you so arrogant in a game, I really can't stand it.